"We certainly have been running into a lot of old friends lately," Tas said. "Well, I guess you couldn't call Kitiara a friend now, but she was once, long ago. Why, I remember the time she saved me from a bugbear in a cave. How was I supposed to know that bugbears sleep all winter and wake up hungry? But she's gone." Tas heaved a sigh. "And now Tanis is gone, too. So many gone. At least," he added, cheering up a bit, "we have you back, Raistlin." "So it seems," Raistlin replied, and almost immediately he went into a fit of coughing. The fit doubled him over. He clutched his chest, gasped for breath. At length the spasm eased. Wiping his lips with the sleeve of his robe, he drew a ragged breath. "My return was unintended, I assure you." "He tried to go back," Tas added, "and when he tried to go back, the heads screamed at us. It was really quite exciting, but then Raistlin shut the curtain. I don't suppose I could just take a peek, see if the heads are—" "Don't go near it," Raistlin snapped, "or else you will find yourself taking another nap, and this one will not be brief." Finding the jar he wanted, the Archmage took it down from the shelf, removed the stopper. He sniffed at it, nodded, and walked over to Palin. Raistlin spread a bluish unguent over the wound. "This may sting." Palin grit his teeth, drew in a sharp breath. "I take it we weren't supposed to have been eavesdropping on the gods." He half sat up, peered at his shoulder, trying to see his wound. The lines of pain were smoothed from his face. He breathed easier, and had stopped shivering. "That does feel better. Is it magic?" "It is," Raistlin replied, "but not of my making. It was a gift from a cleric of Paladine." "Lady Chrysania, I expect," Tasselhoff said, nodding wisely. "She thought quite a lot of you, Raistlin." Raistlin's face was impassive, grim. Turning, he stood and walked back over to resume his examination of the shelves' contents. "Tas," Palin whispered, shocked. "Hush!" "Why?" Tas whispered back crossly. He was feeling out of sorts. "It's the truth." Palin cast an uneasy glance at his uncle, but if Raistlin heard, he was ignoring them both. Tas's head hurt. He was dreadfully unhappy to think that Tanis was gone, and he'd never be able to hear his laughter, see him smile, borrow his handkerchiefs. And now, to add to his misery, he was bored. Tas knew very well that if he even so much as looked at a dead bat in this laboratory, Raistlin and Palin would both yell at him. And if they yelled at him, the ache in his chest would cause him to yell back at them, and probably say some things that would hurt their feelings, which would mean that one or the other might end up by turning him, Tasselhoff Burfoot, into a bat. And while that sounded like fun, Tasselhoff wandered over to the laboratory door. He tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. "Drat! We're stuck in here." "No, we are not," Raistlin said coldly. "We will leave when I am ready to leave, not before." Tas regarded the door thoughtfully. "It sure is quiet out there. Steele was hammering on this door like thunder when we left. I suppose he and Usha and Dalamar got tired and went to dinner." "Usha." Palin stood up, then almost immediately sagged back weakly in a chair. "I hope she's all right. You must meet her, Uncle." "He's already met her," Tas pointed out. "Well, sort of, since she's his daughter." "Daughter," Raistlin snorted. He was shaking fragrant leaves from a large bag into a small leather pouch. "If she claims that, she's a liar. I have no daughter." "She's not a liar. The circumstances were, singular, Uncle," Palin said defensively. He made his way from the chair to the corner where his staff stood, took hold of it. Almost immediately he appeared to feel stronger. "You could have had a daughter and not known about it, because of the Erda magic." Raistlin coughed, started to shake his head, then looked up. "Erda? What have the Erda to do with this?" Well, it's a story that people tell about you, Uncle. Father never paid much attention to it. Whenever anyone would bring it up, he'd say it was all nonsense." "I would be interested to hear this tale," Raistlin said, with a hint of a smile on the thin lips. End of side 9. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 10, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 340. "There are several versions, but according to most, you and Father were returning from your test in the Tower of Wayreth. You were ill, the weather was turning bad. You both stopped at an inn to rest. A woman entered, asked to spend the night. She was muffled and cloaked. Some ruffians attacked her. You and Father saved her. She tried to keep her face hidden, but her scarf fell off. She was beautiful, Palin said softly. I know how you must have felt, Uncle, when you looked at her. I have felt the same way. He was silent, smiling, entering his own fable. And then what happened? Raceland asked, jolting the young man from his daydream. Well, Palin stammered. To make a long story short, you and she, well, you, made love, Tass said, seeing that Palin appeared rather confused on this point. You two made love, only you didn't know it because of the Urda magic. And she had a baby that had golden eyes, and the Urda came and took the baby away. I made love to a beautiful woman, and I didn't know it. Just my luck, Raceland said. That wasn't quite the way it happened. She'll have to tell you. You will like her, Uncle, Palin continued with enthusiasm. She is charming and kind and very, very beautiful. All of which proves she is no child of mine, Raceland returned caustically. He pulled the thong shut on the leather pouch, hung it carefully from his belt. We had best leave now. We have a great deal to do and little time in which to accomplish it. Too many days have passed, I fear. Days? No, Uncle. It was mid-morning when we left. It must be about twilight now. Palin paused, looked about the laboratory. Don't you want to take any of your spell books? I'm feeling better. I could help you carry them. No, I do not, Raceland returned calmly, coldly. He did not glance in their direction. Palin hesitated, then said, Would you mind if I took them, then? I was hoping you might teach me some of the spells. Spells of the great Fist and Dantalus? Raceland asked, and he appeared highly amused. Your robes would have to turn a lot darker than they are now before you could read those spells, nephew. Palin was calm. Perhaps not, Uncle. I know that a black robe has never in the history of the 3 moons apprenticed a white robe, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. Father told me how you once changed a life-draining spell into a life-giving spell, the time when Uncle Tass was poisoned in the temple of Naraka. I know the work will be arduous and difficult, but I will do anything, sacrifice anything, he added emphatically, to gain more power. Would you? Raceland gazed at Palin intently. Would you really? He lifted an eyebrow. We will see, my nephew, we will see. And now, he strode toward the door. We must leave. As I said, time grows short. It is twilight, but not of the day you left. A month has passed on Ansalon. Palin gasped. But that's not possible. It's only been hours. To you, perhaps. But time as we know it on this plane of existence means nothing in the realm of the gods. A month ago this day, Lord Ariakan rode in triumph through the gates of the High Clarist's tower. Once that fell, nothing could stop him. The city of Palanthas is now ruled by the Knights of Tarkaisis. Tass was at the door, his eye to the keyhole, trying to see out. What if the spectre's still there? The Guardian is gone. Dalamar is here, but he will not be staying long. Soon, as in the days after the cataclysm, the tower will be deserted. Dalamar gone? I can't believe it. Palin seemed dazed. Uncle, if the Dark Knights are in control, where will we go? No place will be safe. Raceland did not reply. There was an eerie quality to his silence. I have dreamed of it for so long, Raceland said softly. We will go home, nephew. I want to go home. Book 4. 1. A Changing World. The Inn. An Unexpected Visitor. With the fall of Palanthas came the fall of northern Ansalon. The great and ancient city secured, its wealth in hand, its port open to the black dragon ships. Ariakan lost no time in seizing all the land that he could take easily, while building up his forces for the battles that would be difficult and long fought. Rumor turned out to be his best weapon. It spread faster than even his knights on their blue dragons could fly. Tales of armies led by Lord Soth, armies formed of skeletal warriors who butchered any living being and drank their blood, were whispered everywhere, believed everywhere. Dragon fear added to the terror, as did tales of the cruel barbarians, who were said to spit children on their spears and roast them alive over their fires. By the time his troops reached most major cities, the citizens were in such a panic that they flung wide the gates and invited the Dark Knights to enter without a fight. A month had passed, and Ariakan controlled Nordmar eastward through the Kalkist Mountains, south as far as the Plains of Dust, west into Solamnia and Abyssinia. Northern Urgoth still held out, its dark-skinned seafaring race battling fiercely, refusing to give in. The hill dwarves were said to be mounting stiff resistance in the Colchists, where renegade Draconians had entered the fray. Ariaken had not yet attempted to take the elven lands of Sylvanesti and Qualinesti. He knew that such a battle would be costly. He hoped instead that the fruit would fall into his hand, rotted from the inside. The Plains of Dust he ignored, for the time being, as being worth very little. When the remainder of the continent was in his control, then he would pick off the scattered tribes of plains people led by the cleric Goldmoon and her husband Riverwind. As for the gnomes of Mount Nevermind, they unfortunately fell to themselves. Having heard rumors of the Dark Knight's planned invasion, the gnomes feverishly launched into operation all their most powerful war machines. No one was exactly certain what went wrong, but a powerful explosion rocked northern and southern Urgoth. An enormous cloud of black, acrid smoke appeared in the sky, hung over the mountain for a week. When the smoke cleared, most of the top of the mountain was said to be missing. Casualties were reported to be high, but the sounds of clanking and banging could once more be heard echoing from the mountain. In gnomish philosophy, there is no such thing as a disaster, merely opportunity. Kendermore did not fall without a fight, due mainly to the efforts of the Kender's cunning war leader, Paxina, the daughter of Cronin Thistlenot, a hero of the Dragon Wars. Paxina Stinging Thistlenot had heard that Lord Ariaken had deemed the Kender worthless nuisances, and planned to have all Kender rounded up and put to death. Paxina announced this to her people, hoping to rally them to battle. She received shrugs, yawns, and "so what else is new?" in return. Something else was needed to stir Kender blood. Paxina thought the matter over, then started a rumor that the Dark Knights were coming to loot Kendermore, steal all the Kender's most prized possessions. This did the trick. Appalled, the Kender put up such a stiff resistance that even though he crushed them, they managed to win Ariaken's admiration. He determined that the Kender might prove useful after all, if they could be convinced to serve the Dark Queen. Thus Kendermore survived, much to the disgruntlement of those knights forced to serve there. Within a matter of weeks, Lord Ariaken was ruler and master over more territory than the Dragon High Lords had been able to gain during the War of the Lance, this with fewer casualties on both sides. Life changed for the conquered, but only in subtle ways not readily apparent. Those who feared wholesale butchery and slaughter, such as they had witnessed during the last war, were surprised to find that the knights treated those they conquered fairly, if harshly. Strict laws were laid down, and coldly, dispassionately, sometimes brutally enforced. Schools, except for those teaching the lessons of the Dark Queen, were closed. Any wizard caught outside the bounds of the Tower of Wayreth was in peril. Those who broke the laws were put to death. No arguments, no appeals. The rollicking town of Flotsam, known for its rough and rowdy citizenry, was by the end of the month subdued, quiet, peaceful. There were some who maintained that this peace was good. It was about time the land was quiet, made safe for honest men. There were others who thought that this peace, bought in exchange for their freedom, was obtained at too high a price. Tika Wayland Majer shut the door on the last customer, dropped down the heavy wooden bar, and heaved a sigh. She did not immediately return to her work, and there was plenty of it, mugs to be washed and dried, plates scraped and carried to the kitchen, tables to be cleaned. Tika stood at the inn's door, her head bowed, twisting her apron in her hands. She stood so long, so silently, that Caramon left off wiping down the bar and came over to his wife. He put his arms around her. She leaned back against him, clasped her hands over his wrists. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. Tika shook her head. "Nothing," she sighed again. "Everything." Her hand wiped across her eyes. "Oh, Caramon, I never used to be glad when I shut the inn up at night. I used to be sorry to see the last customer go. But now I'm sorry when I open it up in the morning. Everything's changed. It's all changed." Turning around, she buried her face in her husband's chest and began to sob. Caramon stroked her red hair soothingly. "You're just tired, dear. The heat's getting to you. Come, sit down. We'll let this all go until morning. Dirty dishes won't go anywhere, and that's a fact. Here, you rest, and I'll fetch you a glass of cool water." Tika sat down. She didn't really want a glass of water, which would be tepid at best. Nothing stayed cool in this heat, not even the ale. Their customers were learning to like warm beer, but waiting on her made Caramon happy, and so she sat and let him fuss over her, bringing in water and her favorite cookies, and shooing away Raff, the gully dwarf who would come in from the kitchen eager to clean the plates, which he did by devouring all the leftover food. No one ever needed a garbage pail with a gully dwarf around. Tika could hear the disappointed Raph wailing in the kitchen. Caramon, his face grim, flung in a stale loaf of bread and slammed the door shut again. The wail subsided. Tika nibbled on a cookie. She wasn't hungry, but if she didn't eat, Caramon would continue to fuss and worry over her until she did. As it was, he smiled broadly, sat down beside her, and patted her hand. "I knew those cookies would tempt your appetite." "They're delicious, dear," Tika said, lying. The cookies tasted like dust. Everything tasted like dust to her these days. But Caramon, seeing her eat, brightened with pleasure, and somehow his pleasure flavored the cookies. She found herself eating another one. "Oh, Caramon," Tika sighed. "What are we going to do?" "About what?" About this." She waved a hand vaguely. "About the dark nights? Not much we can do about them, my dear," Caramon said solemnly. "They've improved business, I'll give them that." He was silent a moment, then said quietly, "Some people are saying this occupation isn't such a bad thing." "Caramon, my dear," Tika flared. "How could you?" "I didn't say it," Caramon pointed out. "I said some people were saying it. And they have a point. The roads are safe. When this heat lets up, and it's sure to do so any day now, people will be traveling again. The knights are gentlemen, not like the draconians who held the town during the last war. Ariakan didn't send his dragons in to burn the place down. His soldiers don't steal. What they buy, they pay for. They don't get drunk. They're not rowdy. They're not human," Tika finished bitterly. "They're like some weird gnome machine that's taken it into its head to be human. But inside it's still a machine. These knights have no heart, no feelings about anything. Yes, they're polite to me, but I know perfectly well that if they were ordered to slit my throat for their dark queen's glory, they'd do it in a moment." "Well, there is that," Caramon admitted. "And what about—" Tika's storm was building, gaining in fury. She ate 4 more cookies. "What about the people who've just disappeared? People like Todd Wainwright?" Caramon's face darkened. "Todd's been begging for trouble for a year. He's a brawling ruffian. I've either thrown him out or carried him out feet first more than once. You yourself told him not to come back here." "That may be true," said Tika crisply. "But the Dark Queen's soldiers didn't take Todd away because he was a mean drunk. They took him away because he didn't fit into their grand plan, because he was a troublemaker and a rebel." "Still, things are more peaceful without him around," Caramon argued. "They have to maintain law and order." "Peace," Tika sniffed. "Law and order. We've got that all right. We have laws enough to choke a gully dwarf. And order. Some people fear change, fear anything different. They walk the safe, well-traveled path because they're afraid to leave it. This Ariakan has carved a nice little rut in the road, and he expects everybody to walk in it. Anyone who doesn't, who wants to take a side path or leave the road altogether, is spirited away in the middle of the night. You'd be safe and sound in the bottom of a dark, dry well, Caramon Majer, but I don't suppose you'd accomplish much." Caramon nodded. He'd said nothing during Tika's tirade, but had very quietly set about slicing a loaf of bread, adding some cheese to it, and put it in front of his wife. Having finished the cookies, Tika began on the bread and cheese. "They've stopped the Elven Wars," Caramon mentioned. Tika tore into a hunk of bread voraciously, chewed it as though she were chomping down on the detested knights. "By turning Tanis's own son into one of their mindless machines," she mumbled between bites. "If you believe Portheus," Caramon said calmly, "he claims Gilthus is considering selling out to the knights to save his own skin. I've met young Gil, and I think better of him than that. He is Tanis's son, remember, and Lorana's too. The Dark Paladins killed his father. I'm not certain what game the young man is playing, but I'll bet it isn't one the knights think he's playing. Qualanesti hasn't fallen yet." Tika shook her head but didn't argue. Talking about Tanis still upset her. The night Lorana came to tell them the sad news of his death was etched vividly in her mind. The 3 of them sitting together in the darkness because they were afraid of lighting a lamp, speaking through their tears of old times. "Besides," Caramon continued, unobtrusively slicing up more cheese and shoving it toward his wife, "bad times have a way of bringing people together, like we saw during the War of the Lance." "Few examples and far between," Tika muttered. "Most were too happy to run up the white flag and Takhisis take their neighbors." "Now, my dear, I have a better opinion of people than that," Caramon said. "And how about a bit of Dortberry pie to finish off?" Tika looked down, saw breadcrumbs and cheese crumbs and cookie crumbs, and she began to laugh. Her laughter changed swiftly to tears, but they were tears of love, not sorrow. She patted her husband's big hand. "I see your plan now, and no, I don't want any pie, not after all those cookies. I've eaten quite enough, thank you." "About time, too. You've eaten more in 10 minutes than you've eaten in 10 days, Caramon said severely. "You've got to keep up your strength, beloved." He gathered his wife in his arms. "I don't want to lose you, too," he added in a husky voice. Tika leaned against her husband, feeling, as she always did, that he was her best solace, her greatest comfort. "You won't lose me, dearest. I'll start taking better care of myself, I promise. It's just, I keep thinking about Palin." She sighed, looked out the window into the darkness. "If his grave were out there with the other 2 boys, at least I'd know." "His grave's not there because he's not dead," Caramon said. "Caramon," Tika argued gently, "you know what Dalamar told us. Palin and Tass went into that laboratory and never came out. It's been over a month and no sight or sound of them." "He's not dead," Caramon said. He broke free of Tika's embrace. "I'll fix us each a cup of tarbine tea," he said, and headed for the kitchen. Tika knew better than to go after him. Caramon had to work things out on his own. She heaved another sigh, then, looking at all the mess, sighed again and stood up. Wars and dark nights and evil dragons would come, and they would go. Dirty dishes would be around forever. She was stacking plates when she heard the sound. Uncertain whether she'd heard rightly, what with the crockery clattering, Tika ceased her work, held her breath, listening. Nothing. She tried to identify the noise. Footsteps on the stairs. Footsteps that were soft, stealthy. She did not hear the sound again, though she kept quiet for a long time. Shrugging, deciding that it must have been the cat, she began stacking dishes again. She had gathered them all on a tray, had picked the tray up, was holding it in her hands on the way to the kitchen, but she heard metal scraping against wood. Turning, she watched the bar across the door rise, completely of its own accord. It lifted. The door began to swing open. Tika dropped the tray with a crash and reached for a skillet. Swiftly she darted behind the door. Any dark knights who tried to take her or her husband or her little girls would get a cracked head for their pains. "What the—" Caramon came barging out of the kitchen. "Shh!" Tika put her finger to her lips, raised the skillet. Someone opened the door a crack, stepped inside. Tika couldn't get a good look. He was wearing a grey cloak, despite the heat. She could see only her target, the back of his head. She aimed. Caramon gave a great roar and surged forward, knocking aside tables and smashing chairs. "Palin," Tika whispered. Too stunned to move, she collapsed back against the wall and watched with tear-filled eyes her husband fold their son in his embrace. "Where's Mother?" Palin asked, searching around. "Hiding behind the door," Caramon said through his own tears, "getting ready to whomp you one." Tika, flushing, flourished the skillet, then dropped it with a clang and ran to her son. "Palin, dear Palin," she wept and laughed. "All these days I've prayed for you to come back to us safely, and when you do, I nearly bean you. I thought you were one of them." "It's all right, Mother," Palin said, hugging her close. "I understand. I know what's happening around here. We've spoken to Dalamar." "We?" Tika glanced past him. Palin stepped back to face his parents. "Mother, Father, someone else is with me. Someone you haven't seen in a long, long time. He wanted me to tell you first. He wasn't certain he'd be welcome." With a wild, pain-filled cry, Caramon rushed for the door, flung it wide. A figure clad in black robes, dark against the darkness, stood on the stoop. At the sight of Caramon, the figure drew back the cowl covering his head. Light streaming out of the inn glistened on golden skin, shone in hourglass eyes. "Raced!" Caramon cried and swayed on his feet. Raistlin looked long at his brother, did not move from his place outside the door. "Caramon," he said at last, softly, and the name seemed wet with his heart's blood. "Caramon, can you... He began to cough, but he struggled to continue to talk. "Forgive..." Caramon reached out, drew his brother inside. "Your room is ready for you, Raist. It always has been." 2. Regrets, instructions, choices. The rising sun, fierce and fiery even this early in the day, glittered in the stained-glass windows of the inn. The twin brothers sat watching it. Tika had long ago gone to bed, as had Palin, still somewhat weak from his wound. Caramon and Raistlin had stayed up. They were awake all night, talking first of the distant past, of past times, of past mistakes, and past regrets. If you'd known how it would turn out, would you have chosen differently, Raist? Caramon asked. No, Raistlin returned with a hint of his old irritability. For then it would not have been me doing the choosing. Caramon didn't quite understand, but he was accustomed to not understanding his brother, and he didn't let it worry him. He understood enough. He began to tell his brother about the family. Raistlin sat hunched in a corner of the booth, nursing in his hands a cup of the tea that soothed his cough. The Archmage listened to Caramon's stories, saw Palin and his brothers clearly in his mind, knew things about them that Caramon did not. All those years spent on that distant plain, peaceful in his death-like slumber, such visions had been Raistlin's dreams. It was not until the very darkest hour before the dawn that the two spoke of the present and of the future. Now Caramon gazed, troubled and disturbed, out the window, watching the sun rise through the brittle brown leaves of the Valenwood. The end of all things, you say, Caramon murmured. Of all things, he repeated, turning to face his brother. I know I'm going to die. Everything, even the elves, has to die. But I always knew that this... He made a gesture that encompassed window, tree, glass, dirt, and cloudless sky. Would still be here when I'm gone. You're saying nothing? Nothing would remain? When chaos comes to destroy this plaything of the gods, the ground will open. Fire will spew up from the cracks. A wind with the fury of 1,000 storms will roar down from the heavens, fan the flames. Fire dragons, ridden by fiendish warriors, will ride over the land, and soon the fire will consume everything. Lakes will evaporate, oceans boil. The air itself will be scorched. People will die just breathing it. No one, nothing will survive. Raistlin spoke in a calm, detached voice that was utterly convincing, utterly frightening. His words sent a thrill of horror through Caramon. You sound like you've seen it, he said in a low voice. I have, Raistlin returned. His gaze shifted. He'd been staring into the steam rising from the tea. Now he turned his gaze toward his brother. You have forgotten what I see with these cursed eyes of mine. I see time as it moves forward, and thus I have seen time stop. But it doesn't have to be like that, Caramon argued. I've learned that much. The future is what we make it. True, Raistlin agreed. There are alternatives. And, Caramon persisted, eternally hopeful. Raistlin stared back into the cooling tea. I have told you the worst that can happen, my brother. He was thoughtful, silent, then added, or perhaps that was the best. What? Caramon was shocked. The best? People being burned alive? Oceans boiling, that's the best? It depends on how you look at it, my brother. Raistlin shoved the tea away. I can't drink that, it's grown cold. Coughing, he drew his robes closer around him, though it was already stifling inside the inn. We can't just sit here and do nothing, Caramon protested, rising and heading for the kitchen. He returned with a kettle of hot water. We'll fight alongside the gods if need be. Oh, yes, Raistlin said, we will fight, and many of us will die. We might even win, and that could be the greatest loss of all. I don't understand, Raist, Caramon began. I don't understand, Raist, Raistlin mimicked. Caramon flushed uncomfortably, looked down at his feet. Raistlin sighed. This time, Caramon, I don't understand either. No, don't fix me any more tea. We haven't time. We have a long journey ahead of us. We? You want me to come? Caramon asked hesitantly. Of course, Raistlin replied brusquely. I need the support of your strong arm, and you are the only one who ever knew how to brew this properly. He waved his thin hand at the teacup. Sure, Raist, I'll go anywhere with you. Where are we going? To the Tower of Wayreth. Dalamar will meet us there. He is calling a wizard's conclave. Then we'll be taking Palin with us? No, Palin is going on another errand. He must journey to Palanthas. Alone? Caramon frowned. But he would be in danger on the road. He is not going by the road, Raistlin interrupted irritably. Ah, then you're going to magic him there, Caramon said. No, I am not, Raistlin said shortly. Speaking of Palin, I must have a word with him. Come, my brother, Raistlin continued, noting Caramon still standing there, the tea kettle in his hand. Make haste. Every minute that passes is another minute closer to disaster. We need to be ready to leave in an hour. Sure, Raist, Caramon said, and he started to return to the kitchen. In the doorway he paused, watched his brother. Raistlin rose slowly to his feet, leaning on the table to help himself up. Once, long ago, he would have leaned on his staff. Pausing, he picked up the bag containing the tea mixture and hung it from the belt around his thin waist. No other bags dangled from his belt. No smell of rose petals clung to him. He carried no scroll case, no book. And then, for once, Caramon understood. "They've taken away your magic, haven't they, Raist?" he said softly. Raistlin was silent for long moments, then said, oddly, "I notice you drink nothing stronger than water, my dear brother." "Yes," Caramon said steadily. "But what—" Raistlin carried on as if he hadn't heard. Why nothing but water?" "You know why, Raist. The dwarf spirits take hold of me. Once I start, I can't quit." Caramon paused, his face twisted in a puzzled frown. "Do you mean it's the same, you?" "I might not have been able to resist the temptation," Raistlin said quietly. "But what's coming? Won't we need you?" "We have Palin," Raistlin said. Caramon's flush vanished. He was pale, unhappy. "You can't mean that, Raist. He's young yet, and he's not high-ranking." "Neither was I, my brother," Raistlin said softly. "Neither was I." Caramon swallowed. "Yes, but you had help," Raistlin sneered. "Yes, I had help. Fistandantulus was with me, and so will Palin have help. So will Palin." He coughed, sank back down in his chair. "But don't worry, my dear brother. Palin will have the choice, as did I." Caramon did not find that knowledge at all comforting. He left his twin sitting at the table, watching the day dawn as hot as summer flame. Palin came down to breakfast to find the house in turmoil. His mother stood at the bar, cutting hunks of the warm, fruit-laced bread she always baked whenever anyone in her family was traveling. Walking bread, the boys called it, because they ate it while walking, though, as older brother Sturm once said jokingly, the bread was hard enough that it also could be walked on while eating. The smell conjured memories both vivid and painful. Palin was forced to stop on the staircase and hold fast to the staff until the blurring cleared from his eyes and the choke from his throat. He descended just as Caramon emerged, carrying a large knapsack which he deposited at the door. "Father," said Palin in astonishment, "are you coming with us to Weymouth?" "He is coming with me, Palin," Raistlin said, turning. "I'm glad you are up. I was just going to wake you." "But I'm going with you, too," Palin protested. "I feel perfectly well. My shoulder is a little stiff, but I used more of that ointment this morning, and the wound is healing." "What wound?" Tika said sharply, looking up from her work. "A slight injury he suffered on his travels. Nothing serious," Raistlin returned. "We'll see about that. Caramon, finish cutting this bread and then put some in those sacks. As for you, young man, sit down there where I can take a look at you. I wondered why you kept your cloak on last night." "Mother," Palin felt his cheeks burn. He cast his uncle an embarrassed glance. "It's all right, Mother, really. There's no need to fuss over me." "Tika," Caramon broke in, "there isn't time." She turned, hands on her hips. "Are dragons going to attack us in the next 5 minutes, Caramon, my dear?" "Well, no," Caramon began, "but then there's time." Tika motioned to a chair. "Sit down, young man, and let me take a look at that shoulder. What did you do with the blood-stained robes? Hide them under your bed like you used to when you were little?" Palin sent out a silent plea for reinforcements, but his father had already been routed and was leaving the field. His uncle, a ghost of a smile on his face, came over to take a seat across from Palin. "I need to give you instructions, nephew," Raistlin said. "Besides, sometimes it is pleasant to be fussed over." Caramon halted in his bread-cutting, stared at his brother in amazement. Then, smiling a little sadly, shaking his head, the big man began stuffing the bread into sacks. Palin squirmed out of the sleeve of his robe, submitted to his mother's touch. Tika poked and prodded and peered and sniffed, then, nodding, said, "It's healing well enough, but it should be washed out. There's little bits of fiber stuck to it. I'll be back." She went to the kitchen for hot water and a cloth. "And now, nephew," said Raistlin, "here are your instructions. Your father and I are going to Weymouth. I want you to return to Palanthus." Palin opened his mouth to protest. "That young woman you mentioned," Raistlin continued, "the one who claims to be my daughter. I want you to find her." Palin shut his mouth on his protest. "Yes, uncle," he said instead, so quickly and with such eagerness that his father, lifting his head, gave his son a long, hard look. "Do you believe her story, then?" "No," Raistlin returned coldly, "but her connection with the Erda intrigues me." "I'll be glad to find her for you, uncle," Palin said, ignoring his father's grin, his teasing whistle. But are you certain she's still in Palanthas?
According to Dalamar, she is. That sorcerer's companion of his keeps in contact with her. She'll know where the young woman can be found.
You and Dalamar discussed this, then? Why didn't you include me?
You were resting, Raceland said. We did not want to disturb you. Here.
He reached into a pocket of his black robes, withdrew an ordinary-looking ring, and handed it to Palin.
Take this. Dalamar has arranged for your transportation back to Palanthas.
He arranged, Palin repeated with a sigh. Taking the ring, barely glancing at it, he thrust it into a pouch. Because I could not do so myself. But you, Uncle, you could cast the Span Land and Time spell. I would like to hear it, even though I can't yet cast it. What is it, Father? What do you want? Palin had gradually become aware of his father, frowning at him and shaking his head.
Your uncle's not feeling well this morning, son, Caramon said sternly. Do what he tells you and don't badger him.
Palin noted that Raceland did look extremely pale. I didn't mean... Of course, if you're not well...
I am well, Raceland retorted, at least as well as I ever am. You deserve to know the truth. I have no magic anymore, nephew. It was taken from me. That was the condition I was forced to make in order to return to this plane of existence.
And you didn't want to return. You came because of me. Uncle,
Do not pity me,
Raceland snarled. The golden eyes glared fiercely, hotter than the sun. Palin, startled, fell silent.
I take it as a compliment, Raceland said, his anger cooling. It is a sign that she fears me still. But enough talk, Caramon. We should be on our way. Go say your goodbyes to Tika and give her my thanks for the hospitality. I want to have a few words in private with Palin.
Sure, Race, Caramon said, but he didn't move. He glanced uncertainly at his son.
Go along, Caramon,
Raceland repeated. He was about to add something further, but his words were cut short by a spell of coughing.
Go, he gasped. Don't you see how you upset me?
Caramon hesitated, looked from his son to his twin brother. Then he left, reluctantly heading for the kitchen. When they were alone, Raceland beckoned Palin to come nearer. He spoke in a whisper, his throat raw from coughing.
When you have located this young woman, I forget her name.
Usha, Palin said softly.
Don't interrupt me. I barely have breath enough to speak as it is. I repeat, when you have found her, take her with you to the great library. I will meet you there the day after tomorrow, on midnight of Midsummer's Eve.
I understand, Uncle, Palin replied, subdued. Midnight of Midsummer's Eve. I will be there. Raceland relaxed, breathed easier.
And now, nephew, you had best go say your own goodbyes and be on your way. The ring is simple to use. Put it on your finger, form an image of Palanthas in your mind, and the spell will carry you there.
Yes, Uncle, Palin said, adding bitterly, of course it's simple. I couldn't handle anything complicated. Raceland regarded him silently a moment, then, reaching out, he rested his wasted hand on Palin's bare shoulder. The Archmage's touch was unnaturally hot, almost burning. Palin flinched beneath it, forced himself to hold still as the thin fingers bit into his flesh. Raceland bent near, and his whispering words brushed against Palin's cheek.
You will be made the offer as I was. You will be given the choice.
When? Palin grasped his uncle's hand. Soon? How will I know?
I can say no more.
Raceland straightened, drew back.
I have said more than I was supposed to. Choose wisely, nephew.
I will, Palin said, standing. I've thought about this a long time. I know what choice I will make.
Good for you, nephew,
Raceland said, smiling, and there was a chill in the smile. Shivering, feeling again the touch of the cursed blade, Palin drew his robe up around his injured shoulder.
And now, go fetch your father, young one, Raceland ordered. Time moves, and we are standing still.
3. Brothers, together again. Long ago, during the reign of the king-priest of Istar, the world was ruled by the forces of good. At least, that is what they termed themselves. Some people questioned whether prejudice, intolerance, hatred, and persecution were truly virtues of Paladine, but the king-priest had covered these sins in fine, expensive white robes until not even he saw the corruption beneath. The king-priest and his followers feared all who were different from themselves. This was a long list, and grew daily, but magic users were at the top.
Mobs attacked wizards of any allegiance, stormed their towers, torched their schools, stoned them or burned them at the stake. The wizards with their power could have fought back, but they knew that to do so would bring more bloodshed and mayhem. They chose to retreat, and they left the world to hide in the one place that was safe, the Tower of High Sorcery at Wayreth. And that was where the wizards went now, except, ironically, they were not fleeing the forces of light, they were fleeing the forces of darkness. It is said that you never find the Tower of Wayreth if you go hunting for it. The tower finds you, and whether or not that is good or bad depends on your motive in coming. You may fall asleep in a field of grass one night, only to wake up and find a wilderness surrounding you the next morning. What that wilderness decides to do with you is up to the mages in the tower. All creatures are wary of the tower. Not even dragons, of any color or allegiance, will fly near it. The black dragon sent by Dalamar to bear Raistlin and Caramon swiftly and safely over the Carolus mountains to the general vicinity of the tower would go no closer than the road. The black dragon set them down, stood restless and uneasy, flapping its wings and craning its neck, sniffing the air and apparently finding whatever it smelled little to its liking. It clawed the ground and eyed Raistlin askance, anxious to leave, but careful to show the Archmage no disrespect. Caramon helped his brother dismount, remove the two knapsacks. The dragon lifted its head, looked eagerly to the sky. "You have leave to go," Raistlin told the creature, "but do not go far. Keep watch along this road. If we do not find what we seek, we will need your services again." The dragon inclined its head. Red eyes flashed. It spread black wings and, powering itself off the ground with its hind legs, leapt into the air and soared back northward. "Ugh," complained Caramon, grimacing and tossing the two knapsacks onto the ground in disgust. "The smell, like death warmed over. Takes me back to that time in Zak-Zara, when the black dragon captured you and would have finished all of us if it hadn't been for Gold Moon and the blue crystal staff." "Did it? I don't remember," Raistlin remarked offhandedly. Bending over, he searched through his own knapsack. He picked out 2 or 3 pouches which he himself had packed before they had left, and hung them on his belt. Caramon was staring at him in astonishment. "You don't remember? Boo-Poo and the High-Bolt and Riverwind dying and coming back to life and—" Raistlin stood on the dusty road, gazing out across a field of dry, parched wheat. He looked long and hard, searching for something, apparently not finding it. He frowned, his lips compressed, and he shook his head. "Time," he muttered. "Time is slipping away. What can those fools be doing?" "You don't remember Zak-Zara? Any of that?" Caramon persisted. Raistlin turned his head to his brother. "What were you saying?" "Oh, the war," he shrugged. "I remember some now that you mention it, but it all seems to have happened to another person, not to me." Caramon regarded his brother sadly, uneasily. Raistlin shrugged again, turned away. "We have more pressing problems, my dear brother. The forest is not here." "Seems to me it's never here when you want it," Caramon grumbled. "Act as if we don't want it. Mark my words, you'll find it standing right on top of us. I wonder if there's a creek around anywhere, one that hasn't dried up. I've got to wash this dragon slime off my hands before I vomit." He gazed around. "Maybe that grove of trees over there. See, Race? Near that giant willow? Willows grow when it's wet. Shall we head that way?" "One way is as good as another, it seems," muttered Raistlin in an ill humor. The two left the road, struck out across the field. The way was difficult. Stalks of the dry, dead wheat thrust up out of the baked ground, jabbed through the leather soles of Caramon's boots, tore at the dragging hem of Raistlin's robes. The heat of late afternoon was stifling. The sun beat down mercilessly. Dust raised by their passing flew up into their faces, set Caramon sneezing, and caused Raistlin to cough so that he was forced to lean on his brother's arm in order to remain standing. "You wait here, Raist," Caramon said at last, when they were little more than halfway to the grove. "I'll go on." Raistlin coughed, shook his head, clutched his brother's arm. "What is it?" Caramon asked anxiously. Raistlin gasped for breath, managed to whisper, "Hush, I heard something." Caramon glanced around swiftly. "What? Where?" "Voices in the grove." Raistlin drew a breath, choked. "You're swallowing too much dust," Caramon said in concern. "What do we do? Go back?" "No, my brother, that would look suspicious. We've made noise enough for an army of dwarves. We've been seen and heard. Now it is our turn. I want to get a look at whoever it is who is looking at us." "Probably the farmer who owns this field," Caramon said. His hand crept to his side. Unobtrusively, he loosened his sword in its sheath.
"Come to do what? Harvest dead plants?"
Raistlin asked caustically.
"No. There's some reason the forest of Wayreth is staying away from us when it knows I have great need to enter. I think this may be it."
"I wish you had your magic," Caramon growled, clomping through the dried-up field. "I'm not the swordsman I used to be."
"It doesn't matter. Your sword would avail you little against these. Besides, I am not defenseless. I had anticipated we might run into trouble."
As he spoke, Raistlin reached into one of the pouches.
"Ah, I was right. Look, in the shadows of those trees."
Caramon turned, squinted.
"My eyes aren't what they used to be, either."
"What is it?"
"Knights of the Thorn. The grey-robed wizards of Tarkaisis. 6 of them." "Damn!" Caramon swore softly. "What do we do?"
He looked back at his brother. Raistlin had drawn his black hood well down over his face.
"We use our brains instead of brawn, which means that you keep your mouth shut. Let me do the talking."
"Sure, Raist," Caramon said, smiling. "Just like old times."
"More than you know, my brother," Raistlin said softly. "More than you know."
The two walked on together. Raistlin leaned on Caramon's arm, but not his sword arm. They entered the grove. The Grey Knights were waiting for them. Rising from the grass where they had been sitting, the knights formed a semicircle that almost immediately closed around them. Raistlin lifted his head in feigned astonishment.
"Why, greetings, brethren. Where did you spring from?"
Removing his hand from his brother's arm, Raistlin slid both hands into the sleeves of his black robes. The mages tensed, but since Raistlin kept his hands in his sleeves and addressed the knights as brethren, they relaxed somewhat. "Greetings, Black Robe," said one of the knights, a woman. "I am Knight Lord Lilith. What business have you here?"
"The same as you, I imagine,"
Raistlin returned pleasantly.
"I'm seeking to enter the forest of Wayreth."
The Grey Knights exchanged frowning glances. The Night Lord, obviously their leader, said, "We hear that Dalamar the Dark has called a wizard's conclave. We were hoping to attend."
"And so you should," Raistlin returned. "You would hear much that would astonish you, receive timely warnings, if you would listen. However, I doubt that's the true reason you want to attend the conclave. How many of your brethren lie hidden around here?"
He glanced about with interest.
20? 100? Is that enough, do you think, to take the tower?
"You mistake us," the Night Lord said imperturbably. "We pose no threat to you.
Our brethren, brother?"
Lilith bowed. Raistlin bowed in return. Straightening, the Night Lord pursued the conversation, all the while staring at Raistlin intently, trying to see the face that was hidden in the shadow of the cowl. "What do you mean, timely warnings? Warnings against what?"
"Imminent peril, ultimate destruction, certain death,"
Raistlin said coolly. The Night Lord stared, startled, then she laughed. "You dare to threaten us, the rulers of all Ansalon? How amusing. Tell Dalamar so when you see him."
"That is not a threat," Raistlin said. "It is a certainty, and Dalamar did not send me."
"Caramon, why do you stand there gawking? You came here for water. Go and fetch it." "Caramon," the Night Lord repeated, turning to look at him. "Caramon Majer?" "That's me," Caramon confirmed grimly after an uncertain glance at his brother. He was obviously reluctant to leave, but he did as he was told, though he made certain not to turn his back on the Grey Knights. Walking sideways, he descended the hill, heading for the creek that was little more than a trickle of brackish water. He pulled out the waterskin, bent to fill it. Raistlin, bereft of his brother's support, stepped closer to the gigantic willow, rested his back against it. "Caramon Majer, so-called hero of the Lance," the Night Lord said, her gaze going back to Raistlin. "Traveling in the company of a black-robed wizard. How strange." Raistlin withdrew his hands from his sleeves, pulled back his cowl.
"Not so strange, for brothers to travel together."
Caramon, looking at his twin, dropped the waterskin. Raistlin's face was no longer gold-skinned. It was bone-white, as was the skin of his hands. His lips were bluish. The hourglass eyes stared out from dark greenish hollows. The Night Lord gasped, fell back a step. "Raistlin Majer, by Chemosh!" she cried. "You are dead!"
"So I am," said Raistlin softly. "Yet I stand before you. Here, touch me."
He stretched out his thin, ashen-skinned hand toward the grey robe. "Keep away!" she commanded, drawing forth a silver skull pendant, which she wore on a silver chain around her neck. The other grey knights were all fumbling with spell components and scrolls. "Put away your magic," Raistlin commanded scornfully. "I mean you no harm. As I said, I come bearing a warning. Our queen herself has sent me." "Takhisis sent you?" the Night Lord asked dubiously. "Who else?" Raistlin demanded. "Who else has the power to clothe my restless spirit in flesh and bone? If you are wise, you will leave this place at once. Bear my warning to your lord, Ariakan." "And what are we to say to Lord Ariakan?" The Night Lord, after the initial shock, was starting to regain her composure. She was eyeing Raistlin closely. Caramon, retrieving the water-skin, was filling it with one hand, keeping the other near the hilt of his sword. "Tell Ariakan this," Raistlin said. "His victory was hollow. He is now, in his moment of triumph, in greater danger than ever. Caution him not to relax his vigilance, but to increase it tenfold. Look to the north, for from that direction doom will come." "From where?" "The Knights of Solamnia," Lilith scoffed. "Those who survived have surrendered to us and are now locked up in their own dungeons. I don't think they—" "Do you dare mock the words of your queen?" Raistlin hissed. He stretched out both his hands. Fists closed, suddenly opened. "Beware her power!" A blinding flash of light, accompanied by an explosion, burst amidst the grey knights, who flung up their arms to protect their eyes. Their leader, the Night Lord, lost her balance and slid halfway down the hill. A cloud of foul-smelling, greenish-black smoke hovered on the hot, still air. When the smoke cleared, Raistlin was nowhere to be seen. All that remained was a charred spot on the grass. Caramon dropped the water-skin again. Lilith picked herself up. She appeared shaken, though she made an attempt to conceal her nervousness. The others gathered around her, taking care to avoid coming anywhere near the charred spot. "What do we do, Night Lord?" asked one of the wizards. "That was a message from our queen. We should take it immediately to Lord Ariakan," said another. "I am aware of that," the Night Lord snapped. "Let me think." She glanced suspiciously at the charred spot, then looked at Caramon, who was standing in the creek, turning this way and that, staring around in perplexity. The smell of sulphur lingered on the air. The Night Lord frowned. "Where is your brother?" she demanded. Caramon scratched his head. "Beats the hell out of me, lady," he answered. Lilith regarded him long and searchingly. Her eyes narrowed. "I have the feeling this is some sort of trick. But," she raised her hand, stopping the shocked outburst of her subordinates, "trick or not, Lord Ariakan needs to be warned that Raistlin Majer now walks this mortal plane. Perhaps he was sent by our queen. Perhaps he is here for his own purposes, as he came once before. Either way, he could be a nuisance." The Night Lord glanced out across the barren field in what was reputedly the direction of the Tower of Wayreth. "And if Raistlin Majer walks free of the abyss, you can be certain that his nephew, Palin Majer, came back with him. We've wasted time enough here. Let us be gone," she said. Gracefully waving her arm 3 times around her head, she vanished. The other Knights of the Thorn were swift to follow. Casting a final, baleful glance at the charred patch, they muttered their incantations and, one by one, disappeared. Caramon splashed out of the creek. Holding out his hands tentatively in front of him, he groped through the air. "Raist," he whispered, baffled and awed. "Raist, where are you? You won't leave me here, will you? Raist?" "I am here, my brother," came a voice tinged with smothered laughter. "But you must help me." Caramon lifted his head, shocked to the core of his being. It was the willow tree that spoke. He gulped, swallowed. Raist, inside the tree, you thick-headed boob. Come around this direction." "Inside?" Caramon hastened around to the side of the tree near the charred spot on the ground. Hesitantly, fearfully, he parted the willow's long, dangling branches. A hand, a white, wasted hand, beckoned imperiously to him from the willow's massive trunk. Caramon breathed a sigh of relief. "Raist, you're alive, but—" He sounded puzzled. "How did you get inside the tree?" Raistlin snorted, but when he spoke he sounded well pleased with himself. "In the name of Hidjukol, the trickster, don't tell me you fell for that old ruse. Here, help me. I can't move. I'm caught on something." Caramon took hold of Raistlin's hand, was vastly relieved to find that the flesh was warm. He followed the arm up, discovered his brother gazing out at him from inside the trunk of the willow. Understanding at last, Caramon began to chuckle, though his laughter had a shaky quality to it. I don't mind saying you gave me quite a scare, Raced. And you should have seen those grey knights. Their robes aren't grey any longer, most of them. Here, don't move. I see the problem. Your hood's snagged. Lean forward just a bit. I can't reach my hand in. Just a bit more. There, that's got it. Raceland emerged from the tree's interior. He began brushing off the dirt and cobwebs, shaking bits of bark out of his white hair. Caramon regarded his brother with pride. That was really something. The white paint and everything. When did you do that? While we were on the back of the dragon, Raceland said complacently. Here, help me down to the creek. I need to wash this stuff off. It's beginning to itch. The two descended to the creek bed. Caramon retrieved the waterskin. Raceland laved his face and hands. The chill white of undead flesh bubbled away downstream. It was sure realistic. I thought you had your powers back, Caramon said. You mean you thought I'd lied to you about losing them? Raceland countered tersely. No, Raced, Caramon protested, a little too volubly. I didn't, truly. It's just, well, you might have given me a hint. Raceland smiled, shook his head. You have no power of dissembling, my dear brother. One look at your honest face and the Night Lord would have known all. As it was, she was suspicious, I think. Why didn't she stick around to investigate, then? Because I had given her a perfect excuse to leave with her dignity still intact. You see, my brother, these grey robes were here with the purpose of attacking the Tower of Wayreth. They thought they could enter the forest unawares. Raceland lifted his head, gazed around intently. Yes, I can sense the magic. They used various spells in an attempt to find the way in. They had no luck. I doubt the Night Lord wanted to return to Ariakan with news of her failure. Now they have news of a different sort to take him. You knew all this, Caramon was admiring, before we even came? Of course not, Raceland returned, coughing a bit. Here, just don't stand there. Help me up this hill. I knew we might meet trouble on the road, and so I came prepared, that is all. Having heard from Palin some of the more interesting legends that are being told about me, I decided that it would be easy to take advantage of the situation. Some white paint in my face and hands, a bit of charcoal dust, and some of Tika's pistachio nut paste under the eyes. A handful of flash powder, and, behold, the dead wizard from the abyss. I might have figured the rest out, but the disappearing act, that was what boggled my mind. Caramon helped his brother up the small rise. Ah, that was an unexpected touch. Raceland returned to the willow, pointed to the tree's interior. I hadn't intended to do that, but when I leaned against the trunk I felt a large crack. Glancing inside, I discovered a portion of the tree is hollow. Evidence within indicates that the local children have used it for a treehouse. It was a simple matter for me to pop inside under cover of the explosion and the smoke. Less simple to get out, unfortunately. Well, all I can say is that you... What in the name of... Where in the abyss did that come from? Caramon had been bending over to see inside the willow. Turning, he almost walked into a gigantic oak tree, which had not been there only moments before. He looked to his left and found another oak. On his right, still another. The dead field, the dried-up wheat, even the creek were gone. He stood in a vast, dark forest. Relax, my brother. Have so many years passed that you have forgotten? Raceland again folded his hands in the sleeves of his robes. The forest of Wayreth has found us. The trees parted. A path appeared, leading them deeper within. Caramon eyed the forest grimly. He'd walked that path before, several times before. The memories it brought back were not happy ones. Raced, one thing I don't understand. The Grey Knights laughed at your warning. Lord Ariakan will too. They won't fight on our side. They will, my brother, Raceland said, sighing. You see, there are no longer sides. We all fight together, or we all die. Both stood a moment in silence. The rustle of the leaves of the trees sounded troubled, uneasy. The calls of the birds were hushed. Well, said Caramon, gripping his sword tightly, glaring balefully ahead into the enchanted wood, I suppose we'd better get on with this. Raceland rested his hand on his brother's arm. I will enter alone, Caramon. You go back home. And leave you? Caramon was adamant. No, I won't. My brother, Raceland chided gently, you are falling into old habits again. I thank you for escorting me this far. I have no need of you any longer. Your place, his grip tightened on his brother's arm, is with your family and the people of Solace. You must return, prepare them to face what is coming. They won't believe me, Caramon said bluntly. I'm not sure I believe it all myself. You will think of something, my brother, Raceland said. Coughing slightly, he wiped his lips with a white cloth. I have faith in you. You do? Caramon flushed with pleasure. You know, maybe I could put it out that I was forming a secret resistance movement, then I... Yes, Raceland interrupted. Just don't get yourself hanged in the process. Now, I must be going. I've wasted time enough. Return to the road. The dragon will be watching for you. We'll carry you safely back. Caramon looked extremely dubious, but he knew better than to argue. Will you be coming too, Race? He asked anxiously. Raceland paused, considered. I cannot promise, he said, shaking his head. Caramon opened his mouth to cajole, caught his brother's glinting glance, shut it. He nodded, cleared his throat, hoisted his knapsack to his shoulder. You will take care of Palin, won't you? He asked gruffly. Raceland smiled, grim, thin-lipped. Yes, my brother, that I promise. 4. Father and Daughter. The Thieves' Guild in Palanthas had fallen on hard times. At first, some in its membership had been pleased to see the Dark Queen achieve victory. They had worked hard for this time. A knight should finally rule the land. The thieves prepared to be richly rewarded. They were in for a nasty shock. The Knights of Tarchaisis marched triumphantly into Palanthas. The hooves of their steeds clattered with the ring of iron on the city streets. The pennants of the Skull and Lily escorted them, the flags hanging limp in the hot and breathless air. The citizens were commanded to turn out to do honor to Lord Ariakan. Flowers were thrust into the hands of small children, who were ordered to throw them at his lordship's feet. The children proved terrified of the rictus grins of the knights' skull helms, and of the blue-skinned brutes who made ferocious faces and lifted their voices in blood-chilling war chants. The children dropped their flowers, screamed and wailed in their mothers' skirts. Parents grabbed them and hustled them away, lest they bring down the wrath of the dark knighthood. And so Lord Ariakan's arrival was greeted with tears, wilted flowers, and fear. He did not mind. He had not expected more. If, here and there, he heard a cheer from the throng, he turned his eyes toward that person and pointed him or her out to his aid. One of those persons thus indicated was lynched Geoffrey, who, drunk as a skunk in honor of the day, was yelling his lungs out. When he had sobered up, lynched Geoffrey went to pay his respects to his lordship the very next day. He was refused admittance. Undaunted, Geoffrey came back daily, and finally, several weeks later, the guildmaster was admitted. Ariakan had commandeered a house in the center of town, near that of the Lord of Palanthas, who was under house arrest. Ariakan could have taken the Lord's palace, but the commander of the Knights of Tarchaisis did not propose to remain long in Palanthas. His place was back at the High Clerist's tower, from which he would lead his armies to conquer all of Ansalon. He was in Palanthas only long enough to set up a provisional government, firmly establish his grip on the city. He spent his days seated at his favorite desk, which had been placed in the center of the dining hall, papers spread out before him, drafting edicts, writing laws. Aides and servants stood nearby, ready to run instantly on whatever errand he commanded. Suitors and well-wishers awaited his lordship's pleasure in a small antechamber that had been cordoned off by the knights. Lynched Geoffrey was made to wait among this number several hours before being invited in to see his lordship. Geoffrey didn't mind the wait. He spent his time profitably lifting the purse of the head cleric of the Order of Chemosh. Lynch was finally admitted into Ariakan's presence. The thief greeted Ariakan with a swagger, a leer, and a cheeky, "Well, it's about time." No chair being placed for him in front of his lordship, Geoffrey remedied the oversight by dragging one up for himself. He plunked the chair down at one end of Ariakan's desk, threw himself into the chair, slouched back, and lifting his skinny legs, rested his boots comfortably on the table. Ariakan said nothing. He did not look at the thief. His lordship was busy with the proper wording of one of his laws. He did not even raise his eyelids. The blade of a poleaxe crashed down, splintering the table and slicing off the heels of Lynch's boots. He was fortunate the blade did not slice off the boots themselves and his feet along with them. Geoffrey snatched his feet off the table. He stared at his ruined boots, cursed loudly. Ariakan made a slight gesture with the crook of his index finger. His lordship's aide grasped Lynch by the scruff of his scarred neck, jerked him to his feet, withdrew the chair, and ordered him in a cold voice to speak his piece in language suitable to his lordship's rank and station, and then be gone about his business. Lynched Geoffrey gathered the shreds and tatters of his dignity about him. Fingers twitching, he sullenly reminded Lord Ariakan that they were both on the same side. that he, Geoffrey, was a leader to his people just as Ariakan was to his knights, that the Thieves' Guild expected the knights' cooperation in certain projects they had in mind, and that in return the knights could expect to receive a little something for their pains. At which point Lynch shoved over a money bag to Lord Ariakan, who, much to Lynch's discomfiture, had neither ceased to write nor had looked up once during the thief's entire recitation. Lynch might have escaped with being merely tossed out on his head, but for the fact that the cleric of Chemosh came rushing in, panting and sweating, to cry that his money bag had been stolen. Ariakan lifted his head, looked at the money bag, saw there the horned skull that was the symbol of Chemosh. Lynch, with a smirk and a jibe, shrugged his skinny shoulders. "It's all going to the same cause, ain't it, masters?" Lynch remarked with a sly laugh and a wink. "This is just my way of serving her dark majesty." Ariakan lifted his head, looked at Lynch Geoffrey for the first and last time. "And this is mine," said his lordship. "Hang him." The sentence was carried out immediately atop the city wall. The hanging went off quite well. Some said because Lynch had already had practice. News of their leader's sudden demise hit the Thieves' Guild a stunning blow. The guild hall echoed with their outrage and vows to make the knights pay for what the thieves saw as an act of treachery against their own kind. Most switched allegiances on the spot. Paladine gained more supporters in a space of 10 minutes than a cartload of clerics could have converted with a lifetime of prayer. Expecting to be attacked by the knights at any moment, the thieves made ready. They sent messengers to alert and round up all the membership, ordered everyone to report to the guild hall. When all were gathered, their leaders passed out weapons, removed the blankets from the windows, posted archers and spies, and waited for the assault. Few shed tears for lynched Geoffrey. Usher was certainly not one of them. He had found her lodging in a room above a tavern, had fixed her up with a job waiting tables in the tavern, and had then thrown himself on her bed and told her exactly what he expected in return for his magnanimity. She had refused his advances with anger and indignation. Not being one to take no for an answer, Lynch might have forced his desires on her. But having a bit of larceny planned for later in the evening, he had decided that he couldn't afford the time it would take to make the girl come to appreciate him. He had left her then, but he continued from that day on to press his odious attentions on her. It didn't take Usher long to learn, to her horror, that these people were not fishers of fish, but of other people's property. She had also learned, at the point of a knife, that once admitted into the guild's secrets, no one left with the knowledge alive. "Unless you can magic yourself out, Raceland's daughter." The last had been spoken in a sneering tone by Lynch to Geoffrey, smarting from Usher's continual rebuffs. The name drew a laugh, and she was baptized Raceland's daughter by a cleric of Hidjukel, who solemnized the ceremony by dumping a mug of ale over her head. From then on, Usher was termed Raceland's daughter, the appellation always accompanied by either a laugh or a sneer. Usher had no recourse, no one to help her. Dugan Redhammer had vanished. She hoped he would come back to see her. She wanted to demand of him why he had given her over to these terrible people. But he never appeared, never returned. Not that even he would have been able to do anything for her. The thieves never let her out of their sight. Someone, somewhere, was always watching her. There were even eyes in her room. A crow often came to visit her. The bird flew uninvited in through the open window of her wretched lodgings. Once Usher left her window shut, preferring the room's heat to putting up with her black-feathered visitor. Undeterred, the crow pecked on the outside of the glass until Usher was forced to let the bird in or risk the landlord's ire. Once in her room, the crow would hop about, pecking at and picking up any object it happened to find. Fortunately, she had hidden inside the straw mattress the magical objects given to her by the Urda. The bird never discovered those, but neither did Usher, fearful of those beady yellow eyes, dare bring the artifacts out into the open. She took the thieves' training, but she was afraid to refuse. The first skill she learned was the fine art of pocket-picking. This was taught by a truly horrible old woman who hung small bells on her clothes and then ordered Usher to attempt to remove some object, a purse, a silken handkerchief, a necklace, or brooch, without causing any of the bells to ring. If Usher failed, if a single bell chimed a single note, the old woman whacked Usher a stinging blow with a cane on whatever part of her body happened to be within striking range. Usher was next taught how to move through a darkened room filled with objects and not bump into anything or make a single sound. She was taught how to focus on her objective, to complete it, no matter what distractions were going on around her. She learned to scale walls, climb ropes, slide through windows. She was not a very apt pupil until the realization came to her one night that she could use all this knowledge to escape the very people who were teaching it to her. The thieves had been pleased with her progress ever since. That had been almost a month ago. This day, the day lynched Geoffrey was hanged, was the day she decided she would make good her escape. The Guildhall was awash in defiance, bravado, and liquor. The thieves were prepared to fight either to the last drop of blood or the last drop of dwarf spirits, whichever ran out first. The time passed slowly. The day was long, hot, and sweltering, and boring. Heads began to ache from the consumption of too much courage. Night's shadows fell, bringing renewed spirit and energy. The thieves always took heart in darkness. Their spies had nothing to report. The streets around the Guildhall were quiet. The knights were said to be going about their business. They were not assembling, not being called to arms. Most thought that this was merely an attempt to lull the thieves into complaisance. They hunkered down and waited. Usha was among their number in the Guildhall. She'd been given a weapon, a small dagger, but she didn't plan on using it. She had discovered during one of lynched Geoffrey's drunken ramblings the existence of a secret passage, which led from the guild underneath the wall to the harbor. She had cleaned out her lodgings, brought along her few possessions, some clothes, and the Urda magical artifacts. These she wrapped in a bundle and kept under her table at her feet. When the knights attacked, she planned to escape during the confusion. Once away from this heinous place, she would find her boat and flee this doomed city. Her one regret was in leaving Palin, but she had heard nothing from him in weeks, and was beginning to conclude with an aching heart that her faith in the gods had been misplaced. She would never see him again. It was nearly midnight in Palantis, and no army massed in the streets. It began to occur to the thieves that the knights weren't going to attack after all. "They're afraid of us," someone cried. That boast, the ale, and the dwarf spirits were passed around freely. The thieves, in truth, had nothing to fear, at least for the moment. Lord Ariakan was not afraid of the Thieves' Guild. He fully intended to clean up the maggot's nest, as he said to an aide. The intention was on his list, at the bottom of his list. The thieves were an annoyance, an irritant, nothing more. At this critical time engaged in battle for the control of all of Ansalon, he would not, he said, waste the manpower needed to clean out a dung heap. The thieves knew nothing of this, however. They were convinced that they had scared off the vaunted Knights of Tarkaisis. They spent the night drumming on each other's backs, congratulating themselves. So loud and boisterous was the celebrating that they did not at first hear the knock on the door. Murph, the gully dwarf, who for some reason known only to the gods could drink a great deal and never get drunk, was the only one to hear soft scratching on the door. He thought it was rats scrabbling in the alleyway. Feeling a bit hungry after all the spilled ale he'd been lapping off the floor, the gully dwarf hurried to secure his dinner. He slid open the peephole, peered outside. He saw nothing but thick, velvety blackness. Thinking this was just the night, the gully dwarf flung open the door. A hooded figure, robed in black velvet, stood in the doorway. The figure stood so still that Murph, eager to find his dinner, did not see the robed person. The gully dwarf fell to his hands and knees and began to search for supper. The robed and hooded person appeared to be accustomed to gully dwarves and their ways. He waited patiently until Murph, thinking he'd seen a rat run underneath, reached out to lift the black robes and take a look. A booted foot trod upon the gully dwarf's hand, pinned it to the ground. Murph did what any gully dwarf would do under similar circumstances. He let out a shriek that sounded like some gnomish invention letting off a full head of steam. At the sound of the scream, which might have been heard in solace, the thieves dropped their mugs and grabbed their weapons. Their current leader, a rogue known as Widower Mike, due to the fact that all his wives kept unaccountably dying on him, ran to the door. 6 brutish followers clattered on his heels. Everyone in the Guildhall had fallen silent, was staring at the door in suspicion and alarm. Their spies, who should have warned them of the approach of this visitor before he even stepped foot in their alley, had been strangely silent. Widower flung the door wide. Light from torch and candle illuminated the alley. Usha, looking out, saw what could only be a black-robed wizard. Panic seized her. Dalamar had found her. She wanted to run, but she couldn't move. Her feet were too cold and numb to support her. Her whole body shook. She could do nothing but stare. The man lifted his hand, which was thin and wasted, and drew a letter in the air. Widower grunted. He glanced back at his followers. "He knows the sign," he said, and they lowered their weapons, though they did not sheathe them. Several of the guild's mages had their hands in their pouches or were unrolling scrolls, prepared to defend the membership should this intruder abuse their hospitality. Murph continued to howl, though the mage had removed his foot.
"Shut your gob!"
ordered Widower, and he kicked the gully dwarf.
"Some lookout you are!"
he muttered unjustly, since Murph was the only one who had been cognizant of the stranger's presence.
"What do you want with it?"
Widower asked.
"And the answer better be good, or there'll be hell to pay."
"I'm looking for someone," came the voice from the depths of the hood.
"I intend you no harm, and may mean you some good."
The voice didn't sound like Dalamar's, but then it was so soft and whispering it was hard for Usha to tell. She was taking no chances. She had recovered her senses and her courage. She began to stealthily creep away to seek the safety of the back exit and secret passageway. She had not gone far, however, when a hand closed over her arm. One of the thieves swiveled around, peered up at Usha with bloodshot eyes.
"Pour me more ale!"
Fearing that if she refused, she'd draw attention to herself, Usha did as she was commanded. Keeping her head down, she grasped the ale pitcher in her hand, and was starting to pour when the robed figure spoke again.
"I am searching for my daughter."
Usha began to tremble. She dropped the pitcher with a crash.
"Hey! He's lost his daughter!"
Widower said, laughing.
"Should I let him in, Sally Dale?"
He cast a questioning glance backward. A tall woman wearing a red tunic and numerous pouches slung from her belt nodded her head. The man entered. Widower slammed shut the door behind him, through the bolt.
"Take your hood off! I like to look a man in the eyes,"
Widower demanded jocularly. Slowly the man lifted both hands. Slowly he removed the hood that covered his head. He opened his eyes wide and turned their gaze on Widower, who appeared to be extremely sorry that he'd made the suggestion. The major's face was gaunt. The skin stretched taut over high cheekbones. He was not yet middle-aged, but his hair was white. His face had a golden tint to it, glistened with a metallic sheen in the firelight. The eyes were his most forbidding feature, for their pupils were formed in the shape of an hourglass. Widower blanched, grimaced, and said thickly,
"By Hidjekal, wizard, you've got a face out of a nightmare. I pity that daughter of yours if she looks like you." "You would do well to pity any child of mine," the mage said softly. His golden eyes slid without interest over every person in the room until they came to Usha. "What is your name?"
he asked. Usha couldn't answer. She had lost the power of speech. She could not even draw a breath. Pinpoints of flame flickered before her eyes.
"Her?"
Widower shrugged.
"Why, we call her Raceland's
Race!" The word ended in a startled hiss. The hiss was echoed in a gasp from Sally Dale. She ran forward, caught Widower by the arm. Nearly squeezing his limb off, she spoke a name urgently in his ear. Widower went livid. He backed away. The name was whispered sibilantly from one thief to another, making it sound as if the guild hall were alive with snakes. Sally Dale prodded Widower, who gulped and gabbled, pointed at Usha.
"There's your daughter, master. Take her. We ain't laid a finger on her, I swear it, no matter what she says. We didn't know, master. Who would have thought? I didn't mean, don't take offense." "Be gone," Raceland commanded. "Get out, the lot of you."
His voice was soft, yet it reached into dark corners, stole up among the rafters, settled like choking smoke over the room. Widower gave a weak laugh, ventured to protest.
"Get out? Us? I say, master, that's hardly fair. Why don't you leave? It's our guild hall."
Raceland frowned. The golden eyes narrowed, glinted. His hand slid toward a pouch he wore on his belt. Sally Dale shook Widower, shook him until his bones rattled. "You fool! This is Raceland Majer, the wizard who fought the Dark Queen herself. He could blast this hole to Lunatari if he chose, and us along with it." Widower still hesitated. He eyed Raceland. The archmage, for his part, remained calm. He drew a pouch from his belt, began to slowly open it. The hall emptied. The thieves ran for the doors, the windows, for every conceivable nook and cranny. Within minutes, Raceland and Usha were alone. Usha stood terrified. Her gaze was fixed fearfully upon the man whom she had claimed as father. Raceland drew from the pouch a handful of herbs. Going to a table near Usha, he selected the cleanest cup he could find, sifted the herbs into the cup. "Bring hot water," he told Usha. She blinked, startled by the command, but hastened to do as she was bidden. Hurrying to the fireplace, she lifted the black kettle and brought it back to the table. Carefully, trying to control her shaking hand, she poured the water into the cup. Steam, perfumed with smells of catnip, mint, and other less pleasant odors, spiraled up from the cup. Raceland sipped the tea quietly. Usha replaced the kettle, took a moment to gather her courage, then came back and sat down across from the mage. He raised his head. The black robes rustled. She smelled spice, roses, death. She shrank away, lowered her gaze. She couldn't bear to look into that cold, metallic face. A chill hand touched the top of her head, and she shuddered. The touch was gentle, but the fingers were cold. Not corpse-like. The fingers were alive, but it was reluctant life. Long ago, or so she had heard, the fire that had burned within this man had been so hot as to consume him and all who came around him. Now the flame was quenched, the ashes scattered. It could no longer be rekindled. His hand lingered on the top of her head, smoothed the silvery hair. Then the fingers slid down her face, touched her chin. Raceland's hand lifted her chin, forced her to look into the strange, misshapen pupils of his golden eyes. "You are no child of mine," he said. The words were frozen hard, but as fish live beneath the surface of an ice-bound lake, as life is maintained in the depths of chill darkness, Usha heard beneath the awful pronouncement a wistful sadness. "I could be," she said, aching. "You could be the child of any man," Raceland remarked dryly. He paused, regarded her intently. His fingers on her chin sent a chill over her. "You have no idea who your real father is, do you?" He appeared puzzled. "Why did you choose me?" Usha swallowed. She longed to pull away from his touch, which was starting to burn as ice burns the skin. "The Kender told me about the legend. I thought everyone seemed to respect you. I was alone, and—" She shook her head. "I'm sorry. I never meant any harm." Raceland sighed. "The harm would not have come to me. You nearly brought it upon yourself. I wondered—" He didn't finish his sentence, let the matter drop. He sipped his tea. "They would never tell me," Usha said, feeling the need to explain further. "They said it didn't matter." "By they, you mean the Urda?" She nodded. He started to say something more, but suddenly he broke into a fit of hoarse coughing that shook the frail body and flecked his lips with blood. "Are you all right? Let me get you something." Usha rose to her feet. Raceland's hand grasped her wrist, held her fast. He continued to hold on to her as he coughed and gasped for air. Each spasm caused his hand to constrict around hers painfully, but she did not flinch or try to pull away. At length the coughing fit passed. He drew in a shattered breath, blotted the blood from his lips on the sleeve of his black robe. "Sit down," he commanded in a voice that was nearly inaudible. She sank down into her chair. His grip on her arm relaxed. He let go of her, but his hand rested upon her arm, and she did not pull away. Instead, she edged closer. She felt a warmth in that hand that had not been there before, and she understood that he had drawn it from her youth, her vitality. "What is your name?" he asked. "I am called Usha," she replied. "Usha," he repeated softly. "Do you know what it means?" "I know," she said, blinking. "I never thought about it. I never supposed it meant anything. It's just a name." "A name that comes from another world, another time. Usha means the dawn. I wonder," Raceland mused, gazing at her, "did the one who named you know the meaning? Did he or she have foreknowledge of what was to come? It would be interesting to find out." "I could be your daughter." Usha wasn't interested in her name. She wanted to be this man's daughter, wanted it as much for him as for herself now. He wore his loneliness and isolation as he wore the black robes, proudly, defiantly. Yet still his wasted hand lingered near hers. "I have golden eyes the same color as yours." "So did your mother," he replied. Usha stared at him. A hunger rose in her, a desperate need for the sustenance for which she'd been starving all her life. The Urda had attempted to feed that hunger with sugar buns and candied fruit and all manner of sweets and confections. They had not understood. They had not realized she needed simple fare on which to grow and thrive. "You know who my parents are," she cried, and her hand closed over his. "You know who I am. Tell me, please, how did you find out? Did you go to see Prot? Is he well? Does he miss me?" "I did not visit the Urda," Raceland replied. "I had no need. I was once known as the master of the present and the past. Time holds no constraints for me. The river's waters carry me wherever I want to go." He drank his tea, moistened his throat. His voice grew stronger, and he continued. When I first heard of your claim, I disregarded it. My brother Caramon told me the legend of how a mysterious woman seduced me, bore away my seed within her, and cast on me a magic spell of forgetfulness. I did not believe it. What magic exists that could be powerful enough to banish the knowledge from my heart that I had once been loved? Not even death can do so much, he added softly, almost to himself. Usha kept silent, hoping, dreading. And so I paid little attention to your claims, Raistlin went on. Caramon assured me there had been others before you, and I assume there will be others to come after. I thought little more of the matter until I attended the wizard's conclave in Wayreth Tower. Again, your name was spoken in connection with mine, only this time it was spoken seriously. Dalamar the Dark made the claim. Raistlin's voice hardened. Yes, Usha, you do well to shiver at that name. He intended to use you if the claim proved true, use you to gain a hold over me. I had no choice. I must know for certain. I waded Time's dark river. I ventured into the still waters of the Erda's stagnant pond. I found the truth. He coughed again, but only briefly. I do not know where your parents were from originally. I did not venture back so far. When I first saw them, they had been captured and made slaves by Minotaur, were sent to serve aboard a Minotaur ship. The Minotaur do not treat their slaves kindly. One night, believing that death could hold no terrors for them equal to what they already knew, your mother and father gave their lives into the hands of Zebawim. They cried to her for mercy and jumped overboard into a raging sea. Zebawim is a capricious goddess. She will turn with savage fury on those who serve her faithfully. She rewards those who might seem least deserving. She was flattered that these two had sought her protection and provided them with the wreckage of a raft. Her breath guided them to a safe landfall, and in this I think the goddess intended mischief. She led them to the secret isle of the Erda. The Erda took pity on the two who were discovered cast ashore, more dead than alive. The Erda gave your parents shelter and food. They took care of your mother when it was apparent that you were on the way. Yet, though not brutal or cruel as were the Minotaur, the Erda inflicted their own form of torture. They did not intend it, Raistlin added, shrugging. They simply could not understand the needs of two humans. When your parents were well, they wanted to leave to return to their homeland. The Erda refused. They feared that your parents would betray them to the rest of the world. They made them virtual prisoners. Your father rebelled, defied them openly. End of side 10. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 11. Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 380. Raistlin gazed steadily at her. The Erda killed him. No, Usha faltered, shocked. That can't be true. I don't believe it. They could never have done such a thing. My Prot wouldn't even crush a spider. The Erda didn't mean to. You know them, Usha. Can't you picture how it was? They were repulsed and angered by the man's anger, his violence. They intended only to teach him a lesson. But their magic was too powerful. They went too far. None of their healing arts, none of their prayers would revive him. Not long after that, you were born. Your mother in her grief wrapped you well one night, laid you down in your cradle. Then she walked into the sea and drowned. The Erda found her footsteps on the shore, but they never found her body. Perhaps, after all, Zebawim demanded a price for her previous kindness. Usha sat with her head lowered, tears clinging to her lashes. Remorseful, the Erda raised you. Raistlin continued with the story. They lavished on you all kindness, denied you nothing except the knowledge of who you are. They could not tell you the truth without telling you all, and that they would never do. I understand, Usha said, choking. The Erda did not want to make me unhappy. They did not want to admit that they had acted wrongly, Raistlin said, his voice sharp. The pride and arrogance of the Erda, which in ancient days brought ruin on their own race, is now likely to bring ruin to us all. Still, he added grimly, I must not be uncharitable. They have paid for their folly.
Usha was not listening. She had been lost in her own thoughts, seeking back through her childhood, hoping to find some fragment of memory, a scrap of a lullaby, the last loving look of her mother's eyes. Only half hearing, she looked up. "What did you say? I'm afraid I wasn't paying attention."
"Never mind, it wasn't important." Raistlin rose from the table. "I must go. But first I give you this advice, Usha, whose name means the dawn. You are thinking of fleeing Palanthus in an effort to escape your teachers."
Usha stared.
"How did you?" "There is no need," he said, cutting short her question. "Your training is complete. You are free to leave the guild this night and never return."
"They won't let me," Usha began.
"I think that once they know who you are, they'll let you go."
"What do you mean?" Usha lifted her eyes. "You're not going to tell them?"
"I see no reason to do so. This remains between you and me, and perhaps Dalamar if he oversteps his bounds. Besides, I have a reason for wanting you to stay. Someone is on his way to Palanthus now. He comes seeking you, and you, I think, will want to be where you can be found. This is someone," Raistlin added dryly, a slight smile touching his thin lips, "who will be very glad to know that you and he are not related."
"Palin?" Usha whispered. "He's safe? He's coming here? For me?"
"I gave him that task," Raistlin said. "It was one he accepted with alacrity."
Usha's face grew hot, as if she'd been drinking sparkling wine. She sat wrapped in warmth, reveling in the sweet, bubbling taste of youthful, joyous love, thrilling in the knowledge that she was loved in turn. But the bubbles soon burst upon her tongue. The taste of the wine turned sour. It occurred to her that she would have to admit to Palin that she had told a lie, a monstrous lie. The realization was like a bitter draught poured into her sweet drink. She started to ask Raistlin for help, only to find that Raistlin was gone. Startled, uneasy, Usha looked around. She had not seen him leave, yet the door stood open to the night. She went to the door, stared out into the alley. But if the Archmage were there, he had melted into the night, become one with the shadows.
"Raistlin?"
she risked calling once. Overhead a crow circled, answered with a single mocking caw. Shivering despite the heat, Usha went into the hall, grabbed her possessions, and made her way back to her lodgings. 5. Return to Palanthus, the Mage Wares shop, a grey knight's suspicions. When the mists of the ring's magic cleared, Palin stood on a street inside a city that, after a moment's brief disorientation, he recognized as Palanthus. The blood-tipped minarets of the Tower of High Sorcery gleamed sullenly in the bright sunlight. Nearby, the Temple of Paladine was in shadow, its white marble dimmed as if obscured by clouds. But there were no clouds in the eye-aching, brilliant blue sky. Palin glanced around the street in which he'd materialized. Fortunately, it was a side street, probably in the merchandising part of the city. Shops, not residences, lined the paved road. Several passers-by, startled by his sudden appearance, had paused to stare, but, noting the white robes of a mage, they merely gave him a wide berth and continued on about their business. Palin quickly drew the ring off his finger, slid it into a pouch, and tried to appear nonchalant. He was amazed at the sight of the large number of people in the street, most of them walking along calmly, moving about as if this were just another ordinary business day. He wasn't certain what he'd expected in a city occupied by the dark knights. People locked up inside their houses, perhaps, troops patrolling the streets, gangs of slaves being marched along with their legs in irons. But here were housewives off to market, their children tugging at their skirts. Guildsmen trotted along, looking, as always, as if they were in a hurry to be somewhere important. There were even the usual loafers and loungers and ne'er-do-wells hanging about outside the alehouses, beggars on the corners. The city was so much like the Palanthus he'd known from years past that Palin wondered if his uncle hadn't been mistaken. Perhaps Palanthus had not fallen to the Knights of Takhisis. It was all very perplexing. And perhaps the most perplexing question of all, why was he standing on a strange street corner? He had expected the ring to take him to the tower. Why had it brought him here? Dalamar must have had a reason. Palin looked closely at the signs hanging above the doors, hoping to find out what part of town he was in. Almost immediately he had what he thought was the answer to his question. Directly across the street was a mage wares shop,
as denoted by the sign with 3 moons, the silver, the red, and the black, hanging over the door. Thinking that even if Dalamar didn't mean him to come here, this would be a good place to start, and perhaps trade for a few useful magical items while he was here, Palin crossed the street. The door to the mage shop was open wide in welcome, not unusual since it was mid-afternoon of a busy market day. But Palin was surprised to see that no hulking guards stood outside, ready to turn away tourists, gawkers, and kender, who are drawn to mage-ware shops like bees to sugar water. Palin entered the shop and stood for a moment just inside the door, waiting for his eyes to accustom themselves to the deep shadows after the glaring sunlight. The familiar scents made him feel at home, relieved his uneasiness. The sweet fragrance of dried flowers, not quite able to mask the underlying reek of decay and death, mingled with the musty smell of mildew and the scent of old leather. The shop was a large one, and apparently quite prosperous. No fewer than 6 wooden display cases with glass covers were filled with rings and brooches, pendants and crystals, bracelets and bracers, some of them beautiful, some hideous, some relatively ordinary in appearance. Glass jars containing everything from newt eyeballs suspended in some sort of viscous liquid to what appeared to be licorice whips in another were arranged on shelves. No spell that Palin had ever heard of involved candy, and he could only assume the licorice was for mages with a sweet tooth. Rows of spell books lined the walls, categorized by the color of their bindings and the occasional rune engraved on their spines. Scrolls, rolled and tied neatly with variously colored ribbons, were ensconced in dusty little nooks. Scroll cases and pouches made of leather, velvet, or plain cloth, for poorer mages, were displayed upon a table, along with a fine selection of small knives. Everything was in the shop except the shop's owner. A red curtain sealed off the back end of the shop. Assuming the owner was there, Palin was about to call out when a voice spoke right behind him. "If you're hunting for Mistress Jenna, she's just stepped out a moment. Perhaps I could help?" A man clad in the grey robes of a mage, but wearing a sword at his side, stood next to Palin. A Knight of the Thorn, Palin realized. The knight must have been hiding in the shadows behind the door. Palin recognized the name of the owner, Mistress Jenna, a powerful red-robed sorceress and Dalamar's lover, by all accounts. "Thank you, no," Palin said politely. "I'll wait for Mistress Jenna's return. I need to ask her a question about a spell component." "Perhaps I can answer your question for you," said the Grey Knight. "I doubt it," Palin returned. "The spells I cast and those you cast have nothing whatsoever in common. If you don't mind, I'll wait for Mistress Jenna. Don't let me keep you from leaving. You must have been on your way out the door when I came in." "I wasn't leaving," the Grey Knight said. His tone was pleasant. He even seemed amused. "I am posted here. By the way, I don't believe you have signed the book. If you'd step over here." The Grey Knight led the way to a small desk that stood to the left of the door. On the desk was a large leather-bound book with neatly spaced lines drawn across it. Palin, looking down, saw a list of names, followed by what appeared to be a record of purchases or trades. There were not many names, he noted, and the date of the last one was 2 days prior to this. "Sign here," the Grey Knight indicated a line, "and then I'm going to have to ask you to show me all your arcane paraphernalia. Don't worry, I'll return the items to you, those which are not on the list of contraband deemed to be a hazard to the state. If they are, they'll be confiscated, but you will be compensated." Palin couldn't believe he'd heard right. Hazard? Confiscated? You can't be serious. "I assure you, White Robe, I am extremely serious. That is the law, as you undoubtedly knew when you walked in here. Come, come, if the guards let you in at the front gates, you must not be carrying anything too powerful." "I didn't enter at the front gates," Palin started to say, caught himself just in time. He could fight, but with what? His little knife against this wizard's sword? And how came these wizards to be wearing swords anyway? No wizard on Krynn had up until now been permitted to combine sword and sorcery. The Dark Queen was certainly granting her minions favors. Palin knew without doubt that this night wizard was more powerful than he was. He could only go along with the man, pretend to be cooperative, and pray to Solinare that the Grey Knight didn't get too curious about the staff of mages. Letting the staff fall against the counter as if it were nothing of value or important, Palin feigned great reluctance in taking off and handing over his pouches and the few scroll cases he carried. He spread them out in front of the Grey Knight, who did not touch any of them. Muttering a few words, he cast an enchantment on them. Each pouch and scroll case began to glow with an eerie light, some with a red cast to it. Satisfied that they were all magic, The Grey Knight ordered Palin to empty the contents of pouch and scroll case onto the table. Palin put up a brief protest, but did as he was told. Rings, including the one given him by Dalamar, rolled out onto the tabletop. He removed the scrolls, untied the ribbons, permitted the Grey Knight to glance over the spells. All the while his anger at this treatment mounted, as did his concern. What would happen when the Grey Knight turned his attention to the staff of mages? Palin glanced surreptitiously around the shop in hopes of finding something to use as a weapon. The brooches and other enchanted objects were locked in cases, which were undoubtedly further guarded by magical spells. He had no idea what any of them did. Might well grab a ring that would be more harmful to himself than the Grey Knight. The same held true with the scrolls and the spellbooks. He didn't have time to go leafing through them. If nothing else, I can always hit him over the head with a jar, Palin determined grimly, and chose the one he would grab. The knight had his head bent, scanning the contents of one of Palin's small spellbooks. Palin began edging his way over to the shelves, was just reaching out his hand to take hold of the jar, when the Grey Knight raised his head. "Oh, there you are. What are you doing over there?" "Just looking to see if this marjoram in here is fresh," Palin replied, lifting the jar down from the shelf. He removed the stopper, sniffed. "Quite nice. Care to smell for yourself?" The Grey Knight's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Put the jar down and come back over here. These I'm keeping." He gestured to a large pile of scrolls, rings, including Dalamar's, and other objects. "These," he pointed to the spell book, a pouch containing sand and one containing bat guano, "you can have back." Palin, flushed in anger, started to protest, but the Grey Knight turned away. He reached for the staff. "Now, let's take a look at this." "It's an ordinary walking staff," Palin said, barely able to speak past the tightness in his throat. "You can see for yourself that I am of low rank. What would I be doing with a magical staff?" "What, indeed? But that's quite an unusual adornment for a walking staff. A dragon's claw clutching a crystal. You won't mind if I inspect it more closely?" The Grey Knight spoke his words, cast the spell that would reveal the magical properties of the staff, just as it had revealed the magical properties of everything else Palin carried. Palin tensed, waited for the telltale glow to spread over the staff. The moment the knight went to touch it, Palin was ready to hurl himself bodily at the man, wrestle him to the floor. The staff did nothing. Palin gaped in astonishment. The staff of mages, one of the most powerful arcane artifacts in all of Krynn, stood propped against a counter looking as plain and innocent as any Kender hoopak. The Grey Knight frowned. He was certain that the staff was magical, but could not very well admit that he doubted his own spellcasting. He glared at Palin suspiciously, thinking that perhaps the young mage had managed to slip one past him. Palin stood with his hands folded in the sleeves of his robes. He smiled deprecatingly. "I told you." "You did indeed," the Grey Knight returned. He stared at the staff, was obviously tempted to cast the spell again, perhaps realized this would make him look foolish. He contented himself with a rebuke. "A fancy-looking staff like that could get you into trouble, young man. If you insist on play-acting a wizard, wait until the Night of the Eye. At least you'll get a cookie out of it." Palin's face burned at the insult. He dared say nothing, however. Certainly he could not argue. Swallowing his pride, he comforted himself by imagining the expression on the knight's face if he ever learned that he'd had in his grasp the famed Staff of Mages and let it go. "Sign your name." The Grey Knight shoved the book at Palin. Lifting the quill pen, Palin was about to comply, when footsteps, the rustle of robes, and the heady fragrance of some expensive perfume caused him to turn his head. A woman, one of the most lovely and exotic women Palin had ever seen, entered the shop. She was dressed in red robes, expensive red robes, made of velvet and silk trimmed with golden stitchery. She wore the perfume to mask the occasionally unpleasant smells of the spell components she carried in silken bags that hung from a braided leather and silver chain belt. She was alluring, powerful, mysterious, and at her arrival even the Grey Knight straightened, bowed. She paused, regarded Palin curiously. "How do you do, Master Mage? I'm Jenna, owner of this shop. I apologize for not being here when you arrived. I was called to the Lord's house. One of the servants broke a valuable vase, and they asked me to mend it. A menial task, and one I would ordinarily refuse. But there are so few magic users left in town these days. What can I do for you?" "Mistress Jenna," Palin said with marked admiration. "My name is Palus Margoyle. Jenna swept forward, took him by the hand. "My dear boy, I should have recognized you sooner, but then it's been so long and you've changed. When did we last meet? Almost 5 years ago, during your test. And you are here for your scroll writing session. You're early, but never mind. I don't seem to do much business these days," she added with a cool glance at the Grey Knight. Jenna clasped Palin's arm, started to lead him away to the part of the shop that was curtained off from the rest. "He hasn't signed the book yet, mistress," the Grey Knight said. Jenna halted, cast Palin a look of warning that chilled his blood. "Oh, yes, we must sign the book," Jenna said archly, turning around. "How else would the Knights of Terkaisis keep track of who comes to visit me and what they buy? Not that many come to buy anything anymore. Soon I shall be destitute, and then no one will have to sign the book ever again. Ah, look! Someone has spilled the marjoram. Palus, help me clean this up." Palin did as he was instructed, cleaning up the minute amount of dried leaves he had scattered. Jenna leaned down to help him, whispered as she drew near, "They are searching for you. There is a warrant for your arrest." Palin's hand jerked, nearly spilling the leaves again. He managed to deposit them back into their jar. Jenna replaced the stopper, returned the jar to the shelf. "Go, sign the book then, Palus. Hurry up. I'll be in the laboratory, through these curtains and down the stairs." She walked through the curtains. Palin heard her descend the stairs, light-headed from either nervousness or her nearness, or perhaps both. He wrote the false name awkwardly, left an ink blot at the finish. This done, under the distrustful, suspicious gaze of the Grey Knight, Palin walked through the curtains and nearly tumbled headfirst down the stairs, which gaped unexpectedly at his feet. He started to shut the curtains behind him. "Leave them open," the Grey Knight instructed him, and moved to take his place at the head of the stairs, where he could see down into the laboratory and still keep an eye on the front door. Palin sat next to Jenna, who brought out a tablet made of wax. "The advantages of writing down a magical spell on a scroll are obvious," she began, speaking in a loud, didactic tone. "You don't have to commit the spell to memory beforehand, and thus are able to use it at will. Writing down certain spells, particularly complex spells, permits you to keep your mind free to memorize others. The main disadvantage is the difficulty of penning the spell, far harder than pronouncing it. For in writing, not only must you pronounce the words as you write, but you must also form the letters perfectly. Any sloppiness and the spell will not work. Of course, we are not going to truly write spells today. You are not advanced enough in your studies for that. Today, we will practice forming the letters. We will be writing them on wax, so you may rub out any mistakes. Thusly." Lifting a stylus, Jenna pressed it into the wax, began tracing letters. Palin, who had learned all this years before, and was in fact quite adept at preparing scrolls, paid little attention. He was angry at himself. Of course the knights would be searching for him. He had been a fool not to consider this possibility. Jenna nudged him with her elbow. She was regarding him sternly, pointing at the tablet. "There, copy down what I have written." Palin took the stylus, looked at the letters, looked at them again, and finally understood what was going on. Jenna was not writing magic. He read, "Dalamar told me of your coming. I have been trying to find Usha. I believe she is still in Palanthas, but I am not certain where. There is little I can do. I am constantly watched." Seeing that Palin had read her message, she rubbed it out. Palin wrote, "How will I find her?" Jenna returned, "It is too dangerous for you to walk around town. The knights have us locked in a grip of iron, patrols, checkpoints. All citizens must have the requisite papers. But don't despair. My agent is hunting for her. He reported that he was close, and that he would certainly have word today." "It's awfully quiet down there," the Grey Knight said, peering at them from the top of the stairs. "What do you expect? We are studying," Jenna returned crisply. A tiny bell hanging from the ceiling by a silken thread rang 3 times. Jenna did not bother to turn around. "Is that a customer in the shop? Tell them I will be with them momentarily." "I am not your servant, madam," said the Grey Knight caustically. "Feel free to leave any time, then," she replied, rubbing out the writing on the wax. "That may be my agent now," she said to Palin in an undertone. The heavy boots of the knight could be heard crossing the shop floor. Then, alarmingly, there was a yell and sounds of a scuffle. "That's him," Jenna said, and rising to her feet, she hastily ascended the stairs. Palin was right behind her, bumped into her when she stopped at the top. She whispered, "Pretend you don't know him. Say nothing. Leave the talking to me." Palin, mystified, nodded. Jenna stepped into the shop. "What is this?" she demanded. "A candor," said the Grey Knight grimly. "I could see that for myself," Jenna returned. Palin stared, remembered just in time that he wasn't supposed to know this person. Squirming in the hands of the knight was Tasselhoff Burfoot. 6. Jenna's agent, the Goose and Gander, awfully fine ginger beer. Ouch, that hurts! How would you like it if someone nearly squeezed your arm off? I tell you that Mistress Jenna wants to see me. I'm her agent.
Oops! Oh my, I'm awfully sorry.
I didn't mean to bite you. Your hand just sort of got in the way of my teeth. Does it hurt too badly? Ooh, stop it! You're pulling up my hair! Help, help! For Gillian's sake, let him go, Jenna said. The knight had hold of Tass by his topknot. You do not want a kender in your shop, madam, the knight intoned. It is my shop, at least for the moment, Jenna snapped, until you drive me out of business and you knights take over. For now, this is my business, and I will run it as I choose. Let the kender go. The knight did so with obvious displeasure. Very well, madam, but you must be responsible for the consequences. If I were you, I would go upstairs to my apartment and wash out that wound, Jenna advised. Or perhaps you should have one of your clerics treat it. You never know. The kender might be rabid. I wouldn't be surprised, the knight returned coldly. Remember this, madam. Your shop remains open by the sufferance of the Knights of Takhisis. We could shut you down this minute if we chose, and there's not a single person who would stop us. Indeed, quite a few of your neighbors would probably thank us, so don't try my patience. Jenna tossed her head scornfully, but did not reply. The grey knight trudged upstairs, wringing his injured hand. Tasselhoff winced, rubbed his head. Are my eyes slanted now like Dalamar's? It feels like they are. He pulled so hard he took my eyelids up with my scalp. He is not a nice man, Tasselhoff pronounced, and then leaning close to Jenna, the kender lowered his voice. I told a lie. I did really mean to bite him. He deserved it, Jenna said with a smile, but be more careful next time. My protection stretches only so far. I don't want to have to bail you out of jail again. Did you find the necklace I am seeking? She asked loudly, loud enough to be heard upstairs. Tass shifted his gaze to Palin, winked at him several times, and said equally loudly, Yes, Mistress Jenna, I found it. I know right where it is. You didn't touch it, did you? Jenna sounded anxious. Or let the owner know that it is in any way valuable? The owner never saw me. The necklace didn't either, Tass added confidentially. Jenna frowned at this statement, shook her head. She turned to Palin. Master Mage, we seem to be getting nowhere with our lesson today. It is time for afternoon meditation. Would you do me a favor and see if you could acquire this necklace for me? It is magic, but the owner doesn't know this, has no idea of its true worth. Palin had by this time figured out that the necklace must be Usha. At the thought of seeing her again, his heart beat rapidly, and a pleasant, tingling sensation warmed his blood. All notions of danger disappeared, or at least got shoved well to the background. I would be honored, Mistress Jenna, to obtain this necklace for you, he said, struggling to sound indifferent, though he was near shouting in excitement. Where is it? The kender will show you. Leave now before I close up shop. She rolled her eyes upstairs. Palin took the hint. He bowed silently. Jenna held out her hand. Good luck, she said softly. Palin, taking her hand, brought it respectfully to his lips. Thank you, mistress, he whispered. He hesitated, then said quietly, I saw the way that knight looked at you. You're in danger here yourself. Jenna shrugged, smiled. I am the only mage left in the city. The Conclave deems my work here important. But don't worry, Palin Majere. I can take care of myself. Walk in Lunatare's light. Solanare shed his grace on you, mistress, Palin replied. Thank you, Tass, Jenna said. She removed several valuable objects that had happened to fall off the shelves and into Tass's pouch, and escorted him and Palin out the door. I didn't really find a necklace, Tass said the moment they reached the street. I know, Palin said hurriedly, but don't say any more about it until we're far away from here. He proceeded down the street rapidly, looking behind every so often to make certain they were not being followed. Mum's the word. Tass trotted along at Palin's side. How's Caramon and Tika? Did the dragons burn down the inn like they did in the last war? Where's Raistlin? Hush, Palin said, glancing about in alarm. Don't mention. I had a whole lot of questions to ask Raistlin, all about being dead and everything, Tass continued, not listening. But Dalamar magicked me out of the tower so fast I never got to ask one. Raistlin was always very good at answering questions. Well, most always. Sometimes he wasn't, but then he'd usually just discovered he'd lost the thing I was asking questions about. But since I most always found it for him, he didn't need to be rude. Where did you say Raistlin went? I didn't, Palin said grimly. 2 dark knights walking down the street were looking at them strangely. "Don't mention that name. Where are we going?" "Oh, nowhere in particular," Tass said evasively. "Just a little inn I found. The ginger beer is excellent." "What?" Palin pulled Tass up short. "We don't have time to stop and drink ginger beer." The 2 knights had slowed their pace, were taking a great deal of interest in their conversation. "That's mine, you little thief!" Palin grabbed hold of the first pouch he saw hanging partway out of Tass's pocket. He discovered, to his amazement, that the pouch really was his. It was one the Grey Knight had confiscated. "You must have dropped," Tass began. The 2 knights laughed, shook their heads, and kept walking. Palin dragged the kender off into an alley. "We don't have time to go to an inn. I'm supposed to find Usha and take her to meet Raistlin at the Great Library tonight." "We will," Tass replied. "Only we shouldn't go until after dark. The Thieves' Guild's very particular about such things. I know a nice inn not too far." "Thieves' Guild?" Palin gasped. "Are you telling me that Usha's a thief?" "Sad, isn't it?" Tasselhoff said, commiserating. "I was shocked to hear that myself. Stealing from people is a very wicked crime, so my mother always used to tell me, and you'd never catch me." "Are you sure?" Palin asked nervously. "Maybe you've made a mistake." "I'll tell you how I found out, shall I? We could go to this very nice inn." 2 more knights walked past the alley, paused to peer down it. Realizing that he looked more suspicious standing in an alley talking to a kender than he would out in the open, Palin reluctantly agreed to go to the inn. The 2 continued through the streets of Palanthas. "Let's see," Tass thought back. "The first night I came to Palanthas, that would be the night that you-know-who let us out of the laboratory, and Dal Lamar was so incredibly astonished and not very pleased to see us until he and you-know-who had that little confidential talk. You remember?" "Yes, I remember," Palin attempted to curb his impatience. "Tell me about Usha." "That's right. Turn here down this side street. Well, the first night I spent in jail, due to a misunderstanding with a tinker over a very fine little teapot that whistled, and I was just looking to see what they put inside to make it whistle like that, when—" Palin frowned. "And I spent the night in jail," Tass finished with a rush. He sighed. "The Palanthas jail isn't what it used to be. The Knights of Terkaisis are in charge now, which I thought at first might be interesting, especially if they tortured people by hanging them upside down by their heels and poking at them with red-hot rods. But they're not. Torturing anyone, I mean. The knights are very stern and strict, and were always making us line up and keep quiet and sit down and keep quiet and not move and keep quiet, and there weren't hardly any kender. But I'll tell you about that later. Here's the inn. It's sort of shabby looking on the outside, and it doesn't get much better on the inside, but the ginger beer is quite good." The Goose and Gander Tavern stood on a corner where 2 side streets met to form one point of a triangle. The tavern had been built on the triangle's tip, and was, consequently, shaped like a slice of pie. Being located near a blacksmith's shop, the tavern had acquired a layer of soot from the smithy's fire. The brick walls, covered with withered ivy, were black with grime. An attempt had been made to wash the mullioned windows, which resulted in nothing more than smearing the dirt. The Goose and Gander, painted on the tavern sign, with their necks intertwined, had once had white feathers, but now looked as if they had just emerged from a coal bin. "Tass, really, I'm not thirsty," Palin said. 2 rough-looking customers had just emerged from the tavern, wiping their bearded faces with the backs of their hands, and eyed both Mage and Kender with dark scowls and grim expressions. "Oh, yes, you are," Tass said, and before Palin could stop him, he had dashed in through the tavern's door. With an exasperated sigh, Palin went in after him. "No, Kender!" The innkeeper, an exceptionally thin man with a pale, sallow face, was glaring at Tass. "We're just leaving," Palin said, reaching out his hand to grab Tass. Instead, Tass caught hold of the sleeve of Palin's robe. "The ginger beer here is awfully nice, I know." The few people in the tavern were turning to stare. Seeing that Tass wouldn't be budged, thinking it would be best to humor him, Palin pulled out a money pouch. "Give us a table. I'll be responsible for the kender." The innkeeper's gaze went from the full money pouch to Palin's white robes, which were made of fine-spun lamb's wool. The innkeeper glowered, shrugged. "Pay up front and sit in the back," the innkeeper growled. "An extra steel piece for the nuisance." "This table," Tass said, trotting through the tavern and selecting a table near the kitchen. It was the worst table in the place, but it was fine with Palin, who wanted to be able to talk without anyone overhearing. The clatter of plates, the shouts of the cook, the clanging of pans, and the whoosh of the bellows pumping the fire effectively covered all conversation, to the point where Palin found it difficult to hear himself. The food's bad and the wine is worse, Tas said cheerfully, which is why no Knights of Terkaiser come around here. He winked. The innkeeper brought over a mug of ginger beer and a glass of wine. Tas took a swig of beer. We'd like some food, he told the innkeeper. I'm not hungry, Palin began. Tas kicked him under the table. Bring us 2 plates of cornbread and beans and put lots of peppers in them, Tas ordered. I'll send the girl, the man muttered and left. Tell me about Usha, Palin said, leaning across the table to be heard. Tas took a good long look around the tavern, then, nodding to himself, he launched into his tale. Where was I? Oh, yes, in prison. Well, I met this dwarf in the common cells, and he was most entertaining, being a thief and everything. He said my set of lockpicks, which the knights took away from me, was one of the finest he'd ever seen, and that if I wanted to sell it, he'd be interested when he got out, which he didn't expect to be for some time, due to the fact that the knights take a very dim view of thievery and were doing their best to clean up the town, which is why there weren't any kender in jail. Here Tas sighed and paused to take another drink of ginger beer and to look around the inn once more. Palin fidgeted nervously, anxious to hear how this story ended, if it ever did. Wiping foam from his mouth, Tas continued. Well, I remembered that Dalamar had told me to watch out for Usha, and no one gets around town like a thief, so I asked the dwarf if he'd seen anyone who looked like Usha, and I gave him her description. He said, yes, that sounded just like a woman who'd joined the Thieves' Guild. She was proving to be an apt pupil, or would have been, if the knights hadn't moved in and ruined everything. I don't suppose he made a mistake, Palin asked hopefully. Maybe there's another woman who looks like Usha. Tas cocked an eye at him over the rim of the mug of ginger beer. I guess not, Palin said with a sigh. It must be her. I know where the Thieves' Guild is. Steele and I went there. But how will we get near the place? It must be well guarded. And we have to go tonight. Like I said, I promised someone I'd meet him at the Great Library. Well, visiting the Thieves' Guild's going to be dangerous, Tas said quietly. People say the knights are going to burn it down. But you said, Usha, is she? She's all right, Tas reassured him. You can ask the dwarf. He's sitting over at the table near the window. Palin twisted around in his chair. The dwarf, who had been watching them, raised his mug in salute. Good to see you again, laddie. Palin hung onto the table. That's Dugan Redhammer, Tasselhoff said, waving. The flashily dressed dwarf heaved himself to his feet, clomped over to their table. Mind if I join you, laddie? He winked. Palin Majer, if I remember correctly. Palin swallowed. I know you. You're... Easy, lad, Dugan said softly. Eyes watching, ears listening. If I were you, I'd order a bite to eat. You look a little peaked. Here's the waitress, Tas said, grinning at Dugan, who grinned back, stroked his luxuriant beard. The woman, carrying a tray of heavy mugs in her hand, stopped on her way to the kitchen. Her hair, wet with sweat and steam, straggled down over her face. She was dressed in what appeared to be cast-off clothing, a man's full-sleeved shirt tied at the waist, a long cotton skirt with the front tied up in knots to keep from tripping over it. She cast them a quick, bored glance, then shifted her gaze back to the kitchen door. Yeah, what do you want? Make it quick. I've got dishes to wash. Usha. Palin barely found the strength to stand up. He pushed himself away from the table. Usha, it's me. At the sound of his voice, speaking her name, Usha nearly dropped the mugs. Palin caught them for her. Their hands met and touched beneath the heavy tray. Palin, she said breathlessly. I thought you were dead. I never expected to see you again. Where did you go? What are you doing here? Tas brought me. It's a long story. I'm not dead. I came looking for you. The two stood gazing at each other, holding the tray of mugs, oblivious to everything and everyone else. You found me, Usha said softly. And I won't ever leave you again, Palin promised. Dugan Redhammer tugged on his mustache. He eyed Palin speculatively. Want to bet? The dwarf asked, with a quirk of his eyebrow. 7. The Brawl. Escape. Thieves' Way. No messing about with the customers on my time, girl, the innkeeper said, descending on them. Get to work. Sorry. Palin took the tray from Usha and handed it to the startled innkeeper. She's quitting. What? Palin, I can't quit. Usha bit her lip, flushed, finished lamely. I need this job. She needs the job, the innkeeper mimicked her. Sneering, he slammed the tray full of mugs down on the table. Yes, she needs it so she can see who's carrying a fat purse and then mark them for her thief friends, like the dwarf there. Say now, Dugan roared, clenching his fists. Mind who you're calling a thief. By Reorx's beard, I'll not stand for that. Grabbing a chair, the dwarf brought it crashing down on the head and shoulders of the blacksmith, who was seated behind him. The drunken smith, growling in anger, staggered to his feet, began flailing away with his fists. He missed the dwarf, connected with the innkeeper. The innkeeper staggered backward, rubbing his jaw. Tasselhoff caught hold of his apron strings. Skinny butt, Tasselhoff sang out, skipping around the dazed innkeeper like a top-knotted fiend. Afraid to eat his own cooking, Ptomaine Bill, they call him. The blacksmith was now taking on all comers, which included at least half the customers. The other half had gathered around, shouting encouragement and placing bets. The innkeeper hefted the poker and took off after Tass. Dugan yelled over at Palin and Usha, Be off with you, lad! You too, lassie! I'll take care of this wee matter! Palin looked intently at the dwarf. It's good to see you again, sir. I wish our second meeting was under happier circumstances. I do too, laddie, by Reorx I do! Dugan heaved a profound sigh. It's in the hands of the gods! A crockery jug smashed down on top of the dwarf's head. Ale cascaded over his hat, drenching the jaunty plume and soaking the dwarf. That does it! He yelled, spluttering. Leaping up on a chair, he shoved up his sleeves and knocked his opponent flat. Best hurry, lad! This way, Usha said, and she led Palin out the inn by the back door. Outside they heard a whistle blowing wildly. The call was answered by running footsteps, the sound of shouted orders. The two huddled in the shadows. The knights, Palin reported, peering around a corner of the wall. A patrol's coming down the street. What about Dugan? Usha asked anxiously. We can't leave him. And Tass. Here I am, came a bright voice. Tasselhoff emerged from behind the compost heap. He was slightly rumpled, his face was filthy, his pouches hung askew, and his topknot had slipped to one side of his head. I'm fine, he pronounced. 4 knights are going in the front, Palin said. We should leave now before more come. Usha held back. Dugan, she said again, urgently. He's been really good to me. Oh, he'll be all right, Tass assured her. He's a god, after all. Usha stared. What? We better go now, Palin urged, tugging Usha along. He's a god, Tass said offhandedly, hastening along beside them. Reorx. I know, you see, because I hang around gods a lot. Paladine and I are great personal friends. The Dark Queen was so fond of me that she wanted me to stay with her in the abyss, and now Reorx, who is really Dugan. We had a nice little chat before someone clonked him on the head bone with a stew pot. Do you know what he's talking about? Usha asked Palin in an undertone. I'll explain later, he whispered. Now where are we going? Tass asked excitedly. To the great library. Ah, a Steinus! Tass was triumphant. You see, when I was in the abyss, the second time, not the first, I finally figured out where I knew him from. He knows me too. From inside the inn came shouts and shrieks and the clash of steel against iron. They reached the end of the alley. Palin started to venture out into the street. Usha caught hold of him. What are you doing? You can't just walk out there like that. My dear, Palin said, gently but firmly, we have to hurry. Don't worry. If the knights see us, they won't connect us with the brawl. They'll figure we're ordinary citizens out for an evening stroll. That's just it, Usha countered. Ordinary citizens don't go out for evening strolls anymore. Look around. Do you see anyone in the streets? Palin was startled to realize that Usha was right. The streets were empty, except for the knights. Read your identification papers, Usha said softly. Sometimes certain people are given permission to be out at night. If so, it should be stamped on your papers. Palin stared. Identification papers? What are you talking about? I don't need an identity, Tass asserted. I know who I am. I told them so in the jail last night. Everyone in Palanthas has to have papers. Usha looked from one to another in consternation. Even visitors. The knights give them to you at the gate. Are you sure you didn't get any papers? How did you get into town without them? Well, Tass began, Dalamara said something that sounded like oogle, bogle, bogle, and... Never mind, Palin interrupted quickly. Let's say that we both came into town by rather unconventional means. And no, neither of us has papers. I don't understand. When did this start? The door to the inn opened. The knights marched out several men, including the blacksmith and the innkeeper, who was pleading with them not to shut down his business. 4 more knights came out, carrying the unconscious dwarf by the arms and heels. The remainder of the patrons melted away into the darkness. Tass, Palin, and Usha held perfectly still until the knights had left. The lights in the inn still burned. The cook came fearfully to the door, peered out, then, pulling off her apron, she ran for home. "You see," said Usha, "everyone's terrified. When the knights took over, they made every person in Palanthas come to the Lord's house, which is now the knights' headquarters, and register. You had to say where you lived, who your parents were, how long you'd been living in the city. If people said the wrong thing, they were taken away. No one knows where. All the families of the Salamnic knights have vanished. Their houses have been taken over." Hush! The three ducked deeper into the alley. A patrol of 3 knights clanked by, their measured footsteps ringing on the cobblestones. "The knights established a curfew," Usha continued softly after the knights had passed. "All citizens are required to be in their homes by midnight. To help enforce the curfew and to protect the good citizens from marauding raiders, the knights said that we could no longer light the street lamps." "The lamps," Palin murmured. "I wondered what was different. Even at night, Palanthas used to be as bright as day. No one comes out now. The tavern's been losing money. Only the locals stop by for a drink. And now they probably won't even do that anymore. No one wants to run into the patrols." Usha gestured down the street the knights had taken. "Even if you're on some perfectly innocent errand, you're marched off to one of the knights' headquarters and questioned endlessly. They ask to see your papers. They want to know where you're going and why. Then if your answers satisfy them, and if your papers are in order, then they escort you to your destination. If they catch you in a lie, may the gods help you. And if they caught you, Palin, without papers in the company of a Kender—" Usha shrugged, shook her head. "Kender aren't allowed in the city at all," Tass added. "They threw me out this morning along with a few others. I came right back in, of course, but that wasn't as easy as it used to be. A lot of the old cracks and holes in the wall have been repaired. Still, there are a few they missed." "We can't just stay here skulking in the alley," Palin whispered. "I must be at the library by midnight. We'll have to chance the streets. We're running out of time." "What about your magic ring?" Tass asked eagerly. "You could whisk us there in no time. I love being magicked." "The ring would take me there," Palin said, "but not you or Usha. Come on, we should leave now while it's quiet, before the knights come back." Usha was silent long moments, then said, "There's another way, a safer way, but you won't like it." "Why?" Palin asked, chilled. "What is it?" Usha tossed her silver hair. "The Thieves' Way, it's called. There, I told you wouldn't like it." Even by Solinari's dim white light, Palin could see Usha's face darken. She wouldn't look at him, and she pulled her hand out of his. "Usha," Palin began awkwardly. "I was hungry," she added defiantly. "I had nowhere to go, no place to sleep. The dwarf Dugan Redhammer found me and was kind to me. He took me to the Thieves' Guild. They didn't ask any questions." Usha cast Palin a reproachful glance. "They accepted me right off, made me feel at home. They gave me a place to sleep, found me a job, which is a lot more than some people did for me." Palin was confused. Suddenly he was the guilty party, and he wasn't at all sure how that had happened. "I'm sorry," he said lamely, "but I never stole anything," Usha continued, growing heated, blinking back tears. "Not a single thing. The thieves were only teaching me. Dugan said I was good at it. I have a real knack." "Usha, I understand. Hush, don't say anything more." He took hold of her hands, held her tightly. She looked up at him into his eyes, and for a moment he lost any notion of where he was, what he was doing. His lips were on hers, she was in his arms. They clung to each other in the darkness, feeling safe in each other's arms, if nowhere else on Krynn. Palin slowly, reluctantly pushed Usha away. "I can't let this happen between us," he said firmly. "You're my uncle's daughter, my own cousin." "Palin," Usha sounded uncomfortable. "What if I told you that I wasn't really—" She stopped, tried again. "That I hadn't told the truth." She stopped again. "The truth about what?" He smiled at her, tried to seem cheerful. "About being a thief? But you did tell me, and I understand." "No, that wasn't it," she said, sighing. "But never mind, it wasn't important." Palin felt a tugging on the sleeve of his robe. "Excuse me," said Tass politely, "but this alley is getting awfully boring, and what time did you say we had to be at the library?" "Tass is right. We should go now. We'll take your way." "Follow me, then." Usha turned away from the street, led them farther into the dark alley, until they reached a dead end. Tall buildings blocked the moonlight. Light from the deserted inn did not illuminate this part of the alley. Usha stumbled over something in the dark. Tass stepped on a cat, which screeched and fled. Palin banged his shin against a crate. "We need light," Usha muttered. "Is it safe?" She glanced back nervously down the alleyway. "We won't be here long." Palin said, "Shirak," softly, and the staff of Magus began to glow with a pale, cold light. He held the staff high, saw nothing but walls on all three sides. "Usha, how—" "Hush," she whispered, and dropped to her knees. "Help me move this grate." "The sewer!" Tas was down on all fours instantly. He began tugging at the grate in excitement. "We're going down into the sewer! I've heard of the Palanthas sewers before. They're supposed to be very interesting, but I never got around to actually going down into one. Isn't this wonderful, Palin?" Palin thought of several words to describe going down into the sewers of this large, populous city. Wonderful was not foremost among them. He crouched beside Usha just as she and Tas managed to slide the heavy grate to one side. "This may be a good hiding place, but how is it going to get us to the library?" Ugh! A terrible smell flowed up out of the darkness, a smell so foul that it seemed to have a shape and life of its own. Palin gagged and covered his nose with his hand. Tasselhoff, who had been staring open-mouthed into the hole, tumbled back as if he'd been struck in the face. "Phew! Yeek! Ack!" The Kender wrinkled his nose in disgust. "It certainly is indescribable," Palin said grimly. "Here, put this over your nose and mouth." Usha handed Palin a bar rag, which had been hanging from her belt. "You'll soon get used to it." The rag smelled only slightly better than the sewer. Palin took it, but hesitated. "Usha." She began kilting up her skirt, lifting the hem and tucking it into her belt. "The sewer system can take you anywhere in Palanthas, maybe even to the Tower of High Sorcery. I don't know. The route's not going to be very pleasant, but—" "It's a lot better than being caught by the dark nights," Tas observed, tying a handkerchief, one of Palin's, around his nose and mouth. "And I think there's 3 nights coming this way." Palin turned in alarm. Several figures, moonlight gleaming off black armor, were visible at the end of the alley. He hastily doused the light of the staff. Usha, another bar rag tied over her mouth, had already entered the sewer opening, was climbing down an iron-rung ladder. Tas followed. Palin adjusted the rag around his nose and mouth. Taking a deep breath, trying to hold it, he crouched at the edge of the opening. His fingers wrapped around the staff of Magus. He whispered words of magic, and the next moment he was floating through the darkness. His feet touched the bottom of the sewer at about the same time Usha dropped off the end of the ladder. Palin caught her, steadied her to keep her from falling into the muck. She looked at him in astonishment. "How did—" "Magic," he said. Tas clattered and rattled down the iron stairs. "I don't think the knights will come into the alley, but if they do, they'll find the grate off the sewer. They'll know someone's down here," Tas reported. "We have to get away from here," said Usha. "This way." Holding Palin's hand, she drew him onward into the darkness. Tas, hitting bottom, adjusted his pouches and hurried after them. "Shirak," said Palin, and stared around in amazement. No one quite knew how the labyrinthine sewer system of Palanthas had come into existence. Some said that the sewers had been designed by the original builders of Old City, and were constructed along with the city itself. But other stories persisted, claiming that the sewer system had been here longer than Palanthas, that it had been constructed as a city itself, built by a nation of dwarves long since forgotten. Some versions of the tale had it that the dwarves were routed from their underground tunnels by humans, who, recognizing the enormous potential of the location, planned to develop the city on top of them. Certainly, as Palin noted to his astonishment, the sewer system resembled a small city far below ground. The walls were made of stone and were shored up with stone archways. The floor was smooth paved, ran straight and level. There were even old iron sconces on the wall, which, by the charring on the stone around them, had once held torches. The ceilings were low. Only Tas could walk upright. Palin and Usha were forced to bend almost double. The footing was uncertain, the pavement beneath their feet wet and slimy and occasionally littered with piles of rotting garbage. Rats skittered away at their approach. The 3 walked carefully. None of them wanted to slip and fall. The light of the staff guided them, the crystal seeming to gleam more brightly the darker its surroundings. The tunnel into which they'd descended ran directly underneath the alley. They might be walking beneath the very feet of the knights. As long as Palin kept moving in a straight line, he had some idea where he was in relation to the city above. But then the tunnel made a series of serpentine turns and opened into an intersection of 3 other tunnels, all branching off into different directions. He had no idea which to take. "This is hopeless," Palin said. His back hurt from walking bent over, and the smell and the knowledge of what was causing it was making him nauseous. He had never considered the air of Palanthas all that fresh, but now he would have given anything for a breath of it. How can we tell where we are?" "Did you hear something?" Taz asked, peering behind them. "I thought I heard something." "Gully dwarves," Usha said, her voice muffled by the bar rag. "Shine the light over there," she instructed Palin, pointing at the upper wall of one of the bisecting tunnels. Markings, 2 different types, decorated the wall. One set of marks was obviously incredibly old. The letters had been made out of multicolored tiles, forming a mosaic. Many of the tiles were now missing, leaving gaping holes in the pattern. Others were covered with mold and mildew. The characters looked to be of dwarven make. Beneath the ancient mosaics were more recent markings. These were nothing more than pictures crudely scrawled on the walls with some sharp instrument, perhaps a knife blade. They looked like a child's drawings of blocks and circles, with arrows underneath. Usha studied these intently. "I still say I heard something," Taz insisted. "Footsteps, maybe voices." "Mice, this way," Usha said, and turned to the central tunnel that branched off slightly to the left. "How can you tell?" Palin asked, hesitating. He, too, thought he had heard something. He peered over his shoulder into the noisome darkness. "That mark." Usha put her finger on one of the drawings on the wall. "That's the great library." Palin turned back, stared. All he saw was a triangle with a series of lines drawn beneath it. He shook his head. "That's the roof," Usha said, indicating the triangle, "and these lines are the columns. What's the matter? Don't you trust me?" She snatched her hand from his. Palin attempted to recapture the hand, but Usha was now keeping it to herself. "Of course I trust you. It's just so strange," he admitted. "Who or what made these pictures?" Usha refused to answer. "Thieves, I'll bet," said Tass excitedly, studying the scrolls. "They put these drawings here so they can find their way around. Look, that's the Lord's house, with its 5 gables, and that big, tall rectangle with the little triangle on top. I'll bet that's the Tower of High Sorcery, and the round dome with the 5 pointy things, the Temple of Paladine. This is fun, and the arrows show which way to go. Are there more, Usha?" "You'll find them at every intersection. Are you coming?" she added, with a haughty glance at Palin. "You were the one in such a hurry." "I'll lead," Tass announced. "Maybe I'll find some more pictures." He forged ahead. Usha, after readjusting the rag over her mouth, started to follow him. Palin caught hold of her, refused to let go. Usha stirred against him, then tilted her head back, looked up at him earnestly, as if again about to tell him something, yet unwilling, uncertain. "Usha," Palin said, "what is it?" Her eyes, above the bar rag, glimmered. She pulled down the handkerchief. "Palin, Where are you two?" Tasselhoff sang out, his voice echoing eerily in the tunnel. The echo suddenly changed, became a screech. "Run, Palin, run! Oh!" And then the echo was silent. 8. A frightening encounter. The rescue. Usha's friends. "Tass!" Palin called out. He heard what sounded like a scuffle, a man's deep voice cursing. Palin started forward. Something darker than the darkness sprang out at him, grabbed him around the throat. "Stop his mouth! He's a mage!" came a gruff voice, and a calloused hand clapped over Palin's mouth. He managed to keep firm hold on the staff in his struggle, and its light went out. But the men who had accosted him apparently carried some type of light. A shaft of yellow stabbed forth into the darkness, only to be immediately doused by command of the gruff voice. "Quit this, all of you!" called out Usha. "Jack Ninefingers, don't you know me?" A sound of scraping iron and the light of a stubby candle glowed. The yellow light flared once again, struck Usha full in the face. Her arms were pinioned to her sides. A shadowy figure had hold of her. "By Hijukel, it's Dugan's girl," the gruff voice growled. "Let her go. What have you got there, Alan Scar?" "A kender," replied the man grimly. "He knifed me," he added, aggrieved, showing off a hand that was cut and bleeding. The light illuminated a large man, his face disfigured by a long scar. He carried a wriggling, kicking Tasselhoff under one huge arm. The man had stuffed a handkerchief in Tass's mouth, but the gag wasn't stopping the kender from commenting freely, if somewhat incoherently, on his captor's features, parentage, and body odor. Chuckles came from out of the darkness, echoing up and down the tunnels. "Kender! Pah! What next?" Jack Ninefingers spit into the muck. "I can't stand the little thieves." "He's a friend of mine," Usha protested. "So is the mage. You let me loose, Sally Dale." Usha twisted deftly out of the hands of her captor, a middle-aged woman clad in a short red tunic worn over leather pants. The woman looked to Jack Ninefingers for orders. He nodded and waved, and the woman backed off. Let my friends go too, Usha urged. Jack eyed Palin warily.
Release the scroll speaker, but take his staff and his pouches. And you, Mage, keep your hands in plain sight and your mouth shut. Sally Dale, listen to him. If he so much as squeals a word of magic, web him.
The woman nodded silently and kept her eyes on Palin. A white-bearded dwarf held the lantern, a kind known as a dark lantern, for it had an iron panel that, when closed, permitted no light to escape. He flashed the light straight into Palin's eyes, half blinding him.
What are you doing down here, girl?
Jack Ninefingers demanded, frowning. He was a short man of slender build, nimble and lithe, clad all in black leather. The absence of his ring finger on his left hand gave him his name. He had long black hair, a black beard. His skin was dark, swarthy.
You've no thieving business on tonight, at least none that you've cleared with the guild.
He said the last in an ominous tone.
You're not thinking of going independent, are you, girl?
I'm not on business, Jack Ninefingers, Usha answered him with a blushing, sidelong glance at Palin. My friend the mage must reach the great library by midnight. As you can see, he's a white robe. He carries no papers. Don't say any more, Usha, Palin cautioned. They'll probably turn us over to the Dark Knights, especially if they get paid for their trouble. No, they won't, Sir Mage, came a voice from the darkness. The speaker stepped into the light. She was young, her face partially hidden by a shawl she had draped over her head. She wore the black dress of a widow and carried a baby in her arms. They will not give you up to the knights, she said softly. They have rescued us from them, my child and me. My husband was a knight of Salamnia. He died in the High Clerist's tower. The child in her arms slept fitfully. She hugged the baby close. The Dark Knights came to my door yesterday and told me to be ready to leave this day, that they would accompany me to a place of relocation. I was frightened. I've heard rumors of such places. I had nowhere to go, no one to turn to. And then he came in the night. She nodded her head toward Ninefingers and offered to take me someplace where we would be safe. I care nothing for myself anymore, the young woman added, her tears dripping onto the baby's gown. My life ended with my husband's death. But my child... She hid her face in the baby's blanket. Sally Dale put her arms around the young woman, comforted the mother as the mother comforted her child. Tasselhoff had ceased his incoherent imprecations, was now sniffing, as was the large man holding on to the kender. Palin turned to Ninefingers. Is that true? Are you taking her somewhere where she will be safe?
It's no concern of yours what we're doing,
Jack growled. His face split into a grin.
Let's say this. It will be a fine joke when those black-armored devils show up at the lady's door this day and find the bird flown.
Perhaps I've misjudged you, Palin said stiffly. If so, I'm sorry. Ninefingers laughed, leaned near him.
Don't think too well of us now, Mage. If I was to meet you in an alley in the dark, you with a fat purse hanging from your belt, I'd just as soon slit your throat for your money as not. What we do for love of no man. We do it to thwart those black-plated bastards who have ruined our livelihood. What with their patrols and their curfews, we plan to do everything we can to make their lives miserable, so long as they are in our city. Those who survive.
Ninefingers winked, leered, and drew his finger across his throat. Then, eyeing the three, he scowled.
As it is, I'm wondering whether or not it will be well to make certain you spread no word of our ways. It was wrong of the girl to bring you down here, show you our secrets.
Whatever you do, you'd best be doing it, Jack, said Sally Dale crisply. The boat that's to carry my lady here will be wanting to sail with the tide. If you're going to silence this lot, do it quick and we'll be gone. Let us go our way in peace, Jack, Usha begged. I can answer for my friends. They won't say a word. My brothers were Salamnic knights, Palin added. I swear on their graves that I would do nothing to endanger this lady. Jack continued to eye Palin.
A white robe. Well, he'll keep his word. They've a weakness in that area. Be gone with you then. Mind you follow the symbols, girl. Those who get lost down here end up as rat fodder.
He waved his hand. The large man with the scar dropped Tasselhoff face first into the muck. The dwarf with the lantern led the way. Sally Dale drew the woman and the child into the darkness. The others trooped after her, and within several heartbeats, the thieves were gone as swiftly and silently as they had appeared. Palin remained standing in the darkness to calm his fast-beating heart, regain his composure. He was very confused. His view of a neat, well-balanced world had been turned inside out. He recalled his father saying that some people applauded the Dark Knights for bringing law and order to a troubled land, and he remembered, as if in a dream, the god Paladine saying bitterly, "The peace of the prison house." "It's safe to have light again," Usha said softly. "Shirak," he said, and the staff's light gleamed. He looked at Usha, troubled. "You seem to know these people well, and they know you." Usha's face was pale, her lips set tightly. "Yes, I do know them. They were helpful to me. I've already explained this to you. Am I on trial?" Palin sighed. Once more, it seemed, he was the one at fault. He decided to change the subject. "You started to tell me something earlier. What was it?" Usha refused to look at him. It wasn't important. Turning away from him, she bent down to help pick up Tass. "Are you all right?" she asked solicitously. The Kender, coughing and spitting, stood up, wiped muck from his face. "Did you hear what that man called me, Usha? Little thief!" Tass was spluttering with indignation. "How dare he? And he took my knife. Only it wasn't my knife, it was your knife, I noticed, Palin. And now that thief is missing his knife, too. I've got it right here. Funny, he must have dropped it." 9. The Great Library. Bertram is shocked. Astinus of Palanthas. "We're here," Usha reported in a soft voice. She stood beside a ladder leading upward. The light of the staff illuminated a grate above their heads. "Where does this come out?" Palin asked. "Right in the middle of the street, unfortunately, directly across from the library," Usha said. "Needless to say, this exit isn't used a lot." Her voice cool, she spoke to Palin as she might have talked to a stranger. "I'll go look," Tasselhoff offered. He climbed nimbly up the ladder, shoved on the grate, and lifted it a crack. Peering out, he dropped the grate with a clunk loud enough to be heard in northern Urgoth. "Patrol!" he warned, tumbling down the ladder. "Dulak!" Palin stifled the staff's light. The sound of booted feet rang above them, one knight stepping right on the grate. At that dread sound, Usha moved near Palin. Her hand found his, and their fingers twined tightly together. The knights marched past, and everyone let out a deep breath. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry," she began. Both stopped talking, smiled. "I'll go back up." Tass was prepared to climb when Palin stopped him. Standing beneath the ladder, he stared up at the metal grate that covered the sewer entrance. This grate was not hidden like the one in the alley. This grate was in a well-traveled street in the center of town. The grate would have to be replaced, or the knights might get suspicious and start searching the sewers. They wouldn't find Palin, but they might find Jack Ninefingers and the woman he was helping to safety. "We have to hurry," Usha reminded him. She was standing very near him, pressing against him in the darkness. "The patrols make their rounds every quarter of the hour." "I'm trying," Palin said, finding it difficult to think rationally with her so near, the touch of her hand on his. The words to the spell he needed flitted in and right back out of his mind. "This isn't working. Stand over here." Taking Usha by the shoulders, he positioned her directly beneath the ladder. "Tass, you stay near Usha. When I call, you start climbing." "What are you going to do?" Tass asked excitedly. "You're going to work magic. Can I come with you and watch?" "You stay here," Palin repeated, having enough distractions. Fumbling with the staff, he climbed awkwardly up the ladder. He lifted the grate a fraction, peeped out. Solanari was high in the sky. Its silver light made all objects stand out in sharp relief against a black background. The street was empty. Removing a leather bracelet he wore around his right wrist, he brought the words of the spell to mind. He needed to enunciate each word properly while performing the correct hand motion, using the spell component in the prescribed manner. He could hear Usha and Tass whispering below him, tried to block their voices out. He shut his eyes, concentrated. He was no longer in the sewers of Palanthas. He was no longer in danger from the knights. He was no longer in a hurry. He was no longer near the woman he would give his life to possess. He was with the magic. Palin lifted the loop of leather, began to move it in slow circles directly underneath the grate. At the same time, he spoke the words of magic, placing proper emphasis on each syllable. And as he spoke, he waited, tensely, nervously, eagerly for the rush of warmth centered at his heart, which would spread throughout his body. The warmth meant that the magic had taken hold of him, was working through him. The warmth was addicting, intoxicating, came only to a chosen few. He felt the warmth begin, and he knew the exquisite joy, the exhilaration of the power tingling in his blood. The magic sparkled and danced within him, like bubbles in wine, rising to the surface of his being. It was a simple spell he cast. Any mage of low rank could perform it. Yet even the simplest spell brought this reward, cost this price. For after the words were spoken, the bubbles burst. The warmth receded, leaving behind weariness, depression, and an all-consuming desire to experience the sensation again. For now Palin reveled in his art. He moved the loop beneath the grate, spoke the words. The grate began to rise slowly in the air. Palin controlled its levitation by the motions of his hand. Every time he drew a complete circle, the grate rose a fraction more. When the grate was high enough to permit a person to climb out, Palin ceased the hand motion. The grate held still, hovering in the night air. "Tass, Usha," he called softly. "Now, quickly!" Tass clattered up the ladder, his pouches jouncing around him. Usha came up behind. Palin crawled through the opening, not an easy task, considering that he was forced to keep the loop of leather underneath the grate the entire time. He crouched on the street, his hand beneath the grate, as Tass hauled himself out of the sewer. "Keep watch," Palin ordered the kender, who scooted across the street and ducked behind a bush. Usha came next, scrambling up and out with ease. Tass motioned to her, and Usha ran to join him. Palin began to lower the loop of leather, moving it downward in a slow spiral. And then he heard footsteps, marching in rhythm. He didn't dare hurry. Withdrawing the loop now would cause the grate to fall to the street with an ear-splitting clang. The footsteps were some distance yet, but drawing nearer. Palin moved as swiftly as he could, which seemed tortuously slow. The booted feet drew nearer, nearer. "Palin!" Tass ventured a loud whisper. "Do you hear?" "Hush!" Palin hissed. The grate was almost in place. It was touching his hand now. This was the difficult part. Once the loop was removed, the grate was free of the spell, would start to fall. He had to catch the grate, hold it, renew the spell, all in the space of a very few seconds. Carefully he drew his hand out from underneath it, and with a swift motion reversed the loop, held it downward, and shifted his hand above the grate. The footsteps were closer, probably only half a block away now. The buildings were still blocking the night's view, but when they emerged into the street in front of the library, they would be able to see him, a dark shadow in the bright moonlight. He heard a rustle in the bushes, heard Tass whisper sharply, "No, wait here, Usha, it's too dangerous." Palin lowered the grate into place. The warmth faded from his blood, leaving him suddenly weak, chilled, and empty. For a brief moment, flight seemed useless, a waste of energy. Far easier just to stay here, let the nights capture him. Palin was accustomed to these feelings of despair and lethargy that came after the magic. He knew better than to give way to them. The nights were very close now. He dove for the shadow of the bush just as the knights emerged into view. Moonlight glinted off their dark armor. They tramped past, silent, efficient. The three hiding in the bushes kept still, afraid to breathe, fearful that the rapid beating of their hearts might be too loud to give them away. The knights were gone. Once again, the street was empty. The white marble facade of the great library of Palantis, with its columned portico and narrow dark windows, was one of the oldest structures on Krynn, held in reverence and respect by all who came near it. People who walked its grounds spoke in hushed tones, not because silence was imposed on them, but because the very air rustling the trees seemed to whisper the secrets of the ages kept locked inside the library. Palin had the impression that if he took the time to listen, he might hear one of them. But he didn't have time to listen. Not only was it nearing the hour of his meeting with his uncle, the knights would be coming back this way in a very short time. The enormous double front doors were new, replacing the old doors that had been damaged years before during the Battle of Palantis. Made of bronze and bearing a book, the symbol of Gilean, the doors were shut, looked extremely imposing. Palin pushed on them. They were, as he had expected, locked. "Probably barred from the inside," he muttered. "There must be a way." "What about this, Palin? Maybe this does something." Tasselhoff was holding on to a length of rope dangling down from the dark recesses of the portico. "Tass, don't!" Whatever Palin had been going to say was boomed out of his head by the clang of a large bronze bell. Its resonating notes thundered through the still night air, reverberated up and down the street. "Oops," Tass said, and let go of the rope. The bell began to swing back and forth, clanging madly, the sound nearly deafening them. Lights flared in the library windows. Lights flared in the windows of buildings up and down the street. A smaller door, set within the great doors, opened tentatively. "What is it? Fire?" demanded a cracked voice. A tonsured head peered fearfully into the darkness. "Where is the fire?" Palin had caught hold of the bell cord, stilled the ringing of the bell. "There is no fire, brother. A strange expression contorted the elderly monk's face. He stared at the mage's white robes, stained and filthy. At Usha, her dress hiked up around her waist, her shoes covered with muck. And at Tasselhoff, dripping slime from his topknot. The monk put his hand over his nose. "The library's closed," he said in a loud voice, and started to shut the door. "Wait!" Tasselhoff interposed his small body in the doorway. "Hello, Bertram."
Remember me? I'm Tasselhoff Burfoot. I was here before. Yes, said Bertram in frozen tones. I remember. The library is most definitely closed. Come back in the morning, after you have bathed.
Retreating, he started to shut the door, paused, added hastily,
all but the kender.
And pushing Tass out, Bertram pulled on the door.
Please, you must let us inside.
Palin thrust his staff into the door, stopping at a crack.
I'm sorry we smell like this, but we've been down in the sewers. Thieves!
Bertram shrieked, trying unsuccessfully to drag the door closed. He raised his voice.
Help! Help! Thieves!
Someone's coming, Usha warned.
We're not thieves.
Palin was growing desperate.
I'm supposed to meet my uncle here. He told me to wait for him in the office of Astinus. Let me see Astinus.
Bertram was so shocked he nearly let loose of the door.
Assassins! He howled. Assassins here to murder the master! Knights! Usha hissed. Heading this way.
Bertram! A voice called from within the library. Bertram jumped, paled, glanced back over his shoulder.
Yes, master.
Let them in. I've been expecting them.
But, master...
Do you force me to repeat myself, Bertram?
Yes, master. I mean, no, master.
Bertram swung the door open. Backing up, he held the sleeve of his robe over his nose, motioned the three to come inside. The interior of the library was shadowy, lit only by an oil lamp Bertram had set on a table so he could answer the door. The speaker, whom the monk addressed as Master, could not be seen.
Shut the door, Bertram, ordered the voice. When the knights come to inquire about the commotion, tell them that you were sleepwalking, and one of the things you do when you sleepwalk is ring the bell. Is that understood, Bertram?
Yes, master.
Bertram sounded subdued.
This way, continued the voice from the shadows. Quickly, history passes unrecorded while I stand idle in this draughty hall. Light your staff, young maid. Your uncle is waiting for you. Palin spoke the word, and the staff lit the vast hall. The light shone on rows of bound leather volumes and stacks of scrolls placed neatly and carefully on long shelves that extended as far as the eye could see, were swallowed up by the darkness, much as the history they contained was swallowed up by the past. The light also fell on the author of the books, the writer of the scrolls. His face was neither old nor young, nor yet middle-aged. It was smooth, unlined, as blank as the paper on which he wrote constantly, endlessly, recording the passage of time on crin. No emotion marked the face, no emotion touched the man. He had seen too much to be moved by any sight. He had described the birth of the world. He had written of the rise of the house of Sylvanus, the crafting of the Grey Gem, the construction of Thorbarden, the heroics of Humor in the Second Dragon War, the Kinslayer War, the formation of the Knights of Solamnia, the founding of Istar. He had continued to write during the terrible destruction of the Cataclysm, when the walls of the library shuddered around him. He had written of the fall of the Knights of Solamnia, the rise of the false priests, the return of dragons, the war of the Lambs. Some said that he had long, long ago been a monk in the service of Gillian. During his service he had begun to write his now famous history. Gillian had, so it was told, been so impressed with the work that he had rewarded the mortal man with immortality, as long as he continued writing. Others said that he was the god Gillian himself. Those who came into his presence could rarely recall his features, but they never forgot his eyes, dark, roving, all-seeing, without pity, without compassion. I am Astinus, child of the Erda, he replied, though Usha had not asked the question aloud. Usha stared, shook her head. I'm not. The eyes gazed at her relentlessly. She gave up her denial. How did you know? Held by the eyes, fascinated, she crept forward. What do you know? Everything. Do you know the truth about me? Usha faltered with a sidelong glance at Palin. Ask yourself that question, child of the Erda, Astinus replied offhandedly. Do not ask me. This is not the place to talk, he added with a glance at the door. The knights will be here any moment. Come along. He turned to his right, proceeded down a hallway. They left Bertram standing guard, not very happily, at the closed door. The bell rang loudly. The three hastened their steps. Hello, Astinus, Tasselhoff said, trotting along at the chronicler's side, not at all daunted by the imposing presence. Do you remember me? I remember you. I just saw the god Gillian in the abyss. Are you really Gillian? You don't look much like Gillian, but then Fizban didn't look like Fizban either. Well, rather, he did look like Fizban, he just didn't look like Paladine.
Dugan Redhammer looked a lot like Reorcs, but then I've noticed that dwarves haven't much imagination. Have you noticed that? Now, if I were a god—"
Astinus came to a sudden halt. A flicker of emotion passed over his face. "If Kenda were gods, the world would certainly be an interesting place, though none of us would ever be able to find anything in it."
"Where is my uncle?" Palin inquired, eager and not eager for him to meet Usha.
"He waits for you in my private quarters. But," Astinus flicked a glance over at Palin, "surely you do not intend to meet him in that condition?"
Palin shrugged. "I am certain that my uncle would understand. We had no choice."
Astinus came to a halt in front of a closed door. He pointed. "In there you will find water for washing yourself and a change of clothes."
"I thank you, sir, for your thoughtfulness," Palin began, "but my uncle told me to hurry."
He was talking to Astinus's back. The chronicler had turned away from him. "I have clothes for you as well," he said to Usha and Tass. "Cast-offs that we donate to the poor, but they are clean and serviceable. You two, come with me." Astinus said over his shoulder as he walked away, "I will return in a few moments, Palin Majere. When you are dressed, I will take you to your uncle. Come, child of the Erda. You as well, Master Burfoot."
"Did you hear what he called me?"
Tass was saying proudly to Usha as they followed Astinus.
"Master Burfoot."
Palin supposed Astinus was right. Raceland would not want to meet a nephew who smelled as if he'd been feasting with gully dwarves. Palin opened the door, walked into the room. A small cell similar to those in which lived the ascetics, the monks who devoted their lives to the service of the library and its master. Sparsely furnished, the room contained a bed and a washstand, on which stood a pitcher of water, a washbowl, and a lighted candle. The end of the bed was lost in the shadows, but a lump was probably his change of clothing. Palin barely glanced at the clean clothes. He approached the washbowl, now suddenly eager to strip off these filthy robes and wash away the muck and the stench that was starting to make him sick to his stomach. After his ablutions, feeling much better, he bundled the dirty robes in a corner, turned to put on the clean clothes. Palin halted, stared, sucked in a breath. He grabbed hold of the robes, held them close to the light, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. No mistake. No trick, at least not one his eyes played. The robes Astinus had given Palin were black. 10. The Choice. Palin's first thought was that Astinus was playing some sort of joke. Recalling the passionless eyes, Palin discarded that notion. The black cloth was soft to the touch and felt oddly warm in his hand. Palin's words, spoken to Raceland in the Tower of High Sorcery, returned forcibly to him. "I know the work will be arduous and difficult, but I will do anything, sacrifice anything to gain more power." And was this the answer? Was this the sacrifice his uncle intended? A knock sounded. Before Palin could respond, the door swung open. Astinus stood in the doorway. He held a large book in his arms, a quill pen in his hand. "Well," he commanded, "why are you wasting time? Put them on." "I don't understand, sir," Palin said. "What does this mean?" "Mean? What do you think it means? You have already made your decision. Put them on." "Decision? What decision? I never intended this. I don't want to take the black robes. I don't want to use my magic for gain or to harm others or force others to work my will." "Don't you?" Astinus was calm. "I should think that allowing a man to die in your place was a decision worthy of the black robes." Palin protested. "Die? In my place? You must have made some sort of mistake. I never—" He stopped. "My God. You mean steal?" "But no, surely the knights wouldn't put him to death. He must have explained the circumstances to them. There was nothing he could have done. Didn't they believe him?" Astinus entered the room. Walking up to Palin, the chronicler opened the great book he held, indicated a line written at the bottom of the page. "This day, first watch rising, Steel Brightblade was executed. He died in place of Palin Majere, who gave his word of honor to return and broke it." "First watch rising," Palin murmured. He lifted his gaze from the book to Astinus. "It's not first watch yet. It can't be. How?" "It is several hours until sunrise," Astinus said, shrugging. "Sometimes I anticipate events. It makes the work easier, especially if there is no chance for change." "Where?" Palin demanded. He held fast to the black robes. "Where is he to die?" "In the High Clerist's tower. He dies without honor, stripped of his rank. He will lay his head upon a block of blood-crusted stone. Lord Ariakan himself wields the sword that will sever Steel Brightblade's head from his body. Palin stood silent, unmoving. Astinus continued, relentless. Brightblade's corpse will not be entombed, but will be thrown from the walls for the carrion birds to feast on. He will be used as an example to other knights. This is what happens to those who fail to obey orders. Images came to Palin. Steel kneeling at his brother's gravesite. Steel fighting at his side in the Scheuken Grove. Steel saving his life. But what does it matter? Astinus droned on sonorously. The man is evil. He has given his soul to the Dark Queen. He has killed his share of good men, knights of Solamnia. He deserves to die. Not in shame and dishonor. Palin stared at the book in Astinus' hands, at the writing on the page. First watch. It's too late. I would stop the execution if I could, but it's not possible. It takes days to reach the High Clerist's Tower from Palantis. I could never arrive in time to prevent the execution. He was ashamed of himself, but he felt a vast sense of relief. A voice whispered in Palin's mind, "Robe yourself in black. When that is done, I will open the spell book of Fist and Dantalus to you. You will have earned it." A bitter taste, worse than the smell of the sewers, was in Palin's mouth. He ran his hand over the black cloth. It was soft to the touch, soft and warm, would envelop him, protect him. "I've done nothing, Uncle. It's not my fault. I never thought Steel would come to harm because of me, and even if I wanted to go, I could never get there in time." "You have made your decision. Proclaim it proudly. Don't lie to yourself, nephew." The voice whispered, "You can go. You have the ring, Dalamar's ring. The Kender gave it back to you. You can be standing in the High Clerist's Tower before the next beat of your heart." Palin trembled. The wood of the Staff of Mages was suddenly warm, warmer than the black cloth in his hand. The ring would take him. He had only to wish it. End of side 11. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 12, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 419. But what a terrible wish. He looked up at Astinus. "You've heard?" "Yes, I hear all words, even those of the soul." "Is what he says true? Could I stop the execution?" "If you reached the High Clerist's Tower in time, yes, the knights would halt the execution." Astinus regarded Palin with mild curiosity. "They would halt Steel's execution. Are you prepared for me to cross out his name and insert your own?" Palin's throat closed. He could barely breathe. No, I am not ready to die. I'm afraid of death, afraid of the pain, the unending darkness, the unbroken silence. I want to see the sunrise, listen to music, drink a cup of cold water. I have found someone to love. I want to feel again the tingle of the magic. And my parents, their grief would be bitter. I don't want to leave this life." "Then don't, nephew," came the whispering voice in his mind. "Steel Brightblade has dedicated his soul to the Dark Queen. Many would account it a good deed to let him die." "I gave my word. I promised to go back." "Broken word? A broken promise? What is that? Once Steel Brightblade is dead, who will know or care?" "I will," Palin answered. "And what did you expect, nephew? What did you think the word sacrifice meant? I will tell you. It means exchanging everything, everything. Love, honor, family, your soul itself, for the magic. Isn't that what you wanted? Or did you expect to gain it all without giving something in return?" "You're asking me to give my life," said Palin. "Of course." "Either way," Palin realized, "I'd give my life." "Either way," said Raistlin. 11. The Execution. Steel Brightblade lay upon a pallet of straw spread on the stone floor of his cell. He had not slept, but had spent the night before his execution in silent, bitter vigil. He did not fear death. He had made peace with death, looked forward to it. And death had not come, not taken him as he had wanted to die, in honor, in battle. His death would be inglorious, shameful, without honor. He would die in shackles, die the death of the thief, the coward, the traitor. He could not see the dawn from his windowless cell, but he could hear them call the watch. He'd listened to it all night long. He heard the last watch shouted throughout the tower, imagined what it would be like for those standing guard duty. They would smile, stretch, and yawn. The end of their watch was near. In another hour they could leave their posts, return to the barracks, slip into the welcome darkness of sleep. Out of that darkness they would return, wake to curse the bedbugs, the heat, the snoring of the man next to them. Steel Brightblade, in an hour, would slip into the darkness from which there was no return. Not unless Chemosh got hold of him, sent him walking the world as one of the restless undead. Steel feared nothing in this life, but the thought of that dread fate shriveled his soul. He had once met the Death Knight, Lord Soth. Awed at the undead's power, Steel had still gazed at the Death Knight's faceless visage with revulsion and pity, and the whispered prayer, "Takhisis, ruler of the dark, let any fate be mine except this." That had been his agony throughout the night. Would Takhisis forgive him, or would she hand him over to skull-masked Chemosh, to spend eternity as Death's slave? The thought left him chilled, quaking with terror, his body bathed in a cold sweat. Shuddering, he crouched on the straw pallet and was praying for her dark majesty's mercy when the key rattled on the cell door. "Visitor," called out the jailer. His voice was subdued, reverent, and the unusual tone warned Steel that this visitor was not ordinary. He straightened, rose to his feet. He was clad in the garment he would wear for the execution, a plain, crude black shift, similar to the garment used to clothe the bodies of paupers before they were thrown into unmarked graves. He waited tensely, nervously, thinking, fearing, wildly hoping that perhaps it was Lord Ariakan, come to rescind the sentence of death. The cell door creaked open. A figure draped in black robes entered. The figure was stooped, bent with age. Steel could not tell in the shadows of his cell if the figure was male or female. It seemed little more than a shambling bundle of darkness. The figure was not alone. Another, also robed in black, walked at its side, supportive of the feeble steps. Yet the voice which spoke was neither weak nor faltering. "Shut the door and lock it." Memory stirred in Steel. He had seen this, encountered this before. He fell to the damp, dank stone, lying prone upon it, his arms extended out above his head. "Holiness," he whispered. "Light," the high priestess ordered the acolyte who served her. The younger woman spoke a word, and light gleamed from an unseen source. The light did not banish the darkness. Rather, it seemed to deepen it, make it stronger, give it life. The high priestess of Takhisis hobbled forward until she came to stand above him. "Rise," she hissed. "Look at me." Overcome with awe, Steel raised himself to his knees. The high priestess had seemed ancient to him when she had blessed his investiture years ago. She was now old, past understanding, past comprehension. Gray hair hung in wisps around her face. Her skin was stretched over bone, seemingly without flesh beneath. Her lips were blue, bloodless, as were the veins on her bone-ivory hands. Stretching one of those hands forth, the other clutched the acolyte's arm. The priestess took hold of Steel's chin. Her fingers were like talons, long nails, yellowed and sharp, dug into his flesh. "Your queen has heard your prayers. She is pleased with you, Steel of Mater Brightblade. You have served her majesty well, better than you know. She stands to gain 2 souls this day. A place has been prepared for you in her dark majesty's dread guard, a place of honor." Steel shut his eyes. Tears of relief and thankfulness seeped from beneath the lids. "I honor and thank her majesty with all my heart." "One requirement," the priestess interrupted him. Steel's eyes flared open. The priestess's nails stabbed his flesh, drawing blood. She loosed his chin. Her hand lowered, a skeletal finger extended, pointing. "Remove the talisman." Steel's hand went to his neck, to the chain of fine silver he wore around his neck. From that chain dangled an ornament Steel had always kept hidden. Only 4 people knew he possessed it, and one of those persons, Tanis Half-Elven, was now dead. Lord Ariakan knew, for Steel had told his lord himself. The priestess knew, and Caramon Majer, who had been a witness, knew. Steel's hand closed over the talisman, the star jewel. Steel often wondered why he wore it. The jewel was an irritant. Its sharp edges scratched and annoyed him. He had more than once decided to rid himself of it, had grasped the jewel in his hand, prepared to break its chain, fling it to the dust. Yet, every time he touched it, a cooling, calming feeling of serenity spread through him, like cold water assuaging a burning thirst. The sensation eased his almost constant inner turmoil, cleared his thoughts, left them crystalline, clean-cut, and sharp-edged, like the jewel. Nagging doubts vanished, while confidence in himself, his abilities, was restored. His fingers touched the silver chain. Knowing how the jewel affected him, Steele was reluctant to touch it. His thoughts were calm now, his inner doubt settled. His queen had forgiven him his sin, had prepared a place of honor for him at her side. The jewel would now only confuse and disturb him. Yes, the priestess was right. He should remove it now, so that his soul stood before Tarcheisus free of restraint. "I will," he said, and grasping the chain, he gave it a sharp tug. The chain did not break. "Remove it!" ordered the priestess, displeased. Her red-rimmed eyes narrowed. "Or risk Her Majesty's wrath?" A vision rose before Steele's eyes, a vision of a fleshless hand scrabbling up from the smothering ground of the Shoiken Grove, seeking the warmth of living blood to banish the chill that could never be banished, and he knew, with stark terror, that the hand was his. Frantic, desperate, he pulled and tore at the chain until it bit deep into his neck. "Let me go, father!" he cried, not realizing what he was saying, not even knowing he was saying it. "Let me go! I have made my choice!" His hand slid along the chain. He grasped the jewel, thinking to use it as leverage. Light, warm and bright, welled out from between his fingers. His fears, which were like the nightmares of a child alone in darkness, eased, as if the father's strong arm were there to support him, comfort him, protect him from harm. He was filled with peace, calm. He was no longer bitter. He knew suddenly that though his death might seem dishonorable to some, he would be honored by others. His soul was his own. Tarcheisus could not claim it, not unless he gave himself willingly. He had yet to make that choice. He must have faith, if that faith was only in himself. Steele's hand opened wide, released the jewel, let it fall back against his breast. The high priestess hissed in displeasure, snarled, "You are doomed! You have betrayed your queen! May your torment be endless!" Steele shivered at the terrible curse, yet he did not flinch or crouch or grovel. He felt nothing now, was drained of all emotion, even fear. "Take me away from here!" the priestess ordered. The acolyte raised her bowed head, flashed Steele a look of hatred, enmity, then did as the priestess commanded, guided the faltering footsteps over the rough stone. Steele should say something, he knew, but he was suddenly tired, very tired. He was tired of this life. He was impatient to end it, end the suffering and doubt, the feeling of being two separate beings trapped in one body, end the struggle between them for the possession of his soul. The battle would be over soon. He found himself looking forward to it. A single trumpet, its note pure silver, sounded first watch. Booted footsteps marched with solemn tread outside the cell door. Steele rose to his feet. They would find him standing straight and proud when they came inside to take him. The door swung open. 2 knights, high-ranking knights, members of Lord Ariaken's own personal staff, entered. Steele recognized the honor being accorded him. He was humbly grateful. "Steele of Mator Brightblade," said one, speaking in low, solemn tones, "you are hereby summoned to face our Lord's judgment. Do you have anything to say in your defense in this, your final hour?" "No, my lord." Steele answered steadily, "I accept my Lord's judgment as just. I accept my punishment as right." "So be it," said the knight, his tone grim. Steele was astonished then to realize that the man had been hoping for a different response. The decision made, the knight's expression hardened. He and his companion approached Steele. They bound his hands with strips of black leather behind his back. They gathered up and tied his long, thick hair with another cord of leather in order to lay bare his neck to meet the sword. This done, they started to grasp hold of his arms. He shrugged loose from their grip. "I will walk on my own," he said. He walked out the cell door. The jailer stood to one side, muttered in a gruff voice, "May the Dark Queen judge you fairly, Sir Knight." From the darkness of the cells around his came a multitude of voices. "May Paladine defend you, Brightblade!" Somewhere in the darkness, someone began to sing, "Sularis huma deve, caramnes huma deve." It was the song of Huma, hero of the Knights of Solamnia. One by one, the other prisoners joined in, their voices rising strong and poignant in the dawning. "Make them stop that row," said one of the Dark Knights, but he said it softly, and the jailer walked away, pretending he hadn't heard. Steele wanted to respond, could find no words, no voice to speak them if they had existed. He nodded his silent thanks. His eyes dim with tears, he walked on. It was not a long distance from the cell block to the central courtyard, where Steele had fought courageously, where Tanis Half-Elven had died in his arms. Not a long walk to where Steele himself was to die by his own sword, his father's sword. He was astonished to find that the route was lined with knights. At first he thought they had gathered to revile him, but as he walked past, barefoot, clad in his robes of shame, each man or woman present saluted him gravely, solemnly. All the knights blended together in a blur of shining armor that coalesced into the image of his father, striding before him, silver armor shining in the first rays of the dawn. Steele emerged into the courtyard, which was filled with knights, all standing in a circle. In the center was a block of black marble stained and crusted with dried blood. An area had been hollowed out where Steele would place his head. With firm, unfaltering step, accompanied by his 2 knightly guards, Steele Brightblade walked up to the block, stood before it. Lord Ariaken, as Steele's sponsor and judge, would also be his executioner. Ariaken held in his gloved hands the sword of the Brightblades. His lordship's face was as cold and unrelenting as the stone. He looked not at Steele, but at the 2 knights. "Has the prisoner any argument to make why this sentence should not be passed on him?" "No, my lord," answered one of the knights. "He does not." "He deems the sentence just, my lord," said the other. "The punishment right." "Then so the sentence will be performed on him." Lord Ariaken's gaze shifted to Steele. "Her Dark Majesty will be your next judge, Steele of Matar Brightblade. You will assure her, as you have told us, that you were judged fairly, that you were given every chance to speak in your own defense, and that you refused this opportunity." "I will do so, my lord," Steele answered, his voice strong and carrying through the air, which was already, even in the early morning, breathlessly hot. "I hold you blameless in my death, my lord. I take it completely upon myself." Lord Ariaken nodded, satisfied. It was not unknown for Queen Tyrchisis to take exception of the judgment of mortal men, to send back the soul of the victim to seek revenge on those who had falsely executed him. "Let the sentence be carried out." One of the knights escorting Steele offered him a blindfold. Steele, with a shake of his head, proudly refused. The 2 knights took hold of Steele by the arms, assisted him to kneel before the block. One of them brushed back the black hair, leaving the neck bare. "Strike him there," came a hissing voice, the voice of the high priestess. "Strike him along the red mark on his flesh." The mark left by the silver chain. Steele turned his head, rested his face on the block of marble, which, despite the heat of the day, was as cold as death itself. "Pray to your queen, Brightblade," said Lord Ariaken. "My prayers are made," Steele replied steadily. "I am ready." He could see the sword rising above him. Ariaken lifted it high, ready to bring it down with a blow that would sever Steele's head from his body. He watched it arc upward. When the blade reached its zenith, it caught the sun's light, flared with a white brilliance like a star. Steele closed his eyes. The memory of that beautiful flash would be his last. He waited tensely for the blow. What he felt instead was a heavy weight, as of another body crashing into his, knocking him off balance. His hands tied, he had no way to catch himself. He lurched over sideways. Astonished, almost angry at the interruption, he opened his eyes to see what was going on. A young man in white robes stood protectively over Steele. In his hands he held a staff topped with a crystal ball clutched in a dragon's claw. "What is the meaning of this?" Lord Ariaken thundered. "Who in the name of the Dark Queen are you?" "I am the one you want," said the young man in a halting voice that strengthened as he continued. "I am Palin Majer." 12. Old Friends. A Proposed Meeting. Raistlin Majer stood in the study of Astinus of Palantis. The Archmage was restless. He roamed about the room, his gaze roving coldly and without interest over the volumes of recent history stacked neatly on the shelves. Astinus worked at his desk, writing in the book. At intervals, one of the aesthetics would appear and, very silently, not disturbing the master, gather up the completed volumes and bear them away to the library, where they were then arranged in chronological order. The 2 men had not spoken since Astinus's return to his study. The bells in the town rang out first watch. Raistlin paused in his restless pacing, looked out the open door and down the hall, as if he were expecting someone. No one came. He stood long moments, then, walking back, circled around Astinus's chair, looked to read what the historian had just written. Satisfied, Raistlin nodded to himself. "Thank you, my friend," he said quietly. Astinus did not lift his pen from the paper. The flow of ink ceased only when he stopped to dip that pen in the inkwell, and that he did so swiftly that the eye scarcely noticed it. "I did very little," Astinus replied, continuing to write. "You showed Palin the book," Raceland said. "I grant this is not unusual, but you showed him the book in order to force him to make a decision, and you dislike meddling in mankind's affairs." "Mankind's affairs are my affairs," said Astinus. "How not? I have written them, lived them, every one of them, for centuries." His writing slowed, finally ceased. He had just that morning begun a new volume. It was thick, leather-bound, its vellum pages blank, ready to receive laughter, tears, curses, blows, the cries of the newborn, the sighs of the dying. His fingers seemed permanently bent in a crook to hold his pen. His index finger stained bluish-purple from the ink. Astinus thumbed through the blank pages until he came to the end. "Whatever happens," he said quietly, "this book will be the last." He picked up the pen, put it to paper. The pen made a harsh, scratching sound. Ink spluttered, blotting the page. Astinus frowned, tossed the split quill aside, selected a fresh one from a holder on his desk, and began writing again. "You knew, I think, the decision your nephew would make." "I knew," Raceland said quietly. "That was why I sent Caramon back home. He would have interfered. Palin had to make his own choice." "The right one, for him," Astinus observed. "Yes, he is young, has never been truly tested. Life for him has been easy. He's been loved, admired, respected. Whatever he wanted was given to him. He's never known hardship. When he wanted to sleep, a bed was prepared for him, a bed with clean sheets in a warm and cozy room. Oh, true, he traveled with his brothers, but that, unto the last, was more a holiday than anything else. Not like Caramon and me, when we were mercenaries before the war." Raceland mused. "Only once was he truly tested, during the battle when his brothers died. He failed." "He did not fail," Astinus remarked. "He thinks he did," Raceland said with a shrug, "which amounts to the same thing. In reality he fought well with what magic he had, kept his head in the midst of fearful chaos, remembered his spells during a time when one wonders how a man remembers his own name. But he lost. He was doomed to lose. Only when he held the black robes in his hand, only when he had to condemn a man to death unjustly, only then did he come to the sacrifice he must be prepared to make." "He may well die in gaining such understanding." Astinus all this time had not ceased to write. "That is the risk we all take, so the conclave judged." Raceland frowned down at the books, as if he could read their contents and was not finding much of it to his liking. "As they judged once in your case, old friend." "They tempted me, and I fell, for which I was reviled, for which I paid a heavy price. Yet, had I not fallen, it is very likely that the ward of the lance would have been lost." Raceland's lip curled in a sneer. "How does that thread weave into the grand design?" "As do all threads," Astinus said. "Look at the rug beneath your feet. Were you to turn the rug over, you would see what appears to be a confused tangle of many-colored strands of thread. But look at the rug from the top. The strands are neatly, tightly woven, merged together to form a strong fabric. Oh, it is frayed a bit at the corners, but, overall, it has worn well." "It will need to be strong," Raceland said quietly, "to withstand what is coming. There is one more thing I would like you to do for me, my friend." "And that is?" Astinus did not look up, but his pen flowed across the paper. "I would like to see Lady Chrysania," Raceland said. Now Astinus lifted his gaze. Now the pen stopped. The historian was rarely astonished by anything, since he had seen, heard, felt everything. This request, however, took him by surprise. "See Lady Chrysania? Why?" Astinus demanded. "What would you say to her? That you are sorry for what you did to her? For the way you used her? That would be a lie. Did you not tell your brother that you would do what you did all over again?" Raceland turned. A hint of color stained the pale, wan cheeks. "I used her. What of the way she used me? We were two of a kind, just clad in different color clothes. She loved you. She loved her ambition more." "True," Astinus agreed. "And she finally saw that, but only when she could see nothing else. What would you say to her? I'm curious, particularly since this meeting you propose will never come about." "Why not?" Raceland demanded sharply. "All I have to do is walk over to the temple grounds. They cannot, dare not, keep me out." You may walk over there any time you want, but it will avail you little. Have you forgotten what dire calamity faces the world? Lady Chrysania has been called to fight her own battle against chaos, as have many others. Your story, Palin's story, Steel Brightblade's story, are just one of many that I am currently writing. The great tangle, Raistlin murmured, scraping his foot across the rug. Does Lady Chrysania go alone? No. Another is with her, a man devoted to her. He travels with her, though she is not aware of his true nature. That, too, is another story. Again, assuage my curiosity. Would you ask her for forgiveness? I would not, Raistlin returned coldly. Why should I? She got what she wanted. I got what was due me. We are even. So, you would not apologize to her. You would not ask for forgiveness. What then did you want to say to her? Raistlin was silent long moments. He had turned back to the bookshelves, was staring now at the shadows that surrounded the books, staring at a time that would never happen. I wanted to tell her that sometimes, in my long sleep, I dreamt of her, he said softly. 13. The Note. Usha's Plan. A disturbance in the library. Usha had bathed, a cat's bath, as Prote would have called it, meaning that she had given herself a lick and a promise. But at least she'd been able to wash away the stench of the sewer and the smell of the tavern's grease and stale ale, which had been almost as bad. She had changed her clothes, too, though she had been almost as startled and very nearly as fearful at the change of clothing she found on her bed as Palin had been of the change she had found on his. Her old clothes, the clothes the Erda had made for her, clothes that she had thought were packed away in a small wooden box in the small shabby room over the tavern, her old clothes were here. And here, too, was the pouch containing her only possessions, the magical artifacts of the Erda. The sight of her clothes, and especially the pouch, frightened her. Someone had not only gone to fetch them, apparently, but someone had gone to fetch them before they could have possibly known she was going to be here. Usha didn't like that. She didn't like this place. She didn't like the people. The only person she did like was Palin, and she liked him so much that the feeling was more frightening than anything else. Why do I keep lying to him? She asked herself miserably. One lie on top of another. All tiny and harmless to begin with, they seem to be growing in size. A tiny pile of sand had changed to a mountain of boulders. She had to labor to keep them in place, for if one shifted, they would all fall, tumble down, and crush her. Yet the mountain of lies was now a barrier, was keeping her separated from Palin. She loved him, wanted him for her own. This past month she had dreamt of him, reliving their brief time together in the dreadful tower. Other men, like lynched Geoffrey, had tried to win her love. Usha had at last begun to realize that people found her pretty, and Usha could at last let herself believe. She looked into a mirror and no longer saw herself as ugly, perhaps because the images of the incredibly beautiful Erda had begun to fade in her mind, like summer roses pressed between the pages of a book. As other men fell in her estimation, Palin rose, and though she told herself constantly that she would never see him again, the sight of a mage in white robes always quickened her heartbeat. How strange, she muttered, that when he did come in I was too busy and harassed to take note. She paused a moment to relive the memory, the wonderful, thrilling warmth that had surged through her when she had heard him speak her name, speak it with such love and longing. And I repaid him with more lies, she said, berating herself. The words came so glibly to her tongue, they were out before she knew it. But I can't bear the thought of losing him again, she sighed. And now here is this uncle of his. Usha put on her old clothes reluctantly, wary of their mysterious appearance. But it was either wear these or dress again in the muck-stained skirt, the food-spattered blouse. While she dressed, she formed a resolve. I'll find Palin. I'll take him away from this place before he has a chance to talk to his uncle, before he can find out that I'm not the person he thinks I am. I'll be doing this for his own good, Usha convinced herself. A soft tap on her door interrupted her castle-building. Usha, it's me, Taz. Open up, quick! The voice had a squeezed quality to it, as though it were coming through the keyhole, which, upon investigation, Usha discovered it was. She opened the door so fast that Taz lost his balance, tumbled inside. Hello, Usha. Do you mind if we shut the door? Bertram seems to be awfully fond of me because he told me under no circumstances was I to leave my room and wander about the library without him. But I don't like to bother him. He's so busy. He went to tell Steinis we were ready. Usha hesitated in shutting the door. Where's Palin? Can you take me to his room? "Sure," said Tass cheerfully. "It's 2 down from yours and 1 up from mine." He padded, soft-footed, over to the door and peered out. "We don't want to disturb Bertram," he said in a loud whisper. Usha wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Seeing no one in the hall, the two slipped out and ran to Palin's room. The door was shut. Usha tapped on it timidly. "Palin," she said in a soft voice. "Palin, it's Usha and Tass. Are you dressed?" No answer. "I think I hear someone coming," Tasselhoff said, tugging on Usha's sleeve. Usha started to tap again, but the door moved beneath her hand and began to swing open. "Palin?" Usha called. Tass marched inside. "Palin, Oh! You can come in, Usha. Palin's not here." "Not here?" Usha darted inside, looked around the room. Her search didn't take long, for the room was very small. Robes of soft black fabric lay on the floor, as if they had been picked up, then dropped. The room smelled of the sewer muck which his boots had tracked across the floor, and there was even the round print of mud left by the bottom of the staff. "Look, here's a note." Tass pointed to a ripped piece of paper such as mages use for copying spells, which was lying on top of the black robes. "It's for you," the Kender reported, picking it up. "I'll read it." Usha snatched the note, began to read it feverishly. The note appeared to have been written in a great hurry. The writing was almost illegible. The paper was stained with ink blots and other marks that might have been tears. Usha read the few, very few words scribbled on it, and a chill as of a biting winter wind made her shiver all over. "Usha!" Tass was alarmed. She had turned so very pale. "Usha, what is it? What's the matter?" Silently, with hands that seemed to have gone numb from the cold, Usha handed the Kender the note. "Usha, I love you with all my heart. Always remember—" I can't read that part. It's all smudged. Something, gone to the High Clarist's tower. Something, steal, love. Tass paused aghast. "He's gone to the High Clarist's tower." "That's the Dark Knight's stronghold, isn't it?" Usha asked hopelessly, knowing the answer. "It is now," Tass said, subdued. "It didn't used to be. I wonder why Palin went there, and without taking us." "He went to throw his life away," Usha said, frightened and angry at the same time. "That's what the note says. He gave his word to that horrible knight, Bright Sword, or whatever his name was. We have to go after him. Stop him." She started for the open door. "The knights will kill him. Are you coming with me?" "You bet," said Tass promptly. "But he probably wouldn't have walked, Usha. It's something I've noticed about mages. They don't take to exercise, and if Palin has magicked himself into the middle of the stronghold of the Knights of Tarkaisis, he's going to be in a lot of danger. I think we'd better go tell Raistlin." Usha slammed shut the door, turned, stood with her back against it. "No, we won't tell anyone." Tass halted, amazed. "Why not, Usha? If Palin's truly gone to the High Clarist's tower, he's going to need rescuing, and while I'm pretty good at rescuing people myself, I've found that it almost always helps to have a wizard with you. Oh, I forgot. You're a wizard, aren't you, Usha?" Usha didn't appear to be listening. "Tass, have you ever been to the High Clarist's tower?" "Oh, yes," said Tass matter-of-factly. "I've been inside it many times. The first time was when Flint and I were there, and Kittiara attacked it, and then the dragons flew in and were all trapped, and I broke the dragon orb completely by accident, and Sturm died, and Lorana took the dragon lance." He paused, gave a little sigh, then added, "Anyway, I know my way around the High Clarist Tower quite well. I'm especially familiar with the location of the jail." "Good," said Usha, "because that's where we're going. I have an idea." Walking over, she picked up the black robes, shook them out, slid them over her head. Flushed and breathless, she smoothed her hair, adjusted the robes around her slender body. The robes were a good fit. She and Palin were nearly the same height. She tied them around her waist with a black silken cord. "How do I look?" she asked. "Like a black-robed wizard?" "Well," said Tass, hating to throw cold water on this expedition, but bound to bring up objections, "the knights don't have black-robed mages, only gray." "That's true." Usha was downcast. "But," Tass lit up with excitement, "they do have black-robed clerics. I've seen them walking around town." "You're right. I'll be a cleric of Tarkaisis." Usha paused, regarded the Kender in perplexity. "What about your disguise?" "I could wear black robes, too," Tass said eagerly. "Hush," Usha said, frowning. "I'm thinking." The meaning of the word hush being generally unknown in the Kender language, Tass prattled on. "Once a cleric of Morgian, that's the god of pestilence and disease, came to Kendermore looking for converts. Eiderdown Packslinger had always wanted to be a cleric, so he volunteered. The cleric said Eiderdown wasn't really the type Morgian had in mind, but he'd give him a try. Well, The very week that Eiderdown put on the black robes, almost every kender and kendermore came down with a severe cold in the head. You never heard such sneezing and coughing and nose-blowing. The sickest of all was the cleric of Morgian. He was laid up for a week, wheezing his lungs out. Eiderdown took credit for the whole epidemic, and even though the head cold was something of a nuisance and we all ran out of handkerchiefs, we were really proud of him. Poor Eiderdown had never been much of a success at anything before this. Eiderdown said he thought he'd try his hand at bunions next, and maybe ringworm after that. But the cleric of Morgian, once he quit sneezing, took Eiderdown's black robes away from him and left the village rather suddenly. We never did know why.
I can't think of anything, Usher said, giving up. If anyone stops us, which hopefully they won't, we can just say, "You're my prisoner."
It's a role I've had a lot of practice at, Tass said solemnly. How are we going to get to the High Clerist's tower? It's an awfully long walk from here.
We're not walking. I have my magic items all here with me, and I know how to use them, Usher added with a touch of wonder and pride. Sally Dale showed me. You go look to see if anyone's out there. Tass opened the door, looked up and down the hall. He thought he saw the flutter of brown robes vanishing around the corner, and he waited for someone to come, but no one did. Eventually, Tass reported the way clear. The two left Palin's room, hurried back to Usher's. Once inside, she began rummaging through her pouch. Always being willing to help, Tass began rummaging through the pouch too. Usher found what she wanted. Lifting the object out carefully, she closed the pouch. She reopened the pouch to remove Tass's hand, which had inadvertently stayed behind. Then she exhibited what she held. It was a small figurine of a horse, made out of clay, covered with a shining white glaze that seemed to glow in the candlelight. Tass caught his breath. It was truly the most lovely, wonderful thing he'd ever seen. What does it do? When I breathe on it, it will take us to the High Clerist's tower with the speed of the wind, or at least that's what Sally said she thought it would do. Usher held the small horse to her lips, breathed into the tiny nostrils. The nostrils flared, the horse took a deep breath, and suddenly a real, enormous horse materialized in the room. The beast was shining white, as if it were still covered with glaze, and it whinnied and trumpeted and stamped its hooves in impatience. Usher gasped. Sally Dale had said nothing about summoning a full-blown animal. Usher didn't have time to marvel, not with the noise the horse was making. Tasselhoff was already clambering onto the animal's back. He helped Usher, who had never ridden any sort of beast in her life, and was appalled at the size of the horse. She felt unsafe and unsteady on the horse's bare back. Tasselhoff, digging in with his heels, grabbed hold of the mane. "Now what?" He had to shout to be heard above the clamor the horse was making. "Go the High Clerist's tower," Usher instructed. "How?" Tass cried. "Wish it." Usher closed her eyes and wished. Raistlin sat in a chair in Astynas's study, engrossed in a book the chronicler had just completed, dealing with the fall of Qualinesti into the hands of the Dark Knights, a fall that had been accomplished without a fight. The knights and their blue dragons had encircled Qualinesti, ringed it round with sword and spear, and yet had not attacked. Ariakan, in what had become almost standard procedure, sent in an envoy, demanding the elves' surrender. In secret, he met with representatives of the Elven Senate. Within the Elven Kingdom, the people were divided, torn asunder by fear of the knights and the blue dragons that circled with impunity overhead. The elves sent messages to the golden and silver dragons to come to their rescue, but they received no answer. At this point, a faction of younger elves demanded that the nation go to war. Portheus and his troops were out in the wilderness keeping an eye on Ariakan and his troops. Portheus could not hope to attack such a large force with his small band of guerrilla fighters. But if the elves would attack from within Qualinesti, Portheus and his forces would attack from their side and catch the Dark Knights in a closing vice. The elves were prepared to follow this plan when a senator rose to announce that Qualinesti had sued for peace. The Senate had voted for surrender, provided that their king, Gilthus, son of Tanis Half-Elven, and his wife Lorana, be allowed to remain the ruler. The meeting had ended in a near riot. Many of the younger elves were arrested, led away in chains by their own people. Gilthus stood silently by, watching, saying nothing. His widowed mother, Lorana, was at his side. All knew then that Gilthus was nothing but a puppet, who danced when the knights pulled his strings. At least, that's what they thought they knew. Raistlin, reading, smiled now and then. The water clock on the mantel ticked the passage of time. Astynas's pen recorded it. Second watch had come and gone. From within the library came an odd sound. Raistlin lifted his head. "A horse?" he said in wonderment. That's what it is," Astynas said calmly, continuing to write.
Raceland raised an eyebrow. "Inside the great library?" "That's where it is," Astinus wrote on. Or was. The sound of the horse was replaced by the sound of sandals flapping in haste on the floor. "Enter, Bertram," said Astinus before the monk had knocked. The door opened. Bertram's head appeared. Receiving no rebuke for disturbing his master, Bertram's head was soon followed by the rest of him. "Well," Raceland demanded, "have they left?" Bertram looked to his master. Astinus, irritated, ceased his work, glanced up. "Well, answer the Archmage's question. Have the woman and the kender left?" "Yes, master," Bertram answered with a sigh of thankfulness. Bertram had once fought off an attack by Draconians when they had tried to burn the library during the war. He never had nightmares about Draconians, however. Bertram had nightmares about Kender. Kender loose in the great library. Kender whose pockets were bulging with books. "They are gone. They brought in a horse," he added in shocked disapproval. "A horse in the great library." "A noteworthy event," Astinus said, and made a note of it. He glanced at Raceland. "They have gone to rescue your nephew. I am surprised you are not with them." "I am with them, in my own way," Raceland said, and returned to his reading. 14. The Night Lord accuses. Palin responds. A dark omen. The two knights who had escorted Steele to his execution now assisted him to stand up from the block. They were forced to lift him to his feet, then prop him up. Steele had been so intent on the next world, had given himself so completely to death, that he was weak and shaking in life. He tottered on unsteady legs and gazed around in bewilderment, wondering what this new life now held for him. Lord Ariakan had lowered the sword, though he still held it. He commanded discipline in the ranks, silenced the clamor. Palin stood on the spot where he had materialized. He had not moved, had not spoken since his initial startling pronouncement. Lord Ariakan had, of course, halted the execution, but it was obvious, from the way he was shifting his gaze from Steele to Palin and back again, that his lordship had questions. Ariakan turned to the assembled knights. "Is there someone here who can tell me what is going on? Who is this white robe? Is this truly the prisoner we seek? Can anyone here identify him?" Two knights stepped forward, both pushing eagerly out of the crowd, though each had differing motives for their haste. One was Sub-Commander Trevelyan, newly arrived from the Triumph in Qualinesti. His face was alight with pleasure, and he cast Steele a congratulatory glance as he came to stand before his lord. The other was the Night Lord, who had eyes only for Palin. Trevelyan would have spoken out immediately, but the Night Lord outranked him. He was forced to contain his eagerness. Lilith had first say. "My Lord Ariakan," the Night Lord bowed. She seemed disturbed, troubled. "This is indeed the prisoner, Palin Majer, for whom Steele Brightblade gave his parole. I was the one who captured this young mage in battle. I know him, I so swear before our queen. Yet I would say, my lord, that this mage's recovery should not in any way affect your lord's judgment passed on Steele Brightblade. He lost his prisoner. It was not Brightblade who recovered him. My lord said he was to die. I urge your lordship to carry out the sentence." Lord Ariakan regarded the woman with a troubled expression, then turned away from her, cutting short her attempt to say more. Ariakan looked to Trevelyan. "Sub-Commander, do you recognize this white robe? Will you swear to his identity?" "I do indeed know this mage, my lord," Trevelyan said. "He is the prisoner, Palin Majer. I so swear by my queen and all her hosts. This frees Steele Brightblade of the sentence of death." He cast a defiant look at the Night Lord. Ariakan smiled slightly. "That will do, Sub-Commander." He looked next to Steele. "Brightblade, is this your prisoner?" "Yes, my lord." Steele spoke in a daze. "This is Palin Majer." "Nephew of Raceland Majer, who once again walks this realm!" The Night Lord was avid. "My lord Ariakan, I urge you, hand this mage and his cousin over to the Thorn Knights at once. Let us deal with both of them. I warn you, lord, they are plotting together. Why else would this young man arrive and voluntarily give himself up to death? He thinks that he will escape. Kill them both now, my lord, immediately. Otherwise, I warn you, these two will bring about the downfall of the knights." The gathered knights glanced at each other, spoke in low, troubled voices. Vehement, impassioned, Lilith was alarmingly convincing. Ariakan raised his hand for silence, gazed intently at the young mage who stood alone near the blood-stained marble block. "I will take the matter of Steele Brightblade under advisement. As to the mage, The Thorn Knights may interrogate the prisoner at their leisure. Only pray let him speak for himself now, before the morning grows any hotter and we are broiled alive." Though the sun had just risen, its heat was already intense. The sun had a strange look to it as well. It was larger, seemed to have drawn closer to the world, if such a thing was possible. The heat beat relentlessly on the black armor of the knights, causing more than one to cast longing glances at the shadows. Harry Aiken wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm, continued his questioning. "Palin Majer, have you come to ransom yourself?" "He has come to destroy us," the Night Lord said loudly. Harry Aiken sternly glanced at her, and she fell into a seething silence. Palin shook his head. "No, I have not," he answered. "Are you, in fact, allied in treachery with your cousin Steel Brightblade? Answer me the truth, young mage," Harry Aiken cautioned. "I have ways of catching you in a lie, ways you would not find pleasant." "I wear the white robes," Palin said proudly. "Do you think it likely, my lord, that I would be allied with a knight of evil?" Harry Aiken nodded, appeared to accept the response. Lilith ground her teeth in frustration, muttered beneath her breath. Harry Aiken, ignoring the Night Lord, continued with the young mage. "You were sentenced to death on your capture if you did not provide ransom. I order that sentence to be carried out forthwith. Have you anything to say before you die?" "My lord, I do," Palin replied. "I gave my word to return. Before I am put to death, I want to apologize to this knight and explain to him why I broke my word." "Do not let him speak," the Night Lord was insistent. "This is a trick of our enemies. Do not trust this mage. He is the nephew of one of the most powerful wizards who ever lived. As I told you, my lord, I met Raistlin Majer near the forest of Wayreth. He has escaped from the abyss." "My uncle was never in the abyss," Palin refuted. The Night Lord did not care to dispute the point. "Raistlin has returned," she maintained. "He was the one who sent you here. Isn't that true?" "It is not true," Palin said, a faint flush staining his pale cheeks. "I came here of my own accord. If anything, my uncle would have stopped me." Harry Aiken intervened. "If I might have a word, Night Lord, thank you. I am familiar with the exploits of members of the Majer family. Courage, it seems, runs in the blood. I want to speak to this young man. If you are so afraid of him, Lilith," Harry Aiken added dryly, "then bind him with what enchantments you will." The Night Lord, scowling, stalked over to stand beside Palin. She scorned to touch the bags and pouches containing his spell components. Whatever magic he cast with those, she could easily counter, her eyes fixed covetously, jealously, and suspiciously on his staff. "He holds the staff of Magius, Lord Harry Aiken, one of the most powerful magical artifacts in all of Ansalon." "Take it, then," Harry Aiken said impatiently. "I want him to give it to me, my lord. That will prove to me that this is no trick of his uncle's." Palin did not look at the Night Lord. He kept his gaze on Harry Aiken. "You may take up the staff when it falls from my dead hand, my lord, not before. This is no trick, I assure you. I am not involved in some plot with my cousin. May I speak freely, my lord?" "You cannot trust him," the Night Lord cried. "You see, he refuses to surrender the staff. It could do us all great harm." "If he wanted to do us harm, Lilith, I am certain he would have done so before now. I have granted him the right to speak his apology to Brightblade, whom he has wronged. I, for one, would like to hear it." Palin, nodding his thanks, walked over to stand in front of Steel. "Cousin, you acted honorably and nobly in bringing the bodies of my two brothers back to be buried in the soil of our homeland. You escorted me safely to the Tower of High Sorcery, that I might try to fulfill the jeers laid on me by these grey sorcerers. I think we both knew in our hearts that the quest was a false one, given to us for some obscure purpose." The Night Lord fumed, but she could do nothing at this point to stop Palin from having his say. Harry Aiken had given his command, and she dared not disobey. Palin continued. "Each of us continued on to the Tower of High Sorcery in pursuit of our objective. Steel Brightblade was always loyal to his queen in his pursuits. I was perhaps not so honorable in mine. Be that as it may, I entered the laboratory of my uncle, fully expecting that Steel Brightblade should accompany me. The door slammed shut, however, and I could not open it again. Since I could do nothing else, I searched for and found the portal. I entered it." "He lies!" the Night Lord interrupted shrilly. "No mage of his low rank could enter the great portal to the abyss. It is written that only a black-robed wizard accompanied by a cleric of Paladine—" The Night Lord suddenly sucked in her breath, aware of what she had said. Ariaken's eyebrow quirked. "But I thought you sent this young man to open the portal. Perhaps he found the key. Continue, Palin Majere. You almost make me forget the heat." "I entered the portal," Palin repeated. "I needed no key. No constraints were laid on me. The portal stood open. The Queen of Darkness had abandoned it." "Lies," muttered Lilith, but she did not say the word loudly, only loud enough for those standing near to hear. Ariaken frowned at hearing this part of the tale. The knights in the courtyard exchanged questioning glances. Palin swallowed, started to continue, coughed, and said faintly, "My lord, may I beg a drink of water?" Ariaken waved his hand. A squire brought over a dipper full of water. Palin drank thankfully. Steel Brightblade stood unmoving. He had waved off assistance. His dark eyes never left Palin's face. "Thank you, my lord," Palin said. "Inside the abyss I found my uncle. He was not being tortured, as the stories have it. He took me and my companion, the Kender Tasselhoff Burfoot, to witness a most extraordinary event, a gathering of the gods." The knights' murmurings grew loud. There was much shaking of heads and exclamations of disbelief, even derisive laughter. Commanders ordered silence among their men. Ariaken now regarded Palin with suspicion, murmured to an aide, "Are we permitted to put to death the insane?" Palin overheard, proudly lifted his chin. "I swear to you, my lord, by Solinari and by Paladine, by Mishakal and all the gods of the White Pantheon, that what I speak is the truth. I know it sounds unbelievable," he continued with rising passion, "but what I heard in the abyss is more unbelievable still. The world, our world, is in terrible danger. The Urda recently captured the Grey Gem, and in an attempt to use its magic to stop you, my lord, from invading their land, they inadvertently broke it open. The father of the gods, Chaos, had been imprisoned in the Grey Gem. When the Urda broke it, they freed Chaos. The father has denounced his children and has sworn to destroy their creation. The gods are in league to fight him, and they hope and expect that we mortals will join them. If not, our world is doomed. All of us, every living being on this world, and eventually the world itself will perish." Heat rose in waves from the stones in the courtyard. Flies buzzed incessantly around the dried blood on the marble block. The Night Lord rolled her eyes and shook her head, smiled mockingly, making certain all knew what she thought of Palin's tale. Ariaken's brow furrowed. "I don't suppose you have any proof to back up your claims, Palin Majere. You must admit this is a monstrous story you bring us." "I have no hard proof, my lord," Palin said calmly. He had never expected to be believed, except perhaps by one person, and that was the only person who counted. His gaze went to Steel. "But I heard Paladine make a bargain with your queen. The Dark Knights were given control over Ansalon in order that they might unify all the warring people, bring them together to take a stand against the armies of chaos. The tower fell to your forces, the first time the tower has ever fallen to the armies of darkness." "I would like to think our overwhelming superiority of arms and men had something to do with our victory," Ariaken said wryly. Steel turned to face Ariaken. "My lord, may I speak?" "Certainly, Brightblade. I'm surprised you haven't spoken before now." "My lord, I believe Palin Majere. I'm not sure why," Steel shrugged, "except that I journeyed with him, and I know him to be a man of honor. This act, his coming here in order to spare my life at peril of his own, proves it. I ask my lord to recall one strange occurrence during the battle of the High Clerist's Tower. The withdrawal of the silver and gold dragons. We thought they retreated, expected them to regroup, but they have not reappeared. What other explanation except that Paladine ordered them to leave?" Ariaken gave this due consideration. He was a man of faith. He had himself brushed up against the gods. His mother, so many believed, was Zebawim, goddess of the sea. And long ago Ariaken himself had been honored by an audience with Queen Takhisis, had obtained her personal blessing to form the knighthood that was dedicated to her. "Send for the High Priestess," he commanded. "We will soon have the truth of this." A courier departed. The knights stood, sweating and uncomfortable, in the courtyard beneath the infernal sun. A high, piercing shriek split the stillness. A cry of horror and anguish. It raised the hair on the back of the neck, raised the flesh on the arm. "Now what?" Ariaken demanded. A commotion broke out among a group of knights standing near the entryway. They all parted, hastening to clear the way. The courier reappeared, his face chalk-white. "My lord, the High Priestess is dead!" Stunned silence descended on the knights. After what they had heard of Palin's story, this sudden death of their highest-ranking cleric seemed the worst possible omen.
"How did it happen?"
Ariakan asked, shaken.
"I have with me the woman who was with her at the time, my lord."
The courier motioned, and a cleric of Tarcheisus came forward. The young woman was livid, her hair torn, her robes rent in the transports of her grief.
"Her Holiness was deeply troubled, my lord, ever since she went to the prison cells to visit the condemned this morning. She seemed abstracted, preoccupied. Her Holiness approached the altar to offer prayer. She was making the ritual sacrifices when her arm brushed up against a vial of holy oil, knocked it onto the altar. The oil spilled, spread over the altar. A bit of flaring wick fell from one of the candles and caught the oil on fire. The fire spread swiftly, consuming the sacrifices before they had been properly anointed. The high priestess stared into the flame with such a look of horror on her face that I shall never forget it as long as I live. Then, my lord, she dropped down before the burning altar. The flames went out, but when we tried to raise her Holiness, we discovered that she was dead."
The knights heard the story in a silence that seemed to encompass all the world. Into the silence fell the Night Lord's voice, as disturbing as a pebble dropped into still water.
"I told you, my lord, it is this white robe's doing, and his as well."
She stabbed a finger suddenly at Steele.
"They are in league, both traitors. It is they who are responsible for her Holiness's death."
"Commanders, dismiss your men," Ariakan ordered. "Return them to their duties. Night Lord, take Palin Majere to a cell. He is to be held for further questioning. The sentence of death will be postponed until this matter is settled. I will be in the temple investigating this further." Ariakan turned to depart. Trevelyan, greatly daring, spoke up. "My lord!" Ariakan, irritated, looked back over his shoulder. "Yes, Sub-Commander, what do you want?" "My lord, since Steele Brightblade has been vindicated and no substantial charges have been leveled against him, I ask that you return him to his rightful rank and place among my command." "Free him at your own peril, Lord Ariakan," Lilith said, her voice soft and lethal. "Free him and the knighthood falls." Ariakan gazed at the Night Lord with disfavor. He glanced at Steele, then shrugged. "Very well, Sub-Commander. Brightblade, I give you permission to return to your Talon, but you are not to leave the fortress." Lord Ariakan left for the makeshift temple of Tarcheisus, which had been established outside the walls of the High Clerist's tower. Though the Dark Knights officially ruled the tower, they had discovered that no holy object dedicated to her dark majesty could be brought within the tower walls. The Night Lord, shaking her head over her lord's folly, motioned to several of her knights, gave Palin into their custody. The sorcerers bound Palin by the arms, stripped him of his spell components, and gagged his mouth. He still retained the staff of mages, however. The Night Lord approached, compressing her lips tightly, determined that she would betray no weakness. She stretched out her hand, suddenly seized hold of the staff, wincing in anticipation of the pain. Her face cleared, smoothed. She regarded the staff first in amazement, then with triumph. Exulting, she wrenched it free of Palin's grip. He waited for the staff to react, to punish the Night Lord for her audacity. Nothing happened. The staff might have been an ordinary staff. "The staff of Magus appears to have chosen a new owner," Lilith said to him. "This is a mark of her dark majesty's approbation. My lord must be made aware of the truth." Smiling, secret, subtle, she added, "And he will be. He will see for himself." Caressing the staff, running her fingers over the smooth wood, the Night Lord motioned for the guards to take the young mage. As the grey robes dragged Palin away, he cast a last look at Steele. "You must believe me," he said silently. "You must convince him." Steele remained impassive, but he continued to follow Palin thoughtfully with his eyes until the young man had been removed from the courtyard. Even after Palin was gone, Steele remained standing, staring. Trevelyan clapped Steele on the back, recalled his attention. "Congratulations, Brightblade! Drawn from the brink of death! How do you feel? Elated? Relieved?" "Confused," answered Steele. 15. Unease. Paths cross. Dry lightning. Steele returned to his quarters with the other knights in his Talon. His armor and, most importantly, his sword were given back to him, with Lord Ariakan's personal commendation. Steele breakfasted with Sub-Commander Trevelyan and his comrades, who wanted to hear about the knight's adventures with the White Robe. Steele was not inclined to discuss Palin. The knight sat in brooding silence, made only short answers to his friend's questions. Finding him unwilling to talk, the knights shifted their discussions to their recent travels in Qualinesti, to the battle that never was.
Elves, Trevelyan sneered. I've seen toads with more honor. They came crawling to us in the dead of night. Some of their own senators served Qualinesti up, spitted on a platter. One of them, what was his name?
Rashus, offered a knight.
Yes, Rashus. Gave this long speech all about the integrity and nobility of the elves, as opposed to our lack of those qualities, and then calmly sat down and signed the papers that put his people firmly under the heel of my lord's boot. All very civilized, Trevelyan laughed. Their ruler is a mere boy. This Rashus leads the kid around by the ears. He's the son of Tanis Half-Elven, by the way, Brightblade.
Steele, who had been thinking of other things, looked up. Who is?
The ruler of the elves. Gilthus, I think that's his name. Slimy elf words. They slide right out of my head. The boy doesn't have his father's spirit, that's for certain, or his mother's either, if all the stories they tell about the Golden General are true. I'm not so sure, Trevelyan, one of the knights argued. He may sit on his throne as meek and quiet as a mouse, but he gets a look about him sometimes. Well, if I were that fat senator, I'd keep an eye on that boy. Bah! Trevelyan snorted. The only elf worth anything is that fellow Portheus. Now there's a fighter. True to form, the elves sent their only good leader into exile. He lived like a bandit, so they say. Word has it that he and his warriors raided Red Talon's camp, another knight offered. Killed 3 of their dragons and escaped before anyone knew they were there. I wouldn't doubt it, Trevelyan nodded. He's smart and capable, and has for an elf some shreds of honor, or so I hear. I could meet him in battle and not feel like I wanted to go to take a bath afterward. Every time that Rashus elf got near me, I wanted to wash the filth from my hands.
There was more talk about the war, but Steele quit paying attention. He kept hearing Palin's words. They ran over and over in Steele's mind, mingled with the strains of the song the prisoner knights had sung in his honor. Steele dimly recalled having heard the song before, though he couldn't remember where. Probably as a child growing up in Palanthus during the war. He had not thought about it, certainly, in 20 years. Yet the melody sang in his memory, solemn, reverent, a hymn of victory, honoring self-sacrifice, yet touched with the sorrow of irretrievable loss. He didn't know the words to it. They were in ancient Solamnic, but that didn't matter, for it was Palin's words he heard, floating on top of the song like oil on water. Brightblade! Steele jerked his head up. Trevelyan laid a hand on Steele's shoulder. Go to bed, my friend. I doubt you've had much sleep these past few nights. Steele obeyed, more to escape company than because he felt he needed the rest. It was difficult to sleep anyway. The heat was stifling, seemed to suck the air out of the rooms. He lay in bed, bathed in sweat, wondering what the grey robes were doing to Palin. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be pleasant. Steele was not squeamish. He'd seen men die before, seen them tortured, but this was different. The Night Lord wasn't attempting to elicit information from Palin. She was trying to force him to give up the staff, which was his by right. That, to Steele's mind, was stealing, and therefore dishonorable. He was well aware that the grey robes viewed acquisition of the enemy's staff the way Steele would view acquisition of an enemy fortress, but he couldn't help his disgust and revulsion. As Trevelyan had said about the elf Rashus, whenever Steele was near the Night Lord, he wanted to go away and wash the filth off his hands. The young mage had behaved most honorably, and he would be treated most shamefully. At the very least, Steele determined drowsily, I could see to it that Palin obtains a quick and painless death. He deserves that much. Steele was wondering how he might accomplish this, when, the next thing he knew, torchlight had replaced the sunlight. He had slept the day through. Nighttime brought no relief from the heat. The temperature had climbed so high during the day that those standing guard duty in the sweltering sun soon keeled over, had to be constantly replaced by fresh troops. Several of the young page boys had been reprimanded for attempting to cook an egg on the paving stones, but the officer who had caught them carried the fried egg about with him the rest of the day, showed it to everyone he met. Lord Ariakan completed his investigation into the death of the High Priestess, ordered the funeral to be held immediately, the body burned. It would never do to leave a corpse lying about in this heat. He had found no mark on her, no wound, magically caused or otherwise. The woman had been old, over 100, some claimed. He judged her death to be of natural causes and spent the remainder of the day trying to quell the rumors that were running rife among the superstitious brutes. Steele woke to find his comrades just going to their beds. Fully rested and restive, he would never be able to sleep. He sought out Trevelyan, asked if the sub-commander knew what had happened to the White Robe. Not particularly interested in the matter, Trevelyan said he presumed the Night Lord had taken the young man down to what used to be the abandoned dragon traps. which the Thorn Knights had made their headquarters. Trevelyan advised Steele rather curtly to have nothing more to do with either the white robe or the grey. On reflection, Steele decided that this was good advice. He could do nothing to save Palin, and might actually make matters worse for the young man. He was a mage. He'd chosen his lot in life. He'd chosen his own fate. Determined to put Palin out of his mind, Steele decided to pay a visit to Flare. The Blue Dragon had been extremely difficult to work with during the trip to Qualinesti, Trevelyan had told Steele. She had complained about every rider, never found one that suited her. She had battled with her mate, inflicted a bite on his snout that had put the blue male out of commission for a week. The Dragon Master could do nothing with Flare, had reported her unfit for duty. The other dragons were keeping their distance. Steele hoped she would return to normal once he was back, though he knew she would likely sulk for a week before she decided to forgive him. In order to hasten the process, he intended to stop by the kitchen, see if he couldn't persuade the night cook to give him a suckling pig. Flare was fond of pork, and Steele trusted she would accept the morsel as a peace offering. He was walking the empty and silent corridors on his way to the tower's 4th level, where the kitchens were located, when a flash of color caught his eye. Any color at all was out of place amid the somber, severe shades of black and gray worn by the knights. It did not belong here, and this was a collision of colors, wildly clashing, appearing extremely bright in the torchlight, and completely, suspiciously out of place. Adding to his suspicions concerning the glimpse of color was the fact that it moved, vanished, the moment Steele turned to look for it. He thought he heard a sound as if a voice had been about to speak, but had been immediately and suddenly muffled. Loosening his sword in its sheath, Steele went to investigate. The sound had come from behind a stone staircase, hidden in a recessed area away from the light. Steele walked soft-footed, hoping to be able to sneak up on the spy, for he had concluded that's what the intruder must surely be. The knight was not wearing his armor in the heat. He made hardly any noise. Rounding the staircase, he saw 2 forms, dark against the shadows. One was robed and hooded in black. That was not unusual, with all the clerics of Tarkaisis about, but the other was most unusual. Steele saw, to his astonishment, a Kender.
"That's him,"
the Kender was saying in a muted voice to his robed companion.
"I'd know him anywhere. He looks just like Sturm, you see. I think we should ask him."
Steele advanced, moving swiftly, creeping up on them from behind. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that he was able to sneak quite close before they heard him. Reaching out, Steele grabbed the Kender's topknot, gave it a twist, wrapped it around his hand. "Ask me what?" he demanded.
"Ouch! Don't! That hurts!"
the Kender squealed. Reaching up, he tried unsuccessfully to break Steele's grip.
"Let him go,"
ordered the robed figure with a female voice. Steele ignored the cleric, dragged the protesting Kender into the light. He recognized that voice, but he wanted to be certain he was. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, giving the Kender a shake.
"Ow! Oi! You're pulling out my hair!"
the Kender wailed. The black-robed cleric took hold of Steele's hand, attempted to pry it loose.
"I told you to let him go!"
Steele flung the Kender back against the wall, turned to the cleric. Her hood had slipped in the struggle. Shining hair glistened silver in the torchlight. Seeing recognition in Steele's eyes, the woman caught hold of her hood, pulled it over her face. Too late. "You," he said in astonishment. She said nothing, but cast him a scathing glance. Turning her back on him, she tended to the Kender, who was rubbing his head and wiping his eyes, and demanding to know, somewhat breathlessly, if he had any hair left. Steele glanced swiftly around, wondering if anyone else was nearby. The stairs were located in a recessed area off a hallway. The dinner hour was long past. The only people likely to be in this part of the tower were the cook and his helpers. Steele's first thought was to sound the alarm, rouse the guard, have these two arrested. It was his first thought and what he knew he should do, fully intended to do, except that he found himself not doing it. He took hold of the woman's shoulder, drew her and the Kender back again into the shadows. "I'll interrogate them first," he said to himself, then turn them over to the guards. "What in Tarkaisis' name are you doing here?" Steele demanded aloud. He couldn't recall either the woman's or the Kender's name. The Kender started to answer, but shut his mouth when the woman pinched him. "Not that it's any of your business," the woman said to Steele loftily. "But if you must know, I'm a cleric of Tarkaisis now. I'm transporting this prisoner—"
"That's me,"
the Kender said helpfully. "To prison," the woman concluded with a frown for the Kender. "He must be an important prisoner," Steele remarked, "for you to miss the funeral ceremonies." The woman's golden eyes flickered.
"Funeral?"
she said faintly, plucking at the black velvet cloth with her hand.
I hadn't heard. Who died?"
"Your own high priestess," Steele said relentlessly. Every other cleric in this place is in deep mourning. As for that lame story about a prisoner Kender, no one would believe that. Any cleric of Takaisis who found a Kender wandering around in here would have dispatched him to Chemarsh in an instant. You'd better try again." He had to give the woman credit. She accepted defeat with courage. Though she was white to the lips, and though it took tremendous effort, she managed to regain her composure. Her jaw clenched, her lips tightened. She drew herself tall and faced him with dignity.
"What will you do to us? Summon the guard?"
"I'm asking the questions. What are you doing here? The truth this time." The woman bit her lip, finally admitted, "We're here to rescue Palin, but we can't discover where they're holding him."
"Not in the jail," the Kender added. "I checked there already. See, Usha, I was right. This is Steele, and he likely knows where Palin is."
"Do you?" She leaned near him, put her hand on his arm. "Will you tell us? You don't have to take us there. Just tell us, and then let us go. What harm will that do? Palin came here to save your life. You can't let him die." Steele silently cursed the woman, cursed the Kender, cursed the luck that had led him into their paths, right when he himself was thinking that Palin did not deserve to die, that there was something ignoble in Steele himself for allowing the young mage to be put to death. And that made Steele pause to consider. Was it merely bad luck that had led him to these two, or was it something more? Was it the hand of his queen? Surely it was Takaisis who had brought him here. He sensed her presence, sensed it in the darkness that shrouded him. Yet, what did Her Majesty want him to do? Apprehend these two? Give them over to certain death? Or did she want him to help them free Palin? When in doubt, every knight was taught to consult the Dark Queen's vision. Steele had always been confused by the enigmatic, puzzling nature of his own view of the vision, and in this instance it was of little help. He felt pulled in two directions, one urging him to betray Usha and Tass, the other urging him to assist them. The one thing of which Steele was certain was the story Palin had told Lord Ariakan. Steele himself had been feeling restless and uneasy. The air crackled of danger as it crackled with dry lightning. Something somewhere was going terribly wrong. "Come with me," he said abruptly to Usha and Tass. "Keep your hood pulled low over your face."
"Thank you,"
Usha said fervently. "Don't thank me yet," Steele returned in cold disdain. "I'm not going down there to free Palin. I need to talk to him, find out more about this business about the Grey Gem. I'm taking you and the Kender with me just to keep an eye on you. I may decide to turn you both in, and don't say a word, either of you. If anyone stops us, let me do the talking." The two nodded, the Kender starting to say something, Usha hushing him. Steele wondered how they planned on spiriting Palin out of this fortress, almost asked, but decided that the less he knew, the better. They must have a way. The woman was a mage, after all. They left the upper levels, heading down into the depths of the tower, into the long, unused dragon traps. 16. The Dragon Trap. The High Clerist's tower had neither place nor provision for magic users. Not surprising, considering that the Knights of Solamnia had never in their long history had any use for wizards. It was said that Humor had gone into battle with a mage at his side, the two of them using both steel and sorcery to defeat their enemies. The wizard's name was Magus, a red robe who had been Humor's friend since childhood. The very staff Palin carried had belonged to this same Magus, whose tragic fate was also responsible for the fact that wizards on Ansalon were now permitted to carry daggers. But Magus was almost never mentioned by the knights when they told Humor's story, or if they brought him into the tale, the mention was grudging and he played only a very minor role. The knights would always emphasize that Humor never relied on Magus, but, more than once, the noble and valiant knight risked all to protect his weaker friend. The wizards of Krynn tell a different story, of course. In theirs, Magus is the true hero, giving his life for his friend, dying a terrible death at the hands of the enemy. Humor is the minor character when the tale is told in the Tower of High Sorcery, a nice chap, all brawn and heart, relying on Magus to shape the course of the battle. The truth rests in the lost and forgotten grave, where Magus's body lies in Humor's empty tomb. What is certain is that there are no mageware stores, no wizards' laboratories, no bookshelves filled with spellbooks in the High Clerist's tower. And so the grey-robed wizards of the Knights of Takaisis had to make their own. They chose the long-abandoned dragon traps for several reasons, the main one being, of course, privacy. Though the sorcerers were part and parcel of the Knights of Takaisis, living, training, and fighting with their fellow knights, the Grey Knights were still wizards, and wizards require secret places, quiet places, safe places in which to work. The dragon traps were all these. No one ever went there without reason. During the War of the Lance, the chamber in which the dragon orb had once stood had collapsed in upon itself. The Solamnic knights had cleared away the rubble, but stone remembers death, or so the dwarves claim, for the blood that soaks into stone can never be completely washed away. The stone floors of the dragon traps were discolored with blood. The blood of dragons, the blood of the knights who fought the great beasts down here. It was a place alive with death, a dreadful place, a sad and sorrowful place. Palin heard the gruesome yells, the tortured cries, the dying screams. More than once he turned his head fearfully, thinking frantic wings beat the air behind him. But the sounds were all his imagination, unless the ghosts of the dragons slaughtered here and the ghosts of the knights slain in the desperate fray continued the battle on some other plane. On this plane of existence, the dragon traps were dark, as cool as any place could be in the sweltering heat, and filled with the small sounds associated with wizards, the scratch of a pen recording a spell, the whispered chant of someone committing a spell to memory, the slow speech of someone puzzling out the magical words, the swish of robes across the dusty floor. Palin had time to listen to the sounds, both of the living and of the dead. He was not being tortured, as he had expected, at the hands of the Night Lord. Neither had he been killed, as he had also expected. It seemed he had been forgotten. He had been left sitting here in the fortress's inner core, away from the glaring sun, so long that he had lost all track of time. It might have been hours or days since he arrived in the fortress. No one came near him. No one spoke to him. The gag over his mouth fit tightly, pried his jaws open, gave him a choking sensation. He was thirsty, his throat parched and dry. The bindings on his wrists were cutting off his circulation. He was chained by the ankle to the leg of a large grey marble table, marked all over with cabalistic symbols. He once attempted to communicate by incoherent croaks and grunts his desperate need for water, but the mage walking past at the time ignored Palin, kept on walking. The Night Lord had taken the staff of mages from him, and its loss, perhaps even more than the gag, the thirst, his uncertainty and fear, was a bitter torment. Vanished with the staff was his uncle's voice. Palin felt truly alone, a feeling he had not experienced since receiving the staff. He wondered what the Grey Knights meant to do to him, and when they meant to do it, and why they had done nothing to him as yet. The more time that passed without anything happening, the more fearful he grew. He hadn't been afraid at all in the courtyard, talking to Lord Ariakin, surrounded by the enemy. Even when he'd looked at the block, seen the dried, caked blood crusted in the dreadful hollow, he could have died in those moments with dignity, without regret, except for the sorrow his death would bring to those he loved. Fear grew on him steadily as he sat here, alone in the noisome darkness. His thoughts roamed, sometimes to horrible places. He looked around at the dragon traps, saw how they worked, saw the holes through which knights attacked with the dragon lances. The dragons the knights had killed had been evil, wicked dragons, creatures of the Dark Queen, red dragons and blue, who had butchered countless innocents, tortured and tormented their victims. The dragon orb, placed on a pedestal in the heart of the tower, had lured the dragons into the trap, calling them with the enchanted words they could not resist. Once they flew inside the gaping gates, the trap was sprung. Portcullises thundered down. The dragons could not escape. The knights attacked with sword and lance and arrow, picturing the way the dragons had died, trapped, frantic, furious, roaring in rage and agony. Palin found it in his heart to pity the magnificent, doomed creatures. At length, worn out, exhausted, he dozed, only to wake with a start from terrifying dreams filled with blood and stabbing pain, and, above all, the terror of being caught in a trap with no way out except death. Resolutely he thrust such nightmarish images out of his mind, only to find them returning with nagging insistence. He couldn't understand them, but they troubled him, and his fear grew. His horror of being left alone in this dreadful place began to consume him until the thought of torture was almost pleasant, if pain brought with it a living face, a living voice. And so, when the Night Lord returned, carrying the staff of mages in her hand, Palin was irrationally glad to see her. The feeling did not last long. The Night Lord held the staff up before him. Palin's dazed mind thought nothing of this at first. Then he recalled how the staff had burned the Night Lord the first time she had tried to touch it. His heart constricted in fear. Had she gained power over the staff? Had the staff abandoned him? "Shirak!" Lilith spoke triumphantly. The crystal atop the staff glimmered with a dull light, flickered sullenly, as if reluctant to obey. Palin lowered his head as if the light bothered him. In reality, he hoped the woman would not see his tears. The Night Lord laughed and leaned the staff against the table, a tiny, tempting fraction out of Palin's reach. "I knew the staff would come to me sooner or later. I saw it in the seeing stones. What did you say?" Palin had grunted something. The Night Lord removed the gag with a deft twitch of her hand, ripped it from his mouth. He tried to moisten his dry mouth enough to speak.
Water.
Yes, I thought you might be thirsty. The Night Lord uncorked a water pouch, tilted the liquid into Palin's mouth. He gulped, choked, looked up at the woman with blurred eyes.
Why haven't you killed me before now? What are you waiting for?
The Night Lord smiled unpleasantly. Can't you guess? The hunter does not kill the rabbit before the wolf sticks his head in the snare. It took Palin a moment to comprehend what the woman had said. When he finally figured it out, he stared at her.
You're setting a trap. For whom? My uncle?
He almost laughed.
I would like to be permitted to live long enough to see that encounter.
The Night Lord smiled in her turn. I would, too, she said softly. Then she shrugged. Some later date. The trap is not for your uncle, but another member of your family. Thinking she must mean his father or mother, Palin shook his head in bafflement, and then a thought came to Palin. Steele? The Night Lord's eyes flashed. She raised one eyebrow. This time Palin did laugh, though it came out more a croak.
You won't catch that wolf with this rabbit. What do you suppose? That he cares enough for me to try to free me?
Palin laughed again, amused at the thought. The Night Lord bent near, seemed to suck the laughter from him, draw his light into her darkness. Her Majesty brought you two together for a reason. I have thrown the stones many times, and the answer is always the same. Look, I'll throw again. Lilith removed a handful of polished agates from a black bag she wore on her left wrist. Taking the stones, she muttered the spell words, tossed the stones onto the grey marble surface. The staff's light gleamed more brightly, shone on the multicolored agates.
There, look!
She pointed a fine-boned finger.
The black stone, that is steel. The white, you. In between, a fortress.
Palin saw a green agate marked with a rune representing a tower.
And on top of the fortress, flames.
He stared at a red agate marked with a tiny flicker of fire.
You on one side, him on the other, doom in between.
Reaching down, she snatched up the stones with a snap of her hand.
There, both of you gone, she whispered. The two of you dead and doom remains.
Palin said calmly, gazing at the tower stone and the flame stone. Both still lay upon the table. The Night Lord blinked, startled. She had intended to pick up all the stones. Somehow her hand had missed these two. For a moment she hesitated, wondering, undoubtedly, what this new omen portended. Palin didn't care. He was too tired.
You heard what I told your lord about the gods, he said wearily. I saw
what your uncle wanted you to see, the Night Lord scoffed. And so I have told my lord. A trick of Raceland Majer's. Ah, he is full of tricks, that one. But one day he will play a trick too many. Lilith picked up the two stones she had missed, swept them into her bag. As for Steele Brightblade, he is a traitor to our queen's cause, and I will prove it to my lord. Then you will both die together, as befits such close cousins. The seeing stones rattling in the bag, the Night Lord departed, taking the glowing staff of mages with her. Palin leaned against the table. The darkness closed over him. With the darkness came despair. He was going to die here. They would find him, chained to this pedestal. Voices roused him. Palin lifted his head groggily, his eyes squinting in the bright light of a single torch. He could dimly make out figures, the glint of armor, perhaps the faint glimmer of a jewel, but nothing more. The people, whoever they were, held a brief, whispered conversation. A stern, cold male voice cut it off, ordered, "Stay here, and keep quiet." Palin recognized that voice, and his heart was in his throat. He tried to speak, but was too amazed, too baffled. The man with the torch and the glimmering star jewel was Steele Brightblade. He left his two companions behind, and they were immediately swallowed by the darkness that flowed in to replace the light of the torch. Steele advanced toward Palin. "Majer." Steele did not lower his voice. His booted footsteps rang throughout the chamber. He walked with confidence, certain of his right to be here. This was not a man intent on stealthily freeing a prisoner. He drew closer. "Majer, I must talk to you." Bright light flared. In the attack alcoves, where years ago the Knights of Solamnia had hidden to fight the dragons, now stood Knights of Tarkhisis. "You see, my lord!" Lilith's voice was shrill with triumph. The staff of mages burned bright in her hand. "You see!" Lord Ariaken's voice came from the darkness, heavy with sadness, burning with anger. "Steel Brightblade has indeed proven himself a traitor. Seize him!" 17. The trap is sprung. Knights strode forward, grasped Steel by each arm. He did not struggle. His eyes flicked once to Palin, flicked away.
"You must believe me," Palin said in a low voice. "I had nothing to do with this."
"Steel Brightblade, why have you come here?" Lord Ariaken demanded. "Your Talon is not on duty. You have no business here." End of side 12. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 13, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 456.
"The reason is obvious, my lord," the Night Lord stated. "He has sneaked down here to free the prisoner."
"I am not a sneak," Steel returned coldly, goaded into speaking. "You saw me, heard me. I came openly." "For what reason?" Ariaken persisted. Steel would say nothing. Lord Ariaken shook his head. "It was a mistake accepting you into the knighthood, Brightblade. Some warned me against it." His glance slid to the Night Lord, who had the grace, or perhaps the presence of mind, not to appear smug. "But others urged me on, the High Priestess who now lies dead being one of them. You are a good soldier, honorable, courageous, loyal. Yes, I say loyal," he added, with a scathing glance at the Night Lord. "I truly believe, Brightblade, that you mean to serve our queen with all your heart and soul. But in that heart beats the dark ambition of your mother, and in that soul rests the nobility of your father. Both are at war within you, and so you act at cross purposes. You are therefore a danger to the cause, a threat to the vision. I sentence you to death, Steel Brightblade. Let the sentence be carried out immediately." A knight drew his sword, walked over to face Steel. Steel did not struggle or make any protest. Every word his lord had spoken rang true, like a true blade. The knight raised his sword, prepared to plunge it into Steel's breast. "My lord," a knight called out. "He had accomplices." There came the sounds of a cry and a scuffle. "Is this man never to die?" Ariaken demanded impatiently. "Or," he added to himself as an afterthought, "is Queen Takhisis so determined that he should live?" "Await my order," he commanded aloud. "What have you found?" "Two more, my lord." A knight came forward, dragging Tasselhoff and a slender person clad in black robes, the face and head hidden by the hood. "Brightblade was not alone, it seems." Palin stood, hope surging through him. "Raistlin," he whispered, "my uncle has come." The Night Lord had the same thought, apparently. She surged forward, the staff of mages clasped tightly, protectively in her hand. "Who are you, wizard?" the Night Lord demanded. "Remove your hood." The robed figure lifted its head. The staff's light gleamed in golden eyes. The Night Lord drew back, at first alarmed. Then, recovering herself, she gave a sneering laugh. "You are no mage. You have no magic in you." She yanked the hood from the figure's head. Palin's glad cry changed to one of dismay. Pale and frightened, Usha stood there, blinking in the light. "What is going on here?" Ariaken now seemed more puzzled than angry. "A kender and a black-robed wizardess?" "Not a wizardess," the Night Lord said scornfully. "She has no more magic in her than this wall. She is a spy." "I don't know what she's talking about," Tasselhoff spoke up. "We're not with this knight. We're not with anyone, except each other." "Silence that little worm," the Night Lord said. "No, let him speak," Ariaken countermanded, frustrated. "Something strange is going on here, and I mean to get to the bottom of it. Put him down. Kender, come over here." Tass readjusted all his pouches, stepped forward, extended his small hand.
"How do you do, sir? My name is Eiderdown Packslinger. This is my friend Usha, a very powerful evil sorceress, so I wouldn't mess with her if I were you. She is Raistlin Majer's daughter."
He stopped dramatically to give everyone time to be properly impressed. Ariaken, ignoring the kender's proffered hand, frowned. The Night Lord snorted.
"Spies! You came in here with Brightblade. Tell his lordship the real reason you are here, Kender." "I'm trying to," Tass told her, dignity offended.
He turned back to Ariaken.
"You may not know this, but I'm an evil Kender. Yes, that's why I'm here, to offer my services to the Dark Queen. Takhisis changed my life,
I'm extremely wicked now. I'll do something wicked if you want me to. Watch this." Tas dashed off. Several knights made a grab for him, but the Kender was too nimble. He sped across the floor, darting and skipping out of the way of the knights. "I'll kill this white robe for you," Tas shouted. Tas drew a small knife, feinted a stab into Palin's stomach. Shifting the blade, the Kender cut through the bindings on Palin's wrists, cried, "Catch!" and tossed Palin the dagger. Startled, unprepared, his hands and fingers numb from being bound, Palin fumbled with the knife, managed to hold onto it. Swords rang out. The knight who had been holding Steele prisoner turned to apprehend Palin. Tasselhoff clambered up onto the table, leapt onto the knight's back. Grasping hold of the man's helm with both hands, Tas pulled it down over the knight's eyes. The sword thrust that would have killed Palin went wild. The knight lost his balance. He and the Kender tumbled onto the floor. Other knights sprang at them. "Hard as ice!" Usha's voice rang out. She held up a shining, clear crystal. Sword arms froze, feet could not move, and mouths gaped open. The chill of the Urda magic flowed around the dark knights, encased them in icy magic. All except Steele. Perhaps the star jewel protected him, perhaps the sword, perhaps the dark influence of his mother. He alone, of all the knights in the chamber, could move. Palin, the knife in his hand, put his back to the table, looked uncertainly at Steele. "We are cousins," Palin said. "You saved my life. I don't want to fight you." Usha ran to his side. She held the crystal in one hand, the tiny figurine of a white horse in the other. "Why don't you join us? Come with us. They mean to kill you, too." Steele frowned, troubled. His sword was half in, half out of his scabbard. "My lord is just." "Like hell he is," Palin swore. He slashed out with the knife, forced Steele to step back. "You want to die, you coward! You're afraid to live!" Glowering, Steele thrust his sword back into its sheath. Palin was wary. He lowered his dagger. "You'll come—" Steele lunged forward. Catching hold of the wrist of Palin's knife hand, Steele flung the mage backward, struck the hand holding the dagger against the stone table. His hand was cut and bleeding, but Palin clung desperately to his only weapon. Steele slammed his hand into the table again. Palin gasped in pain, let go of the dagger. It fell, clattering to the floor. An explosion, deafening, heart-stopping, shook the High Clerist's tower to the very foundations. The floor vibrated, the walls shuddered and cracked. The crystal fell from Usha's hand, landed on the marble table, shattered. The spell was broken. "What the—" Harry Aiken began. Another horrific boom rocked the tower, knocking many of the knights to their hands and knees. Steele staggered backward, fell into Palin, who instinctively held on to him to steady them both. "Someone find out what is going on!" Harry Aiken roared. "Are we under attack?" Men hastened to do Harry Aiken's bidding, began running for the exits. Others remained with the prisoners. "My lord! Where is my lord Harry Aiken?" A young squire, round-eyed with fear, was pushing and shoving his way through the confusion. "I am here!" Harry Aiken cried out, his voice carrying above the turmoil. "My lord!" The squire could scarcely breathe. "The tower! It's been struck by lightning! Twice, my lord! Terrible lightning! I've never seen the like before! It streaked down from the skies like a thrown spear! Twice it hit us!" He repeated himself in his awe. "In exactly the same place, and—" He gulped for air. "Dragons, my lord! Hundreds of them! Gold, silver!" "We are under attack," Harry Aiken said grimly, and he drew his sword. "No, my lord!" The squire was reduced to a hoarse whisper, and all around him hushed to hear his words. "Red dragons fly with the gold. Blue flies side by side with silver. A terrible light shines in the northern sky, a hideous red glow that is brightening and spreading as if every tree in the great forests to the north have caught fire. You can smell the smoke." Tendrils and wisps of gray were seeping through the open gate. Another boom came, and another shook the High Clerist's tower. A sconce broke loose from a wall, fell to the floor with a clatter, dousing its torch. The iron portcullis rattled, chains swung back and forth. Choking clouds of dust began to filter down from the ceilings. The knights glanced at each other in alarm. They were brave men, no one doubted their courage, but they did not relish the idea of being buried alive. Palin and Usha stood close, arms clasped around one another. Tasselhoff, held fast by a knight, was squirming in his captor's grasp. "I want to see," the Kender begged. "Please, please, please, you can kill me later. I promise, word of honor, just let me go and see." Steele was staring at the Night Lord. "The tower, struck by lightning," he murmured. Lord Harry Aiken issued swift commands, sent his troops racing back through the attack alcoves, up the nearest staircases. "Call a meeting of my commanders," he ordered. He was walking as he talked, his aides and lieutenants gathered around him. "I want reports from all on what they've seen, what they've heard. I'll speak to the dragons myself. Send for the Lord of the Skull."
What do we do with the prisoners, my lord?
Someone demanded. Ariakan waved his hand impatiently. I don't slay them, my lord, the Night Lord cried, and she had the temerity to clutch at Ariakan's arm. Kill them now! They are the cause! I have read it in the Seeing Stones! Ariakan impatiently shook the woman loose. May our queen take you and your Seeing Stones, Lilith! Get out of my way! He flung the woman backward. The Night Lord tried to catch her balance, but the staff of mages tangled between her feet, tripping her. She sprawled backward onto the floor, beneath one of the iron portcullises used to trap the dragons. Another ear-splitting peal of thunder reverberated through the tower. The portcullis, loosened by the shock waves of the previous explosions, broke loose from its moorings, plummeted down. The Night Lord saw Death descending, tried to crawl out of the way. She was not fast enough. The iron bars, as sharp as spears, meant to cleave their way through the tough, scaly hide of dragons, slid with ease through the Night Lord's soft flesh. The portcullis thudded to the stone floor, pinning Lilith beneath it. She gave a hideous shriek, clutched at the bars that had impaled her, as if she might wrench them loose. Blood spurted from the terrible wounds. Her hands lost their grip, slid weakly to the floor. Her fingers rested on the staff of mages, touched it, twitched feebly. The bag of Seeing Stones gaped open, spewed the agates into the widening pool of blood. Her eyes fixed in her head. The hand on the staff stiffened, went limp. Lord Ariakan gazed down at the corpse in horror. He was pale beneath his black beard. Sweat glistened on his skin. I have seen death in many forms, but few as terrible as that. It is a sign. May our queen have mercy on her soul. He glanced about, searching. Catching sight of Palin, he motioned. You, Majere, come over here. Don't be afraid. What you told me up in the courtyard about chaos seeking to destroy us, is this the beginning? Palin hesitated, then said quietly, I believe so, my lord, but I don't know for certain. Ariakan drew in a deep breath, let it out slowly. He wiped sweat from his face. I want to speak with you further, White Robe. Brightblade, bring him along. Both of you, come with me. Palin gestured toward Usher and Tasselhoff. I want to bring my friends with me, Palin said. I want to be assured of their safety. Very well, Ariakan was impatient. Let's get out of here before the damn tower tumbles down around our ears. And, Palin continued, not moving, I want my staff. Take it, Ariakan was grim. I doubt if anyone else wants the accursed thing. Brightblade, bring these three to my quarters. Yes, my lord, said Steele. Lord Ariakan hurried away, leaving the four alone in the dragon traps. Palin walked over to where the Night Lord lay sprawled in her own gore beneath the iron bars. As he bent to retrieve the staff, he caught sight of the Night Lord's staring eyes, pain-twisted face. He could smell the still warm blood. Had the staff killed her? Had it acted a role, lured her into its own trap, deliberately tripped her? Or had it all been a freakish accident? Palin's hand, reaching for the staff, halted, trembled. Usher hastened to his side, wrapped her hands around his arm. He held on to her thankfully. Tass wiped blood out of his eyes with the end of his topknot. Hurry up, Palin, I want to see what's going on. I'll fetch the staff if you're too squeamish, Majere, Steele said in disgust. Palin shoved the knight back. Keeping his eyes fixed on the staff, he drew in a deep breath, reached down, and slid the staff out from underneath the dead hand. Retrieving it, he started to straighten. A figure draped and hooded in black stood directly in front of him. Steele, alarmed, drew his sword. Palin sprang to halt him. Don't! It's my uncle! Raceland gazed at Steele without, so it seemed, much interest. He soon shifted the gaze to Palin. Well done, nephew. Uncle, how? Palin began. A low rumble of thunder that seemed to rise from the ground, not the heavens, caused the floor to quake beneath their feet. A crash sounded somewhere close. No time for questions, Raceland said. He grasped hold of Palin, motioned for Usher and Tasselhoff to come to his side. Dalamar arranged my journey. He waits for us at the Tower of High Sorcery. You're not going anywhere, Palin, Steele said grimly, except to see Lord Ariakan, you and your uncle. Palin hesitated. I promised I would talk to Ariakan. Perhaps we should... The time for talk is past. The battle has begun. Even now, Lord Ariakan walks into the midst of it. Raceland's gaze went to Steele. Your sword is needed elsewhere, son of Brightblade. Permit us to leave in peace. Steele could hear the truth of that statement for himself. The sounds of battle had penetrated to the depths of the tower. Raceland strode forward, black robes whispering across the stone floor. Steele eyed him warily, drew his sword. I recognize that blade, Raceland said calmly. Your father's, isn't it? I never liked your father much. All that business about knightly honor, nobility. He made such a show of it, flaunted it, threw it in my face. Steele said nothing, but his hand gripped the sword's hilt more tightly until the knuckles were white. Raceland drew closer still.
"And then I discovered something very interesting about your father. He lied to us. Sturm Brightblade was no more a knight than I was. He was made a knight only shortly before his death. All that time he wore the armor, carried the sword, and it was all a lie."
Raceland shrugged.
"And do you know what? I liked him better after I discovered that."
"Because you supposed he had sunk to your level," Steele said hoarsely. Raceland's smile was twisted, bitter.
"You would think that, wouldn't you, Brightblade? But no, that's not the reason."
Raceland moved closer, so close that Steele could feel the chill of the Major's frail body, could hear the breath rattle in the lungs, could feel the soft touch of black velvet.
"Your father lied to every person except one, himself. In his heart, Sturm was a knight. He had better claim to that false title than many who held it for truth. Sturm Brightblade obeyed laws that no one enforced. He lived by a noble code in which no one else believed. He swore an oath that no one heard, only himself and his God. No one would have held him to that oath to the measure. He did that himself. He knew himself. Who are you, Steel Brightblade?"
Raceland's golden hourglass eyes flickered.
"Do you know?"
Steele's face drained of color. He opened his mouth, but no words passed his lips. A tear slid down his cheek. He lowered his head so swiftly that the long black hair tumbled down in front of his face. With an angry motion, he thrust his sword into its sheath. Turning, not looking at any of them, he ran toward the stairs and the sounds of battle. 18. All must join as one. Raceland stood at one of the windows in the upper chambers of the Tower of High Sorcery in Palanthas. The Archmage was back in his old study, a room that, he was surprised and somewhat amused to note, Dalamar had left much as it had been when his Shalafi had left. The study had not been shut off from the world, as had the laboratory, with its dangerously powerful artifacts, its dark and disturbing secrets. Certain objects, mostly magical in nature, had been removed from the study, taken to Dalamar's rooms, perhaps, or maybe to the classrooms where young apprentices studied them, worked to unlock the arcane mystery. But the intricately carved wooden desk was still here. The volumes of books on the shelves were old friends, their bindings familiar, more familiar than the faces of the people in Raceland's past. The carpet on the floor was the same, though considerably more worn. Usha sat in the very chair in which Lady Chrysania had once sat. Raceland looked through the ethers, tried to see Chrysania's face. She was veiled in shadow. He shook his head, turned again to the window.
"What is that strange light shining in the north?" he asked.
"The turbidous ocean is on fire," Dalamar replied.
What?
Palin cried, startled, springing out of his chair. "How is that possible?" "I want to see!" Tass crowded nearer the window. The night sky was dark everywhere except to the north. There it glowed a hideous orangish red.
"The sea, burning,"
Palin said, awed. Tass sighed.
"I wish I could see it."
"You may yet have the chance." Dalamar was searching among the volumes lining the bookshelves. He paused, turned to face them. "Members of the Conclave were sent to investigate. They report that a vast rift has opened up in the ocean between Ansalon and the Dragon Isles. Fire springs from it, causes the ocean water to evaporate. What you see are clouds of steam reflecting the dreadful light. Out of that rift spring fire dragons ridden by fiends and some sort of shadow creatures. Their numbers are incalculable. Every tongue of flame that licks the broken side of the rift erupts into the fearsome dragons made of fire and magic. The creatures who ride them are created out of the swirling darkness of chaos. His forces now assault the High Clerist's tower. Soon they will attack all other strategic points on Ansalon. We have had reports that the dwarves of Thorbarden already battle these fiends in their underground caverns." "What of the book?" Raceland asked, unperturbed. "I can't find it." Dalamar muttered something beneath his breath, then turned back to his search.
"My people,"
Usha spoke through trembling lips.
"What of my people? They live near there."
"Your people were responsible for bringing this doom upon us,"
Raceland observed caustically. Usha shrank back, shriveling in the Major's view. She looked to Palin for comfort, but he had been avoiding her ever since their return from the tower. All the while his uncle watched both of them closely. Obviously, Usha had not yet told Palin the truth. Just as well, considering what trials they both faced. Just as well. "What is the Conclave doing?" Palin was asking Dalamar. attempting to determine the construction and nature of these magical creatures so that we may fight them. Unfortunately, this can only be done by confronting them directly. As head of the conclave, I have volunteered to undertake the task. A dangerous one, Raistlin remarked, glancing back at the dark elf who had once been his apprentice, and one from which you are not likely to return. It won't much matter, will it? Dalamar said, shrugging. You were in the meeting of the conclave when we discussed this. If our theories hold, it won't matter at all. I'll go with you, sir, Palin offered. I'm not of very high rank, but I might be of some help. The gods need the help of us all, especially our Dark Queen. Yet she still tries to play both ends against the middle, Raistlin mused. She hopes to emerge from this the victor. She'd better hope she emerges from it at all, Dalamar said dryly. Then you'll take me? Palin asked, his hand tightening around the staff. No, young mage. Don't look downcast. You will have a chance to die. You are being sent on another task. The head of the White Robes, Dunbar Master's mate, goes with me, as does Jenna, to represent the Red Robes. Hopefully, even if we fall, our findings will be delivered to the conclave in time to be of use. It won't come in time to help those in the High Clerist's tower, Raistlin observed, pointing. The fiery glow in the sky glistened on the mountain peaks, burned brighter and brighter, turning night into an eerie and terrifying day. The knights are already under attack. It's too bad Tanis isn't here, Tass said wistfully. He was always good at this sort of thing. Tanis Half-Elven fights his own battle on his own plane, Raistlin said. So do the elves, the dwarves, the Kender. Are they attacking Kendermore? Tass asked, a catch in his throat. All places on Kryn, Master Burfoot, Dalamar answered. All beings of all loyalties will be forced to drop other quarrels, joined to fight for their very survival. Perhaps they will, Raistlin said. Perhaps not. Hatred runs deep on Ansalon. Alliance is our only hope, and the one with the least chance of occurring. Would you send me home, Dalamar? Tass asked. He drew himself up to his full stance. Lorana taught me a lot about being a general. I know important things, like you're not supposed to sound retreat at the start of the battle, because that gets the soldiers pretty well confused, even if it is a lovely bit of music to play on the trumpet, and I was only seeing if I could. So if you would magic me back to Kendermore, I'd like to do what I could to help. Kendermore must do without their general, I'm afraid, Raistlin said. I believe I remember where that volume was kept. He walked over to help in the search. Your skills are needed elsewhere. Tasselhoff gasped. He struggled to speak, managed to croak. Would you say that again, Raistlin? Say what again? The mage demanded irritably. Say that I'm needed, Tass said, swallowing a lump in his throat. Fizban used to think so, but then he tended to be a bit fuddled in his mind. A few sandwiches short of a picnic, if you know what I mean. No offense, he added, glancing upward. He and I decided that since I was a small person, I could help on the small things, like rescuing gully dwarves about to become breakfast for a dragon. The really big stuff I should leave to big people. It is the big people who will be looking for your help now, Dalamar said. We're sending you with Palin. Did you hear that, Palin? I'm going with you, Tass said excitedly. I heard. Palin sounded less than enthusiastic. Here it is. Raistlin pulled a book from the shelf, set it down upon the desk. He and Dalamar bent eagerly over the volume, flipped impatiently through pages. Tasselhoff began to roam about, examining various curious objects that stood around on small tables and adorned the mantelpiece. He picked up what appeared to be nothing more than a solid piece of wood, but upon closer examination he found innumerable little drawers cut into it, all cunningly disguised not to look like drawers. The box was rapidly descending into one of Tass's pouches when the Kender stopped. He held the box in his hand, gazed at it longingly, ran his fingers over the wood. Sighing, he reached up, carefully put the box back on the mantelpiece. I'm going on an important mission, he said gravely, and I don't want to be weighted down. Now I know we are nearing the end of the world, Dalamar muttered. Here is the entry, Raistlin said. Yes, you see. I remembered it correctly. Dalamar bent over the book. The two of them read, occasionally whispering strange-sounding words aloud. Palin did his best to overhear. The words sounded Elvish, but they must have been ancient Elvish, for he could only understand about one word in 20. Seeing his uncle absorbed, Palin moved over to stand beside Usha. She sat huddled in the chair, staring fearfully at the red glow in the sky. Palin put his hand comfortingly on her shoulder. She reached up swiftly, caught hold of his hand, and held it tightly. I'm afraid for them, she said, her throat constricting. That glow. It's the same one I saw the night I left, only now it's so much brighter. I'm worried, Palin. What your uncle said is right. We have brought doom on everyone. Don't worry, Palin said gently, stroking her shining hair. The Erda are strong in magic. When I come back... Usha looked up at him. What do you mean, when you come back? Where are you going? I'm going with you. She was on her feet, her hands clasping Palin's. That clinches it, then, Dalamar said, straightening. Yes, I believe it does, Raceland murmured. He began to cough, but recovered himself quickly, wiped his lips with his handkerchief. A knock sounded on the door. It opened silently. Jenna stood within. Dalamar, she said quietly, it is time. I have the spell components and the scrolls you requested. I must go, Dalamar said. We have no time to lose. You will give Palin and the Kender their instructions, Shalafi. Raceland shook his head. You need not call me that. I am no longer your teacher. Dalamar smiled a dark and twisted smile. His hand went to his breast, unclasped a pin fashioned in the image of a black swan, drew aside the folds of black velvet. 5 wounds, the same shape and size as the tips of 5 fingers, were visible, fresh, bleeding, on the elf's smooth skin. You will always be my teacher, Dalamar said. As you can see, I study the lesson you taught me daily. And you have profited by it, it seems, Raceland remarked coolly. The fingers of his right hand began to tap softly on the desktop. I admired you, Dalamar said softly. I still do. With a quick, jerking motion of his hand, he drew the folds of cloth together, hiding the wounds. And I will hate you forever. He turned to Palin. Farewell, Majer. May all the gods of magic shed their blessings on you. On us all, Jenna said quietly. Farewell, Palin Majer, and farewell to you, she smiled archly, Usha Majer. Jenna extended her hand to Dalamar. He took it, spoke quick words of magic, and the two vanished. Palin did not return their goodbyes. His gaze was fixed on Raceland. Where am I going, Uncle? Where are you sending me? And me, Tass said eagerly. And me, Usha spoke resolutely. No, Palin began. Yes, Raceland cut in smoothly. The girl goes with you. She must. She is the only one who knows the way. Home. Usha understood him at once. She caught her breath. You're sending me back home. I am sending you back to fetch this. Raceland rested a thin finger on a picture in the book he and Dalamar had been reading. Palin leaned over to look. The great gem. It's broken. The gods said so. It is broken, Raceland agreed. It will be up to you to mend it. First, though, you must steal it from those who guard it. He glanced meaningfully at Usha. Are you coming with us, Uncle? In spirit, Raceland replied. I will give what help I can. I am not of this world, Palin, he added, seeing his nephew's disappointment. My power is gone. I can work only through you. Palin was puzzled. I am proud to think you have such confidence in me, but why am I being sent, Uncle? There are other mages far more powerful. All the mages on Kryn are fighting this war, nephew. Grey robes and red, white robes and black, master wizard and lowest apprentice. The conclave judged you most suitable for this particular task. Why? They had their reasons, some of which I approved, some I did not. Suffice it to say, your bond with the Erda girl was one factor, your bond with me another. You have the staff of Magus, and perhaps the most important, you once were able to control the Grey Gem. I didn't control it so much as trick it, Palin said ruefully. And I had help. Dugan Redhammer was there. He will have help with you this time as well. You do not go alone. Raceland glanced at Tasselhoff, who was now seated on the floor, taking inventory of the objects in his pouches. Palin followed his uncle's gaze, drew near Raceland. Uncle, Palin murmured. I will go wherever you say and do exactly as you bid me. Usha will go with me to find out what happened to her people. But are you sure about sending Tasselhoff? Granted, he is the very best Kender who ever lived, but, well, he is a Kender. Raceland placed his hand on Palin's shoulder. That's why he is being sent. Kender have one quality that you will need, nephew. Kender are immune to fear. Raceland's grip tightened. Thin fingers dug into Palin's flesh. And where you are going, that quality will be inestimable. 19. Rumors. Thunder and flame. Setting sail. The docks at the Bay of Branshala. were crowded with people that hot, grey, smoke-filled morning. A terrible storm raged in the mountains. People in Palanthus could hear the thunder rumble. Fearful rumors ran through the town, leaping from house to house, feeding off their own fuel, burning faster and more furious the farther they traveled. An ominous red glow lit the northern sky, turning night into unnatural day. At first, the word went out that there was a great conflagration in the city. Some said the great library was burning. Others swore they had heard the Tower of High Sorcery was ablaze. More than a few knew someone who had seen fire pouring out of the windows of the Temple of Paladine. No one could sleep. Everyone was in a state of nervous excitement. People rushed to the temple, to the library, volunteering to fight the blaze, only to find, once they arrived, that there was no fire. The Palanthians wandered up and down the streets, watching the red glow that was growing ever brighter. They joined in tight, tense, small groups, heard the latest rumor, broke free of one group, and raced to another. Bells all through the city rang hysterically, breaking out sporadically here and there as one rumor took predominance over another, and someone decided that he should announce it. At first, the Knights of Tarchaisus attempted to impose order on the city. They turned out in force, marched up and down the streets, dispersed the crowds, urged the people to return to their beds. The knights closed the taverns, tried to silence the bells, but toward morning the bells were replaced by the beating of drums. The knights who had been marching in the streets were next seen marching out of the gates, heading up the road that led from Palanthus to the High Clerist's tower. It soon occurred to the citizens of Palanthus that the city was free. There was great rejoicing. Rumors flew thick and fast now. The elven nation had risen and launched an assault against the dark knights. The dwarven nation had risen and launched an assault. The dwarves and the elves, and so on until someone swore that he'd heard an army of Kender was sapping through the walls of the High Clerist's tower. The bells rang out yet again, this time for victory. Their peals were soon muffled. By mid-morning, ships were sailing in haste into the harbor. Their crews reported that they had seen the sea on fire. The red glow in the sky came from a terrible, magical blaze that used water as fuel. Once this spread about, people ran to the docks to hear the sailors' stories and stare at the flickering red glow, sunset at the wrong time of day, in the wrong sky. And then word came that the forests of the Vingard Mountains were aflame, that the High Clerist's tower was being attacked by a force hideous and powerful and unknown, the same force that could burn water as easily as tinder-dry wood. A pall of smoke drifted over the city, rising from the flaming hills. As yet, the forest fires were far away, posed no threat. But if the winds shifted... "Where'd you leave your boat?" Palin asked Usha as the three emerged from the gates of the old wall, started to walk to the waterfront. "In the public harbor. I paid a dwarf to watch it." "Oh, Palin," Usha cried, stopping in dismay. "Look at that mob. How will we ever get through it?" Half the population of the city was down at the docks, waiting for each new ship to arrive, muttering to their neighbors or standing grimly silent, watching the strange sky. A wall of people stood between them and the public harbor. It was a living wall that shifted with every eddy and current of rumor, but remained densely packed all the same. That won't be any problem," said Tass cheerfully. "Just follow me." He walked up to the nearest group of people, several guildsmen who fanned themselves, mopped sweating foreheads, spoke together in low, excited tones, pausing to ask everyone who passed, "What news?" "Excuse me," Tasselhoff said loudly. He plucked one of the guildsmen by his long, flowing sleeve. "My friends and I are trying to—" "Kender!" the man yelled. Grabbing his money pouch with one hand, a jeweled pendant he wore around his neck with the other, he jumped about 3 steps backward. This man bumped heavily into the backside of another man who was talking with another group. That man, turning and seeing Tass, clutched his own money pouch and took 3 hasty steps back. Soon people were shoving and jostling and elbowing each other out of the way. "Thank you," said Tasselhoff politely, and moved forward, Palin and Usha hastening fast behind, until he hit the next section of human wall, where his shrill, "Excuse me," started the entire process all over again. Thus, the 3 made their way through the mob far more easily and much faster than they had expected. The fact that their passing was accompanied with sharp orders to "keep clear," and repeated cries of "Hey, give that back," and the occasional scuffle were minor nuisances not to be considered. Most of the people were huddled near the city wall or gathered around the commercial docks, near where the shore boats were ferrying ashore the crew and passengers from the big ships floating at anchor at the harbor's entrance. Once they reached the water's edge, the crowd thinned out. Warning flags had been hoisted, hung limp above the harbor master's office. The sailors had no need of them, however. They could see for themselves that no sane person would put out to sea this troubled morning. Usha was not a sailor. She knew nothing of warning flags, would have paid them little heed if she had. She was going home. She would find out the truth, whatever it was, however terrible it was. Her fear seemed to enhance her senses, sharpen her sight, for she found her sailboat readily, though it was jammed in among many, many others. "There!" she pointed. Palin eyed it dubiously. "It seems awfully small. It will hold the three of us. I mean, small to venture into the sea." He gazed out across the water. Not even a breath of wind blew down at the harbor. Waves caused by the movement of ships lapped sluggishly beneath the docks. No seabirds skimmed the water's surface or fought over the fish heads and tails. No clouds massed in the sky, though the flash of forked lightning, the rumble and boom of thunder from the east was constant. The strange and ominous red glow spanned the horizon, was reflected in the water. Palin shook his head. "There's no wind. We can't row all that distance back to your homeland. We'll have to find some other way." "No, we won't," Usha replied, tugging him along. "The boat is magical, remember? It will take me home, Palin. It will take me home," she repeated softly. "Usha," Palin said, pulling on her hand, slowing her eager progress. "Usha." She saw in his face, heard in the tone of his voice, what he was about to say. It was like looking in a mirror, her own fear reflecting back to her. "I'll be all right," she said. "I have you with me." Holding fast to his hand, she walked out onto the dock, heading for her boat. Usha climbed down into the vessel, began to inspect it, to make certain it was still in seaworthy condition. Palin and Tass remained topside, baking in the sun, ready to cast off the ropes when it was time to leave. Several people glanced at them curiously, but no one said anything to them, probably figuring they were making the craft snug to weather the storm, never guessing they were planning to set sail. Palin wondered if people would try to stop them, what he would do, how he would handle that situation should it arise. They had to take this route, much as he disliked sailing to that fire-red sky. What Usha had said was right. The magical boat would return to its homeland. There was no other way, since no one else knew where the Urda homeland was, not even the members of the conclave. Dragons might, but they were fighting their own battles. "I'm quite a sailor myself," Tass announced, sitting on the dock, swinging his legs and peering down into the sea, trying to catch sight of some fish. "Flint wasn't. Flint hated water. He never could really understand why it was around. 'Reorks gave us ale,' Flint used to say. You'd think he would have stopped there when he'd got it right. I tried to point out that you couldn't very well sail a boat on ale. Well, you probably could, but the foam would be inconvenient. Flint maintained that boats were accursed inventions anyway. Of course, this may have been because he almost drowned in one. Did you ever hear the story about how Flint almost drowned? It was one day when your father—" "Let's not talk about drowning," Palin said, "or my father." Danger would be coming to the inn of the last home. Caramon had gone back to warn the townspeople of Solace, to make them ready, to do what he could to protect them against whatever horrors they might face. "Does my father know what I will be doing?" Palin had questioned his uncle, almost the last words the two had spoken together. "Where I'm going?" "He knows," Raistlin had replied. "What did he say?" Palin had asked uneasily. Raistlin had almost smiled. "That when this was over, he and your mother would expect you home to dinner." Palin thought this over, was pleased. His father knew the danger his son would be facing, and instead of trying to deter him, as Caramon would have done in the old days, he was letting his son know that his parents had faith in him, that they believed in him and knew he would do his best. A small hand was tugging at his sleeve. Palin looked down. Tass was standing right beside him. "Palin," Tass said in a whisper, "I'm afraid Usha's going to be unhappy once she gets to her home, after what we heard the gods say about it." "Yes, Tass," Palin said quietly. "She will be very unhappy." "Shouldn't we tell her now? Sort of prepare her?" Palin looked down at Usha, who was working busily, stowing away gear, making room for the extra 2 people who would be going with her. "She knows, Tass," he said. "She already knows." As it turned out, no one tried to stop them from leaving the harbor. No one even noticed they were setting sail, or if people did, they had problems enough of their own to consider. The wind that people had prayed for all summer, the breezes from the mountain bringing cooling air to the stifling city, had suddenly now, perversely it seemed, decided to blow. But the wind did not bring relief from the heat. It brought terror. The forest fires were racing down the mountains, the wind blowing them straight toward Palanthas. The bells rang out again. People ran to do what they could to try to save their homes and businesses should the unthinkable happen. The smoke in the air stung the eyes and made breathing difficult. Ashes were starting to drift down on the city. Palin stood in the boat, looked back at the great city of Palanthas, and tried to imagine what it would be like if the fires came. He thought of his uncle alone in the tower. The apprentices had already gone, traveling to Weyrith to lend their aid in preparing magic. He remembered his last glimpse of his uncle standing by the pool of seeing.
"Here I will watch," Raistlin had said. "From here I will do what I can to guide you."
Palin thought of Astinus, writing. He could imagine Bertram, panicked, and the other monks working frantically to save the books, the history of the world. Save them for what? There might be no one left around to read them. We are sailing to an island of death, perhaps sailing toward our own deaths.
"Well, we're off,"
Tasselhoff announced cheerily. He was perched in the bow, peering ahead, as Usha steered the boat out of the harbor, out into the open sea.
"You know,"
he said with a delighted sigh,
"there's nothing quite as exciting as going someplace you've never been before."
20. Cinder and Ash. They sailed out of the bay of Branchala into the turbulent ocean, the wind pushing them along as if eager to help. Then suddenly the wind that had carried them this far, the same wind that was sending a firestorm onto Palanthas, died. They floated, becalmed, on the water's flat surface. Usha rested her hand on the rudder, turned the boat's prow to the north. "Home," she commanded. The boat began to skim across the water that seemed to have been painted over with red. The sail fluttered limply, for no breeze stirred it, but the boat sped on, traveling faster and faster, until it bounded perilously over the surface, sent the salt spray flying into their faces. Tass was in the prow, hanging on with both hands, facing into the wind and spray, open-mouthed with the thrill of the wild ride. Usha held fast to the rudder. Palin clung to the sides, trying to blink the stinging salt water from his eyes. The boat's speed increased. Tass was blown off his perch, landed on a pile of rope coiled at the bottom. Eventually, all three of them were forced to huddle down on the bottom of the boat, the sky reeling above them, the waves crashing over them. Water sloshed around their feet. They were soaked to the skin. Palin worried about the boat taking on too much water, but Usha told them even if it did, the magic would keep them afloat. They hung on to each other now. They could see nothing except the red, glowing sky.
"We're slowing down," said an excited voice. "I think we're here."
Usha woke up, startled to realize that she had dozed off. Palin lifted his head, rubbed his eyes. They all must have fallen asleep. Usha vaguely recalled having dreams about being wet and hungry. Palin looked toward the sun, whose fiery, glaring eyes stared at them above the rim of the horizon.
"We've slept the day away, apparently," he said. "The sun's setting." "It's taking a long time about it," Tass observed.
"What do you mean?" Palin stood up in the boat cautiously.
"I've been watching it for about 3 hours now, all the time you were asleep. The sun hasn't budged. It just sits there."
Palin smiled indulgently. "You must be mistaken, Tass. It probably hasn't been 3 hours. It just seemed that long." Tasselhoff was back on his station at the prow.
"Look, they're ahead."
A thin line of darkness was silhouetted against the red sky. Usha stood up rapidly, forgetting she was in a boat, and setting it to rocking with such violence that she was forced to grab hold of the mast to keep from tumbling overboard. She made her way forward, joining Palin and Tass at the prow, and stared eagerly, her lips parted in joy. "I think this must be your homeland, Usha," Palin said. "We appear to be heading right for it." The boat took them nearer.
"Funny-looking trees," Tass commented. "Do you come from a place that has funny-looking trees, Usha?"
"Our trees look the same as all other trees," Usha said. "But you're right. Those do look strange." The waves and its own magic carried the boat still nearer.
"Blessed Paladine," Palin whispered, aghast.
"Oh, my,"
said Tass in a small voice.
"Those trees aren't trees anymore.
They're all burned up."
"No," Usha said softly. "This isn't right. The magic isn't working. This boat has taken us to the wrong place. That—" Her throat closed on her words, choking her. "That isn't my home." But the wretched boat kept taking her closer and closer. "I'm sorry, Usha," Palin said, and reached out his hand to her. She ignored his words, ignored his hand. Stumbling over coils of rope and waterskins, she ran back to the stern. She grabbed hold of the rudder, shoved on it, tried to change course, to turn the boat around. The rudder wouldn't budge. Usha hurled herself on the rudder bodily. When Palin took hold of her, pulled her away, she struck at him with her fists, crying out and struggling to break free. The boat rocked violently. "You're going to capsize us," Palin told her.
"I don't care," she sobbed. "I don't care if we all die."
"Yes, you do, Usha," he said gently, over and over. "Yes, you do." He soothed her and brushed back her wet hair and held her tightly. Her sobs quieted. She rested in his arms. The boat, under its gears, took them into shore. By the time they reached the beach, Usha had settled into a silent, frozen calm, almost as frightening as her hysteria. She stepped out of the boat and into the water, waded through it ankle-deep until they reached the broad stretch of sand where the Knights of Takhisis had made their own landfall not so long ago. She stared around at a scene of utter devastation. Except for where the waves lapped against the shore, the sand, once white, was now black. Palin, pulling in the boat and beaching it on the shore, thought the black sand a natural phenomenon. But then he saw the debris floating in the water, saw the fine silt that had settled on the top of the waves. He looked at the charred and burned trunks of what had once been living trees, and suddenly he knew why the sand was black. It was covered with cinders and ash. Palin, sighing, helped Tass climb out of the boat. When he turned back to Usha, she was running wildly, frantically, into what had once been a forest. Palin and Tass scrambled after her, slipping in the shifting sands. She left them both behind. The elder Kender, with his short legs and shorter breath, was soon outdistanced. Palin, not accustomed to physical exertion and encumbered by his wet robes, could not keep up. Her trail was easy to follow, however, pitifully easy, as Tass observed. It was a trail of footprints through ankle-deep ashes, and it led them deeper into a wilderness of desolation. The slightly sweet, sharp, sickening smell of charred wood was overpowering, sapped the breath. Ashes and cinders, stirred by the breeze, stung the eyes and set them both to coughing. Blackened branches hung over them, creaking and swaying, ready to fall. They came to a stone wall formed in the shape of a square. A blackened chimney made of stone rose up from one end, all that was left of what must have once been a small, snug house. "Palin!" Tass called in a strangled voice. Palin turned. The Kender was pointing at something. Palin had no need to draw closer to see what it was. He knew. The corpse, what remained of it, lay near the house, as if the person might have been running out of the burning building, only to be overtaken by the inferno. "I saw Keshu," Tasselhoff said, subdued by the awful sight. "After the dragons had been there. It was like this, the saddest thing I ever saw until now. Do you think they're all dead, Palin?" Palin looked at the charred and blasted stumps of the trees, at the thick coating of ash covering the ground. "We have to find Usha," he said, and taking hold of Tass by the hand, the two followed her trail through the ashes. She stood in front of another wall of stone. Nothing recognizable was left of the house or its contents. It had collapsed in upon itself, was a heap of blackened rubble. She didn't cry or call out. She made no move to touch what little was left. Palin went to her, put his arms around her. It was as if he were embracing stone. Her flesh was cold, her body stiff, her eyes wide, set, staring. "Usha!" Palin called, truly frightened at her appearance. "Usha, don't do this to yourself. It won't help. Usha, don't." She didn't look at him, but stared fixedly at the charred remnants of the house. Her face was chalky white beneath a mask of black soot. A single tear tracked through the smudges on her cheek, as her footsteps had tracked through the ashes on the ground. "I'm so sorry, Usha," Palin said gently. "But the Urda are not wholly destroyed. You will carry on." "No," she said with a terrible, remote calm. "No, they are gone, completely, utterly gone. Prot knew this would happen. That's why he sent me away. Oh, I'm sorry, Prot." She gave a shuddering sob. "So very sorry. Don't, dearest. There was nothing you could have done. Perhaps," he added hopefully, "some of them managed to escape. Their magic—" Usha shook her head. "Even if some could have saved themselves, they never would have left the others behind. No, they are gone. Nothing is left. Nothing." The eerie red glow of the sun shone through the skeletal tree. A bar of sunlight glanced across her, bathed her in red, making her golden eyes gleam like burnished bronze. The sun. "Tass was right," Palin gasped. "The sun hasn't moved. Tass, you were—" "Tass?" He looked around. The Kender was gone. 21. Dugan Redhammer. The Grey Gem. Minions of Chaos. "That's more like it," said Tasselhoff, watching Palin and Usha. "They have each other now, and so, of course, everything will be all right. At least, everything deserves to be all right for them. I've often found, though," he added with a sigh, "that deserving and happening don't necessarily go together." He stood watching the two long enough to see them find solace and comfort in each other's arms. True love, if you're not in it, just happen to be standing there watching it, does tend to be a bit boring. Tass yawned, sneezed violently when some ash flew up his nose, and looked around for something to do. There, stretching before him among the stumps of burned trees, was a path. All paths lead somewhere, is an old Kender adage. Combine this with every path is the right path, except when it's the left fork. And that pretty well sums up Kender philosophy. And perhaps this path will lead me to the Grey Gem, he said, on consideration. Tass was going to tell Palin and Usha he was leaving, then he thought that perhaps they wouldn't want to be disturbed, so he slipped very softly away, following the path he had discovered. As he walked, moving along very quietly so as not to bother anyone, he considered what he knew about the Grey Gem. I suppose it's a jewel like any other, except that it's broken, of course, which is a very good thing, Tass said thoughtfully, because now I don't have to go to the trouble of breaking it. He recalled Raceland saying something about the Grey Gem being guarded, but Tass hadn't paid too much attention to that part. Gems were always guarded, in his experience, and since the guards always tended to be people with a most unreasoning prejudice against Kender, Tass really couldn't see why this should be any different. He continued down the path, climbing over burned-out stumps and thinking that the mounds of black ashes were a lot like drifted snow, except for being black and being ashes and smelling kind of putrid, when he suddenly came upon a dwarf crouched behind a tree. "My goodness," Tass said, stopping short. "How very strange." The dwarf was exceedingly well-dressed, especially to be hiding behind a flame-ravaged tree in a charred and devastated forest. The dwarf's fine clothes were covered with soot, as was his beard and long hair. The plume of his hat was bedraggled and dirty. He was watching something very intently. His back was half turned to the path, which meant his back was half turned to the Kender on the path. "I do believe... Yes, I'm positive," Tass muttered. "It's Dugan Redhammer." Tass followed the dwarf's line of sight, tried to see what Dugan was watching so closely, but he couldn't due to another large pine tree, or what was left of it, that was in the way. The dwarf seemed very intent on his watch. Tass didn't want to disturb Dugan, so he crept forward silently, gliding across the scorched ground as still as a mouse, of which he had first-hand knowledge, having accidentally turned himself into a mouse once. Stealing up on the dwarf, Tass reached out and tapped Dugan on the shoulder. It was amazing, considering his stoutness, how high the dwarf could jump, and to jump that high without losing his broad-brimmed hat was also quite remarkable. Dugan's jumping up in that sudden manner startled Tass so that he fell back, tumbled over a burned-out log, and landed on the ground. The rotund dwarf, breathing heavily and turning the same red as the sky, pounced on the Kender and clapped his hand over Tass's mouth. "Who in Reorx's name are you?" Dugan demanded in a hoarse whisper. "And what are you doing here?" Tass replied as best he could, being somewhat hampered in answering due to the hand over his mouth. "Xrinx Maggle, you fools!" repeated the dwarf. "Never heard of you. Still, you do look kind of familiar." Tass shook his head violently, squeaked and squirmed, and indicated by pointing that they might carry on this conversation more pleasantly if he could talk. Dugan eyed him a moment, then removed his hand from Tass's mouth. The dwarf sat back on his heels. "Be quiet," he warned. "They're close, over there. And though I'm not certain whether or not they can hear, it's best not to take chances." Tasselhoff nodded, rubbed his head where he'd banged it on a rock, and sat up. "Who's they?" he whispered. "Who are you?" Dugan whispered testily back. "Sorry, forgot to introduce myself." Tass scrambled to his feet. Dugan heaved himself to his feet, which he probably hadn't seen in the past few centuries, or so Tass figured, noting the dwarf's immense girth. The Kender extended his hand. "I'm Tasselhoff Burfoot." "Oh," Dugan grunted. "So that's where I know you from. I know. Reorx," Tass said in a loud whisper. "But don't worry, I won't tell anyone," he added hastily, noting the scowl on Dugan's face. "Nothing to tell," the dwarf snarled, glaring straight into Tass's eyes. "The name's Dugan Redhammer. Understand?" "No," Tass replied after a moment's thought. "But then there's lots I don't understand. Death for one thing, and sheriffs for another. Both seem to take a lot of the fun out of life. And while we're at it, there's the matter of hiccups. Why hiccups, if you take my meaning? And I was also wondering if you could explain..." Dugan said something about the abyss becoming an ice-skating pond first, which Tass found rather curious, and he was about to ask the dwarf to explain that. But Dugan's hand was over his mouth again. "Why did you come? What are you doing here?" He moved his hand slightly, enough for Tass could squeak past an answer. "Raceland Majer sent me," the Kender replied proudly. "I'm to pick up the Grey Gem." "You?" The dwarf forgot his own prohibition and spoke this word quite loudly. Cringing, he hunkered down behind the tree, pulled Tass down with him. "You?" Dugan repeated, apparently quite shocked. "He sent you?" Tass wasn't sure he liked the nasty way Dugan kept saying, "you." It didn't sound very complimentary to Raceland. I am a hero of the lance, Tass pointed out. I've fought dragons before, and I captured a prisoner once, no matter what Flint might have said to the contrary. I rescued Seston from a red dragon, and I've been to the abyss and back twice, and... Enough! The dwarf howled quietly. An interesting feat, and one Tass would have said offhand a person couldn't do if he hadn't just seen Dugan do it. You're here, so I guess I'll have to make the best of it, Dugan grumbled, adding something about why hadn't the mage sent along a party of gnomes, too, just to make his, Dugan's, misery complete. Come here, he finished, hauling Tass over to the tree. I want to show you something, and keep your mouth shut. Tass looked, keeping quiet as ordered, not because he'd been ordered, but because what he was seeing made him want to keep quiet, very, very quiet for a long time. 7 dead pine trees stood in a circle. The pines had all been ravaged by fire, but, unlike the other trees that had been reduced to blackened and withered stumps, these pines were still whole. Now they stood like ghastly skeletons, their peeling limbs twisted and contorted in agonizing death. A whimper, in sympathy for the once magnificent trees, tried to slip out, but Tass managed to swallow it back. In the middle of the ring of dead pines stood a heap of wood. Marvelously and inexplicably, the wood had not been consumed by the terrible blaze that had burned everything else on the island. Something sparkled near the bottom of the woodpile, sparkled red, reflecting the blaze of the fierce and stubborn sun, which was still refusing to properly set. Tass put his hand to Dugan's ear, leaned over, and said softly, "Is that the gray gem?" "Split in twain," the dwarf answered back, his face dark, his expression grim. "Its 2 halves lie upon what is left of the altar. I hid them from himself. He could not find them, though he searched long and hard. And that made me stop and think." "Think what?" "Never you mind," Dugan said severely, looking very serious. "The first thing we have to do is recover the gem." "Then let's go get it. What's stopping us?" "They are." Dugan gave a gloomy nod in the direction of the altar. Tass looked back. He didn't see a dragon. He didn't see draconians. He didn't see hordes of goblins or ogres or kobolds or death knights or banshees or skeletal warriors or any other of the usual guardians of magical gemstones. There wasn't even a sheriff. There wasn't anything, a fact he pointed out. "Been hitting the dwarf spirits again, eh?" Tass said with sympathy. "I'm not drunk," Dugan returned indignantly. "The guardians, they're there between the trees." "There's nothing but dark shadows between the trees," Tass observed. "That's them," Dugan whispered. "Only they are not shadows. They are shadow wights, fearful warriors of chaos." "They're made out of shadows?" Tass asked, impressed. "They are made of holes in the fabric of mortal being. You do not look at them, but through them into their realm, which is the plane of non-existence. If they touch you, you become as they are, nothing. That is the doom chaos prepares for this world, and every person, every animal, every rock, tree, and plant, every river, stream, and ocean, all will be nothing." Tass experienced a sudden, hollow, unhappy feeling in the pit of his stomach. He thought of himself being nothing, of everything around him being nothing, of everyone being nothing, all disappearing into the darkness of oblivion, with no one anywhere ever knowing that it had all once been something. Are you sure, Dugan?" Tass asked, gulping and rubbing his hand over his stomach to try to convince the unhappy feeling to leave. "Aye, laddie, I'm sure. It's what himself promised. If he'll keep that promise, it'll be all he keeps," Dugan added ominously. "But if we get hold of the Grey Gem, we can stop him?" "I'm thinking so, lad. Mind you, I'm not sure. It's just a bit of an idea I had." He sighed. "It's the only idea anyone's had so far, so we thought we'd give it a try." "Let me see if I've got this straight," Tass said, peering back at the shattered altar beneath which lay the 2 halves of the Grey Gem. "We have to get those broken halves away from those shadows?" "Shadow wights," said Dugan in a low voice. "Yes, well, this shouldn't be too difficult. I have—" Tass plunked himself down on the ground and began to rummage through his pouches. "This very powerful magical artifact." "You do?" Dugan squatted on his heels, tried to see into the pouch. "Yes, I do. It was given me by my uncle Trapspringer." "Of course. Who else?" Dugan muttered sourly. "Would that be it now?" "No, that's a dried-up lizard. At least I think it's a dried-up lizard." "What about that?" "A handkerchief with the initials F.B. What do I know with the initials F.B.? Oh, well, no, that's not it either." "Aha!" Tass cried. "Shh!" Dugan gestured frantically. "Aha!" Tass whispered. "This is it. The Kender's Spoon of Turning." Dugan eyed the spoon, snorted in disgust.
It might be of some use if the shadow whites all turned into shadow soup, which I don't think likely.
Getting to his feet, he stomped about in irritation, groaning and tearing at his beard.
Why me? Why is it always me?
This, said Tas, drawing himself up with dignity, which put him taller than the dwarf, not counting the hat, is a very famous Kender artifact. You watch. You'll see how it works. Tasselhoff walked out from behind the tree, headed toward the altar, holding out in front of him Dalamar's silver teaspoon. 22. Tasselhoff in trouble. Dugan's plan. The thief. Tas! Where are you? Palin called out. There was no response. Every traveler on Krynn, either brave or misguided enough to journey in the company of a Kender, knows that while it is nerve-wracking to be in the same party with a Kender, it is 10 times more unnerving to discover that the Kender has wandered off on his own. Being quite fond of having adventures, Kender have the interesting habit of bringing the adventure back to share with their companions, whether they want it or not. Roundly cursing himself for his mistake, though he'd only turned his back on Tas for about 5 minutes, Palin searched the area and soon discovered the set of small footprints leading off down the path. Where does this go? He asked Usha. She looked around sadly. It's all so different. It's hard to recognize. I think... Yes, that must be the path leading to the altar the Erda built for the Grey Gem. Dear God, that's where he's gone then. Palin gripped the staff hard, asked a silent prayer, and then, watchful and wary, he and Usha followed Tas. What remained of the fire-ravaged trees lined the pathway, burned stumps, cremated limbs, ashes. It began to seem to Palin as if there were only 3 colors in the world, char-black, ash-gray, and the fire-red of the sky. Are we close to it? Palin asked. We must be. It wasn't far, Usha said. She was silent a moment, searching, then she pointed. There, the 7 pines. The mass of trees, once proud guardians, stood damned and blasted, skeletal warriors forever constrained to watch over the object that had brought about their doom. In the center of the dead grove lay a pile of wood. Palin caught the slightest glint of what might have been light reflecting off the facet of a gemstone, but then a shadow passed between him and the trees. Palin cringed, froze in fear, the way a rabbit freezes to the ground when the shadow of the hawk's wings flows across its back. The fear passed almost immediately. The shadow flitted across the woodpile, obliterating it from sight, and disappeared among the dead trees. He could see again that faint sparkle of light. Despite the heat of the merciless sun, Palin shivered, drew his robes more closely around him. He was puzzling over the strange sensation of fear, was about to ask Usha if she had experienced a similar feeling, but she was staring off in a different direction. Look, Palin, Usha said. Isn't that Dugan? Yes. Where's Tas, I wonder? They spoke softly, but the sound must have carried. The dwarf pivoted, peered around. Catching sight of them, he began to make frantic hand motions. Come quickly, he mouthed, alternately waving his hands and wringing them. Quiet, quiet, he cautioned, but quickly. Having a sick feeling that this urgency had something to do with Tasselhoff, Palin hurried forward, moving as silently as he could through the ashes and fallen logs. He had the distinct and uneasy impression that something was watching him. Dugan, Palin said softly, approaching the distraught dwarf. Have you seen Tas? Dugan answered by directing Palin's attention toward the dead grove. Palin shifted his gaze, was alarmed to see the Kender heading straight into the pines. Tas! Tas, come back here! Palin started to follow him. Dugan caught hold of the sleeve of Palin's robe, held on with a death-like grip. Don't go after him, lad, the dwarf warned in a deep, grim voice. There's nothing you can do. I tried to stop him. Dugan's shoulders slumped. He bowed his head, shook it, and groaned. Palin stared at the Kender. What in the name of all that is holy is he doing? Tasselhoff was slowly advancing toward the pine grove, moving at a funereal pace, walking with measured tread, solemn mien. He held something shining in his hand. A spoon? Palin said, bewildered. What's he doing with a spoon? The Kender spoon of turning or some such thing, Dugan muttered. Yes, I remember from the tower. Palin swore softly in frustration. Damn it, he didn't realize. That was all my uncle's doing. Where's he going? To try to recover the Grey Gem. Dugan gave another great groan, tore at his beard. It's there, under what's left of the altar. Don't go after him, I tell you, laddie. He's walking into terrible danger. Did you see something like a bit of shade gliding from out the trees? Yes, said Palin, shivering again at the recollection. What? Shadow whites, laddie, Dugan said in low, dread tones. Creatures of chaos. They'll draw you into oblivion, first your soul, then your body. you will vanish as if you had never been."
"I felt their touch," Palin said softly, though I didn't understand what it was.
"I don't think you understand yet, lad,"
Dugan said grimly.
"When I say you will vanish as if you had never been, I mean just that. Your memory will vanish from the minds of all who knew you. Your mother will forget she ever bore a son. Your father will not recognize your name. Those who love you will not mourn for you, not pray for you, never think back on you with loving thoughts. It will be as if you had never been. This is what himself plans for all the world. We gods will forget all we created, then we will die, and creation will forget us. And then the stars themselves will forget."
"Palin, I think they've seen him," Usha said urgently. "He's getting too close." "How, Dugan?" Palin rounded on the dwarf. "How can we stop them?"
"The Grey Gem."
Dugan had worriedly twisted his beard into knots.
"We must have the Grey Gem."
"But how do we get it if those creatures have it surrounded?" Tass was drawing closer. The shadows had begun to move. "Tass!" Palin risked a low call. "Tass, come back!" But the Kender didn't hear, because at that moment he began to speak. "Out of my way, you soul-sucking scum! Leave now, lest I unleash the lethal power of my ancestors' tableware! Leave now, lest I use this spoon to scoop out your shadowy innards!" "Taz," Usha raised her voice. "Taz, please, come." "Hush!" Dugan clutched at her, nearly knocked her down. "Look! Look, they're coming for him!" Darkest, deepest, blackest night glided out from beneath the charred pines. All light, all sound, all color, all movement, all hope was sucked into that fathomless darkness, never to find the way out. 4 of the awful, formless shapes converged, began slipping over the ground, moving toward the Kender. The shadow whites blotted out the sun, the trees, the sky, the ground. "Lad, lassie, look!" Dugan whispered in a state of high excitement. "They've left the Grey Gem unguarded." Palin had difficulty seeing the altar, had trouble even remembering where it was. Behind the shadow whites, nothing existed. When they moved, objects re-emerged, looking as if they had just at that moment sprung into existence. "Fool Kender, I'm going after him," Palin said. He ran over his catalogue of spells in his mind, wondering which, if any, might destroy the shadow whites. "I'm going with you," Usha announced. "No," Palin shook his head. "You stay here with—" "You go after the Grey Gem, lassie," Dugan interrupted, his black eyes gleaming with cunning. "You could nip in there and swipe it before those creatures ever knew it was gone. You've been trained to the art, lass. I've seen your work. 9 Fingers says you're one of the best. No time for questions now, lass. Can you lay hold of the gem?" "Would that stop the shadow whites?" Usha asked. "Aye, lassie, aye, it might," Dugan said. "At least," he added, "it can't hurt." "Turn me into nothing, will you?" Hasselhoff's voice rose shrilly, though it quavered a bit as the shadow whites drew nearer. "Well, you can take your nothingness and put it where the sun don't shine." "Now, lass," Dugan urged. Usha dropped her pack on the ground to leave her hands free. Ignoring Palin's protests, she gave him a swift kiss on the cheek, patted his arm, and, slipping out of his grasp, sped off with silent tread through the trees. Palin eyed Dugan grimly. "You're a god, supposedly. Why don't you do something?" Dugan appeared no end astonished. "I am, lad, I am. It was my idea to send the girl after the gem, wasn't it?" "I mean against those creatures." Palin waved his hand at the shadow whites. "Ah, lad," Dugan said softly, "they are formed of the same stuff I am. They are god beings, same as me. And though I am immortal on your plane, I am not on theirs, if you take my meaning. And what would happen to the world if they destroyed me, lad?" "I don't know," Palin said coldly. "Perhaps you'd care to place a wager on that?" Dugan scratched at his beard. "I think you'd better go now, lad. Your Kender friend appears to be in a bit of trouble." "If anything happens to either him or Usha, by Paladine, I'll make you regret it," Palin promised. "Shirek!" He commanded the staff to light, hurried forward toward the 7 Pines, toward Tasselhoff. The Kender was about halfway there. The shadow whites were lined up in front of him, leaving the Grey Gem unguarded. A Kender's taunting could unhinge the most easygoing person, drive him to commit murder and mayhem. But had Tass's insults truly provoked the shadow whites into leaving their post? Palin had the uneasy feeling that this was not the case. He considered it far more likely that the otherworldly creatures had small interest in guarding the Grey Gem. They had only one objective, and that was destruction. But if they noticed Usha trying to take the Grey Gem, they would turn on her fast enough. Palin watched her out the corner of his eye, afraid to look at her directly, lest the shadow whites follow his line of sight and discover her. She slipped with silent ease through the burned wreckage of the forest. At least for the moment, she was safe. The shadow whites were completely focused on Tasselhoff, and in a short time they would have another subject, Palin.
He was too preoccupied to be afraid. He had to form a plan that would rescue Tass, at the same time keeping the creature's attention from Grey Gem and, hopefully, end up by getting them all out of this alive. He considered his catalogue of spells. It seemed logical to him that since the Shadow Wights were creatures of darkness, they might be sensitive to light, could be either destroyed by light or at least intimidated. The Staff of Mages shed its own radiant glow on Palin. He reached into his component pouch, removed a small ball of bat guano rolled in sulfur, and, concentrating his thoughts, brought the words of the magical fireball to mind. Keep your mind on the plunder, lynched Geoffrey would say. Touch it, hold it, make it yours in your heart before it's yours in the hand. Which meant, don't let anything distract you, turn you from your objective. Think about the Grey Gem, think about how you want it. Don't think about Palin, don't think about Tass. Don't think about those terrible creatures who will try to destroy you. The Grey Gem, that's all and everything. Usher watched the Shadow Wights slowly drawing nearer the Kender. Tass sounded far less sure of himself. His voice faltered now and then, his step slowed. The spoon, which he had formerly presented so boldly, wavered in his hand. "I'm not afraid," Tass cried out. I'm annoyed. You're really starting to get on my nerves, so just back off. His voice changed, sounded strangled. "Stop! You stop that! What do you think you're doing? Quit looking like me!" Tasselhoff was wild-eyed, staring as if he saw something terrible beyond belief before him. Palin strode out from among the trees. The crystal atop the Staff of Mages shone with a white, vibrant light. "The gem, girl!" Dugan's voice came to her. "That's the only way you can help them get the gem." She tore her gaze from Palin and Tass, refocused on her objective, as she had been taught. Entering the ring of 7 dead pines, she slipped through their unseeing guard. The woodpile that had once been the altar stood in the center. Now that she was close, she could see the terrible destruction. Some gigantic hand, working in rage and fury, had pummeled the once beautiful, hand-polished, rune-covered wood to splinters. Usher had a sudden poignant memory of the Erda building this altar, of them working long hours with their tools and their magic, carving, smoothing, sanding, planing, weaving their spells into the wood, spells that would hold the Grey Gem fast. Croat had not approved. Croat had been opposed to the plan from the beginning. She remembered him watching, remembered his foreboding. "You were right, dear friend, dear father," Usher whispered, her tears gathering, threatening to blind her. "The gem, girl, the gem!" Usher blinked back her grief. The altar was a dead thing now. The Erda were dead. She couldn't bring them back, but she could try to undo the mischief they had done. The Grey Gem, which had once shone with its own eerie grey light, lay in 2 pieces on the ground, partially buried by the splintered wood. The gem was split in 2 like a cracked walnut shell. The inside of the gem was hollow, as though some insidious worm had been gnawing away at it for long, long years. Even broken, the gem enthralled, fascinated. It was so beautiful, it was ugly, so large, it was small, so shiny, it was dull, so hard, it was soft. Usher stretched out her hands to it, touched it, lifted it. The gem weighed nothing, yet she was conscious of a great weight. The innumerable facets were sharp, cutting, soft. The gem was cold to the touch, burning cold. She was about to slip the Grey Gem triumphantly into her pouch when a fear-rhymed cry chilled her soul. Palin stood in front of Tasselhoff. The staff's light still shone, but it was fading, dimming. The Shadow Wights were closing in. Already she could see very little of Tass, only the very tip of his topknot. She could see Palin's shoulders and his face, and on his face the same expression of wild-eyed, staring horror that had overcome even the fear-immune Kender. 23. I am not nothing. Palin was coming up on Tass. The Kender had ceased to taunt his foes. It seemed that Tass was attempting to bolster up his own courage, unheard of for a Kender. "I'm not afraid," Tass cried out. I'm annoyed. You're really starting to get on my nerves, so just back off. His voice changed, sounded strangled. "Stop! You stop that! What do you think you're doing? Quit looking like me!" Palin had not been watching the creatures. He'd been thinking of his spell, which meant he was visualizing in his mind the words he must speak. The rest of his attention had been divided between Usher, now inside the pine grove, and Tasselhoff. At Tass's cry, Palin looked for the first time directly at the Shadow Wights. He couldn't look away. He found himself staring at himself. Palin stood before him. "Who are you?" Palin demanded, his voice shaking. He looked into the Wight's eyes, saw nothing, not even his own reflection. "What are you?" "Who are you? What are you?" the Wight mocked him. "I am myself," Palin said, but even as he spoke, he felt himself start to slip away. The Shadow Wight was pulling his life from his body. You are nothing, the Shadow White told him, speaking with Palin's mouth. You were born of nothing. You will return to nothing. Look away, came Raistlin's warning voice, vibrating through the staff. Look away. Don't look into the eyes. Palin tried to wrench his gaze from the image of himself, but he couldn't. He stared, rapt. The words of his spell were blotted out by drops of darkness that fell into his mind like raindrops onto paper, causing all remembrance or the knowledge of himself to blur, run, become indistinct and muddled, slowly start to wash away. He had a vague impression that he heard Usha cry out a name, Palin, and he wondered dimly who that person was. Palin! Usha cried from within the grove of dead pines. The Shadow Whites were drawing nearer Palin, were creeping up on Tasselhoff. She could see almost nothing of the Kender now, nothing except his bright yellow socks and the tip of his topknot. Palin! Taz, get away! Run! But neither of them moved or even reacted to her words. Palin stood staring at the Whites with that dreadful expression of horror. Quickly, lass, or they're goners! Dugan cried out. What can I do? Usha asked helplessly. Her pack with all the magical artifacts the Erda had given her was lying far away at Dugan's feet. There was no time to try to reach it. The Grey Gem! Dugan yelled. Try trapping them with the Grey Gem! I'll help you, lass. You can do it! Usha was doubtful on that point, but she could think of nothing else. She had to act swiftly. The darkness was stealing up over Palin, had almost engulfed Tasselhoff. Holding one half of the Grey Gem in each hand, Usha crept toward the Shadow Whites. Don't look at 'em, lass, Dugan cautioned. Whatever you do, don't look at 'em. Usha didn't want to look at them. Every time her gaze brushed across them, she shuddered in a terror that twisted her up inside. She fixed her gaze on Palin, on his beloved face, now contorted in fear. And then suddenly, Usha was standing before her. Usha blinked, amazed and appalled. Don't look into the eyes, lass, Dugan howled. Don't! Usha looked at Palin, concentrated on Palin, ignored the White's voice that was trying to lure her to darkness. Head turned away, she reached out blindly, thrust the Grey Gem into the image of herself. A terrible, painful, numbing cold froze her fingers. She almost dropped the Grey Gem. The agony was unendurable. Shards of ice shot through her veins. She was losing consciousness, spiraling down into darkness. Catch it, Dugan commanded. Trap it in the jewel. Desperately, despairingly, Usha slammed the two halves of the Grey Gem together. The chill was warm. The darkness was light. The Shadow Whites were gone. Usha stared around, wondered dazedly if they had ever truly been there. She gazed down at the Grey Gem, pressed tightly together in her hands, and she began to shake. Dugan came dashing up, panting and puffing, his thick boots clomping, raising clouds of choking ash. Well done, lass, well done, we've got 'em now. In a muttered aside, he said, Some of them at least. Then he added hastily, I'll take that, and plucked the Grey Gem from Usha's hands. She had wanted it before. Now she was only too glad to be rid of it. Palin, she said anxiously, grasping hold of the Major's arm. Palin, are you all right? He was staring straight ahead, that dreadful fixed expression on his pallid face. At the sound of her voice, her touch, he looked slowly around. Palin. I am Palin. She flung her arms around him. He embraced her, held her close, his eyes closed, body trembling. Dugan bent over Tasselhoff. The Kender had fallen to his knees. He clutched the spoon in his hand still and was sobbing over and over, I'm not nothing, I'm not nothing, I'm not nothing. Lad, they're gone, Dugan called, pounding Tass on the back in what was a good-natured attempt to bring the Kender around, but which had the effect of knocking most of the air out of Tass's small body. He coughed and wheezed and blinked his eyes. Catching sight of Dugan, Tass smiled vaguely. Oh, hello. Do you know me, lad? Dugan asked anxiously. Well, of course, Tass said. You're Reorks. Dugan shook his head. Never mind about that now. The important thing is, who are you, lad? Do you remember? Tass gave a relieved and contented sigh that started at the toes of his yellow socks, surged warmly all through him. He flung his arms wide. I'm me! That's who! I'm me! The Grey Gem rested in the dwarf's hands. He looked very old suddenly. His hands shook, the fingers trembled. His face was worn and aged. He had removed his hat with its jaunty feather, set it aside. His clothes were ash-covered, the buttons undone, laces dangling. He held the gem and regarded it sadly, drew a deep, shivering breath. I remember well the day I crafted this, he said. A bit of chaos, that's all I wanted. It was all I needed. No more than a lock of hair or a shaving of a fingernail to put it into mortal terms. Himself was hanging about, snooping as always. Our world, the world we'd made without him, was ordered then, you see. He couldn't bear that. Disorder, confusion, anarchy. He'd have enjoyed watching our creation sink to that. He especially hated my forge. The crafting, the making, the building of things was anathema to himself. The breaking, that's what he liked. Himself has many children. But these 3 children, Paladine, Takhisis, Gillian, these were his favorites. He gave them great power, and then he was furious when they used it to thwart him, or so he felt. To make a world and then populate it with living beings, to breathe the breath of the gods into those beings, to give them life, so that they could continue the crafting and the building and the ordering. None of his other children had ever dared try such a thing before. Himself couldn't stand it. He wanted to wreck it, but we were too powerful. We held him back. Himself had given his children the means to do that, you see, and how he regretted it. Paladine and Takhisis himself despised them. The 2 always longed for order, plotted and schemed to achieve it. Gillian, he was the favorite child, but he proved a sad disappointment. It was mainly on account of Gillian, I believe, that Chaos held back from destroying the new peopled world at the very beginning. Himself thought Gillian would see to it that Chaos reigned, that Gillian had always been of a studious turn, his nose in a book, refusing to be bothered, and so Paladine and Takhisis had their way, the balance shifting from one to another with Gillian flipping pages in between.
Dugan stared at the 2 fragments of the jewel, hefted them both, peered intently into the hollow center.
They say I trapped him inside, that I grabbed for a tiny bit of chaos to put in here and ended up with it all. The gem was to be an anchor, don't you see? It would do what Gillian, lost in his books, was not doing. The plan sounded good to me at the time, perhaps if I'd thought about it, but I didn't, so there's an end to it. But I don't think I trapped him. No. He did it on purpose. Himself saw his chance and he took it. He popped into that gem right before I sealed it. It was himself who took off, soaring over the world, changing this and altering that, throwing all that we had done into disorder. A good time he was having with it, too. Wars, the cataclysm, his children battling among themselves. And then, you see, it was the Erda ruined it all for him. He broke the jewel, spoiled his fun. So now he blusters and rants and raves, and since he can no longer influence the world, he'll destroy it. That's the truth of the matter to my mind.
The dwarf nodded emphatically, and, balancing the gem carefully on his broad knee, wiped his sweating face with his hand. Palin shifted restlessly. You're not to blame. Paladine's not to blame. Takhisis is not to blame. No one's to blame, it seems. That's all very well, but I don't suppose it will matter much when our world is broken like this wretched gem and we're all dead and forgotten.
True, lad. True, the dwarf said morosely.
End of side 13. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 14, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 495. But there must be some way we can defeat Chaos, Tasselhoff observed. We have the Grey Gem now. I don't suppose I could hold it for just a second. I'll give it right back. Dugan clutched the gem to his breast.
Go away,
he ordered fiercely, glowering at Taz.
Go on, stand over there. No, farther back. Keep going.
If I go any farther, I'll drop off the end of the island, Taz complained.
Good riddance,
Dugan muttered. Stay where you are, Taz, Palin said. Look, Dugan or Reorx or whoever you are, we've got to do something. The gem destroyed the Shadow Whites, Usha began hopefully.
Not all of them, the dwarf corrected her, not by a long shot. The whites will spread like darkest night across the land, starting with the High Claris Tower. It's there, you see, where Chaos figures he can strike hardest at his 2 most powerful children, Paladine and Takhisis. Once they are destroyed, and they both will be if the High Claris Tower falls, then he will send his fiends in force into the rest of the world.
We should go to the tower, then, Palin said, frustrated. We can use the Grey Gem to help the knights defeat Chaos.
The knights have help, lad, though they may not know it. The other gods are not idle. Their forces are at work throughout Ansalon. But this...
Dugan touched the Grey Gem with caressing fingers.
This is the key to it all. If my idea works, we can stop himself, send him and his fiends packing.
You have a plan, then, Palin said.
Dugan fixed him with a cunning eye.
You want to do something, you say?
Of course, Palin answered impatiently. We want to do whatever we can.
No matter that it's dangerous, that you likely won't survive, or if you do, you'll be changed forever?
Tasselhoff raised his hand. I'm going too. Raceland said I could. I'll face the danger. Usha glanced back toward the dead pine trees, toward where the Shadow Whites had been. Nothing could be as bad as that.
Want a bet?
The dwarf growled. From what you say, everyone on Ansalon will be facing danger. We'll take our chances with the rest. What do we have to do? Dugan held out the 2 pieces of the Grey Gem, one in each hand.
You must capture Chaos. Put him back inside.
Palin gasped. You're mad. That's not possible for us. We're not gods.
It is possible, lad. I've thought it all out. I've talked with the others, and they believe it might work. As for we gods, we have our own problems. Paladine has agreed to help us if he survives. Desperate as Takaisis is,
Dugan shook his head.
She still fights to rule the world. She had much better fight for her own survival, but she can't see that. They're doing battle at the High Claris Tower.
Dugan sighed heavily.
Takaisis may yet win. If she does, she'll finally be on top. But she may find herself on top of nothing but a heap of ash.
24. The Dark Warrior. Plotting. The nature of the enemy. The knights fought in the red heat of the sun that would not set. The garish light bloodied their sword blades and gilded their spears with flame. The knights of Takaisis rallied to defend the High Claris Tower against an awful, dread, and deadly foe. Lightning forked out of a cloudless sky. Thunder boomed and roared continuously. Wherever the lightning struck the mountainside, the tinder-dry trees burst into flame. Smoke hung like a pall over the valley. Flowing beneath the smoke, the unnatural darkness surged down from the mountains to the north, heading for the northern wall of the High Claris Tower. The knights were prepared to face it, whatever it was, having been warned by the dragons that this unnatural darkness was no friend to those who worshipped her dark majesty. The dragons, golds, reds, blues, silver, and all colors of dragonkind, reported that a vast rift had opened in the turbidous ocean, a rift erupting with fire that caused the seawater to boil. Out of this rift came the darkness. It is a vast river of endless night that flows over the mountains. In its wake, devastation worse than the fires, reported an ancient gold dragon, a lord among his kind. Every living creature the darkness touches disappears, vanishes without a trace, leaving nothing behind, not even a memory. Ariakan listened, skeptical, particularly of the gold dragons. What is this darkness? He demanded to know. We cannot say, Lord, answered a red dragon, young, newly risen to leadership, with the scars of battle fresh on him. We have never seen its like. You can judge for yourself, though. It is upon you. Lord Ariakan went to his command post, taking up a position on the battlements of the Knight's Spur. As the dragon had said, the attack had already been launched. Archers lining the walls fired arrows into the darkness, which flowed like water up to the base of the structure. The arrows disappeared without leaving a trace, doing no damage that anyone could see. The darkness rose, began to seep over the walls. A line of brutes, commanded by knights, was drawn up in defense, prepared to attack the darkness with sword and spear. Among their ranks were Knights of the Thorn and Knights of the Skull, ready to fight this new enemy with sorcery and prayer.
What the? Ariakan swore. What's going on? I can't see.
The sun shone brightly on the horizon, yet night had fallen on the northern wall of the High Claris Tower. Ariakan heard hoarse cries of terror, horrifying screams coming out of the darkness. What he could not hear worried him more. No sounds of battle, no clash of sword on shield or sword against armor, no officer's commands. He heard the voices of his wizards, the beginnings of magical spells, but he never heard the ends. Prayers of the clerics, rising to her dark majesty, ceased abruptly. At last Ariakan could stand it no longer. I'm going down there, he announced, brushing aside the remonstrations of his commanders. But before he could take a step, the darkness retreated as suddenly as it had come. It flowed back down the wall, glided in among the trees, mingled with the smoke. The knights on the walls cheered at first, thinking that their forces had beaten back the foe. The cheering ceased when the light of the angry sun rushed in to replace the darkness. It was then apparent that this was not victory. The darkness had retreated for a reason. Blessed Majesty, Ariakan whispered, stunned and appalled. Of the hundreds of soldiers who had mounted the defense of the tower on the northern wall, not one remained. The only indication that these people had ever existed was the physical objects they'd been wearing or carrying at the time. Breastplates, helms, bracers, shirts, tunics, boots, grey robes, and black were strewn upon the battlements. Atop a breastplate lay a sword. Near a feathered headdress was a feathered spear. Upon a grey robe lay a bag of rose petals. Beside a black robe stood a black mace. No living being remained. They had, each and every one, disappeared. No blood was shed, but, by the sounds of those horrible screams, they had all perished in torment. And, what was worse, those who gazed in shock at the awful scene could not call a single face or name to mind. That living men and women had once stood here, no one doubted. There was the physical evidence left behind to prove it. Almost people could remember. They held the possessions of friends and comrades in their hands and stared at them in awe and fear. Try as they might, they could not remember the vanished. "What dreadful force is this?" Harry Aiken wondered in baffled fury. His face was ashen. He stood amazed. Those who had known him before, calm and cool in battle, saw him now shaken to the core of his being. "And how do we combat it? Find someone who can tell me. Bring my clerics and the Grey Knights, those who are left," he added grimly. But though each cleric and wizard had ideas, none could provide any information for certain. "At least," ventured Sub-Commander Trevelyan, "the enemy appears to have retreated. Perhaps those who fought it were victorious, though they gave their lives." "No," said Harry Aiken, staring out into the impenetrable darkness that lurked beneath the smoldering trees. "No, the shadows did not retreat because they lost. They were drawn back on purpose so that we could see what happened to our comrades. Their commander, whoever or whatever it is, wants us demoralized, fearful, panicked. But by her dark majesty, I will not permit that to happen. Return to your forces," he ordered his commanders. "Have that mess cleaned up immediately, removed from sight. Interview your men. Try to find anyone who saw or heard anything that might give us some indication as to this foe and what happened to those who fought it. Report all information to me directly. I will be in the Kingfisher's Nest." His commanders dispersed to re-establish order and discipline among the nervous troops. The knights returned to their duties with only occasional lapses when here and there one or another would stop and stare at the southern battlements, which were now being called accursed. Harry Aiken, accompanied by his bodyguards, ascended to the lookout point known as the Nest of the Kingfisher. He left his guards at the foot of the stairs, climbed the rest of the way alone. The highest vantage point in the tower, the Nest of the Kingfisher, was a small circular room with slit windows all the way around, providing a breathtaking view of the Vingard Mountains, the Solamnic Plains, and surrounding territory. Harry Aiken looked out over the pall of smoke that hung from the valley to the peaks of the Vingard Mountains. He saw the strange darkness flow among the crags and crevices, devouring the light. Alone, Harry Aiken could give vent to his frustration. He paced about the small room, going from window to window, searching for answers, his soul filled with dread and foreboding. He recalled the young mage's story about chaos returning, about the gods themselves being threatened, endangered. He had not believed it until now. As he stared into the mountains, trying to see anything that might give him some hint, he was aware of the sound of booted footfalls coming up the stairs. "A messenger," Harry Aiken muttered to himself, hope rising. "My people have found something." But the person who entered the chamber was not a breathless runner coming with important information. The person was a knight, one of Harry Aiken's own knights, presumably, for the man was clad in shining black armor. The knight's face was hidden. He wore his helm over his head, the visor down. "Who are you, Sir Knight?" Harry Aiken demanded. "Why have you left your post?" The knight did not answer. He was immensely tall. The black plume of his helm brushed the roof. His shoulders were broad, the arms thick and muscular. A heavy sword hung at the knight's side. The scabbard was of dark leather, decorated at the top with 5 bands of color: red, blue, green, white, black. The hilt of the sword was fashioned in the shape of a 5-headed dragon. He was cloaked in black, as if he wore the night itself around his shoulders. The knight's eyes were as pale and hot as stars. Memory stirred in Harry Aiken. He knew this knight, had seen him before, somewhere in the distant past. Lord Harry Aiken fell to his knees, awed and worshipful. "Your Majesty!" "Rise, Lord," said a woman's voice as deep as the abyss. "The hour of doom is upon us. Chaos has returned, the father of all and of nothing. He has come back in anger, prepared to destroy all creation. We fight for our very existence. My knights and I are ready, your majesty. Lord Ariakan rose to his feet. You have only to command us. The dark warrior crossed the floor of the small room, came to stand at one of the windows. She gestured a peremptory motion of her black-gloved hand. Ariakan moved swiftly to stand at the queen's side. Doom is at hand, Takaisis spoke softly, but also the chance for ultimate victory. Ultimate victory, Ariakan, she repeated, her black-gloved hand clenching to a fist. If you defeat Chaos, Ariakan, the people of Kryn will know that they have me to thank for saving them. They will be forever in my debt. My hold on this world will be so tight that no one can break it. True, your majesty, Ariakan agreed. But how is that to be accomplished? The people of Ansalon will emerge from this war leaderless, confused. Anarchy will reign. That will be our chance. When the forces of chaos have been driven back, you, my knights, must be poised and ready to seize control. We already control much of Ansalon, your majesty, Ariakan protested, thinking that she implied fault with himself and his knights. Do you rule Sylvanesti? Takaisis asked. Has the dwarven kingdom of Thorbaden fallen? Not yet, Ariakan was grim. Your forces still fight in northern Urgoth. Rebellion foments in Qualinesti. And what of Taladas and the distant regions of this world? Your majesty must give us time, Ariakan said, pale and frowning. You don't need time. We will let the forces of chaos do our work for us. Do you understand? I understand, your majesty, Ariakan said, bowing. What are your orders? Paladine is throwing everything he has against chaos. The forces of good will be utterly vanquished, wiped out, decimated. We must take care that this does not happen to us. You will hold a certain number of your knights and their dragons in reserve. Keep one of your wings out of the coming battle. Do this in secret. When the fight for the High Clerist's tower is ended and we have won, these knights will be fresh, ready to ride to take over key strategic points on the continent of Ansalon. Your knights will not be alone. I have alerted others loyal to our cause. Draconians, ogres, minotaur, goblins. Right now they fight as allies with the forces of good. But when this ends, they will join your army, complete the takeover. As you command, your majesty, said Ariakan. He gazed back out the window, out of the unnatural darkness. But first we have to hold the High Clerist Tower against the enemy. What can you tell me of this foe, your majesty? What is it? Shadow Wights. Creatures formed of the essence of chaos. They are without form and without shape. To look into them is to look into oblivion. When they attack, they take on the appearance of their opponent, exact in every detail. They speak words of darkness and despair, depriving their enemies of the will to fight. If they touch a mortal being, they reduce it to nothingness. And in the next wave will come demon warriors. They are creatures as cold as the vast, empty darkness between the stars. A sword thrust into them will shatter as if it were made of glass. A man's hand that touches them will go numb, lifeless, and will never know warmth again. Among these troops are the fire dragons with claws of flame and sulphurous, poisonous breath. These are the foes you will face. These are the foes you must defeat. Ariakan was grim. How can such creatures be defeated, your majesty? Because they are creatures without form or substance, born of chaos. They can be destroyed by any forged weapon that has been touched by one of the gods. The swords of your knights have all received my blessing. These blades will kill the Shadow Wights. The knight must take care not to look into the wight's eyes, yet he must at the same time draw close enough to the wight to deal the blow. As for the demon warriors, a forged weapon will unravel the magic, but the blow that strikes it will be the last. The weapon will be destroyed, leaving the knight who wielded it defenseless. What about my magic users? Your own clerics? Light spells will prevent the Shadow Wights from taking their enemy's form. Fire spells will destroy them. But the wizard must be able to shut the deadly voices out of their minds, or they themselves will be destroyed. Any holy object that touches the demon warrior will cast it back into oblivion, but the object itself will be lost, sacrificed. Ariakan was silent, thoughtful. Then he nodded. "I begin to see why your Majesty wants troops held in reserve. This battle will considerably weaken us." "It will weaken everyone, Lord Ariakan," Takhisis returned. "And therein lies our ultimate victory. I shall reign supreme. Farewell, my lord." The queen extended her gloved hand. Ariakan fell again to his knees to receive her blessing. "We will fight to the death, your Majesty," he said fervently. Her Majesty withdrew her hand. She was displeased. "I have souls enough, Ariakan," she said coldly. "It's the living I want." Ariakan, rebuked, bowed his head. When he looked up, the queen was gone. 25. Orders. Hidden away. "What are you saying?" Steele demanded furiously, forgetting discipline in his bitter disappointment. "Trevelyan, you can't mean this." The other knights of the Talon gathered around their commanding officer echoed Steele's protest. "I don't like this any better than you do, but I have my orders," Trevelyan said. "We are to conceal ourselves in the dragon traps, keep away from the battle, stay there until we receive new orders. And," he added, fixing his men with a stern gaze, "we're to keep quiet about this. Death to the man who speaks of this to anyone outside this Talon." "We're being punished," said one knight. "What have we done to displease our lord?" asked another. "Skulking about in secret, hiding in the dark like stinking gully dwarves. People will make songs of our comrades' valor. They'll make songs of our shame. That's enough, gentlemen. My orders came directly from Lord Ariakan himself," Trevelyan said, his voice grim. "He has a plan in mind. It is up to us to obey, not to question. If you have any complaints, I suggest you take them up with his lordship." That silenced the protests, at least those spoken aloud. The knights exchanged frowning, unhappy glances, but said nothing. Because of the need to keep their meeting secret, Trevelyan had brought his men together in the Talon's barracks, away from the main body of the knights. He glanced out the window. The sun was at last starting to sink, was glaring balefully over the horizon as if loath to leave and miss the coming battle. The tower was readying for the next attack, presaged by immense pools of darkness, sliding down the mountainside, seeping around the walls. Eyes could be seen in the darkness now, the demon warriors walking among the shadow whites. Only eyes, nothing more. The eyes were red, hideous, and they gleamed of death. The vision permitted each knight to share in her dark majesty's description of the shadow whites and demon warriors, and how to defeat them. The Knights of the Lily were readying their dragons for flight. The Knights of the Skull were granting the Queen's blessing to armor, shield, and weapon. The Knights of the Thorn were gathering spell components, committing spells to memory. Steele's Talon was preparing to go away and hide. "It is time we were moving," Trevelyan said at last, reluctantly. "I won't ask if there are any questions, because I couldn't answer them if there were. We are to report to our post down in the dragon traps within the hour. Because of the need for secrecy, go there by ones and twos, take different routes. Knight Officer Brightblade will assign you." Glumly, the knights prepared to leave, to take up their new position, "in the cellar with the old women and the kids," as one put it, though not in earshot of Trevelyan. Steele was as angry at missing the battle as the rest, but, after his first outburst, he said nothing more. He had regained his rank, was once again second in command of his Talon, and as a knight officer he was expected to give Trevelyan loyal and unquestioning support. Steele organized the knights of his Talon, gave each group directions on their particular route, listened to their grumblings, did what he could to mollify them by talking of shock troops and secret missions. When the last contingent had moved out, he went to make his report to Trevelyan. "You're not far off the mark, you know," Trevelyan said in an undertone as the two headed for the dragon traps themselves. "From what I can gather, we're being held in reserve to take on some important assignment given to Ariakan by Her Majesty herself. I heard from one of Ariakan's bodyguards that the Queen met our lord in the nest of the Kingfisher, that they spoke. The bodyguard knows because he saw Ariakan go up there alone, and afterward heard two people talking, one of them a woman with a voice like the knell of doom. When Ariakan came down, he was pale and shaking like a man struck by a thunderbolt. It was shortly after that these orders were issued." Steele smiled, pleased. "Why don't you tell the others? It will make them feel better." "Because we're to obey orders without feeling one way or the other about them. And what I've told you is scuttlebutt, nothing more," Trevelyan replied tersely. Relaxing, he shrugged, smiled. "In other words, I can't say anything official, but you could spread the word, Brightblade." "Our Queen herself chose us," Steele said to himself in exultation as he went through the bronze doors leading to the dragon traps. But it was hard to maintain the pride, the elation, in knowing that they were singled out, specially chosen, when the darkness of the dragon traps closed around them, cut them off from the rest of their comrades, enveloped them in its shroud. They sat or stood in silence, broken only by the trumpet call to battle, a call they were forbidden to answer. Steele disciplined himself to sit calmly, await orders. He looked with disapproval on those knights taking refuge in nervous pacing, ordered them to settle down, conserve their energy. He spent the first hour cleaning and polishing his sword, his father's sword, admiring again the craftsmanship, not to be equaled even by the master swordsmiths hired by his lordship. Ariakan himself had said it was one of the finest blades he had ever seen. The sword did not really need cleaning. Steele took excellent care of his weapons, but polishing the fine metal gave him something constructive to do, and was at the same time reassuring. He found himself thinking of his father and the stories he'd heard about his father's courage. His thoughts traveled back through time beyond his father. Steele wondered about the other knights who had carried this sword to honor and glory. Were they gathered now, all the bright blades? Were they ranged in line behind their leader, Paladine, preparing to ride to battle? The bright blade ancestors fought in Paladine's name. Their living representative, Steele, fought for Tarcheisus. But he saw little difference, the flip side of the same coin. He imagined the battle that must be raging in the abyss, the gods banding together to fight chaos, his queen in the forefront of her dread legions, leading them to victory. His heart swelled with pride and reverence. He whispered a prayer to Tarcheisus as he worked, asking her to grant him a small portion of Her Majesty's vast courage. He could almost envy the dead, who would be privileged enough to fight at Her Dark Majesty's side. His dreams and imaginings and his work took him fairly quickly through the first hour of waiting. The second he spent sitting on the stone floor, sweating in the heat that had found its way even to the inner portion of the tower, and listening to the sounds of battle coming from above. The other knights listened too, speculated on what might be happening. The sounds were indistinct, muffled, and distorted, drowned out by rumblings of thunder that shook the tower to its foundation, the wild blaring of trumpets, the thumping heart of the war engines. Occasionally they could hear, rising above the rest, a terrible bellowing cry, the death scream of a dragon. At this horrible sound, the knights would all fall silent and study the stone on the floor at their feet. Time passed, and still no word. No breathless messenger came clattering down the stairs, ordering them to saddle their dragons, take to the skies. The third hour, all the sounds suddenly ceased. An uncanny silence fell. The games of dicing that had been going on halted. All attempts at conversation ceased. Trevelyan went to stand at the closed, barred bronze door, staring at it, his face drawn and grim. Steele could stand the strain no longer. He was on his feet, pacing restlessly, bumping into others doing the same. He felt something wet hit him on the forehead. He put his hand to his head, drew it back, looked at his fingers, and gave a hoarse shout. "Bring a torch, someone, quick!" Several torches were brought, and the men huddled nervously around him. Trevelyan shoved his way through the circle of knights. "What? What is it? What's the cause of this commotion? Break it up, you men!" "You'd better see this, Sub-Commander," said Steele. "Shine that light down here." One of the knights lowered the torch. Firelight shone in a fresh pool forming on the stone floor. In the sudden silence, they could hear the slow and incessant drip, drip. Trevelyan knelt, dipped the tips of his fingers in the pool, held them to the light. "Blood," he said softly, staring up at the ceiling. Trevelyan rose to his feet. "I'm going up there," he announced, and several of the knights raised a cheer. "Stop that!" he ordered angrily. "Take up your weapons. Make yourselves ready. Brightblade, walk with me." The others dispersed rapidly, happy to be doing something, even if it was only buckling on their swords and lacing up their armor. Steele accompanied Trevelyan to the doors. "You're in command while I'm gone," Trevelyan said. He fell silent, but did not leave, glanced at the doors and back again, seemed to be making up his mind whether to speak or not. "Brightblade," Trevelyan said finally, keeping his voice low. "Have you noticed something strange? Something about the vision?" Steele nodded slowly, once. "I had hoped I was wrong, Sub-Commander," he said quietly. "I had hoped it was just me." "Apparently not," Trevelyan said with a sigh. "I can't seem to see it anymore. Can you?" "No, Sub-Commander." Trevelyan shook his head, pulled on his gloves. "I'm disobeying direct orders doing this. But without the vision to guide me, something's gone wrong. It may be up to us to fix it if we can. Wait for me. I won't be long." Taking a torch, Trevelyan lifted the heavy bar across the door, opened it, went out. Steele stood inside the door, followed the light with his eyes as it moved down the corridor, watched it until its glow vanished. He remained standing there, the door opened a crack, straining to hear something from beyond. The other knights joined him, forming a semicircle around him. They, too, were quiet, except for the clink and rattle of armor and soft, measured breathing. And then the glow reappeared at the end of the corridor. The light wavered, as if the hand that carried the torch was weak, unsteady. Booted footfalls, hesitant, shuffling. Trevelyan came into view, leaning against the wall. He came slowly down the corridor, staring at his feet. Steele opened the door. When Trevelyan reached it, he stopped, looked at his men with a glazed, blank expression, as if he had no idea who they were, what they were doing here. Trevelyan's face was ash-white in the harsh light of the torch, which he suddenly let fall to the floor. The torch burned there, sputtering and smoking. No one moved to pick it up. "Sub-Commander," said Steele. "What is it? What's going on?" "Nothing," said Trevelyan thickly. "They're all dead." No one spoke, though someone sucked in a hissing breath. Trevelyan's eyes closed as if in pain. Tears squeezed out from beneath the lids. "My lord, dead," he spoke with almost a sob. Opening his red-rimmed eyes, he stared around. "Dead! Can't you understand? All dead! Dead! All dead!" He sagged. His knees giving way, he slid down the wall. Steele caught his commander in his arms. "Sir, you're wounded. Where? Help me get his armor off." Trevelyan caught hold of Steele's hand, stopped him. "No use," he said. He choked, swallowed. "It hit me from behind." Trevelyan frowned, angered, puzzled. "Coward, hit you from behind. I never had a chance to fight back. No honor." "Sir, is the enemy out there? How many?" Trevelyan shook his head. He gasped, tried to speak, but only bubbles of blood and saliva came from his mouth. He sank back against the wall. The hand holding Steele's went flaccid. Steele held his commander's hand a moment longer, then laid it gently, respectfully, over the dead man's chest. "Walk with Takhisis, sir," Steele said softly. He could see then the massive wound that had ripped through the black armor as if it were parchment paper. The charred and bleeding skin, the great ugly gash in his side. "Claws did that," one knight said, grim, awed. "If so, they are claws of fire," said Steele, rising slowly to his feet. He gazed out the door. "I wonder what our orders were." "It doesn't matter now," said one of the knights. "What are your orders, sir?" It occurred to Steele then that he was in command. He was in command not only of his Talon, but, if what Trevelyan had said was true, in command of the High Clerist's tower. Steele shoved the terrible thought out of his mind. Trevelyan must have been mistaken. He had been hideously wounded. Surely they couldn't all be dead. Steele made his decision. "Two of you, lay the sub-commander to rest down here. Cover his body with his shield. The rest of you draw your weapons and come with me. If the tower has fallen, the enemy probably doesn't know we're down here. We may be able to catch them unawares. No light. Make no noise." Dipping his fingers in Trevelyan's blood, Steele smeared it on the black braces around his arm, as another might wear the ribbon token of his lady. He drew his sword, his father's sword, and walked out the doors of the dragon traps. One by one, saluting their dead, the dark knights followed him. 26. The Vision. Steele crept stealthily through the corridors of the tower, moving slowly. It was impossible to see anything. He had not expected such dense darkness. He sent several of his men back for torches. They would be in more danger bumbling around in the darkness than they would from any enemy who might be lying in ambush. The strange, stubborn sun had finally set. Night had finally come. But where was the starlight, the light of the 3 moons that should illuminate their way? While waiting for his men to return, Steele groped along a wall, discovered a window, and stared out. He searched the sky, thinking that maybe the drought had broken, that the stars were clouded over. Lightning flashed through the sky, a clear, cloudless, empty sky. No stars, no moons. Steele stared into the dark, endlessly dark sky until his eyes ached, searching for some glimmer of light. He found none. He drew back from the window, not allowing himself to speculate on what meaning this dread phenomenon might hold. The men were returning with the torches, coming along behind him. He kept them moving, ordered them sharply to keep their eyes ahead, if any seemed inclined to go near the windows. They'd find out the truth soon enough, but hopefully after he determined what they were facing. As they moved through the corridors, they saw the signs of terrible fighting. The walls were scorched and charred, and in some instances holes had been blasted through them. Heaps of fallen stone clogged the corridors, made the going difficult. And then they began to find the bodies, some of them horribly burned, metal armor fused to flesh by the searing heat. Worse were the piles of empty armor. Pitiful heaps of gray robes alongside scattered spell components. Black robes adorned with emblems of her dark majesty now lying crumpled on the stone floor. At intervals along their route, Steele ordered his men to halt. Standing in breathless silence, they listened for the orders, for victorious shouts, for gloating laughter, for the screams of captives, the defiant curses of prisoners. They heard nothing except the sigh of the hot wind blowing through the wreckage of what had once been the mightiest fortress on Ansalon. The knights moved on, well-disciplined still, though their grim faces, pale in the torchlight, reflected the horrors they saw around them. They entered the central courtyard. The body of an enormous red dragon almost filled the area. Torchlight glistened on broken scales, on long gashes in the body, tears in the wings, which were bent and mangled. The enormous creature had died of innumerable wounds. Its blood made the stone floor wet and slippery. "Spread out," Steele ordered quietly. He was beginning to realize, chillingly, that his men had nothing to fear, and by the same token, no hope. "Search for any survivors. Report back here." The knights separated, moving off in groups of 2 and 3, their weapons in their hands. Steele placed his torch in a sconce, walked around to the dragon's head. He'd seen a human body from where he had stood in the gateway. Lord Ariakan lay close to the dragon. The red must have been his mount in that last desperate fight, until the beast crashed to the ground, forcing Ariakan to meet his enemies on foot. His sword was still clutched in his cold hand, the blade broken yet covered with blood, as if he had fought on even after his weapon had failed him. No bodies of whatever foes he had faced were anywhere around him. Steele found oily, charred patches nearby, and a sudden image of demonic soldiers touched by forged steel bursting into flame. Steele knelt beside the body of his liege lord, beside the man who had found him, raised him to be a knight. He saw clearly, as if in the flare-up of a flaming log. Ariakan, as he had come to the home of a 12-year-old boy, had taken the measure of that boy with his dark eyes. "I offer you hard work, brutal toil, a harsh life with little ease, no comfort. You will gain no personal wealth. The most you can ever hope to earn will be the respect of your comrades in arms. You will forego the love of family and friends. Taking their place will be battle, glory, honor. Do you accept these terms, young Steele?" "I do accept, my lord," Steele said now, as he had vowed then. It was difficult to tell which of the many wounds had been Ariakan's death wound. His face was contorted with a grimace, not of pain, but of determination. He had battled valiantly to the very end. The metal of his blade had snapped. Ariakan's courage had not. Steele guessed now why the vision had died. It had died with the man who had created it. "Receive his soul, Majesty," Steele prayed, tears choking his voice. He shut the corpse's staring eyes, composed the twisted limbs into some semblance of easeful rest. He found the shards of the broken blade, laid them across Ariakan's chest. Slowly, Steele rose to his feet. "Now, my lord, you fight at the side of Her Majesty. You fight with honor. Prepare the way for the rest of us." Standing in the courtyard, his head bowed, alone, Steele wondered what to do. The enemy had been victorious. The High Clerist's tower had fallen. But this enemy had no care for occupation, for conquest, had no interest in fortresses, lands, cities, wealth, subjects. This enemy had only one objective, dealing death. The mightiest fortress had been taken, and its defenders, the mightiest force on Krynn, had been utterly wiped out. Their main task accomplished, the enemy had surged on, bringing flame and blood and terror with them. "We're all that's left," Steele said to himself, dazed by the thought. "What do we do? The vision is gone, but surely it could be reborn." He looked up into the empty heavens, spread his arms wide. "Dark Majesty, tell me what to do. Give me your guidance." Footsteps, booted footsteps, light footsteps, rapidly approached. Steele's heart jumped. He lifted his sword. "Who is there?" he called out. A woman came into view, a knight clad in blue armor. Her hair was short, curly, dark. She smiled at Steele, a crooked, charming smile. Steele lowered his sword. He had no doubt that this was his queen's response. Now he would receive his orders. Kitiara walked up to stand in front of her son. Noticing blood on his armor, she looked grave. "You are not wounded, are you, Steele?" "The blood is that of my commanding officer who gave his life defending the tower." Steele felt his face burn with shame. "I took no part in the battle, Mother. My talon was ordered to remain hidden." "I know all that," Kitiara said, waving away the irrelevant. "I was the one who gave those orders. Steele stared at her, aghast. "You ordered me hidden away from the battle. My honor. To the abyss with that crap," Kitiara snorted. "Prattling of honor, you sound just like that hidebound dunderhead your father. Listen to me, Steele. We haven't much time." Kitiara moved closer to him. Cold flowed from her, seeped into his body, freezing the bone marrow, making breathing painful. Her words came not through his ears, but pierced through his heart. "The battle is lost. The war is lost. The forces of chaos are too strong. Our queen intends to make good her escape while she still can. She is preparing to leave, and she will take her most loyal followers with her. Through my intercession, you, my son, are one of the chosen. Come with me now." "Come with you?" Steele regarded her in confusion. "Come with you where?" "To another world, my son," Kitiara said eagerly. "Another world to rule, to conquer, and you will be part of our triumphant force. We will be together, you and I." Steele was doubtful, troubled. "The war is lost, you say?" "Must I repeat myself? Hurry, my son, come quickly." "My queen would not run away," Steele said, backing up from his mother. "Her Majesty would not abandon, betray those who fought in her name, those who died for her." "Died for her?" Kitiara laughed. "Of course they died for her. It was their privilege to die for her. She owes them nothing. She owes the world nothing. Let it be destroyed. There will be others, new worlds. You will see such wonders, my son, and we will take these wonders, these riches, and make them ours. First, however, you must take off that silly elf toy you wear around your neck. Get rid of it." Steele looked past his mother at the body of Lord Ariakan, at the corpse of the ancient, magnificent red dragon. He thought of Trevelyan returning to his command, though he was bleeding to death. The torchlight blurred in Steele's eyes. He sagged back against the wall, struggling to breathe, and it seemed to him that the wall moved. All that was real and solid was being pulled out from underneath him. Abandoned, betrayed, he had nothing left. The vision was gone, not because Ariakan had ceased to see it, but because it had ceased to exist. The stars had fallen from the sky, and they had all tumbled down on him. "Come, Steele!" Kitiara's voice sharpened. "Why do you hesitate? Remove the jewel!" "No, Mother," Steele said quietly. "I'm not going with you." "What? Don't be a fool!" "Why not, Mother?" Steele demanded, bitter. "I've been a fool all these years, it seems. Everything in which I believed was a lie." Kitiara glared at him. Her eyes were as dark as the empty sky. "I was mistaken, it seems. I thought there were the makings of a true warrior in you. The fight, the victory, the power. That is all. That is everything. Act like your father, and you will die like your father, alone, abandoned, throwing your life away for some worthless cause. You can't win this one, Steele." Kitiara hissed his name. "You can't win." "You're right, Mother," Steele said calmly. "I've already lost. I've lost my God, my Lord, my dream. I've lost everything." His hand moved to the jewel he wore around his neck, hidden beneath the black armor. "Except what is inside me." "What is in you comes from me." Kitiara's anger was like a mailed fist across his face. He turned away his head, averted his eyes. Suddenly, her mood changed. Her anger subsided. Her voice was soft, caressing. "You are battle-weary, Steele, grieving for your loss. It was wrong of me to try to force you to make this decision now. Take your time, my son. Think about what I've offered. A new world, a new life." The mailed fist was a gentle hand. A soft warmth like the touch of black velvet flowed over him, and then was gone. He closed his eyes, leaned back against the stone wall, now firm and steady, supporting him. He was tired, but his weariness ran deeper than battle fatigue. After all, he hadn't swung a stroke. Yet he was bruised, felt as if he'd been kicked and pummeled, left alone in some dark alley, left alone to die. Why should I? New worlds, wonders, conquests, glory. Why not? Why the hell not? My mother is right. This world is finished. It holds nothing for me anymore. The emptiness inside Steele was like a killing gash from a dragon's claw. His queen's betrayal had torn out his soul, drained him, left him a hollow husk. Why not fill that void with war, the adrenal rush of battle, the ecstasy of victory, the pleasure of its spoils? I will no longer fight for any god. I will fight for myself first. I will be the one who gains. His hand closed over the jewel. "She lies," came a voice, another voice, from inside, from outside. It didn't matter anymore. Steele kept his eyes shut, Don't try to stop me, Father. It's finished. The battle has ended and we have lost. Kitiara lied. The battle is not over, not for some. Paladine and the other gods fight on against chaos. The magical children, Lunatari, Solanari, Nuatari, continue to wage war. Sargonus has sworn a blood oath to keep on fighting. Chemosh has raised the dead and leads them to battle. All across Kryn, people fight with no hope of victory. They do not talk of abandoning the world. And what will it gain them, Father? Steele asked. His thoughts went to the body of Ariaken lying beside the dead dragon. Who will reward them? Who will sing hero songs for them? You will, Steele, said his father. You will honor them every day of your long, long life. Steele said nothing. He held fast to the jewel in his hand, but whether out of need or out of loathing, he couldn't decide. What would you have me do, Father? He demanded, despairing, disdainful. Chaos can never be destroyed. No, but he can be made to retreat. Chaos has opened a rift in the world. Through that rift he has brought his forces. Shadow Wights, Fire Dragons, Demon Warriors. But that rift has made Chaos vulnerable. It is a hole in his armor. He has been forced to descend to our plane of existence. Paladine and Gillian both believe that if we can catch him here, on this plane, and defeat him here, Chaos will be forced to abandon the battle and close the rift, lest it consume him as well. And how do I fight Chaos? What weapons do I use? A band of knights bearing the famed dragon lances must enter the abyss, confront Chaos and his legions. They must ride forth knowing they will not return. They must ride knowing that their deaths may well be in vain, that no one will be left to sing hero songs for them. Steele stood irresolute, undecided, a battle of his own raging within him. A battle that had been fought every moment from the day of his birth. He stood in the torchlight beneath the starless sky, his head bowed as the warring armies clashed, both sides wounding him, making a ravaged battlefield of his soul. Sir, Brightblade, are you all right? Steele raised his arm, lashed out. He was exhausted by the struggle, aching from the wounds, and he was angry to be made to go through this. Leave me be, he cried. Yes, sir. The knight, startled, stepped back. I'm sorry, sir. I only wanted to report. No, wait! Steele blinked, looked around him. He had no idea for a moment where he was, how he came to be here. He saw his lord's body, and memory returned. He sighed. He was, he discovered, clutching the jewel he wore around his neck with a strangling, death-like grip. Unclenching his hand, he released the star jewel, tucked it back beneath the breastplate. He wiped the sweat from his face. The night was hotter and more oppressive than the day. The heat and his own exhaustion had caused him to fall asleep on his feet. I'm sorry, I must have dozed off. You startled me. Steele forced himself by an effort of will to pay attention. Make your report. No sign of the enemy, sir. No sign of anyone at all. Anyone alive, that is. There are no survivors. The wounded... The man swallowed. The wounded were slaughtered, lying on their cots. I never had a chance. Steele started to commend their souls to Takhisis. He bit off the words. Anything else? He asked wearily. There is some good news, sir. We found a few of the blue dragons still alive. They had been ordered, as we had, to keep out of the battle, and some silver dragons have joined them. They came late, it seems. They were at Silver Dragon Mountain, guarding the tomb of Huma, when they received orders to come to the High Clerist's tower. Orders? Who gave them these orders? The knight gazed at Steele steadily. They claim it was Huma himself, sir. Steele shook his head. What else have you to report? Every weapon we have has been shattered, destroyed, with one exception. We've found a pile of lances. Dragon lances, they look like. They've all been stacked up neatly against the wall, here by the staircase, sir. Dragon lances? Steele stared at the man. Are you sure? Well, no, sir, not really. None of us have seen one before, but they match the descriptions we were given. Where are they? Steele asked, a chill creeping through him despite the heat. Show me. Yes, sir, this way. The knight led his officer through the corridors to the entrance to the chamber of Paladine. A bright silver glow welled up from below. It was the glow caught our eye, sir. We thought there might be someone down there, but all we found were the lances. Steele descended the stairs, acutely reminded of the time he'd walked these stairs before, in company with Caramon Majer and Tanis Half-Elden, to pay his respects to his father. All the knights in his talon had gathered here, amid the tombs and the dust. The chamber seemed strangely empty, though the bodies did not appear to have been disturbed. Perhaps the souls of the dead of ages past had risen and gone to the attack. The lances, shining silver in the torchlight, were stacked neatly against the wall. The Dark Knights stood well back, kept away from the lancers, eyeing them with suspicion and doubt, muttering among themselves. Were these the famed dragon lances, forged of magical silver by Theros of the Silver Arm? Were these the weapons that had helped defeat the Dark Queen? If so, how had the lancers come to be in the tomb, and why? No one loyal to Tarcheisus could touch the weapons blessed by Paladine dedicated to his service. Steele walked over to inspect the lancers more closely. He had studied descriptions of these weapons as he had studied all the battles in which the dragon lancers had played a part. If they were the famed dragon lancers, and they certainly looked it, they were the type known as the footman's lance, shorter and lighter than the mounted lances that were fixed on the dragon saddles. Bending down to more closely inspect one, Steele marveled at the craftsmanship. Each lance was about 8 feet long, the haft and head both made of silver, presumably the magical silver that came from Silver Dragon Mountain. Legend had it that these lances could be forged only by a man with the silver arm of Urgoth and the famed dwarven artifact, the Hammer of Karas. The head was honed to a razor-sharp edge, and barbs protruded from the sides. The lances appeared to be well balanced. Steele reached to pick one up. A shock, as if he'd been struck by lightning, jolted through Steele's arm, numbing it from fingers to shoulder and sending currents of sizzling fire through his body. For several seconds he was paralyzed, unable to move. Clutching his arm, trying to rub some life back into it, he fell backward. "An amusing joke, Father," Steele muttered. "Your God must have gotten a good laugh out of that one. I renounce you all, every one of you." He tried to lift his hand to take hold of the necklace and tear it from his neck, but his arm spasmed, and his hand would not obey his will. "Take the lances, you say. Ride to defeat chaos. How, when the damn lances are utterly useless?" "Not to us." Steele halted his ranting. A small band of Solamnic knights, lean, clad in rags, their arms and backs marked by the stripes of the lash, stood at the top of the stairs. "The prisoners!" Several of the knights drew their swords. "They've escaped!" "Put away your weapons," Steele ordered. "They're not here to fight us. At least I don't think so." He recognized the knight who had spoken as the same young man who had been lashed for Steele's mistake when they had both been prisoners. "Why are you here, Sir Knight?" Steele asked. "We didn't know you had escaped yourselves. You could be on your way to Palanthas by now." "We were," the young knight said with a rueful smile. He descended the stairs, came to stand in front of Steele. "We were in the dungeons when the attack began. Our guards left us to join in the fighting. We had no idea what was going on. We couldn't see, but we could hear well enough. The horrible sounds nearly drove us crazy. We thought we were going to be butchered in our cells, but the enemy never came below, never found us. Something struck the tower, shook it to its foundations. The walls cracked. Stones began to tumble down. We thought we were going to be buried beneath. Eventually the shaking stopped. We were still alive, and what's more, our cell door had shaken loose. We slipped out. We were about ready to sneak out through one of the side doors on the knight's spur when we overheard you," the knight indicated Steele, "talking to someone about how the war was not lost, that you were planning to lead a band of heroes into the abyss." The young knight reached down, lifted one of the silver-glowing lances in his hand. He hefted it easily. The lance was, as Steele had guessed, very well balanced. The Dark Knights murmured in warning, drew nearer the Solamnic, ready to run him through. The Solamnic knight ignored them. He lowered the lance before him so that the tip touched the floor. "Rarely have we known a man of such courage and honor. If you will accept our services, Steele Brightblade, we will follow you into battle." Steele gazed at them in wonder. "You could have escaped, gone back to your homes. Why did you return?" The young knight nodded gravely. "We heard what you said about singing the hero songs. You were right. Perhaps no one will sing them for us, but at least we won't be forced to go through our lives singing them for someone else. If we go without hope of ever coming back alive. We cannot even count on our gods to go with us," Steele added with a bitter smile. "We fight alone." "We know, sir," said the young Solamnic knight. "We understand, and we are prepared to go. We ask only that you give us back our armor and our swords." "You're a fool, son," his mother's voice. "They want their weapons so they can turn on you." "These are your examples, son," his father's voice. "These men go forth in honor for the sake of doing what is right." Steele reached up, unfastened the clasp that held the star jewel. The chain slid into his hand. He folded his fingers over it, held it fast for a moment, then laid it with a steady hand on his father's bier. The warring voices fell silent. The tomb was silent. The knights stood silent, awaiting Steele's decision. He drew his sword, his father's sword, which would break only if he did. "We will sing the hero songs ourselves." 27. Preparations. The knights of Takhisis did honor to their dead with words and song. There wasn't time to do more to entomb them properly or burn the corpses. They were too many. Some of the knights were disturbed by this, spoke of carrion birds and jackals or other creatures more hideous that might prey on and defile the dead. The dark paladins stood in a circle around the body of their fallen lord, wondering what in haste they could do to protect their dead, when they were suddenly aware of a woman standing in their midst. She had come upon them silently, no one knew from where. She was beautiful, her eyes the color of moonlight on blue water. Yet, though she appeared serene on the surface, there was dangerous power beneath. She was clad in armor that glistened with water, had the appearance of fish scales. Her dark hair was bound up with sea flowers and shells. The knights knew her then, and bowed before her. It was Zeboim, goddess of the sea, the mother of Ariakan. She knelt over the body of her dead son, gazed at him long. 2 tears slid down her cheeks, fell, gleaming like pearls, onto her armor. She glanced around the tower with its flickering torchlight, its splitting shadows, its empty corridors and silent halls. Her gaze at last fell on the knights. "None will come to bother your dead," the goddess said. "Look, listen. No birds circle in the sky this night, no beasts prowl, no flies buzz. Every creature from the lowest insect to the mightiest dragon knows that its fate hangs in balance this night. All wait for the end, as do we." Steele gestured silently to his men. They left the goddess alone with her dead. The knights of Solamnia donned the armor taken from them when they were captured. They buckled on their swords, placed their helms on their heads. The dragon lances in their hands, the Solamnic knights mounted the silver dragons who had arrived too late to fight in the battle of the High Clerist's Tower. The dark paladins mounted the blue dragons who had been held in reserve. Steele was disappointed to find that Flare was not among them. Her comrades had no idea where she had gone. She had been enraged when the orders came that they were to take no part in the fighting. She had nearly blasted the officer with her lightning breath, had blown a great chunk of rock out of the mountainside. Sulking, she had disappeared. No one knew where, but it was assumed she had disobeyed, gone to do battle on her own. Steele searched among the bodies of the dragons, hoping to find Flare, that he might do her honor before he departed. His search had been, of necessity, a quick one, and he had not been able to find her corpse among the other blues. He could only conclude that her body lay somewhere in the forests, among the rocks of the Vingard Mountains. He was about to climb into the saddle of a strange blue dragon, when there came an angry call from above. Wings whipping up clouds of dust, Flare descended from the skies, landed right in front of the strange dragon. Her neck arched in challenge, her wings spread, tail lashing, she advanced on the stranger. "This is my knight," Flare hissed. "He rides to battle with no one except me." Steele hastily intervened before a fight broke out, but the blue he rode had no intention of backing down. Steele asked the strange blue politely to join those dragons who were going along on their own. The blue agreed, stiffly, making it clear he was offended. Flare did not attack the stranger once Steele had asked the dragon to leave, but she got in a nip on the stranger's tail as he departed. Dragon and rider greeted each other joyously, each pleased to see the other still alive and apparently unharmed. "The others said you left in anger," Steele said. "Where have you been? Where did you go?" Flare tossed her head. Her blue mane glistened in the torchlight. "I went to see this rift of which everyone talked, to see for myself if it existed or not. I admit," she added with a sidelong glance at the silver dragons, "I thought it might be a trick." Her voice deepened and she lowered her head. "It is not a trick, Steele," she said. "A dreadful battle rages within the abyss. I've been there. I have seen it." "How did the war go?" Flare's eyes glinted. "Our queen fled. Did you know that?" "I knew." Steele's voice was soft, grim. "Some of the gods left with her. Hidjukel was the first one out. The villain departed, saying he had seen all the endings and feared to influence the outcome if he stayed. Gillian sits writing in his book, the last book. The other gods fight on, led by Kiri Jolith and Sargonis, but they, being on the same immortal plane with Chaos, can do little against him." "And we can?" Steele asked. "Yes, that is what I came to tell you. But," Flare glanced around at the mounted men, It seems you have already heard. I have, but I am glad to have the information confirmed. Steele climbed onto Flair's back. He raised the standard of the Knights of Takhisis, the flag bearing the death lily, the skull. The Solamnic Knights raised their own standard, decorated with the kingfisher holding in one claw a rose, the other claw a sword. The flags hung limp and lifeless in the hot, breathless night. No one cheered, no one spoke. Each man took a long last look around him at the world he was never going to see again. The Solamnic Knights dipped their standard in salute to the High Clerist's tower. Steele dipped his standard to the dead. Their dragons took wing, bearing their riders up into the empty, starless, godless sky. 28. The Gift. Instructions.
What are we waiting for?
Usher demanded, nervous and irritable. Why don't we go somewhere, do something? Soon, Dugan murmured.
I agree,
said Tasselhoff, scuffing about dispiritedly, kicking up clouds of ash with his boots. Things picked up considerably when those shadow whatmajiggers tried to snatch us. Mind you, I wasn't afraid, not really. It sort of gave me a turn to see me standing in front of me when I knew I wasn't me, I mean. And then to hear myself saying such really awful things to myself, all about how I was nothing, when I'm not, you know. Palin shuddered. Don't talk about it any more. I agree with Usher. We should be doing something. Soon, Dugan repeated, but he didn't move. The dwarf sat on a charred stump, fanning himself with the plumed hat. He was solemn and preoccupied, and seemed to be somewhere else. He would cock his head as if he were intently listening, peer straight ahead as if he were intently watching. Once he groaned and covered his face with his hand, as if what he both heard and saw was too much for him to bear. The other three watched him anxiously, continuing to ask questions, receiving no response. At last they gave up. Usher and Palin sat together, holding hands and talking together in quiet tones. Tass, complaining about the ash that made him cough, began to rummage through his pouches. That's it, then, said Dugan, jumping to his feet with a suddenness that startled everyone. They're on their way. We must be there to meet them. Not yet, said a voice. Not yet. Raistlin materialized inside the center of the grove of 7 pines, near the shattered altar. Fine, Dugan muttered, eyeing the mage with no great pleasure. This is just all we need. He stomped across the ground, kicking irritably at bits of tree. Raistlin watched with a thin-lipped smile of amusement. Uncle, Palin called out gladly. What news do you bring? Did you see those creatures who attacked us? He went to meet Raistlin. Usher followed reluctantly. Wait for me, Tass yelled, but at that moment something upturned all his pouches, spilling the contents. He was forced to scramble around to gather everything back up again. Palin and Dugan entered the grove. Usher remained diffidently behind, though Palin would have drawn her forward. You go talk to your uncle, she said, drawing her hand out of his. This is important. I'd only be in the way. As Raistlin watched all this, his golden eyes narrowed in impatience and disdain. Palin, uncomfortable, feeling somehow that he had betrayed his uncle's trust, left Usher without another word, hurried into the grove. Raistlin gazed at his nephew steadily. You very nearly failed. His gaze shifted to the spot where Palin had been standing when the Shadow Wights attacked. Palin flushed. I am sorry, Uncle. It was so horrible and strange, and... His voice trailed off lamely. Raistlin shifted his cold-eyed gaze to Usher. Perhaps you were distracted, unable to concentrate. Palin's flush deepened. No, Uncle, I don't believe so. It was... He shook his head, straightened, faced Raistlin directly. I have no excuse, Uncle. If it hadn't been for Usher, I would be what the creature told me I was. Nothing. It won't happen again, though. I promise you. It is said we learn more from our failures than our successes. I hope this adage holds true for you, nephew, for all our sakes. You are to be entrusted with an enormous responsibility. Lives, many lives, hang in the balance. I will not fail you, Uncle. Do not fail yourself. Raistlin's gaze went again to Usher, who sought refuge in the shadow of a burned tree. Enough of this nonsense, Dugan growled. To my mind, the young one handled himself well enough, Master Mage, considering his age and his inexperience. And if he was a wee bit distracted by his love for the lass, it was her love that saved him in the end. Where would you be now, Raistlin Majer, if you had counted love a strength, not a weakness? Probably sitting in my brother's kitchen, making gold coins come out my nose for the enjoyment of little children, Raistlin retorted. I gave my all to my magic, and it never disappointed me. It was lover, wife, and child. You even killed your own brother for it, said Dugan. I did, Raistlin replied calmly. As I said, we learn from our failures. Enough of this. We are running out of time, literally. Dalamar returned to the tower. His adventures were many and dangerous, and I will not waste what moments we have left detailing them. Suffice to say, he and the others have discovered a weakness. Chaos has been forced to manifest himself on this plane of existence. He has taken on physical form. This makes him vulnerable. About as vulnerable as a mountain to a gully dwarf with a pickaxe, Dugan muttered. I did not say he would be easy to defeat. Raceland flicked a disparaging glance at the dwarf. But there is a fault in the rock. Aye, I know it, Dugan sighed. Then you know what must be done? I know that too. Dugan shifted his feet uncomfortably. I'll see to it. What are we to do, Uncle? Palin asked. You are to go to the abyss. There you will join Steel Brightblade and a small band of knights who have taken on the challenge of fighting Chaos and his minions. The knights need a wizard. That will be you, nephew. The knights don't trust wizards, Palin said. They won't want me. It will be your task to convince them otherwise. I won't lie to you, nephew. This is the main reason you are being sent, and not some stronger mage. You are the only wizard your cousin Steel would even consider accepting. I will go, Uncle, and I will do my best, Palin said, adding ruefully, but I don't think I can be of much use fighting Chaos with rose petals and bat guano. Raceland almost smiled. You'll be surprised what you can accomplish with those. However, we will arm you better than that. The Conclave sends this to you, a gift. Raceland held out his hands. A book appeared, shimmering out of the ash-filled air. The book was old and very worn. The pages were dried and brittle. Its leather binding, red, was cracked. The lettering on the front had been stamped in gold leaf, was almost completely worn off. Only the imprint remained, covered with dust and cobwebs. Mages. Raceland handed the book to Palin. He took it reverently, trembling. Awed, he stared at it, at the name on the cover. The most valued spell book in the Conclave's collection, Raceland said. Only those who have risen to the highest ranks have been permitted to read this book, and then it was never allowed outside the Tower of Wayreth. Few in this world even know it exists. The spell book of Magus, the greatest war wizard who ever lived. He trained with humor, though in secret for the Solamnic Knights would have never permitted otherwise. In defiance of all the rules, he fought openly at Huma's side. His spells are war spells and counterspells. You will need them, but they are complex, difficult. You don't have long to commit them to memory. They will require your utmost concentration. Raceland's eyes flicked to Usha, who had moved out a little from behind her tree. Palin, troubled, followed his uncle's gaze. He was silent a moment, then, stretching out his hand to her, he said quietly, I know what you mean, Uncle. I don't want to make you angry, but I will not forsake her. I know that if she is your daughter, we can never be more to each other than we are now. Her love is a blessing that will be my armor, my shield, even in the abyss. Usha took Palin's hand in hers. She kept her head bowed, clasped Palin's hand tightly. I hope you can understand this, Uncle, he said deferentially. Raceland's eyes flickered. Perhaps better than you suppose, nephew. But come, it is time. You have the spellbook. Stand here by the altar, and you will be transported to the abyss. The portal stands wide open now. Her Majesty has no more need to guard it. Palin embraced Usha, kissed her on the cheek. She clung to him for a moment, whispered her love, her goodbyes, and let him go. He walked over to the shattered altar, the staff of Magus in one hand, the spellbook of Magus in the other. Is Dalamar casting the spell? Palin asked suddenly, remembering his uncle's ominous words. Dalamar may not even be alive at the moment, Raceland answered coolly. It is Dunbar, Master's mate, who now works the spells. Farewell, nephew. May the gods, those who are left, go with you. Dugan waved his hat. Wound Chaos, the dwarf shouted. That's all you need do, lad. Just wound him. The magic began to work, lifting Palin and carrying him away, floating like a seabird on a gale wind. Usha and Raceland and Dugan stood in the grove of dead trees near the broken altar. Usha's eyes filled with tears. I'll never see him again. Oh, I rather think you will, my dear daughter, Raceland said, his lip curling in a sneer. You needn't be sarcastic, Usha said quietly. I'll tell him the truth. I was going to in Palanthas. She shook her head. I couldn't. Probably just as well you didn't, Raceland said dryly. Then he would have found it difficult to concentrate. He'll hate me for lying to him.
he won't want to have anything to do with me anymore.
I doubt that, child. Palin is like his father. He has a large capacity for loving and forgiving.
Raceland placed his hands inside the sleeves of his black robes.
And now I must return to the tower, to the pool of seeing. Farewell, Usha, whose name means dawn. Let us hope that your name is of a prophetic nature.
Lifting his head, he spoke to the ash-filled air.
I am ready, master's mate, when you are.
Usha, no longer afraid of him, watched him leave. She would tell Palin the truth. Hopefully, he would love her enough to understand, to forgive her. Usha couldn't quite believe it, that someone would love her that much. Prot had, but no one else among the Urda. She had always been a disappointment to them. Ugly, that ugly human child. It was one reason she had started lying, hadn't been able to stop. She couldn't bear to see the disappointment in her protector's eyes. Dugan was tugging on her sleeve.
Lass, I know your heart's gone with your young man, but if the rest of you's not doing anything at the moment, I could surely use your help.
My help, too, cried Tasselhoff, dashing up, his pouches, refilled, bouncing around him. I'm sure you need my help, too.
Aye, said Dugan testily. If I was going to leap head first into the mouth of a red dragon, I'd be happy to take you with me. Since I'm not...
Usha reached out, caught hold of Tass. We're a team. Where I go, he goes. That's right, said Tass bravely. As you recall, I do have the Kender spoon of turning.
At least until Lord Dalamar gets around to counting his silver. Oh, very well, Dugan growled. You have had your uses in the past, Burfoot, leastways, according to Flint Fireforge.
Flint said that? About me? Tass gasped with pleasure. I've had my uses in the past, he repeated several times. Bringing up the two halves of the grey gem, Dugan regarded them longingly, covetously. He seemed to be making up his mind. Finally, sighing, he turned his head away, thrust the gem at Usha.
I can't do it,
Dugan said, his voice shaking.
I thought I could, but I can't. Of all the objects I ever forged, that one's caused me the most trouble, and is the one I love the best. I can't destroy it. You'll have to, lass. You'll have to.
Usha held the gem, stared at the dwarf with incredulity. How?
A drop of blood, lass, said Dugan. You must catch within it a drop of blood.
Whose blood?
Himself's.
29. Into the Abyss. The book, the staff, the sword. It was dawn when the knights reached the rift that opened in the turbidous ocean. They located it first by the noise, a thundering sound like 1,000 waterfalls made by the seawater cascading into the chasm. Flying nearer, the knights saw clouds of water vapor rising from it, reflecting the light of the baleful sun, shining with all the colors of the spectrum in a magnificent rainbow. The dragons flew into the cloud, which closed around them in a hot, blinding, suffocating fog. The knights sweated, panted for air, and strained to see through the shifting white mists. Flare knew the way, however. She had been here once. She could hear the sounds of battle, could see the darkness and the fire through the fog. The rift appeared beneath them. The dragons spiraled downward amid walls of roaring water. The sound was deafening, the booming of the waterfalls pounding into the head, the vibrations of the thundering cascade threatening to stop the heart. The knights and their dragons flew deeper and deeper into the rift, until darkness swallowed them. With darkness came silence, a silence more awful than the water's tumult. It was a silence that made each man fear for horrible moments that he had gone deaf. When Steele spoke, it was mainly to hear the sound of his own voice. Where are we?
We have flown into a tunnel that leads into the abyss, Flare replied. This is the path we dragons take. It is secret, unguarded. It comes out near the portal.
The dragons sped through the tunnel, and soon the knights could see a glimmer of red light at the end. They emerged from the tunnel into a landscape that was more barren and empty than the darkness from which they had come. Empty, except for a lone figure clad in white robes who stood near the portal and seemed to have been awaiting their arrival. When they flew within his range of sight, he raised his hand to stop them. "Who is that?" Steele demanded, peering down at the figure.
"A white robe," replied Flare disdainfully, neither slowing nor pausing in her flight.
Steele stared at the figure, thinking it was familiar. His eyes caught the glimmer of white light shining from atop a staff. "Halt!" Steele ordered. "Take me down, I know him."
"Master, there is no time,"
Flare protested. "This won't take long," Steele promised. "He is in contact with the mages. Perhaps he has some news." Flare made no more complaint, but spiraled slowly down. She landed near the portal, claws skidding on the grey, red-tinged rock. Steele leapt from the saddle, walked swiftly toward Palin, who advanced to meet him. "What is it, Majer?" Steele demanded. "Why do you stop us?" Make haste, we ride to battle." "I know," Palin replied. "I stopped you for that reason. Take me with you." Steele frowned, said slowly, "I thank you for the offer, Major. I honor your courage now as I have in the past, but I must decline." The other knights and dragons spiraled overhead, silver dragons flying side by side with blue, dark knights riding with the knights of light. "Go back to the world above, Major," Steele said. "Go back to the woman you love. Go back to the parents who love you. Spend what time you can with them. Don't worry about missing the battle. If we fail, the battle will come to you. Farewell." Palin moved to block Steele's way. "I can keep you from failing," Palin said, and he held out the spell book. "Look at the name written on the cover. The book was given to me by the Conclave of Wizards, and I am to tell you this. All you need to do to Chaos is to wound him." "Wound him?" Steele was doubtful. "That's all. The god Reorx told me this as I was leaving." "That's all?" Claire snaked her head down to take part in the conversation. "That is everything. This is not some ogre chieftain we're talking about. This is the father of all and of nothing. Even in his mortal form he is terrifying beyond belief. He stands taller than the Vingard Mountains. His arm is the width and breadth of the river Torath. His hair is pure flame, his gaze is doom, his hand is death. He is surrounded by fire dragons and shadow wights and demon warriors. Wound him!" Claire snorted. "We can. You and I," Palin said calmly, his hand upon the spellbook. "We walked through Shoykan Grove together and came out alive. Few other mortals can say that." "True," Steele said with a half-smile. He pondered, but only a moment. "A warrior never turns down a useful weapon." "Very well, Major, you ride with us. But understand this, we cannot spare the manpower to defend you. If you get into trouble, you must get yourself out." "Agreed," said Palin. "I will not let you down. I have learned much since my first battle." Steele remounted his dragon. Reaching down his hand, he assisted Palin to sit in the saddle behind him. Claire spread her wings, flew to join the rest of the knights. The red-orange glow in the sky grew brighter, stronger. The air was hot and fetid, difficult to breathe. "How many spells do you have?" Steele asked, shouting over the rush of wind in their ears. "Are they powerful? What do they do?" "I may not speak of such matters," Palin answered, clutching the spellbook under one arm. "It is forbidden." Steele looked back at him, suddenly grinned. "The hell it is. You don't have that many, do you?" Palin smiled. "They are very complex, and I didn't have much time to study them." "How many do you have?" "One. But," Palin added gravely, "it's a good one." 30. Chaos, the father, all and nothing. "I'll say this for him," Tasselhoff Burfoot remarked, looking up and up and up. "He certainly is ugly." "Hush," Dugan whispered in an agony of terror. "Himself will hear you." "Would he be offended?" "No, he won't be offended," Dugan snapped furiously. "He'll just squash us all like bugs. Now shut up and let me think." Tass fully intended to keep quiet, but Usha looked so pale and frightened and unhappy that he couldn't help but whisper, "Don't worry, Palin will be all right. He has the staff and the spellbook." "How can he possibly win against that?" Usha said, staring in awe and dread at the fearful giant. A word from Dugan had transported Usha, Tass, and the dwarf to the abyss. Or rather, the god's magic seemed to have brought the abyss to them. The grove of 7 dead pines remained around them, but the rest of the island on which the grove stood had vanished. The broken altar of the Urda stood in the middle of the grove, which stood in the middle of nowhere. Dugan, Tass, and Usha crouched behind the altar. Above them towered Chaos. The giant was alone. He had apparently not noticed the grove or the altar, which had sprung up behind his back. He gazed straight ahead, into time, into space. He was silent. All was silent around him. It had seemed that in the distance could be heard the sounds of battle. "The people of the world fight himself and his forces," Dugan said softly. "Each person in his or her own way, wherever they may be, battles him. It has made allies of ancient enemies. Elves fight side by side with ogres. Humans and goblins, dwarves and draconians, all have abandoned their differences. Even the gnomes, may the gods bless them and help them," Dugan sighed. "And the Kender are doing their part, a small part, but a valued one." Tass opened his mouth to make an excited comment, but Dugan frowned at him so fiercely that Tass kept silent. "And that is why, lass," Dugan said, patting Usha on the arm, "that we have this chance. If we had to face Chaos and all his legions—" The dwarf shook his head, wiped his hand over his sweating face. "It would be hopeless." "I
don't know if I can do this, Dugan, Usha said, trembling. I don't know if I have the courage. I'll be with you, Taz said, squeezing her hand. The Kender looked back up at Chaos. Humph, he's big. Really, really big. And ugly. But I've faced big, ugly things before. Lord Soth, for example, and I wasn't the least bit afraid. Well, maybe just the tiniest bit, because he was a Death Knight and awfully powerful. He could kill you with just a single word. Imagine that. Only he didn't kill me. He just sort of bowled me over, and I got a bump on the head. Dugan glared at him. Shutting up, Taz amended meekly, and clapped his hand over his mouth, which, he had learned, was the only way to keep himself quiet, for a short time at least, until his hand found something more interesting to do, such as rifling through the preoccupied dwarf's pockets. Usha clutched the grey gem tightly. She stared up at the giant. What is it? Her voice cracked, and she had to start again. What is it I have to do? Only this, lass. Dugan spoke so softly that Usha had to lean close to hear. The knights and your lad Palin will attack Chaos. He'll summon his legions and fight. It will be a hard battle, but they're strong, lass. Don't you worry. Now, if any of them manages to wound Chaos, just nick him, mind you. That's all we need. A single drop of blood caught in the grey gem will put himself in our power. We will have captured his physical essence, don't you see? He must either stay here in this shape and form, or he must leave. And what if he decides to stay? Usha demanded, dismayed. The entire idea sounded ludicrous. Dugan stroked his beard. He won't, lass. The dwarf tried his best to sound confident. He won't. We've thought this all out, the magical children and I. Himself hates being confined, you see. That body of his represents order, though you wouldn't think so to look at it. His troops, his legions, all of them demand orders and commands. He has to tend to them, send them here, send them there. He's growing tired of it, lass. It's not fun anymore. Fun? Usha thought of her people, of the ruined houses, the charred bodies. Her eyes filled with tears. She made herself stare at Chaos, stare at him long and hard. Seen through tears, blurred and indistinct, he didn't appear so formidable. It would be an easy task, after all. Sneak up behind him when he wasn't looking. Chaos suddenly roared. A bellowing roar that rumbled through the ground, caused the burned branches of the pines to break and topple, shook the broken altar behind which the three hid. The father did not roar in anger. He roared with laughter. Reorcs, you puny, sniveling, whimpering, misshapen, undersized, sorry excuse for a god. You're traveling in low company these days. Dugan put his finger over his lips, pulled Usha down behind the mound of wood. He made a grab for Tass, but missed. The Kender remained standing, gazing up at the giant. I'm not afraid of you, Tass said, swallowing an unaccountable and annoying lump that had suddenly jumped into his throat, a lump about the size of his heart. I'm awfully glad I got to see something as big and as ugly as you, but now that I've seen you, I really do think it would be best if you went away. Went away? Chaos sneered. Oh, yes, I'll be going when this ball of dirt you consider a world is scattered like dust in the void. Don't bother to hide yourself, Reorcs. I know you're there. I can smell you. Chaos turned. His lidless eyes, which held nothing in their fathomless depths, focused on the three, seemed to suck their souls out of them. I see a god, a human, and a thing. I don't even know what it is. A thing, Tass repeated, indignant. I'm not a thing. I'm a Kender, and as for being undersized, I'd rather be short than look like something that got belched out of Mount Doom. Tass, stop, Usha cried, terrified. The Kender, feeling considerably better, was just hitting his stride. Is that your nose, or did a volcano erupt in your face? Chaos rumbled. His empty eyes began to narrow. Dugan, make him stop, Usha pleaded. No, lass, not just yet, Dugan whispered back. Look what's coming. A flight of dragons, silver and blue, materialized in the red-orange sky. On their backs rode knights, those dedicated to darkness, those sworn to light. As they drew near Chaos, the dragon lances and swords they carried seemed to catch fire, gleamed flame-red. Leading the knights was a blue dragon bearing a knight clad in black armor. A white-robed mage rode behind him. Chaos did not see them. His attention was focused on the Kender. Desperate to keep Chaos from looking around, Dugan scrambled to his feet. You big bully! The dwarf shouted, shaking his fist. Tass eyed Dugan severely. That's not very original, the Kender said in an undertone. It doesn't matter, lad, Dugan said, mopping the sweat from his face with the sleeve of his coat. Just keep talking. A few more seconds, that's all.
Tass drew in another deep breath, but the breath and the rest of his insults got expelled in a big whoosh, as if he'd been hit in the stomach. Chaos held in his enormous hand the sun, a huge ball of flaming, molten rock. The three could feel the heat beating down on them, scorching their flesh.
"A drop of my blood, is that what you want?"
Chaos said in a voice as cold and empty as the night sky.
"You think that will give you control over me?"
The father of all and of nothing roared again with laughter. He juggled the sun, tossing it carelessly into the air, catching it again. End of side 14. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 15, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 533.
"You will never control me. You never have. You never will. Build your fortresses, your walled cities, your stone houses. Fill them with light and with music and laughter. I am accident. I am plague and pestilence. I am murder. I am intolerance. I am drought and famine, flood and gluttony. And you—"
Chaos raised the flaming ball, about to hurl it down on them.
"You are nothing."
"You are wrong," came a clear, strong voice.
"We are everything. We are hope."
A dragon lance, shining red and silver, arced through the air. It smote the sun and shattered. The sun burst into 1,000 pieces of flaming rock, which rained down in fire to the ground, grew cold when they hit. Chaos turned. The knights faced him, drawn up in battle formation, their dragon lances leveled and ready, their swords raised, the metal glowing silver and red. In their midst sat a white-robed mage, wearing no armor, carrying no weapon.
"Hope!"
Chaos laughed again.
"I see no hope. I see only despair."
The fragments of rock changed to demon warriors, imps of chaos that were formed of the terrors of every person who had ever lived. Colorless and shifting like bad dreams, the demon warriors appeared different to each who fought them, taking on the shape of the thing each person feared the most. Up from the rift came fire dragons. Made in mockery of real dragons, the fire dragons were formed of magma, their scales obsidian, their wings and manes flame, their eyes blazing embers. They belched noxious gases from the bowels of the world. Sparks flew from their wings, setting ablaze anything over which they flew. The knights stared at these monsters in despair, their faces blanched in dismay and fear as the horrible creatures surged forward to attack. The standards slid from shaking hands, began to dip toward the ground. Chaos pointed at the Solamnic knights.
"Paladine is dead. You fight alone."
Chaos turned to the Dark Knights.
"Takaisis has fled. You fight alone."
Chaos spread his enormous arms, which seemed to encompass the universe.
"There is no hope. You have no gods. What have you left?"
Steel drew his sword and raised it in the air. The metal did not reflect the fire, but shone white, argent, like moonlight on ice.
"Each other," he answered.
31. The Light, the Thorn, a knife called Rabbit Slayer.
"I must set you down, Majer,"
Steel said to Palin.
"I cannot fight with you behind me."
"And I can't fight from Dragonback," Palin agreed. Flare alighted on the ground. Steel gave Palin his arm, swung the young mage off the saddle. Steel started to withdraw his grasp. Palin kept hold of the knight's hand for one brief second. "You know what to do?" he asked anxiously.
"Cast your spell, Sir Wizard," Steel said coolly. "I stand ready."
Palin nodded, clasped Steel's hand tightly. "Farewell, cousin," he said. Steel smiled. For an instant, the dark eyes were warm.
"Farewell."
He paused, then said quietly, "Cousin." Flare, with a shrieking battle cry, leapt into the air. Their own courage, ignited by Steel's words and example, the Knights of Darkness and of Light lifted their fallen standards and flew to the attack. Chaos was ready for them with confusion and madness and terror and pain. Fire burned and nightmare creatures gibbered. Wielding the dragon lances, the Solamnic Knights attacked the fire dragons. The silver dragons risked the deadly flames to carry their riders close. The knights, sweating in the awful heat, squinted against the fiery light and threw the lances. Their faith and their strong arms launched them straight and true. Several of the fire dragons fell, plunging to the ground to explode in a rush of flames. Many of the silver dragons fell too, their faces burned, eyes blinded, their wings scorched and shriveled. The dark knights fought the demon warriors, slashing at them with accursed swords. The blue dragons battled with claw and lightning. But whenever a weapon struck the heart of a demon warrior, the cold of the dark void that had existed before the beginning of time caused the metal to shatter, froze the hand that held it. The knights bore the pain, switched the blade from the useless hand to the good, and fought on. Palin stood well behind the front line of knights, and for the moment he was out of the battle. The fury of the knights' onslaught drove the demon warriors and the fire dragons back, put them on the defensive. They would not be on the defensive long. Chaos, with a wave of his gigantic hand, was bringing up reinforcements, not from the rear, but creating them from the bodies of the fallen. Palin had to cast his spell quickly. He opened the spell book of mages to the correct page. Holding the spell book in his left hand, Palin took hold of the staff of mages in his right. He ran through the words of the spell one last time. Drawing a breath, he started to speak them, looked up and saw Usha. He had not noticed her before. She had been hiding beneath the broken altar. But now she had risen to her feet, was watching the battle fearfully, holding the grey gem in her hands. What was she doing here? He longed to cry out to her, but was afraid that doing so might draw the Father God's deadly attention to her presence. Palin needed to go to her, to protect her. He needed to stay here, to cast his spell, to protect the knights. The magic began to writhe and crawl about in his head. The words to the spell started to slip away, to hide in the crevices of his shattered concentration. He could see the words on the page, but he couldn't think how to pronounce them, how to give them the correct enunciation that was all important. They were fast becoming meaningless gibberish. Love is my strength. Once again he was back on that terrible beach, watching, panic-stricken, paralyzed with fear for his brothers' lives, wanting to help so desperately that he had been an utter failure. It was useless to say the odds were overwhelming, that he'd been wounded, that they had never had a chance. He knew he had failed, and he was destined to fail again. "We learn from our failures, nephew," came a soft, whispering voice. The words to the spell suddenly made perfect sense. He knew how to pronounce them. He placed the staff in position, spoke the words clearly, strongly. "Abdis Takng! Kumpola Kapudanya Kuasahan!" He waited tensely, eagerly, for the sparkling tingle in the blood that was the beginning of the magic. "Buros longang digang bersih sakalilagang." The magic wasn't there. He was near the end of the spell. He knew he'd spoken it correctly, knew he had made not one mistake. Only a few more words. "Digang kuashnya, lampar terbang kilat mati yang jahat." Chaos towered over him. Fire burned him. Death surrounded him. Steele would die. Usha would die. Tass and Dugan, his parents, his two little sisters, and so many others. Sacrifice, sacrifice for the magic. What have you ever sacrificed for the magic, nephew? I gave up my health, my happiness. I gave up love of my brother, of my friends. I gave up the only woman who might have loved me in return. I gave this all for the magic. What will you give, nephew? Palin spoke the last two words of the spell. "Ex free!" And then he added quietly, calmly, "I give myself." The words on the page of the spellbook began to shine with a silver-white radiance. The radiance seeped through the red leather binding into Palin's hand. A shivering, tingling sensation swept over him. He was filled with the ecstasy of the magic, sublime pleasure, exquisite pain. He was not afraid of anything, not of failure, not of death. The radiance flowed through Palin, gathered within him, within his heart. Atop the staff of mages, the crystal, clutched in the dragon's claw, began to glow with a silver-white light. The glow grew stronger, brighter, until it shone more brilliantly than the flames of chaos. The silver armor of the Solamnic Knights reflected the light, brightened it. The black armor of the Dark Knights absorbed the light, but did not dim it. The scales of the silver dragons glinted like diamonds in the magical light. The scales of the blue dragons were glittering sapphire. Where the light struck the demon warriors, they screeched in pain and anger. The shadow whites wafted away like smoke sucked up into a chimney. The fire dragons swerved to try to avoid the light and fell victim to the silver shining dragon lances. Chaos became aware of the light. Seen out of the corner of his eyes, the flash was annoying, irritating. He determined to get rid of it. Chaos shifted his attention from leading his legions, searched for the damnable light. He discovered the staff and the small and insignificant being holding it. He looked at the light, looked directly into it. The magic surged through Palin with a jolt that drove him to his knees. Yet he held the staff steady. The light burst out of the crystal, shot a bright, blinding beam of radiant white straight into the giant's eyes. "Now, Steel!" Palin shouted. "Strike! Now!" Steel, Brightblade, and Flare had been hovering on the edges of the fighting, impatiently awaiting their moment. The waiting had been difficult for them both. They had been forced to watch comrades die and could do nothing to aid them or avenge them. Steel had seen Palin falter, had urged him silently to hold on. His cousin's success brought intense satisfaction and, it must be admitted, a warm and unexpected feeling of brotherly pride. He did not need Palin's yell to know when to commence his attack. The moment the light from the crystal smote Chaos full in the eyes, Steel raised his sword, dug his spurs into Flare's sides. Chaos howled in rage and fury, sought to shut out the light that had stabbed into his head, blinding him and hurting him. But his lidless eyes could not close. Whirlpools of darkness, they sucked everything they looked at inside, including the debilitating light. Flare flew straight for Chaos. The giant wrenched and jerked his head about, trying to break the light's hold. Steel guided the dragon, shouted words of encouragement, urged her through the roaring flames that were the giant's hair and beard. Almost blinded himself by the fire, Steel shielded his eyes with his hand. He had chosen his target, aimed straight for it. The heat was horrific. It beat on the metal of his armor, made it hot to the touch and unbearable to wear. His helm was suffocating him. He yanked the helm off, flung it to the ground. The fire seared his skin. He couldn't breathe the superheated air that burned his lungs. Still, he rode on. Chaos wore a breastplate of adamant and glowing hot iron, but the plate covered only his chest. His arms and hands were bare. "Veer off!" Steel yelled to Flare, tugged the reins to the right to turn the dragon's head. "Take me near his shoulder!" The dragon, lowering her head, soared through the fire of the Father God's beard, spat her lightning breath. Jolts of electricity struck Chaos, further irritating, further enraging him. He knew an enemy was close, began to lash out blindly, flailing with his arms. Steel ducked, protecting himself by hiding behind Flare's neck. The dragon lifted her right wing, flipped over, flew so near the glowing breastplate that the heat radiating from it scorched her wings. Steel gasped for air. His eyes watered from the heat, yet he kept them open, kept them fixed on his target. The dragon flew close to the giant. Steel, leaning perilously out of the saddle, lifted his sword, and with a ringing battle cry, stabbed the blade into the enormous arm. "He's done it, lass! He's done it!" Dugan shrieked, dancing up and down. "Quickly now, quickly!" Steel's sword was embedded in the giant's flesh. Chaos bleated and bellowed. Unable to see what had stung him, he jerked his arm back, dragged the sword from Steel's hand. A drop of blood sprang glistening from the wound. "Now, lass, now!" Dugan panted. "I'll come with you," Tass cried. "Wait a moment, though. Let me find the spoon." "No time!" Dugan shoved Usha. "Go, lass, now!" "I'll just be a second." Tass was rummaging through his pouches. "Where is that dratted spoon?" Usha cast an uncertain glance at Dugan and at Tass, searching his pouches. Dugan waved his hand. Usha crept forward. "Concentrate on the objective. Don't think about Palin, don't think about Tass, don't think about how frightened you are. Think about the Protector and the others. Think of how they died. I never did anything for them, never told them how grateful I was. I left without thanking them. This is for my family, the lost Erda." Usha kept her eyes fixed on that drop of shining red blood welling out from beneath the sword. She drew closer, closer to the huge legs, the enormous feet that stamped upon and shook and cracked the ground. The drop of blood hung, dangled like a jewel far out of reach. It did not fall. Steel's sword, his father's sword, stuck like a rose thorn in Chaos's flesh. In jerking his arm back, Chaos had wrenched the sword from Steel's grasp. The blade hadn't done much damage to the giant. It had drawn only a single drop of blood. Steel needed to strike again, but first he had to retrieve his sword. His strength was failing, and so was the strength of his dragon. Flare was badly burned, one eye gone, the scales of her head withered and bleeding. Her blue wings were blackened, the fine membrane torn. Steel couldn't seem to find air enough to fill his lungs. Every ragged breath came with excruciating pain. He was dizzy and lightheaded. His skin was burned and blistered. He gritted his teeth, bent over Flare, patted her on the neck. "We have to go in again, girl," he said. "We have to finish this, then we can rest." The dragon nodded, too exhausted and hurting to speak. But Flare found it within her to snarl in defiance as she flew forward, forced the tattered wings to carry her and her rider back into battle. The dragon flew near the wounded arm, dipped her wing at the last possible moment before crashing headlong into the giant. Steel caught hold of the sword's hilt, and with his last strength yanked it out of the giant's arm. A drop of blood fell, glittering from the wound. Usha saw the blood fall. Hope lent her courage. Heedless of the trampling feet, she ran forward to catch the drop. But at that moment Chaos, swearing savagely, swung his arm up and swatted at what was to him a stinging, annoying insect. The dragon lacked the power in her wings to carry herself and her rider clear of the flailing, crushing hand. Chaos smashed the dragon as he might have smashed a fly. The dragon, her neck broken, fell from the sky, carrying her rider with her. There came a flash of silver light, and both crashed to the ground near Palin. The dragon's wings struck the mage a glancing blow, knocked the staff and the spellbook from his hand. The silver-white light vanished. The drop of blood, won at such enormous cost, fell to the ground and was immediately soaked up by the grey, parched soil. Usha cried out in dismay. Going down on her hands and knees, she began scrabbling at the moist, blood-red dirt, trying desperately to recover some of the blood. A shadow fell over her, chilled her to the bone, froze her hands, numbed her heart. Chaos could see her now, bending over the spilled blood, the grey gem in her hands. He understood his peril. Injured and dazed, Palin searched frantically for his staff, which lay somewhere beneath the dead dragon. The lengthening shadow darkened all around him. He looked up. The giant's black, empty eyes, now able to see clearly, were focused on Usha. Palin scrambled to his feet. "Usha, look out! Run!" he cried. She didn't hear him over the giant's roar. Either that, or she was ignoring him. Desperately keeping her gaze fixed on the blood-stained ground, she tried to salvage a drop to place into the halves of the grey gem. Palin abandoned the fallen staff, ran to help Usha. He never made it. Chaos swept down an enormous hand that seemed to catch hold of the wind as it came, dragged the wind along. A blast of hot air smote Palin, hurled him backward, slammed him into the body of the dragon. Pain burst in his skull. "Usha," he murmured, sick and dizzy. He fought to stand, and in his mind he was on his feet, but his body lay in the dragon's blood. His own blood trickled warm down his face, and he was a speck of dust in one of the giant's empty eyes, and then he was nothing. Tasselhoff tossed objects from his pouch left and right, littering the ground around him. A bit of blue crystal, a piece of petrified vallenwood, a lock from a griffin's mane, a dead lizard on a leather thong, a faded rose, a white ring with 2 red stones, a white chicken feather. "Where is that dratted spoon?" he cried in frustration. "Usha, leave it, lass! Run!" Dugan screamed. "What's going on? What's happening?" Tas lifted his head, eager to see. "Am I missing something?" Usha crouched piteously, digging in the dirt, tears streaming down her face. Palin was a huddled doll lying in a pool of dragon's blood. The giant's huge booted feet shuffled, rolled over the ground with the rumbling, grinding sound of gigantic boulders, crushing the bodies of the dead knights, the dying dragons. Usha and Palin lay directly in the giant's path. A cold fist, hurtful like the giant's fist, squeezed the Kender's heart. "He's going to squash them!" Tas cried. "Squash them flat! This is worse than Lord Soth! My friends can't be squashed flat! There's got to be somebody big around to stop him!" Tas looked about wildly, searching for a knight or a dragon or even a god to help. The knights and dragons who were left alive were fighting their own desperate battles. As for Dugan, the dwarf was a huddled heap, his head bowed, his hands flaxen in his lap, moaning, "My fault, my fault." Tas stood up, and as he did, he realized suddenly that he was the tallest, the biggest person around, left standing, aside from the giant. A feeling of pride swelled the Kender's heart, burst the clutch of the chill hand that had been squeezing the life out of it. Tasselhoff flung his pouches aside. Drawing his knife, the knife that Caramon had once dubbed Rabbit Slayer, the Kender ran toward his fallen friends, using the speed and agility that is born to the Kender race, and is one reason they have managed to survive in a world of angry minotaur, infuriated shopkeepers, and enraged sheriffs. Tasselhoff flung his small body in front of Usha. With a Kender cry of defiance, "Take that!" he plunged the knife called Rabbit Slayer into Chaos's big toe. The magical knife pierced the leather of the giant's boot, struck flesh. Blood spurted. The god jerked his injured foot up, prepared to stomp on the insignificant, infuriating creature who had injured him. Chaos smashed his foot into the ground. Clouds of dust rose. Tasselhoff disappeared. "Tas!" Usha cried out in grief and anger. She started to try to rescue her friend when she heard Dugan give a tremendous shout. "You've done it, lass! Look down! Look at the grey gem!" Usha, dazed, looked. A single drop of blood glistened in the center of one half of the grey gem. "Close the 2 halves, lass!" Dugan was on his feet, jumping up and down. "Close them quickly!" Chaos shrieked and thundered around her. His flames scorched her. His winds tried to flatten her. She was going to die, but it didn't matter. Palin was dead. The cheerful Kender was dead. The dark and stern knight was dead. Prot was dead. All were dead, and nothing more remained. Hope was dead. Usha brought her two hands together, brought the two halves of the grey gem together with the blood of chaos trapped between, then silence. Silence and darkness. Usha could see nothing, hear nothing, feel nothing, not even ground beneath her. The only solid object she could sense was the grey gem, its cold, sharp, faceted edges. The jewel began to glow with a soft grey light. Usha dropped it, but the gem did not fall. The grey gem rose from her grasp, rose higher and higher into the darkness, and then, suddenly, the gem exploded. Millions of shards of sparkling crystal burst outward, expanding, pitting the darkness with pinpricks of light. They were stars, new stars, strange stars. A moon rose, a single moon, a pale moon. Its face was benign, yet uncaring. By the moon's light, Usha could see. Chaos was gone. Dugan was gone. All around Usha were the bodies of the dead. She searched among the dead until she found Palin. Putting her arms around him, Usha lay down beside him. She rested her head on his breast, shut her eyes, shut out the sight of the strange stars, the cold moon, and sought to find Palin in the darkness. 32. Rain, autumn, farewell. A drop of cool water fell on his forehead. It was raining, a gentle rain, cool and soft. Palin lay in the wet grass, his eyes closed, thinking that it would be a dreary, grey and gloomy day for a ride, that his older brother would complain bitterly about the rain, prophesying that it would rust his armor and ruin his sword, that his other brother would laugh and shake the drops from his hair and comment on them all smelling of wet horse. And I will remind them that we need the rain, that we should be thankful the drought is broken. The drought, the sun, the burning, blazing sun. My brothers are dead. The sun will not set. Memory returned, horrifying and pain-filled. The liquid falling on him was not rain, but blood. The clouds were the shadow of the giant, towering over him. Palin opened his eyes fearfully, stared up into the leaves of a valenwood tree, leaves that were dripping wet with rain, leaves that were just starting to change color, transforming into the warm reds and golds of autumn. Palin sat up, gazed around in vast confusion. He was lying in a field that must be near his homeland, for the valenwood grows in only one place on Ansalon, and that is Solace. Yet what was he doing here? Only moments before he had been dying in the abyss. In the distance he saw the inn of the last home, his home, standing safe and sound. A thin curl of smoke rose from the home fire, drifting, sweet-smelling, up through the falling rain. He heard a whimper near him, looked down. Usha lay at his side, curled up like a child, one arm flung protectively over her head. She was dreaming, and her dreams were terrible. Gently he touched her shoulder. She stirred and called his name. "Palin, where are you?" "Usha, it's me. I'm here," he said softly. She opened her eyes, saw him. She reached out her arms, clasped him, held him close. "I thought you were dead. I was alone, all alone, and the stars were all different, and you were dead." "I'm fine," Palin said, and was astonished to know that he was fine, when the last thing he remembered was agonizing pain. He smoothed back the beautiful silver hair, gazed into the golden eyes that were red-rimmed with tears. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I wasn't hurt. The giant... Tass... Oh, dear gods!" Usha thrust away Palin's hands, staggered to her feet. "Tass, the giant!" She turned, caught her breath in a sob. Palin looked past her, and now he saw the dead. The bodies of the knights of Solamnia lay next to the bodies of the dark knights of Tarkissus. Of all those who had ridden forth into the abyss to do battle with Chaos and his dread legions, not one had survived. The warriors lay in state, each man with his hands clasped over his chest, each face smooth and peaceful, all trace of blood, fear, and pain washed away by the gentle rain that fell on them all alike. Peering through the rain, Palin saw movement, saw something stir. He'd been mistaken. One of the knights still lived. Palin hastened swiftly past the rows of dead. Drawing nearer, he recognized Steel. The knight's face was covered with blood. He was on his knees, so weak he could barely hold himself upright. He placed the cold hand of a young Solamnic knight over his chest. Then, his strength failing him, Steel fell into the wet, brown grass. Palin bent down beside him. A glance took in the scorched, shattered, blood-stained armor, the pallid face, the labored breathing. "Steel," Palin called softly. "Cousin." Steel opened his eyes, which were shadowed and dimming. "Majer," he smiled briefly, fleetingly. "You fought well." Palin took hold of the Dark Knight's hand. The flesh was chilled. "Is there anything I can do for you, to give you ease?" Steele's head turned, his gaze shifted. My sword. Palin found it lying near the fallen knight. He lifted the weapon, placed the hilt in Steele's hand. Steele shut his eyes. Lay me with the others. I will, cousin, said Palin through his tears. I will. Steele's fingers closed over the sword's hilt. He tried once more to lift it. Est Solaris. His last breath whispered the solamnic words, my honor. His last sigh carried with it the conclusion, of Mythos is my life. Palin. Usha stood at his side. Palin raised his head, wiped away the rain and the tears. What? Have you found Tass? Come see, Usha said softly. He rose to his feet. His robes were soaked with rain, but the air was warm for the beginning of autumn. He walked past the bodies of the knights, wondered, now that he thought of it, what had become of the dragons. And then, with a pang of fear, he remembered his staff and the spellbook. But there they both were, the staff of mages lying in the grass, the spellbook nearby. The red leather binding on the spellbook was blackened and charred. Palin touched it gingerly, lifted the cover. No pages remained inside. They had all been consumed, destroyed in the last spell. Palin sighed, thinking of the great loss. Yet he was certain that Magus would have been pleased to know that his magic had helped defeat chaos. Palin picked up the staff, was startled and vaguely alarmed to note that the staff had a strange feel about it. The wood, which had always before been warm and inviting to the touch, was cool, rough, and uneven. The staff was uncomfortable to hold, felt wrong in his hand. He laid it back down, relieved to let go of it, wondered what was wrong. He walked over to where Usha was standing, staring down at a pile of scattered pouches. Palin forgot about the staff as he bent over the Kender's most prized possessions. He sorted through the various objects. He didn't recognize any of them. Not surprising with a Kender's pack, but he had almost managed to convince himself that these pouches belonged to some other Kender, had been abandoned by their owner, probably to enable the Kender to flee faster, until he lifted one pouch. A bundle of maps tumbled up. These are Tasselhoff's, he said, fear cold in his heart. But where is he? He never would have left them behind. Tass! Usha called, searching. Palin, look! Here's his hoopak. It's lying in a pile of chicken feathers. Palin moved aside the chicken feathers. There, beneath the hoopak and the feathers, was a handkerchief with the initials F.B., a silver spoon of elven make and design, and a knife stained dark with blood. He is gone, Usha sobbed. He never would have left his spoon behind. Palin looked up the road that ran eagerly along until it joined another road, and another road after that, coming together, branching apart, but always traveling onward, going everywhere only to lead at the very end back home. The road was suddenly a blur. There's only one reason Tass would have left his most prized possessions behind, Palin said softly. He's found something more interesting. The gentle rain ceased its fall. The grey day faded to dark night. The strange stars came out, scattered over the sky like a handful of seeing stones tossed on black cloth. The pale and uncaring moon rose, lit their way. Palin looked up at the stars, at the single moon. He shivered, lowered his eyes, and met the golden-eyed gaze of Raceland. Uncle! Palin was pleased, yet ill at ease. The staff no longer supported him. It was heavy and burdensome. He couldn't figure out what was wrong. Have you come to stay with us, now that the war is at an end? The war is over, isn't it? He asked anxiously. This war is over, Raceland added dryly. There will be others, but they are not my concern. And no, I have not come to stay. I am tired. I will return to my long sleep. I merely stopped on my way to say goodbye. Palin gazed at his uncle in disappointment. Must you go? There's still so much I have to learn. That is true, nephew. That will be true to the day you die, even if you are an old, old man. What's wrong with the staff? You're holding it as if it pains you to touch it. There's something the matter with it, Palin said, fear growing in him, fear of things guessed at, suspected, but unknown. Give it to me, Raceland said softly. Palin handed over the staff with a sudden reluctance. Raceland took it, gazed at it admiringly. His thin hand stroked the wood, caressed it. Shirak, he whispered. The light of the staff glowed, but then the glow began to dim, darken. The light flickered and died. Palin gazed in dismay at the staff, then looked up at the single moon, his heart constricted in fear. What is happening? He cried in terror.
Perhaps I can answer that, young man.
An old wizard dressed in mouse-colored robes with a disreputable, broken-pointed hat came tottering along the road from the direction of the inn of the last home. The wizard wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Fine ale, he was heard to remark. Some of Caramon's best. This will be an excellent year.
Sighing, he shook his head.
I'm sure gonna miss that.
Greetings, old one, Raceland said, leaning on the staff, smiling.
What? Hey, is that some sort of comment on my age?
The wizard glared from beneath bushy brows. He turned to Palin, caught sight of the Kender's handkerchief, which Palin had tucked into his belt. The wizard's beard bristled.
That's mine,
he shrieked and made a grab for the handkerchief. Retrieving it, he exhibited the cloth.
There's my initials, FB. It stands for, foosball. No, doesn't sound quite right. Flubber. No.
Fizzban, said Palin.
Where?
The old man whipped around.
Drat him, he's always following me.
Fizzban? Usha stared at him in wonder.
I know about you. The Protector told me. You're really Paladine.
Never heard of him, the old man stated testily. People are always mistaking the two of us, but I'm much better looking.
You're not dead, Palin said thankfully. Chaos said you were dead. That is, he said Paladine was dead.
Fizzban was forced to pause a moment to consider the matter.
Nope, don't think so, he frowned. You didn't leave me in a pile of chicken feathers again?
Palin was comforted, cheered, no longer afraid.
Tell us what has happened, sir. We won, didn't we? Chaos was defeated?
Fizzban smiled, sighed. The befuddled expression smoothed away, leaving an old man, benign, sad, grieving, yet triumphant.
Chaos was defeated, my son. He was not destroyed. The father of all and of nothing could never be destroyed. You forced him to flee this world. He agreed to do so, but at a high price. He will leave Krynn, but his children must leave as well.
You're not going, are you? Usha cried. You can't.
The others have already gone, Fizzban said quietly. I came to give you my thanks and, he sighed again, have a last glass of ale with my friends.
You can't do this, Palin said, dazed, disbelieving. How can you leave us?
We make this sacrifice to save the creation we love, my son, Fizzban answered.
He shifted his gaze to the bodies of the knights, to the handkerchief he held in his hand.
Just as they sacrificed to save what they loved.
I don't understand, Palin whispered, anguished. What about the staff? What about my magic?
He pressed his hand over his heart.
I can't feel it inside me anymore.
Raceland laid his hand on Palin's shoulder.
I said that one day you would become the greatest mage who ever lived. You fulfilled my prophecy, nephew. Magus himself was never able to cast that spell. I am proud of you.
But the book is destroyed.
It doesn't matter, Raceland said, then shrugged. Does it, nephew?
Palin stared, still not understanding. Then the meaning of what his uncle had told him penetrated, struck him to his very soul.
There is no more magic in the world.
Not as you know it. There may be other magic. It is up to you to find it, Fizzban said gently. Now is begun what will be known on Krynn as the Age of Mortals. It will be the final age, I think. The final, the longest, and perhaps the best. Farewell, my son. Farewell, my daughter.
Fizzban shook hands, and he turned to Raceland.
Well, are you coming? I don't have all day, you know. Got to go build another world. Let's see, how did that go? You take a bit of dirt and mix in some bat guano. Goodbye, Palin. Take good care of your parents.
Raceland turned to Usha.
Farewell, child of the Urda. You not only avenged your people, you redeemed them.
He glanced at the dejected Palin.
Have you told him the truth yet? It will cheer him considerably, I think.
Not yet, but I will, Usha answered. I promise, Uncle, she added shyly.
Raceland smiled.
Goodbye, he said again.
Leaning on the staff, he and Fizzban turned and walked across the field, where lay the dead.
Uncle, Palin called desperately, the gods are gone. What will we do now that we are alone?
Raceland paused, glanced back. His skin gleamed pale gold in the light of the strange stars. His golden eyes burned.
You are not alone, nephew. Steel Brightblade said it for you. You have each other.
Palin and Usha stood alone, together, in the field near the town of Solace, a field that would afterward be held sacred. In this field, the people of Ansalon came together to build a tomb made of stone brought all the way from Thorbarden by an army of dwarves. The tomb was simple, elegant, built of white marble and black obsidian. Around the tomb, the humans planted trees brought from Qualinesti and Silvanesti by the elves, led by their king, Gilthus. The bodies of the knights of Solamnia were placed within the tomb, side by side with the bodies of the knights of Takaisis. In the center, Steel Brightblade rested on a bier made of rare black marble. He was clad in his black armor. He held his father's sword in his hands. On another bier, carved of white marble, lay the body of Tanis Half-Elven. He was clad in green, in leather armor. At his side lay a blue crystal staff, placed side 15, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 533. You will never control me. You never have. You never will. Build your fortresses, your walled cities, your stone houses. Fill them with light and with music and laughter. I am accident. I am plague and pestilence. I am murder. I am intolerance. I am drought and famine, flood and gluttony. And you... Chaos raised the flaming ball, about to hurl it down on them. You are nothing. You are wrong, came a clear, strong voice. We are everything. We are hope. A dragon lance, shining red and silver, arced through the air. It smote the sun and shattered. The sun burst into 1,000 pieces of flaming rock, which rained down in fire to the ground, grew cold when they hit. Chaos turned. The knights faced him, drawn up in battle formation, their dragon lances leveled and ready, their swords raised, the metal glowing silver and red. In their midst sat a white-robed mage, wearing no armor, carrying no weapon. Hope! Chaos laughed again. I see no hope, I see only despair. The fragments of rock changed to demon warriors, imps of chaos that were formed of the terrors of every person who had ever lived. Colorless and shifting like bad dreams, the demon warriors appeared different to each who fought them, taking on the shape of the thing each person feared the most. Up from the rift came fire dragons. Made in mockery of real dragons, the fire dragons were formed of magma, their scales obsidian, their wings and manes flame, their eyes blazing embers. They belched noxious gases from the bowels of the world. Sparks flew from their wings, setting ablaze anything over which they flew. The knights stared at these monsters in despair, their faces blanched in dismay and fear as the horrible creatures surged forward to attack. The standards slid from shaking hands, began to dip toward the ground. Chaos pointed at the Solamnic knights. Paladine is dead, you fight alone! Chaos turned to the Dark Knights. Takaisis has fled, you fight alone! Chaos spread his enormous arms, which seemed to encompass the universe. There is no hope! You have no gods! What have you left? Steel drew his sword and raised it in the air. The metal did not reflect the fire, but shone white, argent, like moonlight on ice. Each other, he answered. 31. The Light, the Thorn, a knife called Rabbit Slayer. I must set you down, Majer, Steel said to Palin. I cannot fight with you behind me. And I can't fight from Dragonback, Palin agreed. Flare alighted on the ground. Steel gave Palin his arm, swung the young mage off the saddle. Steel started to withdraw his grasp. Palin kept hold of the knight's hand for one brief second. You know what to do? He asked anxiously. Cast your spell, Sir Wizard, Steel said coolly. I stand ready. Palin nodded, clasped Steel's hand tightly. Farewell, cousin, he said. Steel smiled. For an instant, the dark eyes were warm. Farewell. He paused, then said quietly, Cousin. Flare, with a shrieking battle cry, leapt into the air. Their own courage ignited by Steel's words and example, the Knights of Darkness and of Light lifted their fallen standards and flew to the attack. Chaos was ready for them with confusion and madness and terror and pain. Fire burned and nightmare creatures gibbered. Wielding the dragon lances, the Solamnic knights attacked the fire dragons. The silver dragons risked the deadly flames to carry their riders close. The knights, sweating in the awful heat, squinted against the fiery light and threw the lances. Their faith and their strong arms launched them straight and true. Several of the fire dragons fell, plunging to the ground to explode in a rush of flames. Many of the silver dragons fell, too, their faces burned, eyes blinded, their wings scorched and shriveled. The Dark Knights fought the demon warriors, slashing at them with accursed swords. The blue dragons battled with claw and lightning. But whenever a weapon struck the heart of a demon warrior, the cold of the dark void that had existed before the beginning of time caused the metal to shatter, froze the hand that held it. The knights bore the pain, switched the blade from the useless hand to the good, and fought on. Palin stood well behind the front line of knights, and for the moment he was out of the battle. The fury of the knights' onslaught drove the demon warriors and the fire dragons back, put them on the defensive. They would not be on the defensive long. Chaos, with a wave of his gigantic hand, was bringing up reinforcements, not from the rear, but creating them from the bodies of the fallen. Palin had to cast his spell quickly. He opened the spell book of mages to the correct page. Holding the spell book in his left hand, Palin took hold of the staff of mages in his right. He ran through the words of the spell one last time. Drawing a breath, he started to speak them, looked up and saw Usha. He had not noticed her before. She had been hiding beneath the broken altar. But now she had risen to her feet, was watching the battle fearfully, holding the grey gem in her hands. What was she doing here? He longed to cry out to her, but was afraid that doing so might draw the Father God's deadly attention to her presence. Palin needed to go to her, to protect her. He needed to stay here to cast his spell to protect the knights. The magic began to writhe and crawl about in his head. The words to the spell started to slip away, to hide in the crevices of his shattered concentration. He could see the words on the page, but he couldn't think how to pronounce them, how to give them the correct enunciation that was all important. They were fast becoming meaningless gibberish. Love is my strength. Once again he was back on that terrible beach, watching, panic-stricken, paralyzed with fear for his brothers' lives, wanting to help so desperately that he had been an utter failure. It was useless to say the odds were overwhelming, that he'd been wounded, that they had never had a chance. He knew he had failed, and he was destined to fail again. "We learn from our failures, nephew," came a soft, whispering voice. The words to the spell suddenly made perfect sense. He knew how to pronounce them. He placed the staff in position, spoke the words clearly, strongly. "Abdis Takung, Kumpula Kapudanya Kuasahan." He waited tensely, eagerly, for the sparkling tingle in the blood that was the beginning of the magic. "Burus longang digang bersih sakalilagang." The magic wasn't there. He was near the end of the spell. He knew he'd spoken it correctly, knew he had made not one mistake. Only a few more words. "Digang kuwashnya, lampar terbang kilat mati yang jahat." Chaos towered over him. Fire burned him. Death surrounded him. Steele would die. Usha would die. Tass and Dugan, his parents, his two little sisters, and so many others. Sacrifice, sacrifice for the magic. What have you ever sacrificed for the magic, nephew? I gave up my health, my happiness. I gave up love of my brother, of my friends. I gave up the only woman who might have loved me in return. I gave this all for the magic. What will you give, nephew? Palin spoke the last two words of the spell. "Ex free!" And then he added quietly, calmly, "I give myself." The words on the page of the spellbook began to shine with a silver-white radiance. The radiance seeped through the red leather binding into Palin's hand. A shivering, tingling sensation swept over him. He was filled with the ecstasy of the magic, sublime pleasure, exquisite pain. He was not afraid of anything, not of failure, not of death. The radiance flowed through Palin, gathered within him, within his heart. Atop the staff of mages, the crystal, clutched in the dragon's claw, began to glow with a silver-white light. The glow grew stronger, brighter, until it shone more brilliantly than the flames of chaos. The silver armor of the Solamnic Knights reflected the light, brightened it. The black armor of the Dark Knights absorbed the light, but did not dim it. The scales of the silver dragons glinted like diamonds in the magical light. The scales of the blue dragons were glittering sapphire. Where the light struck the demon warriors, they screeched in pain and anger. The shadow whites wafted away like smoke sucked up into a chimney. The fire dragons swerved to try to avoid the light and fell victim to the silver shining dragon lances. Chaos became aware of the light. Seen out of the corner of his eyes, the flash was annoying, irritating. He determined to get rid of it. Chaos shifted his attention from leading his legions, searched for the damnable light. He discovered the staff and the small and insignificant being holding it. He looked at the light, looked directly into it. The magic surged through Palin with a jolt that drove him to his knees. Yet he held the staff steady. The light burst out of the crystal, shot a bright, blinding beam of radiant white straight into the giant's eyes. "Now, Steel!" Palin shouted. "Strike! Now!" Steel, Brightblade, and Flare had been hovering on the edges of the fighting, impatiently awaiting their moment. The waiting had been difficult for them both. They had been forced to watch comrades die and could do nothing to aid them or avenge them. Steele had seen Palin falter, had urged him silently to hold on. His cousin's success brought intense satisfaction and, it must be admitted, a warm and unexpected feeling of brotherly pride. He did not need Palin's yell to know when to commence his attack. The moment the light from the crystal smote Chaos full in the eyes, Steele raised his sword, dug his spurs into Flair's sides. Chaos howled in rage and fury, sought to shut out the light that had stabbed into his head, blinding him and hurting him. But his lidless eyes could not close. Whirlpools of darkness, they sucked everything they looked at inside, including the debilitating light. Flair flew straight for Chaos. The giant wrenched and jerked his head about, trying to break the light's hold. Steele guided the dragon, shouted words of encouragement, urged her through the roaring flames that were the giant's hair and beard. Almost blinded himself by the fire, Steele shielded his eyes with his hand. He had chosen his target, aimed straight for it. The heat was horrific. It beat on the metal of his armor, made it hot to the touch and unbearable to wear. His helm was suffocating him. He yanked the helm off, flung it to the ground. The fire seared his skin. He couldn't breathe the superheated air that burned his lungs. Still, he rode on. Chaos wore a breastplate of adamant and glowing hot iron, but the plate covered only his chest. His arms and hands were bare. "Veer off!" Steele yelled to Flair, tugged the reins to the right to turn the dragon's head. "Take me near his shoulder!" The dragon, lowering her head, soared through the fire of the Father God's beard, spat her lightning breath. Jolts of electricity struck Chaos, further irritating, further enraging him. He knew an enemy was close, began to lash out blindly, flailing with his arms. Steele ducked, protecting himself by hiding behind Flair's neck. The dragon lifted her right wing, flipped over, flew so near the glowing breastplate that the heat radiating from it scorched her wings. Steele gasped for air. His eyes watered from the heat, yet he kept them open, kept them fixed on his target. The dragon flew close to the giant. Steele, leaning perilously out of the saddle, lifted his sword, and with a ringing battle cry, stabbed the blade into the enormous arm. "He's done it, lass! He's done it!" Dugan shrieked, dancing up and down. "Quickly now, quickly!" Steele's sword was embedded in the giant's flesh. Chaos bleated and bellowed. Unable to see what had stung him, he jerked his arm back, dragged the sword from Steele's hand. A drop of blood sprang glistening from the wound. "Now, lass, now!" Dugan panted. "I'll come with you," Tass cried. "Wait a moment, though. Let me find the spoon." "No time!" Dugan shoved Usha. "Go, lass, now!" "I'll just be a second." Tass was rummaging through his pouches. "Where is that dratted spoon?" Usha cast an uncertain glance at Dugan and at Tass, searching his pouches. Dugan waved his hand. Usha crept forward. "Concentrate on the objective. Don't think about Palin, don't think about Tass, don't think about how frightened you are. Think about the Protector and the others. Think of how they died. I never did anything for them, never told them how grateful I was. I left without thanking them. This is for my family, the lost Erda." Usha kept her eyes fixed on that drop of shining red blood welling out from beneath the sword. She drew closer, closer to the huge legs, the enormous feet that stamped upon and shook and cracked the ground. The drop of blood hung, dangled like a jewel far out of reach. It did not fall. Steele's sword, his father's sword, stuck like a rose thorn in Chaos's flesh. In jerking his arm back, Chaos had wrenched the sword from Steele's grasp. The blade hadn't done much damage to the giant. It had drawn only a single drop of blood. Steele needed to strike again, but first he had to retrieve his sword. His strength was failing, and so was the strength of his dragon. Flair was badly burned, one eye gone, the scales of her head withered and bleeding. Her blue wings were blackened, the fine membrane torn. Steele couldn't seem to find air enough to fill his lungs. Every ragged breath came with excruciating pain. He was dizzy and lightheaded. His skin was burned and blistered. He gritted his teeth, bent over Flair, patted her on the neck. "We have to go in again, girl," he said. "We have to finish this, then we can rest." The dragon nodded, too exhausted and hurting to speak. But Flair found it within her to snarl in defiance as she flew forward, forced the tattered wings to carry her and her rider back into battle. The dragon flew near the wounded arm, dipped her wing at the last possible moment before crashing headlong into the giant. Steele caught hold of the sword's hilt and, with his last strength, yanked it out of the giant's arm. A drop of blood fell, glittering, from the wound. Usha saw the blood fall. Hope lent her courage. Heedless of the trampling feet, she ran forward to catch the drop. But at that moment, Chaos, swearing savagely, swung his arm up and swatted at what was to him a stinging, annoying insect. The dragon lacked the power in her wings to carry herself and her rider clear of the flailing, crushing hand. Chaos smashed the dragon as he might have smashed a fly. The dragon, her neck broken, fell from the sky, carrying her rider with her. There came a flash of silver light, and both crashed to the ground near Palin. The dragon's wings struck the mage a glancing blow, knocked the staff and the spellbook from his hand. The silver-white light vanished. The drop of blood, won at such enormous cost, fell to the ground and was immediately soaked up by the grey, parched soil. Usha cried out in dismay. Going down on her hands and knees, she began scrabbling at the moist, blood-red dirt, trying desperately to recover some of the blood. A shadow fell over her, chilled her to the bone, froze her hands, numbed her heart. Chaos could see her now, bending over the spilled blood, the grey gem in her hands. He understood his peril. Injured and dazed, Palin searched frantically for his staff, which lay somewhere beneath the dead dragon. The lengthening shadow darkened all around him. He looked up. The giant's black, empty eyes, now able to see clearly, were focused on Usha. Palin scrambled to his feet. "Usha, look out! Run!" he cried. She didn't hear him over the giant's roar. Either that, or she was ignoring him. Desperately keeping her gaze fixed on the blood-stained ground, she tried to salvage a drop to place into the halves of the grey gem. Palin abandoned the fallen staff, ran to help Usha. He never made it. Chaos swept down an enormous hand that seemed to catch hold of the wind as it came, dragged the wind along. A blast of hot air smote Palin, hurled him backward, slammed him into the body of the dragon. Pain burst in his skull. "Usha," he murmured, sick and dizzy. He fought to stand, and in his mind he was on his feet, but his body lay in the dragon's blood. His own blood trickled warm down his face, and he was a speck of dust in one of the giant's empty eyes, and then he was nothing. Tasselhoff tossed objects from his pouch left and right, littering the ground around him. A bit of blue crystal, a piece of petrified vallenwood, a lock from a griffin's mane, a dead lizard on a leather thong, a faded rose, a white ring with 2 red stones, a white chicken feather. "Where is that dratted spoon?" he cried in frustration. "Usha, leave it, lass! Run!" Dugan screamed. "What's going on? What's happening?" Tas lifted his head, eager to see. "Am I missing something?" Usha crouched piteously, digging in the dirt, tears streaming down her face. Palin was a huddled doll lying in a pool of dragon's blood. The giant's huge booted feet shuffled, rolled over the ground with the rumbling, grinding sound of gigantic boulders, crushing the bodies of the dead knights, the dying dragons. Usha and Palin lay directly in the giant's path. A cold fist, hurtful like the giant's fist, squeezed the Kender's heart. "He's going to squash them!" Tas cried. "Squash them flat! This is worse than Lord Soth! My friends can't be squashed flat! There's got to be somebody big around to stop him!" Tas looked about wildly, searching for a knight or a dragon or even a god to help. The knights and dragons who were left alive were fighting their own desperate battles. As for Dugan, the dwarf was a huddled heap, his head bowed, his hands flaxen in his lap, moaning, "My fault, my fault." Tas stood up, and as he did, he realized suddenly that he was the tallest, the biggest person around, left standing, aside from the giant. A feeling of pride swelled the Kender's heart, burst the clutch of the chill hand that had been squeezing the life out of it. Tasselhoff flung his pouches aside. Drawing his knife, the knife that Caramon had once dubbed Rabbit Slayer, the Kender ran toward his fallen friends using the speed and agility that is born to the Kender race, and is one reason they have managed to survive in a world of angry minotaur, infuriated shopkeepers, and enraged sheriffs. Tasselhoff flung his small body in front of Usha. With a Kender cry of defiance, "Take that!" he plunged the knife called Rabbit Slayer into Chaos's big toe. The magical knife pierced the leather of the giant's boot, struck flesh. Blood spurted. The god jerked his injured foot up, prepared to stomp on the insignificant, infuriating creature who had injured him. Chaos smashed his foot into the ground. Clouds of dust rose. Tasselhoff disappeared. "Tas!" Usha cried out in grief and anger. She started to try to rescue her friend when she heard Dugan give a tremendous shout. "You've done it, lass! Look down! Look at the grey gem!" Usha, dazed, looked. A single drop of blood glistened in the center of one half of the grey gem. "Close the 2 halves, lass!" Dugan was on his feet, jumping up and down. "Close them quickly!" Chaos shrieked and thundered around her. His flames scorched her. His winds tried to flatten her. She was going to die, but it didn't matter. Palin was dead. The cheerful Kender was dead. The dark and stern knight was dead. Prot was dead. All were dead, and nothing more remained. Hope was dead. Usha brought her 2 hands together, brought the 2 halves of the grey gem together with the blood of Chaos trapped between, then silence. Silence and darkness. Usha could see nothing, hear nothing, feel nothing, not even ground beneath her. The only solid object she could sense was the grey gem, its cold, sharp, faceted edges. The jewel began to glow with a soft grey light. Usha dropped it, but the gem did not fall. The grey gem rose from her grasp, rose higher and higher into the darkness, and then, suddenly, the gem exploded. Millions of shards of sparkling crystal burst outward, expanding, pitting the darkness with pinpricks of light. They were stars, new stars, strange stars. A moon rose, a single moon, a pale moon. Its face was benign, yet uncaring. By the moon's light, Usha could see. Chaos was gone. Dugan was gone. All around Usha were the bodies of the dead. She searched among the dead until she found Palin. Putting her arms around him, Usha lay down beside him. She rested her head on his breast, shut her eyes, shut out the sight of the strange stars, the cold moon, and sought to find Palin in the darkness. 32. Rain, autumn, farewell. A drop of cool water fell on his forehead. It was raining, a gentle rain, cool and soft. Palin lay in the wet grass, his eyes closed, thinking that it would be a dreary, grey and gloomy day for a ride, that his older brother would complain bitterly about the rain, prophesying that it would rust his armor and ruin his sword, that his other brother would laugh and shake the drops from his hair and comment on them all smelling of wet horse. And I will remind them that we need the rain, that we should be thankful the drought is broken. The drought, the sun, the burning, blazing sun. My brothers are dead. The sun will not set. Memory returned, horrifying and pain-filled. The liquid falling on him was not rain, but blood. The clouds were the shadow of the giant, towering over him. Palin opened his eyes fearfully, stared up into the leaves of a valenwood tree, leaves that were dripping wet with rain, leaves that were just starting to change color, transforming into the warm reds and golds of autumn. Palin sat up, gazed around in vast confusion. He was lying in a field that must be near his homeland, for the valenwood grows in only one place on Ansalon, and that is Solace. Yet what was he doing here? Only moments before he had been dying in the abyss. In the distance he saw the inn of the last home, his home, standing safe and sound. A thin curl of smoke rose from the home fire, drifting, sweet-smelling, up through the falling rain. He heard a whimper near him, looked down. Usha lay at his side, curled up like a child, one arm flung protectively over her head. She was dreaming, and her dreams were terrible. Gently he touched her shoulder. She stirred and called his name. "Palin, where are you?" "Usha, it's me. I'm here," he said softly. She opened her eyes, saw him. She reached out her arms, clasped him, held him close. "I thought you were dead. I was alone, all alone, and the stars were all different, and you were dead." "I'm fine," Palin said, and was astonished to know that he was fine, when the last thing he remembered was agonizing pain. He smoothed back the beautiful silver hair, gazed into the golden eyes that were red-rimmed with tears. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I wasn't hurt. The giant... Taz... Oh, dear gods!" Usha thrust away Palin's hands, staggered to her feet. "Taz, the giant!" She turned, caught her breath in a sob. Palin looked past her, and now he saw the dead. The bodies of the knights of Solamnia lay next to the bodies of the dark knights of Tarkaisis. Of all those who had ridden forth into the abyss to do battle with Chaos and his dread legions, not one had survived. The warriors lay in state, each man with his hands clasped over his chest, each face smooth and peaceful, all trace of blood, fear, and pain washed away by the gentle rain that fell on them all alike. Peering through the rain, Palin saw movement, saw something stir. He'd been mistaken. One of the knights still lived. Palin hastened swiftly past the rows of dead. Drawing nearer, he recognized Steel. The knight's face was covered with blood. He was on his knees, so weak he could barely hold himself upright. He placed the cold hand of a young Solamnic knight over his chest. Then, his strength failing him, Steel fell into the wet, brown grass. Palin bent down beside him. A glance took in the scorched, shattered, blood-stained armor, the pallid face, the labored breathing. "Steel," Palin called softly. "Cousin." Steel opened his eyes, which were shadowed and dimming. "Majer," he smiled briefly, fleetingly. "You fought well." Palin took hold of the Dark Knight's hand. The flesh was chill. "Is there anything I can do for you, to give you ease?" Steel's head turned, his gaze shifted. "My sword." Palin found it lying near the fallen knight. He lifted the weapon, placed the hilt in Steel's hand. Steel shut his eyes. "Lay me with the others." "I will, cousin," said Palin through his tears. "I will." Steel's fingers closed over the sword's hilt. He tried once more to lift it.
Est Solaris.
His last breath whispered the solamnic words, "My honor." His last sigh carried with it the conclusion,
Off Mythos is my life.
Palin. Usha stood at his side. Palin raised his head, wiped away the rain and the tears. What? Have you found Tass?
Come see,
Usha said softly. He rose to his feet. His robes were soaked with rain, but the air was warm for the beginning of autumn. He walked past the bodies of the knights, wondered, now that he thought of it, what had become of the dragons. And then, with a pang of fear, he remembered his staff and the spellbook. But there they both were, the staff of mages lying in the grass, the spellbook nearby. The red leather binding on the spellbook was blackened and charred. Palin touched it gingerly, lifted the cover. No pages remained inside. They had all been consumed, destroyed in the last spell. Palin sighed, thinking of the great loss. Yet he was certain that Magus would have been pleased to know that his magic had helped defeat chaos. Palin picked up the staff, was startled and vaguely alarmed to note that the staff had a strange feel about it. The wood, which had always before been warm and inviting to the touch, was cool, rough, and uneven. The staff was uncomfortable to hold, felt wrong in his hand. He laid it back down, relieved to let go of it, wondered what was wrong. He walked over to where Usha was standing, staring down at a pile of scattered pouches. Palin forgot about the staff as he bent over the Kender's most prized possessions. He sorted through the various objects. He didn't recognize any of them. Not surprising with the Kender's pack, but he had almost managed to convince himself that these pouches belonged to some other Kender, had been abandoned by their owner, probably to enable the Kender to flee faster, until he lifted one pouch. A bundle of maps tumbled out.
These are Tasselhoff's,
he said, fear cold in his heart.
But where is he? He never would have left them behind.
Tass! Usha called, searching. Palin, look! Here's his hoopak! It's lying in a pile of
chicken feathers.
Palin moved aside the chicken feathers. There, beneath the hoopak and the feathers, was a handkerchief with the initials F.B., a silver spoon of elven make and design, and a knife stained dark with blood.
He is gone, Usha sobbed. He never would have left his spoon behind.
Palin looked up the road that ran eagerly along until it joined another road, and another road after that, coming together, branching apart, but always traveling onward, going everywhere only to lead at the very end back home. The road was suddenly a blur.
There's only one reason Tass would have left his most prized possessions behind,
Palin said softly.
He's found something more interesting.
The gentle rain ceased its fall. The grey day faded to dark night. The strange stars came out, scattered over the sky like a handful of seeing stones tossed on black cloth. The pale and uncaring moon rose, lit their way. Palin looked up at the stars, at the single moon. He shivered, lowered his eyes, and met the golden-eyed gaze of Raistlin.
Uncle!
Palin was pleased, yet ill at ease. The staff no longer supported him. It was heavy and burdensome. He couldn't figure out what was wrong.
Have you come to stay with us, now that the war is at an end? The war is over, isn't it?
He asked anxiously.
This war is over,
Raistlin added dryly.
There will be others, but they are not my concern. And no, I have not come to stay. I am tired. I will return to my long sleep. I merely stopped on my way to say goodbye.
Palin gazed at his uncle in disappointment.
Must you go? There's still so much I have to learn.
That is true, nephew. That will be true to the day you die, even if you are an old, old man. What's wrong with the staff? You're holding it as if it pains you to touch it.
There's something the matter with it,
Palin said, fear growing in him, fear of things guessed at, suspected, but unknown.
Give it to me,
Raistlin said softly. Palin handed over the staff with a sudden reluctance. Raistlin took it, gazed at it admiringly. His thin hand stroked the wood, caressed it.
Shirak,
he whispered. The light of the staff glowed, but then the glow began to dim, darken. The light flickered and died. Palin gazed in dismay at the staff, then looked up at the single moon, his heart constricted in fear.
What is happening? He cried in terror.
Perhaps I can answer that, young man.
An old wizard dressed in mouse-colored robes with a disreputable, broken-pointed hat came tottering along the road from the direction of the Inn of the Last Home. The wizard wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Fine ale, he was heard to remark. Some of Caramon's best.
This will be an excellent year.
Sighing, he shook his head.
I'm sure gonna miss that.
Greetings, old one, Raceland said, leaning on the staff, smiling.
What? Hey, is that some sort of comment on my age?
The wizard glared from beneath bushy brows. He turned to Palin, caught sight of the Kender's handkerchief, which Palin had tucked into his belt. The wizard's beard bristled.
That's mine!
He shrieked and made a grab for the handkerchief. Retrieving it, he exhibited the cloth.
There's my initials, FB. It stands for, foosball. No, doesn't sound quite right. Flubber. No.
Fizzban, said Palin.
Where?
The old man whipped around.
Drat him, he's always following me.
Fizzban? Usha stared at him in wonder.
I know about you. The Protector told me. You're really Paladine.
Never heard of him, the old man stated testily. People are always mistaking the two of us, but I'm much better looking.
You're not dead, Palin said thankfully. Chaos said you were dead. That is, he said Paladine was dead.
Fizzban was forced to pause a moment to consider the matter.
Nope, don't think so, he frowned. You didn't leave me in a pile of chicken feathers again?
Palin was comforted, cheered, no longer afraid.
Tell us what has happened, sir. We won, didn't we? Chaos was defeated?
Fizzban smiled, sighed. The befuddled expression smoothed away, leaving an old man, benign, sad, grieving, yet triumphant.
Chaos was defeated, my son. He was not destroyed. The father of all and of nothing could never be destroyed. You forced him to flee this world. He agreed to do so, but at a high price. He will leave Krynn, but his children must leave as well.
You're not going, are you? Usha cried. You can't.
The others have already gone, Fizzban said quietly. I came to give you my thanks and, he sighed again, have a last glass of ale with my friends.
You can't do this, Palin said, dazed, disbelieving. How can you leave us?
We make this sacrifice to save the creation we love, my son, Fizzban answered.
He shifted his gaze to the bodies of the knights, the handkerchief he held in his hand.
Just as they sacrificed to save what they loved.
I don't understand, Palin whispered, anguished. What about the staff? What about my magic?
He pressed his hand over his heart.
I can't feel it inside me anymore.
Raceland laid his hand on Palin's shoulder.
I said that one day you would become the greatest mage who ever lived. You fulfilled my prophecy, nephew. Magus himself was never able to cast that spell. I am proud of you.
But the book is destroyed.
It doesn't matter, Raceland said, then shrugged. Does it, nephew?
Palin stared, still not understanding. Then the meaning of what his uncle had told him penetrated, struck him to his very soul.
There is no more magic in the world. Not as you know it. There may be other magic. It is up to you to find it, Fizzban said gently. Now is begun what will be known on Krynn as the Age of Mortals. It will be the final age, I think. The final, the longest, and perhaps the best. Farewell, my son. Farewell, my daughter.
Fizzban shook hands, and he turned to Raceland.
Well, are you coming? I don't have all day, you know. Got to go build another world. Let's see, how did that go? You take a bit of dirt and mix in some fat guano. Goodbye, Palin. Take good care of your parents.
Raceland turned to Usha.
Farewell, child of the Urda. You not only avenged your people, you redeemed them.
He glanced at the dejected Palin.
Have you told him the truth yet? It will cheer him considerably, I think.
Not yet, but I will,
Usha answered.
I promise, Uncle,
she added shyly. Raceland smiled.
Goodbye, he said again.
Leaning on the staff, he and Fizzban turned and walked across the field where lay the dead.
Uncle,
Palin called desperately.
The gods are gone. What will we do now that we are alone?
Raceland paused, glanced back. His skin gleamed pale gold in the light of the strange stars. His golden eyes burned.
You are not alone, nephew. Steel Brightblade said it for you. You have each other.
Palin and Usha stood alone, together, in the field near the town of Solace, a field that would afterward be held sacred. In this field, the people of Ansalon came together to build a tomb made of stone brought all the way from Thorbaden by an army of dwarves. The tomb was simple, elegant, built of white marble and black obsidian. Around the tomb, the humans planted trees brought from Qualinesti and Silvanesti by the elves, led by their king, Gilthus. The bodies of the Knights of Solamnia were placed within the tomb, side by side with the bodies of the Knights of Takaisis. In the center, Steel Brightblade rested on a bier made of rare black marble. He was clad in his black armor. He held his father's sword in his hands. On another bier, carved of white marble, lay the body of Tanis Half-Elven. He was clad in green, in leather armor. At his side lay a blue crystal staff, placed there by the children of Riverwind and Goldmoon. The vault was shut and sealed with double doors made of silver and of gold. The Knights of Solamnia carved on one side of the door a rose, on the other side of the door a lily. They engraved the names of the knights on the blocks of stone. But over the door they put only one name, in memory of one of Ansalon's most renowned heroes, Tasselhoff Burfoot. Beneath his name they carved a hoopak. The last hero's tomb, it was called, and it commemorated all those who had died during the battle at the end of that terrible summer. Far from being a solemn place, the tomb became a rather merry one, much to the discomfiture of the knights. Kender from all over Ansalon made pilgrimages to this site. They brought their children and held picnic lunches on the grounds. While eating, the Kender would tell stories of their famous hero. It was not long, within a generation at least, that eventually every Kender you came across would show you some interesting object, a silver spoon perhaps, and swear to you on his topknot that it possessed all sorts of wonderful powers, and that it had been given to him by his Uncle Tas. Epilogue. Flint Fireforge paced back and forth beneath the tree. He had to keep moving, for the forge fire had gone out, and the old dwarf was chilled to the bone. He clapped his hands to warm his fingers, stomped his feet to warm his toes, and grumbled and complained to warm his blood.
Where is that dratted Kender? Said he'd be here. I've waited and waited. Tanis and Sturm and the rest left eons ago. I can imagine where they are now, too. Probably sitting in some nice cozy inn, having a glass or two of hot mulled wine, talking of the old days. And where am I?
The dwarf snorted.
Nowhere, that's where. Underneath a dying tree next to a cold forge, waiting for that doorknob of a Kender. And what's he up to? I'll tell you.
Flint huffed until he was red in the face.
He's likely in jail, or maybe some minotaur's strung him up by his topknot, or some irate mage has turned him into a lizard, or he's tumbled into a well like he did that one time trying to grab hold of his own reflection, and it was up to me to haul him out, except that he pulled me in, too. If it hadn't been for Tanis...
Flint grumbled, paced, clapped, and stomped. So intent was he on grumbling, pacing, clapping, and stomping that he never noticed he'd gained a partner. A Kender, dressed in bright yellow pants with a jaunty red and green plaid jacket, hung all over with bulging pouches, had crept up behind Flint, and, stifling his giggles, was mimicking the dwarf. The Kender paced, clapped, and stomped on Flint's very heels, until the dwarf, stopping in mid-grumble to light a pipe, reached into his leaf pouch and discovered another hand there already. A quick count bringing the number of hands up to 3, the dwarf roared and spun around.
Gotcha!
Flint grabbed the thief. The thief grabbed Flint. Tasselhoff flung his arms around his friend.
Flint, it's me! Well, about time, Flint humphed. You doorknob! See what you did? Made me drop my pipe. There, lad, there, don't take on so. I didn't mean to yell at you. You startled me, that's all.
Tas tried laughing and sobbing at the same time, only to discover that the laugh and the sob got all tangled up in the throat, which made breathing a bit difficult. Flint pounded his friend on the back. Recovering his breath, thanks to Flint beating it back into him, Tas was able to talk.
I finally made it. I bet you missed me, didn't you?
Ignoring Flint's resounding, "No!" Tas prattled on.
I missed you. I had the most wonderful adventure, I'll have to tell you.
The Kender divested himself of his pouches, spread them around him, settled down to sit beneath the tree.
Where shall I begin? I know. The Kender Spoon of Turning. It was given to me by... What do you think you're doing? Flint demanded.
Hands on his hips, he glared at the Kender.
Resting here underneath your tree, Tas returned. Why? What do you think I'm doing?
He looked interested.
Is it something different from what I think I'm doing? Because if it is... Confound you! Flint growled. It's not what you're doing or what you think I think you're doing. It's what you're not doing.
Tas eyed the dwarf severely.
You're not making any sense. If you think I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and if I think I'm doing what I'm not supposed to be doing, then... Shut up! Flint groaned, clutched at his head. Is something the matter, Flint? You're giving me a headache. That's what's the matter. Now, where was I? Well, I wasn't doing... Stop! The dwarf was breathing heavily. I didn't mean that. And get back up. We don't have time to laze around. We're due to meet Tanis and the others up there a ways.
He waved his hand vaguely.
Maybe in a little while,
Tas said, settling himself even more comfortably. I'm awfully tired. I think I'd like to rest right here, if you don't mind. This is an awfully nice tree. Or it would be if it wasn't all brown and sad-looking. I think the tree's shivering. It is chilly here. I'm cold. Aren't you cold, Flint?
Cold? Of course I'm cold. I'm nearly frozen stiff. If you had come when you were supposed to.
Taz wasn't listening. He was assessing the situation.
You know, Flint, I think the reason that you're cold and I'm cold and the tree's cold, I really do think that's what's wrong with it, is that there's no fire in that forge.
I know there's no fire in the forge.
Flint howled, so infuriated that he started to sputter.
But you...
Well, it's a good thing I came back, Taz said resolutely. Look where you'd be without me. We'll catch up with Tanis and the others later. By that time, they will have gotten themselves into no end of trouble, and you and I will have to rescue them, just like the old days. Now, why don't you light the fire, and I'll sit here under this nice tree and tell you stories. Oh, and by the way, I've got this for us.
Taz rummaged through one of his pouches, came up with a silver flask, which he exhibited proudly.
Caramon's finest.
Flint stared at the tree. He stared at the forge. He stared at the kender. Then Flint stared at the flask, especially at the flask. The dwarf scratched his head.
By Reorks, he muttered, it wouldn't hurt to have a nip. Just to warm myself, mind you. I suppose you paid Caramon for it?
Flint took hold of the flask, popped off the cork, sniffed at it eagerly.
I will, Taz said, leaning back, his head on his pouch. The next time I'm there... Now, where was I? Oh, yes, the famous Kender spoon of turning. Well, there was this spectre, you see, and...
The Kender prattled on. Flint tasted the brandy, found it to his liking, took several swigs, tucked the flask in a hip pocket. There would be time enough to join Tanis and the others. An eternity, if you wanted to get right down to it.
I might just build that fire after all, Flint decided. Anything to keep from listening to the chatter of that rattle-brained Kender.
Flint gathered up wood, stoked the forge, lit a spark. He began to pull on the bellows, and their breath fanned the spark into a flame. The forge fire soon burned bright, warmed the dwarf, the Kender, and the tree. Flint sat down, decided he'd taste the brandy again to see if it was as good as he thought it was the first time. It was. He handed the flask to Tass, who tried it and handed the flask back to the dwarf. The forge fire glowed hotter and brighter. And in the night sky over Ansalon, there burns a new star, a red star, which will remain forever fixed and unchanging, a sign that even in the age of mortals, mankind is not alone.